In a past life, you regarded me with disdain, but upon my rebirth, I find myself as your uncle by marriage. On the day of our engagement banquet, my fiancée is nowhere to be found. Just after my rebirth, I, Zhuang Yin, am acutely aware that at this moment, Xiao Wan is by the side of her true love, offering him warmth and comfort. Recalling the tragic end of my previous life, where I succumbed to late-stage stomach cancer and faced betrayal from all sides, I decisively called off the engagement, drawing a line between myself and Xiao Wan that I initially presumed my actions were merely a feat of strength. Yet 3 days later, I witnessed him participating in a matchmaking program. The aloof film star was persistently showing interest, and a wealthy heiress was desperately vying for his affection. What astonished me most was Chapter 1, the rebirth and the call-off. Dad, with Uncle Gu looking after Mom, you can leave in peace. It is often said that the last sense to fade before death is hearing, and this holds true. I, Zhuang Yin, met my demise at the age of 55, my adopted son having removed my oxygen mask with his own hands. At 55, I was neither particularly young nor old. Those who spoke of me would merely express regret, as I could have enjoyed a few more years of retirement. Now, my pension contributions would amount to nothing. In a daze, I felt my soul detached from my body, hovering above my frail form lying on the hospital bed. Those afflicted with cancer often appear grotesque, and my disfigurement from a car accident had rendered me utterly unrecognizable, even to myself. Upon the removal of my oxygen mask, my adopted son did not exhibit sorrow. Instead, he wore a smile. I bitterly reflected on my life, realizing that I had always been an object of disdain. My parents raised me with a strict hand, devoid of affection, while my son coldly severed my lifeline. In death, even my wife of 30 years was absent from my side, leaving me utterly alone. In contemplating my past existence, I was filled with regret. It seemed I had never truly lived for myself, but had spent my life seeking approval and compliance, ultimately becoming a mere shadow. If I could start anew, if reincarnation were indeed a reality, I would never again lead such a life. Zhuang Yin, why hasn't Wan arrived yet? Is she caught up in something? It's already 11. Call her and check. My mother, Tang Jing's voice echoed in my ears, and I looked at her in astonishment. In my memories, Tang Jing was lined with wrinkles and crowned with white hair. She should not appear so youthful, for she had passed away a decade prior. Seeing my silence, Tang Jing frowned in displeasure. I'm speaking to you. Snap out of it. This engagement banquet must not falter. As I surveyed my surroundings, the familiar decor, the familiar faces, and my own body, now restored to its senses, I finally grasped the reality of my rebirth. I had returned to the very day of my engagement to Xia W. And Xia Wan's absence stirred unease among the guests. Tang Jing's expression soured, her gaze towards me devoid of maternal warmth, filled instead with disdain. In high society, those present were prominent figures. Xia Wan's absence would undoubtedly tarnish the Zhuang family's reputation. I refrained from calling Xiao Wan, knowing she would not arrive, and made my way towards the outer hall. Tang Jing called after me. Where do you think you're going? Didn't you hear me tell you to call Xiao Wan? I replied coolly, she won't be coming. Tang Jing's face darkened. How do you know she won't come? What if something has happened to her? Of course, I knew after all, in my previous life, I had waited from day to night only to discover through trending news that she was at the hospital celebrating Gu Qian's birthday. Gu Qian, Xiao Wan's true love, was the Uncle Gu my adopted son spoke of. On this very day in my past life, to save face for both families, I had publicly apologized, defending Xiao Wan while concocting excuses for her absence. It was only later that I learned she had run away to be with Gu Qian. Their intimate photos quickly became the talk of the internet, leading to a public outcry against me as the unwelcome third party. Seeing that trending news felt like a blow to the head. Friends within the industry rushed to console me, urging me to have the courage to face the rumors. This incident haunted me even into my 50s, a source of ridicule for years to come. Tang Jing was taken aback, then erupted in anger. You can't even keep a woman by your side. What use are you to us? You've embarrassed the family in front of so many people. If you want to avoid embarrassment, then I shall call off the engagement. Tang Jing's incredulity was evident. What did you just say? I reiterated. I said I'm calling off the engagement. I will not marry her. Tang Jing seethed. If you dare to call off the engagement, I will act as if you were no longer my son. In my previous life, she had often wielded this threat against me. I smiled gently. Very well. Annie, may I now proceed to call off the engagement? Standing tall at 187 centimeters, I towered over Tang Jing, who had to look up at me. Before she could react to my use of Annie, I'd already pushed past her. Tang Jing stumbled back. Disbelief etched on her face as she watched me step into the elevator, feeling as though I was a stranger. Chapter 2. Zhuang Yan's Departure. Once I left, the crowd erupted in chatter, with some believing I was acting impulsively and that I would soon return to the Xia family to apologize. It is no wonder they thought this. After all, my 3-year pursuit of Xia Wan was well known within our circle. I had been ever at her beck and call, obedient as a dog. How could they fathom that I would truly call off the engagement? Moreover, the intertwined interests between the Zhuang and Xia families would not permit such a split. The Xia family might be indifferent, but the Zhuang family was entirely reliant on our partnership with them. If the Xia family were to sever ties, the losses for the Zhuang enterprise would be substantial. At that point, shareholders would stir, and my position as heir could be jeopardized. As a second-generation wealthy individual, without my family's support, I would be nothing. Would I truly relinquish this vast estate so easily? The more resolute I appeared, the more devastating my eventual apology would be. The situation with the Xia family was not so easily resolved. I drove straight to the parking lot and departed. Just as I settled into the car, my father, Zhuang Zhongming, called. I replied calmly, "Why should I apologize? What have I done wrong? Shouldn't it be Xia Wan who owes an apology?" Upon hearing this, Zhuang Zhongming's anger flared. "What qualifies you to demand an apology from Xia Wan? Zhuang Yin, I warn you, we cannot afford to offend the Xia family. You need to be sensible and mature. You are 23 years old, not a child. Why did you announce the cancellation of the engagement without consulting us? Do you even consider your parents? You've never been easy to manage, and you've made your mother faint from anger. Do you wish to drive her to her grave? If she fainted, she should go to the hospital, not berate me." "Very well, I'll get right on it." With that, I hung up. Moments later, Zhuang Zhongming called again, but to avoid distraction while driving, I blocked his number. Although it was a marriage between affluent families, I had indeed pursued Xia Wan for 3 years. Her attitude towards me had transformed from aloofness to a friendly rapport. While not overly warm, we had managed to coexist without conflict. This peace was underpinned by my tolerance and compliance. Throughout our year of cohabitation, I bore the weight of all responsibilities, juggling the roles of multiple individuals. Xia Wan disliked takeout, so I learned to cook. She had a mild obsession with cleanliness. Thus, I kept our home immaculate. Many tasks she found tedious, she entrusted entirely to me, including her garments. Nearly all her clothing was hand-washed by me, ensuring they were spotless and wrinkle-free. And, once dried, I would treat them with fragrance. In terms of culinary affairs, it is needless to say that Xia Wan has exquisite tastes and is quite particular. After much deliberation, he finally satisfied her preferences. Thus, regardless of how exhausting his workday may be, he always returns home punctually to prepare dinner. It is often said that marriage requires the efforts of both individuals, yet being with Xia Wan relies solely on Zhuang Yan's endeavors. He cannot help but reminisce about his previous life, recalling the medical report he received, which revealed not only the grave diagnosis of stomach cancer, but also heart and lung failure, indicating that his organs were all afflicted. He tended to Xia Wan, cared for the family and children, and even ensured that his elderly parents passed away peacefully, yet he neglected his own well-being. Zhuang Yin possessed few belongings, and as he sorted through his daily essentials, he found everything in pairs, with Xia Wan's presence felt in every corner. He kept only his clothing and a few treasured items, discarding items such as the couple's mugs and slippers. The quantity he retained was far less than what he disposed of. He contacted a waste collector from the community group, and the items he had once purchased for tens of thousands were now worth scarcely 200 AS. He was about to leave. Zhuang Yin touched the engagement ring on his finger. He opened the box to glance at the proposal ring meant for Xia Wan, now discarded in the trash. Chapter 3. The Fiancée's Elopement. "I wish to take a look at your phone." Gu Qian pretended not to hear, silently consuming his meal. Upon acquiring her phone, Xia Wan noticed a flurry of missed calls and messages. Friends, parents, and numerous relatives had reached out, yet there were none from Zhuang Yan. She had abruptly missed the wedding without notifying him, expecting him to be anxious enough to call or text. Yet there was not a single message from him. Her parents were concerned about her absence, fearing something had happened to her. Did Zhuang Yin not worry at all? Logically, Zhuang Yin was an inconsequential person. Whether he texted or not should not impact her. Yet, inexplicably, she felt an emptiness within, causing nausea even from a meal she had just swallowed. Xiaowan chose not to dwell too deeply on her thoughts. After all, her marriage to Zhuang Yin was a foregone conclusion, and he was quite fond of her. Surely, he wouldn't be petty about such matters. Moreover, to put it bluntly, even if he were to be petty, what could it change? Despite this reasoning, a slight unease lingered within her, though she could not articulate its nature. After finishing the meal with Gu Qian, she peeled a fruit for him and brewed a cup of floral tea. The pampered daughter of a wealthy family tending to him, even in trivial matters, brought satisfaction to Gu Qian. Xiaowan was the woman he had set his sights on, and he would never allow her to marry another man. Seizing the opportunity while Gu Qian napped, Xiaowan slipped outside and summoned her assistant and driver. In a hushed tone, she inquired if anyone had called to check on her. The driver sifted through his phone and presented her with a call log, but Zhuang Yan's name was conspicuously absent. Daring not to contact her parents, she covertly called a friend to inquire about the current situation at the hotel. She felt a pang of guilt at the mention of Zhuang Yan. As soon as the call connected, her friend's hurried voice rushed through. Wan, something terrible has happened. Zhuang Yan has called off the engagement. Xiaowan was taken aback, unable to comprehend. What do you mean he called off the engagement? He announced in front of everyone that he was breaking off the engagement due to your absence, claiming you were indifferent to him, and he to you, henceforth leading separate lives. What did his parents say? Did they not stop him? Xiaowan was acutely aware of the Zhuang family dynamics. There was no way they would permit him to call off the engagement. Only she understood that finding someone more obedient than Zhuang Yin was an impossibility. Among the wealthy elite, where arrogance was commonplace, she had encountered many self-important men. Zhuang Yin was a rarity. He was both obedient and considerate, a combination she believed was unmatched. As her friend continued to disparage Zhuang Yin over the phone, Xiaowan felt as though ants were crawling within her, catching only snippets of the conversation. What did it mean that Zhuang Yin was indifferent towards her? The fervor he displayed in pursuing her, always at her beck and call, was hardly indicative of indifference. Not just her friends, but Xiaowan herself found it hard to believe. Chapter 4. The Fiancée's Elopement 2. Is this trending online? Let me see. Gu Qian extended his hand. Zhang En, with a hint of intent, glanced at the seemingly indifferent Xiaowan as he handed his phone to Gu Qian. It's one thing for you to trend, but unfortunately, it has. Implicated Miss Xia. Someone has posted about her absence from the engagement banquet, claiming it was for you, and the comments are flooding in with evidence. The emergency public relations effort is already too late. Upon hearing her name, Xiaowan's expression shifted. She quickly retrieved her phone and indeed found Gu Qian trending at the top of social media. New rising star injured while filming, rumored girlfriend by his side for birthday. In the photograph, Xiaowan stood outside the hospital in a white gown that reached her ankles, adorned with a small crown, resembling a runaway bride. It was a candid shot, rich with narrative. However, beneath the comments, there were many supporters. Gu Qian turns 24 today. He can start dating now. Gu Qian, I like this sister-in-law, a big star with a wealthy heiress. What a perfect storyline. Is Gu Qian seriously injured? It looks painful, but thankfully he has his girlfriend by his side. This girlfriend's beauty rivals that of any actress, and she is wealthy too. I'm staying put to see who dares to speak ill of her. It said they were childhood sweethearts, passionately in love at school, but due to family pressures, they parted ways. Now one is a big star while the other is a successful CEO. Their reunion is nothing short of destiny. Upon checking the background of the female lead, her family is quite impressive. She is indeed a true heiress, rumored to be engaged to a well-matched wealthy heir. Wait, are the newly paired couple about to break up already? This isn't just a rumor, it's a fact. The evidence is clear. Xia Wan's absence from the engagement banquet was to care for her ex-boyfriend Gu Qian. The plot of a novel unfolding. In reality, love conquers all obstacles. Heartfelt wishes to this couple for their eventual union. What era are we in? Still holding on to arranged marriages. I work as a server at the hotel, and the male side has already called off the engagement. Zhuang Yin called off the engagement? He seems to possess a modicum of self-awareness, realizing he cannot compare to Gu Qian, that he is unworthy of Xiaowan. With blessings came disparagement, but the scorn was directed solely at Zhuang Yan, accused of being unworthy of Xiaowan, merely relying on his privileged background to be with her, even labeled as an interloper disrupting their love. Xiaowan's eyelids fluttered, overwhelmed by the relentless tide of revelations. She never anticipated that Zhuang Yan's decision to call off the engagement would be exposed publicly. How did the hotel manage to leak such personal information? Gu Qian set aside his phone, grasping Xiaowan's hand as he spoke. People online are quick to judge. I am unfazed. What concerns me is your engagement with Zhuang Yan. Should I clarify things online? Clarify what? The truth was she had left him alone at the engagement banquet. Contemplating the fact that Zhuang Yan would see such trending news weighed heavily on her heart, as if a stone were pressing down on her chest. Gu Qian sighed. All of this is due to me. Zhuang Yan called off the engagement because of my presence. I had instructed Brother Zhang not to mention it to you, as it was never a significant issue. Xiaowan spoke in a low voice. This is not your fault. I am the one who insisted on coming. You should rest well, and I will handle matters online. Chapter 5. The Fiancée's Escape from Marriage 3. After leaving, Xiaowan made a call to the manager of the public relations department, instructing them to suppress the trending topic. Without needing further elaboration, they understood her intent. Once the call ended, she checked Weibo, only to find that the online buzz had surged again and her account had been exposed. Fortunately, she rarely posted on Weibo, so no scandals could be unearthed. She initially thought to let the matter settle quietly, but her account was inundated with private messages and comments, continuously rising towards 99. It was impossible to manage this situation calmly. To quell the rampant calls of sister-in-law, Xiaowan issued a clarification on Weibo. Just friends. As soon as she posted, Gu Qian in the hospital room caught sight of it. His previously gloomy expression deepened into further despondency as he pressed his lips tightly together. After posting on Weibo, Xiaowan called her father. Upon receiving the call, her father, Xiaqing Shan, scolded her fiercely. What were you thinking? On the day of the engagement banquet, you ran off to the hospital to accompany Gu Qian, and now it's been seen online. Do you realize the trouble you've caused the company? Xiaqing Shan, who typically indulged his daughter, was now so agitated that he raised his voice, which was a clear indication of his anger. The Zhuang family wouldn't dare say anything to you. What about Zhuang Yan? I heard he wants to call off the engagement. You seem well informed. From her father's tone, it was evident he was unaware that the news of Zhuang Yan's intention to retract the engagement had already spread online. His parents wouldn't dare to withdraw the engagement. What does a young lad like him think he can do? Xiaqing Shan spoke dismissively. Zhuang Yan may lack merits, but he genuinely cares for you, treats you well, and is filial to his parents. His desire to break off the engagement is just a momentary impulse. Once he calms down, everything will be fine. You must acknowledge your own faults, privately soothe him a bit, and don't let this situation escalate into something ugly. Our family is not solely reliant on him. Xiaqing Shan's words implied that he believed Zhuang Yan would be reluctant to let her go. It appeared that everyone shared this sentiment. Her friends, her father is this bolstered Xiaowan's confidence. I understand. I will talk to him properly. Although the Zhuang family could not compare to the Xia family, they were still a respectable enterprise in Rongqing. Zhuang Yan was a wealthy, second-generation heir, accustomed to a life of luxury far beyond that of Gu Qian, the son of a driver. He was also well-mannered, intelligent, and obedient, ensuring that Xiaowan would not suffer any grievances should she marry him. Choosing a son-in-law was a meticulous process. Xiaowan, being the only daughter, would inherit the vast family fortune. It was crucial to find someone capable and sensible. Xiaowan had heard such reassurances countless times before, but she had never taken them to heart. To placate her father, she could only respond with an mm. After finishing the call with her father, Xiaowan felt considerably lighter. Upon returning to the hospital room, her first words were filled with concern for Gu Qian's leg. Does your leg still hurt? Chapter 6. The fiancé's elopement. Zhuang Yan remained oblivious to the discussion surrounding him. Having just called off his engagement, he was preoccupied with finding a new apartment and securing employment. He had blocked both Shuang Zhongming and Tang Jing, rendering them unable to contact him, and ultimately decided to suspend his card. At the age of 24, he was no longer a mere child. He had learned the art of earning a living during his high school years and had not relied on his parents for a single penny throughout university. The funds in his WeChat account sufficed for his upcoming needs. Upon discovering a suitable place, he promptly paid the deposit and signed the contract. As his belongings were minimal and easily packed, it is often said that large screens distort one's features, making even the most attractive celebrities appear less so in reality. However, Zhuang Yin found himself contemplating this notion, feeling a pang of hunger. Instead of ordering takeout, he opted to purchase some vegetables from the supermarket downstairs and prepared a simple bowl of noodles. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhuang Zhongming, growing increasingly anxious from the lack of communication from Zhuang Yin, began to fret. When Zhuang Yin opened the attachment, he could hardly suppress a laugh at the absurdity of the terms laid out before him. Collectively, they demanded he repay a staggering 300 million. To any outsider, it would seem as though he had engaged in illicit labor. Since his earliest memories, his parents had shown him little affection. It is often said that no parent can truly dislike their own child, and if they do, there must be a reason. Zhuang Yin once had a younger sister, and he was constantly reminded by others that he had thrown her from the second-floor balcony, leading to her demise. They claim that individuals have no memory of events prior to the age of 5. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zhuang Yin vividly recalled the blood that stained the ground. Following the tragedy, his mother descended into madness, cursing and beating him whenever she laid eyes on him, branding him a demon with a superior male gene, a natural-born terrorist. Each day, Zhuang Yin battled self-loathing and self-destruction, feeling as though an axe hung over him, awaiting the moment to sever his fleeting existence. Would his parents cease their resentment if he were to perish? Would death grant him passage from hell to heaven? Would he be reunited with his sister? Able to apologize to her? At the age of 6, his aged grandmother took him to the countryside to raise him, a period that lasted a decade, during which his parents neglected him entirely. Zhuang Zhongming mentioned that Tang Jing was recuperating and advised him not to disturb them, as she would become agitated upon seeing him. Indeed, every encounter with Tang Jing resulted in her frenzied accusations of him being a murderer unworthy of life. He had consulted with psychologists and undergone medical examinations, only to be assured that he bore no superior male gene and was, in fact, a normal individual, not the monster his mother claimed him to be. In his previous life, Zhuang Yin lived cautiously, burdened by remorse and guilt, striving to please his parents in hopes of earning their forgiveness. He dared not resist their arrangements. Any hint of defiance would lead them to invoke his sister's death as a moral high ground to curse and bind him. Had Zhuang Yin not been reborn, he would likely have continued to endure a life of silent suffering, only to uncover the truth after Zhuang Zhongming's death. Chapter 7. The empty home. Zhuang Yin could not have overlooked her attempts to reach him. His silence indicated a deliberate refusal to answer her calls. After such a lengthy period, was he still harboring resentment? What was he truly up to? Xiaowan had initially intended to apologize to her father at the Xia family home, but Zhuang Yan's persistent lack of response left her agitated, compelling her to confront him in person. Was it appropriate for a grown man to sulk and be so petty? She had merely been absent. It was not as if she had eloped with someone. Fueled by a tempest of anger, Xiaowan disclosed the location of the apartment, the shared residence with Zhuang Yin. The corridor was eerily quiet, devoid of any passers-by at this hour. Rather than using her key, she pressed the doorbell repeatedly, but silence reigned within. Frustrated, she tapped her foot and glared at the door, as if willing it to open. Her chauffeur, sensing her rising anger, cautiously suggested, "Miss, perhaps Mr. Zhuang is not home?" Xiaowan understood better than anyone the difficulty Zhuang Yin faced, yet she had still abandoned him at such a pivotal moment, leaving him to become a laughingstock. Subjected to her parents' ire. After a moment of silence, Xiaowan discovered a spare key hidden beneath a flower pot at the entrance, one Zhuang Yin had prepared for her. Knowing she often forgot hers, she unlocked the door, and as the darkness yielded to the light, she found the apartment, which had been their home for a year, felt strangely incomplete, permeated by an unsettling dissonance. Upon inspection, she noticed the absence of shoes at the entrance. The kitchen was bare, and even the cups on the table had vanished. The books and documents on the shelves were missing as well. To an unsuspecting observer, it would seem as though a thief had ransacked the place. Even the most oblivious individual would realize something was amiss. Rushing into Zhuang Yin's bedroom, she discovered the wardrobe was entirely empty. While it is often said that diet food is unpalatable, Zhuang Yin's culinary skills had always impressed her. She could finish every meal he prepared. The toiletries in the bathroom were also gone. The cups, slippers, and towels they used were all thoughtfully provided by Zhuang Yin. Couples items she had found aesthetically pleasing and had never replaced. Now, only her belongings remained. On the television cabinet, there had once been a decorative piece they had crafted together during their first date at a ceramic studio, a memento that had stood for an entire year. Such items, which she had previously overlooked, suddenly felt significant in their absence. As Xiaowan surveyed the room, she ultimately spotted a ring box in the trash can. Picking it up, she opened it to reveal a proposal ring Zhuang Yin had prepared long ago, now discarded. Clenching the ring tightly in her hand, she fell silent. Chapter 8. Severing ties. Zhuang Yin noticed her presence. In the past, he would have risen to her side, graciously pulling out a chair for her to sit. However, now he remained seated, immovable as a mountain, merely lifting his gaze to acknowledge her. Seeing the youthful Xiaowan once more stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. It had been quite some time since he had seen her in this light. Time had not diminished her beauty. In fact, she seemed to have thrived, looking as though she had barely aged since he last saw her. Having lived through his own demise at the age of 50, Zhuang Yin reflected on how Xiaowan would soon marry Gu Qian and live a long, happy life together. Regaining his composure, he smiled and invited her to sit, suggesting she order her own drink via the QR code. He treated Xiaowan with a certain kindness, despite the many grievances of their previous marriage. They were ultimately victims of an arranged union. Though they were not in love, they had spent 3 decades together, navigating their shared existence with a semblance of mutual respect. Now, he felt neither animosity nor affection towards her. Being mere acquaintances would suffice, ideally severing all ties after today. Xiaowan stared at him. Her eyes reddened and filled with unshed tears, as if she had endured great injustice. Was her distress truly over his failure to offer her a coffee? It seemed unlikely. She had always been particular about her food preferences, especially bitter flavors. This CAF was new to her, and if he had ordered something unpalatable, her mood would surely have worsened. Taking a seat, Xiaowan confronted Zhuang Yin, demanding, "Don't you have anything to explain to me?" Explain what? Why had he suddenly moved out? I've called off the engagement. It would be inappropriate for us to continue living together. Xiaowan's incredulity peaked as she raised her voice. Are you truly going to go through with the annulment? You can't be serious about what you said in front of so many people, can you? Zhuang Yin smiled and said, I saw last night's trending topic. You and Gu are mutually enamored. You missed your engagement for him and even celebrated his birthday together. I believe in your feelings for him, so I won't force you. After all, marriage is a matter between 2 individuals. A coerced union cannot bring happiness. With such words spoken, Zhuang Yin, as a man, ought not to linger on grievances. Was Xiaowan bowing her head to him? How peculiar. Chapter 9. Severing ties. Once he finished speaking, Zhuang Yin took a sip of the coffee before him, then stood up to settle the bill and leave. Xiaowan was on the brink of collapse, trembling all over. The world around her suddenly turned dark, and the air became sharp, each breath causing her chest to ache painfully. Fury surged within her, nearly overwhelming her senses, rendering her weak as if she might fall from her chair. She had thought she understood Zhuang Yin well enough, yet she was taken aback by this cruel, unfeeling side of him. He seemed like a different person, his eyes devoid of tenderness toward her. How could this be? Was Zhuang Yin deliberately playing games? Was he employing a strategy of feigned indifference to capture her attention? She refused to believe he truly wished to sever ties with her. Xiaowan attempted to rise and chase after him, but her legs betrayed her at that moment, leaving her powerless as she watched Zhuang Yin walk away. With a stubborn lift of her chin, she called out, Zhuang Yin, do you think I can't live without you? Without me, you are nothing, and you will regret this. One day, you will come to terms with reality. Curious glances turned toward her in the CAF, and Xiaowan lowered her head, gazing at the ring on her right hand. It had been 10 minutes since she sat down, her hand resting on the table. And Zhuang Yin had yet to notice the conspicuous ring. Perhaps he had noticed, but chose to ignore it. At that moment, Xiaowan felt like a fool. She struggled to maintain her composure, refusing to crumble and create a scene. Her eyes burned, and her nose tingled. She was not grieving Zhuang Yin's departure, but felt a deep sense of humiliation. With a determined effort, she yanked off the ring, intending to discard it. But as she turned toward the trash can, she froze. Biting her lip, she looked at the ring in her hand. It felt as if needles were piercing her veins. Not painfully, but leaving her utterly uncomfortable. People around her labeled Zhuang Yin as her devoted admirer, claiming he could not function without her. Gradually, she too began to perceive him in that light, accepting the views of those around her. After cohabiting with Zhuang Yin, she had finally acknowledged him as her fiancé and considered him her possession. Chapter 10. To hell with parental affection. I am speaking plainly. Surely you know what I mean. Or do you not understand? The voice of Zhuang Zhongming came to the phone, gritted with anger. All right, Zhuang Yin, it seems your backbone has grown stronger. You dare to speak to me this way. I spoke to you in the same manner yesterday. If you dislike it, once we sever ties, you will hear it no more. Zhuang Zhongming exploded in fury, cursing vehemently. From the tone alone, Zhuang Yin could envision the spittle flying. Zhuang Zhongming, age 50, was already past the midpoint of his life. He had lived until 70 in his previous life, which was not particularly long in the grand scheme. Tang Jing had succumbed to the stress caused by a mistress, dying while still relatively young. It was said that Zhuang Zhongming's infidelity had only arisen in recent years. Once, Zhuang Yin believed that the Zhuang family was self-serving, yet he later realized that Zhuang Zhongming and Tang Jing had genuinely loved each other. Ultimately, he understood that self-serving individuals only love themselves. How could they genuinely love others? I will bring a lawyer to the Zhuang household at 2 o'clock this afternoon. With that, Zhuang Yin decisively hung up the phone. Song Lu, who had been listening intently, found clarity in the confusion. He finally grasped why Zhuang Yin was so eager to extricate himself from the Zhuang family. What Zhuang Zhongming said revealed a complete lack of basic respect for his child, treating him like a dog. Fortunately, Zhuang Yin remained unaffected and retorted with ease. In recent days, he had shattered preconceived notions, leaving Song Lu nearly unrecognizing him. Brother, you have succeeded. You have provoked him. Are you not afraid of his retaliation? Zhuang Yin leisurely poured himself a cup of hot water and replied, I didn't provoke him. He would target me regardless. Besides, merely demanding child support is absurd. 300 million. Selling Zhuang Yin wouldn't even cover it. If Zhuang Zhongming insisted on pursuing that money, it would inevitably lead to a lawsuit. As Song Lu organized the documents, they drove straight to the Zhuang household at 1 o'clock. Zhuang Zhongming and Tang Jing were both present. Upon seeing Zhuang Yin, Tang Jing erupted in a frenzied scream. Had I known you would become so disobedient, I should have drowned you at birth. You caused your younger sister's death at 5, and now you come to harm the family again. I spent half my life bringing you into this world. After all my toil, this is how you repay your parents? You are a murderer. You killed your own sister. And you shall spend your life at the Zhuang household atoning for her. Her shrill voice was like nails scraping across a chalkboard, sending chills down the spine. It was the first time Song Lu encountered such a scene, instinctively taking a step back, glancing at Zhuang Yin with concern, only to find his expression calm. As long as Zhuang Yin did not comply, attempting to resist, Tang Jing would go mad, unleashing her most venomous curses upon him, morally binding him with her words. Yet he could not shy away. In his previous life, Zhuang Yin had brainwashed himself into believing that this family needed him. Tang Jing's occasional outbursts of madness, her physical assaults, and her curses were her means of venting. Afterward, she would return to normalcy, refraining from harming herself. You are far too defiant. I will kill you. All right, I shall assist you. I want him to kneel. He is nothing but a murderer. Chapter 11. A stench-ridden home and malicious parents. Zhuang Zhongming could no longer contain himself. Do you have any evidence? How dare you say such things? 18 years had passed. The Zhuang Yin of that time was merely 5 years old, with memories too vague to hold any evidence. When you called me a murderer, did you possess evidence? Your mother witnessed it, as did the housekeeper. Pray tell, how could a 5-year-old child, not even a meter tall, throw a 3-year-old child over a 12-meter-high railing? Zhuang Yin scoffed, posted online. I believe many netizens will provide explanations. Zhuang Zhongming slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his eyes bulging with rage, attempting to overwhelm Zhuang Yin with his presence. In parental relationships, parents hold absolute power. Absolute authority equates to absolute tyranny, even when aware of their faults. They would never admit them. Zhuang Zhongming habitually exerted pressure on Zhuang Yin, resorting to punitive measures and a stick-like educational approach. In his eyes, his son was not a son but merely a useful tool. At 55, Zhuang Yin had long since discerned the essence of their relationship. In fact, his psychological maturity now surpassed that of Zhuang Zhongming. As for you, a father who deliberately emphasizes that I killed my own sister, forcing me to face police interrogation alone, coercing me into a confession for your own leverage, while perpetually engaging in moral blackmail against me. Zhuang Zhongming could no longer maintain his lofty authority. He began to tremble and sweat, panic evident in his eyes. Meeting Zhuang Yan's gaze felt like confronting a black abyss, threatening to pull him in. Zhuang Zhongming staggered back, clutching the table for support. This is merely your conjecture, is it? Zhuang Yan retorted, retrieving his phone and pulling up a medical report, pushing it into Zhuang Zhongming's view. Upon reading it, Zhuang Zhongming realized it was a report regarding Tang Jing's time in a psychiatric institution. Munchausen syndrome by proxy is an extreme psychological disorder, often found in mothers, wherein they intentionally harm or abuse their children to garner attention and sympathy from those around them, even to the point of killing their children. She loved you too deeply. After giving birth to her daughter, she felt that the child had deprived her of your attention. In a desperate attempt to affirm her own existence or to reclaim your affection, she chose to take her daughter's life. She is unworthy of motherhood, unworthy of being human. In her selfishness, she not only killed her daughter, but also destroyed her own son. When Zhuang Yan recounted these events, it was as if he were narrating someone else's tale. Having endured great sorrow, his heart still ached slightly as he repeated the story. Leaning forward with both hands on the table, he spoke earnestly to Zhuang Zhongming. To conceal the truth, you remodeled this place, even enclosing the second-floor balcony with glass. Yet I can still uncover photographs from that time. I am not a demon, nor am I the murderer of my sister. 2 children under the age of 5 must be supervised by an adult. Should anything happen, the caregiver bears the primary responsibility, as stipulated by law. The railing on the second floor is so high that only an adult could lift a 3-year-old and throw them down. At that time, my mother was the only one present, hence she is the true culprit. You, in your efforts to protect her and obscure the truth, have condemned me to bear the burden of murder. Every time I prove my innocence, she descends into madness. His dark, bottomless eyes fixed intently on Zhuang Zhongming, who shrank back, wanting to refute him, but felt as though a noose had tightened around his neck, his face paling. Zhuang Yan straightened up, a gentle smile curling his lips, reminiscent of sunlight on a winter's day. If I were to expose the entirety of this matter, how would the public perceive the Zhuang family? Would the police assist me in reopening the investigation? Could you maintain your dignity then? Do you dare? Zhuang Zhongming shouted, his voice loud, yet devoid of any real intimidation, his panic becoming increasingly apparent, dispelling the calm demeanor he previously held. Do you see that I dare? Zhuang Yan laughed, the darkness in his eyes gradually brightening. Do not think of gambling with me, for you cannot afford the stakes. Sign the document while I am still able to control myself. Delay too long, and I cannot guarantee the extent of my actions. Chapter 12. Just called off the engagement, and now going on blind dates? Song Lu originally worried that Zhuang Yin would be upset, but upon observing him squinting with a mocking gaze, he seemed to find amusement in Tang Jing's madness. Zhuang Zhongming was compelled to emerge from his study. Witnessing his frenzied wife and indifferent son, he could not help but question his own choices over the years. Having seen enough of the drama, Zhuang Yin called out to Song Lu, "Let us go." Tang Jing ceased her shouting and anxiously said, "You are not allowed to leave. What will happen to the Xia family if you go? Who will marry Xiao Wan? Husband, bind him and lock him in the basement. Do not let him leave." Seeing that Zhuang Zhongming remained unmoved, Tang Jing rushed at him, striking. "Did you not hear me? I told you to have someone tie him up. If he leaves, what will happen to our business arrangement?" Such words could hardly come from a sane mind. Zhuang Yin retorted, "Then you might as well die. Jump off a building. Take sleeping pills, cut your wrists, drown, hang yourself. Choose your method of demise, as your death would allow you to apologize to your daughter." Zhuang Zhongming interrupted sharply. "Zhuang Yin, enough. Enough of what? Her cries for death are nothing less than a threat against me. This same tactic has been employed countless times over the years. She is not tired of it, while I am utterly fatigued." Zhuang Zhongming trembled visibly. Was he afraid Tang Jing might harm herself? No, he feared that the family's disgrace would become public knowledge. Leaning precariously against Zhuang Zhongming, Tang Jing found her anchor. "Husband, seize all his cards. Do not give him a single cent. If he dares to leave, let him starve outside." Eventually, even Zhuang Zhongming could no longer tolerate the chaos and cursed a few times, the uproar seemingly threatening to tear the roof off. Zhuang Yin stepped out the door, gazing up at the sky, the blue and white expanse promising a glorious future ahead. Song Lu exhaled, patting Zhuang Yin's shoulder. "Do not be disheartened." "Which I saw me disheartened." Zhuang Yin chuckled lightly. "I will not mourn over matters that do not concern me." Indeed, Song Lu's expression was complex. Growing up in such an environment with these parents was no easy feat, and he finally understood why Zhuang Yin was eager to escape this family. Zhuang Yin was reluctant to dwell on the past. What was done, and one must look forward. Yet, wary of touching upon Zhuang Yin's wounds, Song Lu chose to remain silent. "You have called off the engagement with Xiao Wan, and now severed ties with the Zhuang family. Do you think there will still be business dealings between the two families? That is their affair, not mine." The Zhuang family had indeed weathered some storms with the Xia family's assistance, but without Zhuang Yin's efforts to foster trust with partners, they would not have thrived. Chapter 13. The engagement has been forcefully terminated. You are not allowed to participate in such entertainment programs. You are not an artist. You will only make a fool of yourself. Message sent, but declined by the recipient. The other party has enabled friend verification. You have added them as a friend. Zhuang Yin actually blocked and deleted her? Unbelieving, Xiao Wan called Zhuang Yin again, only to receive the system's voice prompt. The other party is currently on another call. He even blocked her number. All her amassed confidence crumbled in an instant. Just then, people began to inquire if she had truly broken off the engagement with Zhuang Yin, and whether he intended to participate in a dating reality show, as rumored online. Xiao Wan was so furious that her scalp tingled. She grabbed a decorative item from her bedside table and hurled it to the ground, shattering it, only to realize it was a photo of her and Gu Qian from years ago. After Gu Qian went abroad, she had preserved this photograph well, prominently displayed on her bedside table. After 5 years, now, in her anger towards Zhuang Yin, it lay shattered. The glass protecting the photo was in fragments, and Xiao Wan's rage seemed utterly unwarranted, the loud noise attracting attention from outside. A servant cautiously knocked on the door. "Miss, are you all right?" "I am fine. Do not mind me." Xiao Wan suppressed her anger, her face dark as she stared at the shards of glass on the floor. After a while, footsteps approached, and this time it was Xia Qingshan calling for her. "Wan, Aunt Zhang said you made quite a racket in your room. Open the door, let me check on you." Xiao Wan replied impatiently, "I am really fine. Open the door." Xia Qingshan's tone grew firmer, leaving no room for refusal. Reluctantly, Xiao Wan opened the door. Upon entering, Xia Qingshan immediately noticed the glass shards on the floor, frowning as he instructed the servant to clean up the room. Having risen at 8 to drink a bowl of porridge, she felt no appetite and lacked energy. She felt embarrassed and chose not to speak the truth. Now her father was also questioning her. "Have you met with Zhuang Yin?" Her father was not easily deceived. Xiao Wan lowered her head and replied, "I have met him." "What was his demeanor?" "Just the same." "Have you reconciled?" Xia Qingshan thought it simple. As long as Xiao Wan could placate him, given their family's relationship, Zhuang Yin had no reason to call off the engagement. Xiao Wan remained silent. Seeing this, Xia Qingshan frowned and probed. "Have you not reconciled? What did you discuss when you met?" "I have said what needs to be said. I recognize my mistakes and have apologized. I also offered to make amends." Yet he is petty and selfish, deliberately escalating the situation to embarrass me, demanding to break the engagement and sever ties. Now he has even blocked me. Regarding Zhuang Yan's rumored participation in a dating show, she was too embarrassed to even mention it. Xia Qingshan's face darkened upon hearing this. Does he think he can decide this marriage unilaterally? He can just walk away? From now on, ignore him. Let him stew for a few days, and he will come around. His tone dripped with disdain. Is it truly so? Yet she felt that this time Zhuang Yin would not relent. Chapter 14. Just friend Xiao Wan was overly confident, believing that no matter what transpired, Zhuang Yin would never leave her. He was like the jewelry in her box, stationary and unchanging. Even if it gathered dust, aged, or became damaged, it would not simply vanish. Thus, when Zhuang Yin suddenly called off their engagement, she found it exceedingly difficult to accept. Xia Qingshan had initially been quite irate over Xia Wan's visit to Gu Qian the previous day, but seeing her weary face now, he refrained from scolding her. Rest well. If you can't resolve this matter, I will intervene. Anyone who dares treat my daughter this way will find it hard to remain in Rongqing. Xia Wan recalled Zhuang Yan's words from earlier in the day. Ironically, she had thought she could easily manipulate him. Dad, I can handle Zhuang Yan. Please don't interfere. For reasons unknown, she did not wish for Zhuang Yan to leave Rongqing, to distance himself from her. Perhaps this stemmed from her unwillingness to accept defeat. There was a saying online that resonated well: the best way to retaliate against an ex is to live better than them. Zhuang Yin could not truly be called her ex, but he should not have unilaterally broken their engagement and blocked her without discussion. She intended to show Zhuang Yin that acting impulsively would lead to nothing worthwhile. Xia Qingshan added, if trouble arises, I will support you. There are plenty of men out there. Find one who is more compliant. Just ensure that his family background is superior to the Zhuang family. Xia Wan understood that her father was subtly hinting at Gu Qian. After Xia Qingshan left, Xia Wan took out her phone and scrolled through it. Noticing that Gu Qian had attempted to video call her 5 minutes ago, Gu Qian was still in the hospital, and in the video, he appeared to be in better spirits than the day before. Are you all right? Xia Shushu didn't he scold you for yesterday's incident, did he? No. Gu Qian inquired with concern. And what about Zhuang Yin? Have you two met? Did you clarify things? Xia Wan's tone stiffened. I do not wish to discuss him right now. Although her expression remained unchanged, her grip on the phone tightened. News about Zhuang Yin appearing on a dating reality show had spread online, and Xia Wan had seen the rumors. If she did not suppress the heat of the situation now, it would inevitably trend. Chapter 15. The ex-fiancé. This time, Xia Wan did not attempt to control public opinion. Instead, she deliberately engaged in marketing to guide netizens, portraying herself as the victim of this union, as if her relationship with Zhuang Yin had been entirely coerced. Now, she had a sudden epiphany. She would charge forward for love and definitively sever ties with Zhuang Yin. The comments below were rife with mockery and schadenfreude. We truly reconciled. That phrase "just friends" was a message to Zhuang Yin, telling him not to get ahead of himself. Those who previously derided Gu Qian for being unworthy should take a look now. Haven't they been thoroughly embarrassed? This is the fate of those who disrupt others' relationships. Zhuang Yin knew Xia Wan had someone she liked, and still clung to her for a marriage alliance. How desperate he must be to fear marrying a wife. Is Zhuang Yin really trying to snag a wealthy woman? After all, he is still a second-generation rich kid, right? According to reliable sources, Zhuang Yin has been ousted by the Zhuang family, meaning he is now financially strapped. He had better not seek out a wealthy woman to sustain him. I hope the sisters he meets on this journey keep their eyes open and steer clear of broke men. The events unfolded just as Xia Wan had anticipated, overwhelmingly in her favor. To align with Xia Wan, the Zhuang group also issued a statement confirming the dissolution of the engagement between the Zhuang and Xia families, declaring their newfound freedom in love. There is often little logic in the online realm. Netizens perceive only a one-sided narrative. A discerning eye can easily discern right from wrong. And with just a little incitement, public opinion can shift dramatically, culminating in online harassment. Gu Qian had been monitoring the online developments and smiled contentedly upon realizing that Xia Wan had finally made her choice between him and Zhuang Yin. Yet, this was not sufficient, so he subtly instigated further animosity, aiming to thoroughly tarnish Zhuang Yan's image as the third party who disrupted others' feelings. After hastily packing his belongings, he purchased a ticket and left Rongqing for the variety show's recording site. Upon meeting Zhuang Yin, the director asked, "Have you seen the trending topic on Weibo?" "What trending topic?" The director exchanged a knowing glance with him, then patted his shoulder and sighed, "Perhaps it's better you remain unaware. From now on, your phone will be collected. We will provide you with new communication devices. Before filming begins, reach out to anyone you wish." Zhuang Yin shook his head. "I have no one to contact." "Very well," the director said, opting not to elaborate further or remind Zhuang Yin to check the trending topics online, as such knowledge would only serve to dampen his spirits. After initially verifying his Weibo account, Zhuang Yin had set it to do not disturb to avoid interruptions during his rest. Although he hadn't checked it in recent days, he was not oblivious to the ongoing situation. It was merely a repetition of the past experience of being universally criticized online. Gu Qian's diehard fans thrived on stirring up drama and disparaging others. In his previous life, even after he and Xia Wan were married, those fans continued to create a ruckus in his studio, persistently questioning whether he had divorced Xia Wan, causing him immense distress. In this life, as they wished, he had not married Xia Wan. This should be an improvement over the previous life, as backlash, whether he was criticized or not, was of little consequence, as it did not affect his life. In fact, the negativity might even bring him a modicum of attention. After all, any publicity is good publicity. Zhuang Yin had inquired indirectly with the staff, but they remained tight-lipped, revealing not a single word, only regarding him with complex expressions of sympathy mixed with a hint of schadenfreude, which left Zhuang Yin with a troubling premonition. As the vehicle traveled further away, the surrounding cities faded into mountains and dirt roads, and after nearly 3 hours of bumpy travel, they gradually came to a halt. Arrived. Zhuang Yin awoke from his slumber, pulled back the curtain, and glanced outside. The scenery was picturesque, the environment rather pleasant, though the accommodations arranged might be a challenge for someone accustomed to city living. Chapter 16. The ex-girlfriend also arrives. Zhuang Yin directly asked, "Why did you choose to participate in this variety show? If you can, why can't I?" Lu Yin instructed him, "Go, help me get the luggage from the trunk." Zhuang Yin was utterly perplexed. In his past life, Lu Yin had been an avowed opponent of marriage, and he had never heard of her tying the knot before her demise. He had never even seen her join a dating reality show in his previous life. Speaking of Lu Yin, while she was Xiaowan's aunt, she was only 4 years older than Xiaowan. They had exchanged WeChat contacts but had seldom communicated privately. After marrying Xiaowan in his previous life, he frequently visited the Lu family. He regarded Lu Yin with respect, treating her as an elder, although he no longer had any ties with Xiaowan in this life. The ingrained perspectives from 30 years of familiarity could not be altered overnight. With a single gesture, Lu Yin prompted Zhuang Yin to carry her suitcase inside. The 2 large suitcases, heavy and filled with unknown contents, were cumbersome. Once they reached a secluded area, Lu Yin leaned in closer. "What's the matter? Do you still consider me your little aunt?" Zhuang Yin was rendered speechless. Lu Yin drew nearer, her fragrance lingering in his nostrils as she brushed off the dust from his shoulder. "Now that you've called off your engagement with Xiaowan, don't treat me like your little aunt anymore. From now on, call me Lu Yin or Yin Jia, just don't get it wrong." Zhuang Yin nodded stiffly. Lu Yin appeared to be in high spirits, humming a tune as she turned away. As of now, no one was aware of their relationship. If it were revealed that Lu Yin was Xiaowan's aunt, the online community would undoubtedly go wild. In the live broadcast, viewers were already questioning who Lu Yin was, how she knew Zhuang Yin, and what their relationship entailed. He did not dwell on the discomfort of the situation. He would gradually adapt to it. The others began to arrive in succession. Given the remoteness of the location, everyone had driven themselves there. Chapter 17. The variety show begins despite knowing that the scene was being recorded and that the cameras would capture and amplify her current emotions. Xiaowan found herself unable to control her expression, which darkened ominously. More than anyone else, she yearned to understand how Zhuang Yin had met Jiang Ning, why she had never heard of this childhood friend, and just how many secrets he had kept from her. Gu Qian timely expressed his thoughts, much like the viewers in the live broadcast room. To his surprise, he discovered that Zhuang Yin and Jiang Ning were acquainted. 1-1. You have known Zhuang Yin the longest. Were you aware of his friendship with her? He has never mentioned it, and frankly, I am indifferent to his matters, Xiaowan retorted with a cold smile. Are you truly indifferent? Then why does your expression seem so grim? It appeared that the relationship between Zhuang Yin and Jiang Ning was quite extraordinary, and they should easily connect with one another. Among the observers present, besides Gu Qian and Xiaowan, there were 4 others: the host Li Lu, the film Emperor Lin Fan, the female team leader Shenli, and the psychologist Su Nuo. Shenli was the one who spoke, and Xiaowan shot her a frosty glance. At that moment, another person inquired, "Who is this Lu Yin? She is so beautiful, surely she can't be an internet celebrity?" If she were, she would have already gained fame. To prevent these individuals from making baseless connections, Xiaowan candidly replied, "She is my aunt. Your aunt looks so young." Xiaowan remained silent. No wonder she seems so familiar with Zhuang Yin. It seems those two are unlikely to be together. Initially, I was quite supportive of them. Xiaowan's previously softened expression darkened once more, and she felt the urge to leave. Fortunately, the discussion shifted to other topics, and Zhuang Yin was no longer mentioned. Zhuang Yin had meticulously calculated every possibility, but failed to anticipate that Jiang Ning would openly declare their relationship in front of so many people, as if to ruin him online. He was not so egotistical as to believe that Jiang Ning had come for him. There was nothing left to say between them. After all, it had been over 30 years since they parted ways, and he would not have remembered her had he not seen her today. And Shinrong snorted, "Childhood sweethearts? You've never mentioned this before." Zhuang Yin replied, "What relation do we have? Why should I share my matters with you? Are you particularly concerned about me? Who is concerned about you? Your audacity is astonishing. Since you are not concerned, then mind your own business." While he was prepared to be scolded, he was not about to suffer in silence. Dealing with Shinrong required a different approach. Ignoring her would only make her more arrogant and demanding. To Zhuang Yin, Shinrong resembled an immature child. He would not stoop to her level, but he would not hesitate to educate her when necessary. As tensions rose, the director promptly intervened to announce the first task: cleaning. After thoroughly tidying both the interior and exterior of the house, the production team would conduct an inspection, and upon approval, food would be allocated. And Shinrong, seething with frustration towards Zhuang Yin, directed her ire at the director. "With just 6 of us, how can we possibly clean this place?" "Indeed, if you cannot finish, you will not have lunch," the director replied. "There are still 3 hours until lunchtime. By the way, we will only provide the ingredients. You are to prepare the meal yourselves." This task was rather cliché and exhausting. The guests present, apart from Zhuang Yin, were all dressed elegantly: film stars, celebrities, CEOs, and young ladies gathered together, none of whom appeared to be accustomed to household chores. And Shinrong disdainfully regarded the shabby little courtyard, filled with cobwebs and insects, which made her scalp tingle. Fangchen, the eldest among the guests, spoke up. I come from a rural background and am quite familiar with such environments. How about I help organize the tasks? Chapter 18. The fishing life of middle-aged and elderly individuals. After all, those who criticized him numbered in the millions. One more or one less made no difference. All right. Zhuang Yin did not stray far, wandering nearby where fields stretched around him. 500 meters from the cottage lay a fish pond. After reaching the age of 50 in his previous life, Zhuang Yin's greatest joys were fishing, tending to flowers, and playing chess. Accompanied by a cameraman, he strolled through the tranquil village, enjoying the fresh air while passers-by curiously observed them without approaching. Noticing someone fishing, Zhuang Yin approached. Excuse me, can I fish here? Sure. But it's not easy. I've been sitting here all morning and only caught 2 small carp, not even enough for a meal. Zhuang Yin accepted the fishing rod with gratitude. That's wonderful, thank you. If I catch any fish, I'll share half with you. Where do you live? Sure. I live in that white house. The fisherman, feeling slightly awkward in front of the camera, chuckled nervously before getting up to leave. Zhuang Yin, beaming, took the rod, changed the bait, and found a spot to sit. Watching others fish was rather dull. Many viewers exited Zhuang Yin's live stream, making snide comments as they left. I'm out of here, it's too boring. Why fish when there are so many better things to do? Didn't you hear the guy say the fish are hard to catch? And Xinrong is absolutely right. Zhuang Yin lacks team spirit. He would rather sit here daydreaming than help others finish their chores and eat lunch sooner. No wonder his fiancée left him. He deserves it. Suddenly, the fishing rod twitched, and Zhuang Yin, who had been languidly sitting, swiftly lifted the rod with a strong tug. The sensation of weight indicated that the fish was substantial. Gradually rising, he carefully reeled in the line, pulling a 5-pound carp from the water. The critics who had just mocked him were momentarily stunned. Zhuang Yin leisurely tossed the fish into the basket and resumed fishing from his spot. Those who had intended to leave lingered longer. It must just be a coincidence. I know, it's the rookie protection period. It's noon. The fish must be feeding too? I'll sit here all day. I don't believe Zhuang Yin can catch another one. The rod jerked again, and Zhuang Yin lifted it, sensing a 3-pound fish on the line. Wow, impressive. The number of viewers in Zhuang Yin's stream, which had started at 100,000, surged to 2 million. Even the director in the small house took out his phone to watch. Some people had spent an entire morning catching only 2 small fish, while others had caught 4 large ones in half an hour. Zhuang Yin seemed to possess a natural talent for fishing, an inexplicable gift that allowed him to catch fish whenever they were present. Those who had initially criticized him had silently closed their mouths. Only Gu Qian's fans continued to persist in their negativity. Zhuang Yin weighed the basket. The amount of fish was sufficient for a meal. He reeled in his line and headed toward the fisherman's home. Hey, I'm returning the fishing rod. So soon? Did you catch anything? Yes, 4 fish. Let us split them. Zhuang Yin set down the basket. Chapter 19. Rural love. Zhuang Yin cleaned the kitchen all by himself. How could he not be entitled to a meal? According to the distribution of tasks, he was due a portion of the food. As for you, talking the most while doing the least, did you grow an extra tongue, or did your mother never teach you to respect others? Is Lu Yin throwing a tantrum over Zhuang Yin? With her arms crossed, Lu Yin replied, Go ahead and scold me. I'm listening. And Xinrong's behavior was simply childlike. To put it mildly, she lacked sense, and to put it bluntly, she was uncultured. Let her rant. She wouldn't be able to come up with anything substantial. From Xinrong's words, everyone gleaned that Lu Yin was Xiao Wan's aunt, and Xiao Wan was Zhuang Yin's former fiancée. This connection clarified why Lu Yin was acquainted with Zhuang Yin and spoke well of him. Perhaps as a figure of authority. Fangchen paused before suggesting, without a phone, we can't contact Zhuang Yin. Why don't we eat first and save his portion for him? I'll go find him. I'll go find him. Several people chimed in. They turned to see Lu Yin and Jiang Ning speaking simultaneously. The two exchanged wary glances, and Jiang Ning cautioned, Miss Lu, you've been working hard all morning. It's best to sit down and enjoy your meal. I'll go find Xiao Yan. I'm feeling quite fed up with certain individuals and can't eat. It's a good opportunity to walk off some steam. Besides, Jiang Miss, I must advise you, calling Zhuang Yin so intimately might create a negative impression. She could see that despite Jiang Ning's display of closeness with Zhuang Yin, he regarded her merely as an ordinary friend, devoid of deeper feelings. Jiang Ning wore a cold expression. I've called him Xiao Yin since childhood. If Zhuang Yin is not anxious, why should you be? What I fear is your fans' impatience. After all, Zhuang Yin has already been harshly criticized online. Jiang Ning's throat tightened. The atmosphere between them felt as taut as a drawn bowstring. Is this really escalating into a quarrel? Over Zhuang Yin? Zhuang Yin arrived home just in time, accompanied by brother Diaoyu, both carrying stainless steel bowls and sporting fresh vegetables on their wrists. It's fine. I'll take my leave first. Ordinary people are still unaccustomed to facing so many cameras. After placing down the vegetables, brother Diaoyu hurriedly departed. Zhuang Yin appeared unfazed, gazing at the boiled vegetables on the table, along with the crispy rice. Let us eat. Chapter 20. No turning back. Although many have begun to change their opinions about Zhuang Yin, they still do not wish to see him cook. The production team arranged for a van, and Lu Yin asked, Who will drive? I can't, Jiang Ning replied. I'll drive. Ling Xian took the car keys. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhuang Yin hopped into the passenger seat, prompting Ling Xian to glance at him twice. as he initially thought Zhuang Yin would sit in the back next to a female guest. Zhuang Yin dared not do that. Both Lu Yin and Jiang Ning were beyond his reach, and he preferred to keep his distance. Buckling his seatbelt, Zhuang Yin remarked, "I didn't hear the director mention it. It should be fine." Among the female guests, 2 were public figures, and Zhuang Yin frequently made headlines. "Ling Xian, what do you do?" Zhuang Yin asked. "I'm currently unemployed," he replied. "What do you know?" Zhuang Yin could tell from his expression that Ling Xian was overthinking. "I don't have any family inheritance." Ling Xian seemed to ignore this, glancing back to ask Lu Yin, "Lu Yin, what is your occupation?" Like Zhuang Yin, "I'm also unemployed." From Lu Yin's demeanor, it was clear she was not an ordinary person, and in Xinrong had already provided critical information. She was Xiaowan's aunt, a genuine heiress, likely inheriting shares just like Zhuang Yin. Ling Xian tentatively inquired, "Are you close with Zhuang Yin?" Lu Yin fixed her gaze on Zhuang Yin's fair neck and said, "We'll be closer in the future." Jiang Ning, sitting beside Lu Yin, observed everything clearly. Lu Yin's expression was quite intricate, her smile subtle, and her gaze toward Zhuang Yin was nakedly direct, entirely disregarding those around them. The audience witnessed this scene. Lu Yin's gaze looks as though she wants to devour him. "Mom, I've encountered a female demon." For some reason, at this moment, Zhuang Yin resembles Tang Sung. "Dear lady, please maintain your decorum." The drive from the village entrance to the town took 20 minutes. The afternoon town was quite deserted. Upon reaching the vegetable market, Zhuang Yin bought a heap of vegetables, taking care to observe the layout. "What about you two?" Ling Xian asked Lu Yin and Jiang Ning. "I want to browse a bit longer. It's not every day we get out." "Me too." The 2 female guests refused to leave, making it awkward for Ling Xian to depart alone. "I'll wait in the car for you. If anything comes up, have the staff call me." He wasn't foolish. It was evident that the 2 were seeking an opportunity to be alone with Zhuang Yin. It would be a lie to say he felt no jealousy. But feelings of fondness are often beyond one's control. He cast a meaningful glance at Zhuang Yin, silently conveying, "Brother, you are quite fortunate." Zhuang Yin, receiving Ling Xian's gaze, was utterly puzzled. He wished to explore alone, avoiding the company of others, as both Lu Yin and Jiang Ning were not individuals he could provoke. Chapter 21. Matters of first love. Zhuang Yin had been bitten by a snake once, and for years he feared even the ropes. A shattered mirror, no matter how well it is mended, will still hold cracks. Had he not seen the photographer in the distance, with her microphone off? He truly wished to avoid conversing with Jiang Ning. Zhuang Yin selected several garments to place in a plastic bag. 5 discounted items totaled less than 100 yuan. "I'll check out other places." With that, Zhuang Yin left as if fleeing from a virus. Jiang Ning did not pursue him. She dared not. She had anticipated Zhuang Yin's refusal, yet hearing it firsthand shattered her mental preparation in an instant. Suddenly, a staff member approached, holding a phone. "Teacher Jiang, your call." Everyone was an adult, with their private lives and careers. The director prohibited guests from carrying phones, mainly to prevent them from seeing online comments that might disrupt filming. Therefore, prior to recording, they were instructed to hand over their phones to the staff, who would return them in case of urgent calls or messages. Jiang Ning took the phone and, upon seeing her agent's name, stepped away from the camera, turning her back to the photographer to answer. "I want him." Joining the show was one thing. After all, some treated reality shows as vacations. If she were enjoying herself, it would be fine, but the moment she saw Zhuang Yin, she appeared utterly devalued, nearly exposing their past relationship. "I can't stop thinking about him," Jiang Ning shouted, and after her outburst, a wave of grievance surged within her. Her eyes stinging as tears fell uncontrollably. "Sister Lan, I want him. I've already missed him for 5 years. I waited so long for him to break off his engagement. We had an agreement. As long as I secured a grand slam, you wouldn't meddle in my love life. I've long awaited this day, so please don't advise me, and definitely don't pressure me. He will care for me. If he were married, I could convince myself to give up, but now that he is single, why shouldn't I pursue him? His reputation is poor." "That's all false," Jiang Ning countered. "I know exactly what kind of person he is. In the entertainment industry, you, as a veteran, should know that fakes outnumber the genuine." Jiang Ning was clearly determined, and her agent, exasperated, replied, "Jiang Ning, your fans want to approve, of all people. You choose someone just out of an engagement, and boldly join a variety show to pursue him. Even if you don't think of yourself, consider Zhuang Yin. Both of you are trending. Do you know how badly he is being criticized? The public is ruthless." This time, Jiang Ning fell silent. Yet she refused to give up Zhuang Yin for those inconsequential online voices. She had worked so hard for him. "Sister Lan, please don't advise me. I've listened to your words for 5 years, and this time I want to follow my own heart." Jiang Ning hung up the phone directly, handed it to the staff, and stared vacantly in the direction Zhuang Yin had taken. She could not choose to give up without even trying. Zhuang Yin finished exploring the entire street, purchasing everything he could think of, his wallet now nearly empty. Ling Xian and the others had been waiting in the car for him. Zhuang Yin felt embarrassed to linger. Observing Zhuang Yin carrying several large bags, Ling Xian curiously inquired, "What did you buy?" "A few clothes, a useful sun hat, and some medicine." "What are you buying these for?" Zhuang Yin explained, "After all, we're living in the countryside. The director might arrange for us to do farm work next." "No way," Ling Xian exclaimed, his eyes widening in horror. But then he reconsidered. It was impossible, as it was only their first day. Better safe than sorry, Ling Xian muttered quietly. Had I known it would be like this, I wouldn't have joined. Zhuang Yin smiled without responding, stealing a glance in the rearview mirror, only to meet Jiang Ning's gaze, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes. This subtle action did not escape Lu Yin, sitting behind. She squinted against the car window and emitted an annoyed sound. Chapter 22. Truly obedient and Xinrong despised Zhuang Yin, but could not help wanting to present herself better in his presence. She counted the bowls and chopsticks, rinsing them clean with water, then proceeded to wipe the table, busy to the point of sweating profusely. And Xinrong was not inherently bad. She simply had a harsh way of speaking, wanting to defend Xiaowan, who was one of the few in her social circle who did not disdain her. Lu Yin, disliking the heat, wanted to shower after sweating profusely, so she changed into comfortable clothes for ease of movement. After her shower, Lu Yin emerged. Her fair skin tinged with pink, her dark eyes glistening. Compared to her vibrant red dress in the morning, she now exuded a more approachable aura. Her face, adorned with makeup, bore little difference from her natural beauty. Both were striking. However, what truly captivated the eye were her long legs, elegantly displayed beneath her denim shorts. Pale and elongated like exquisite mutton fat jade, with even her toes blushing a soft pink. Even Zhuang Yin couldn't resist stealing a glance. He quickly diverted his gaze, as he was always focused and serious when cooking, appearing even more solemn than usual. He surveyed the ingredients on the cutting board. Besides the leftover pickled fish soup from lunch, which could be used to blanch vegetables, he had also prepared spicy shredded potatoes and century egg tofu soup. Though the number of dishes seemed few, 3 or 4, they were ample enough to satisfy 6 people. The photographer zoomed in, capturing Zhuang Yin as he skillfully sliced the potatoes with remarkable speed. The crisp sound of the knife echoed as he made a flurry of cuts, and within moments, a plate of finely shredded potatoes was ready, each strand distinct and uniform, a testament to his exceptional knife skills that even those unversed in cooking could appreciate. And Xinrong, peeling garlic nearby, observed his technique. She had previously heard Xiaowan mention that Zhuang Yin was the one who cooked in her household. Initially, she had been somewhat dismissive, thinking that even if he could cook, it was likely just average fare. However, the pot of pickled fish at lunch had looked delicious, and others had praised it. Yet she hadn't tasted it herself, secretly competing with him, which resulted in her feeling hungry and restless all afternoon. Now, witnessing Zhuang Yin's culinary prowess firsthand, she realized Xiaowan had not exaggerated. He was indeed an exceptional cook. Lu Yin approached, carrying the refreshing scent of her post-bath fragrance. What are you doing? Is there anything I can assist with? Not at the moment. Lu Yin, having procured an apron from somewhere, urged, put this on. Zhuang Yin hesitated, intending to decline. But she had already stepped forward with it. When he reached out to take it, she retracted her hand. Your hands have just touched the ingredients. Let me help you with the apron instead. Not permitting him to refuse, Lu Yin raised her hands and bent her head down. With no recourse, Zhuang Yin could only comply, bending slightly. In those fleeting seconds, her hand brushed against his neck, inadvertently grazing his sensitive skin. Her gentle breath mingling with the scent of her perfume. Her lips were close to his ear, and aside from Zhuang Yin, no one heard her whisper, good boy. Instantly, Zhuang Yin's body stiffened visibly. Chapter 23. A proper ex-Xiaowan remarked. No. Shinli, fixated on the live broadcast, commented. So this isn't Xinrong's first time tasting Zhuang Yan's cooking? It was unclear whether she intended to or not, but throughout the recording, Shinli consistently steered the conversation towards Zhuang Yin. Recently divorced, Xiaowan sat with her current partner, watching her ex in a romantic endeavor. The one dating Zhuang Yin was none other than her aunt and good friend. Shinli twirled a pen in her hand. I noticed and Xinrong seems quite happy eating Zhuang Yan's food. Perhaps sparks will fly between them. Xiaowan countered, and Xinrong could never like Zhuang Yin. It was true before, but who knows about the future? To control the atmosphere, the host, Li Lu, interjected, after a day of live streaming. Which couple do you think has the most potential? It's still too early to see any significant chemistry. Perhaps in Xinrong and Fang Chun. His feelings for her are pretty apparent. I agree, but the others are hard to gauge. Gu Qian, what's your take? After a day of little commentary, Gu Qian was caught off guard when the host directed the question at him. He paused before responding. I also think Fang Chun and in Xinrong. What about the others? Gu Qian glanced at Xiaowan before saying, Zhuang Yin and Jiang Ning. They must have known each other for a while. And it seems Jiang Ning is quite concerned about Zhuang Yin. Upon finishing, he sensed a noticeable shift in Xiaowan's demeanor. I think they have potential too. Shinli concurred. Exhausted after a full day, the group dispersed after dinner. She and Jiang Ning shared a room, standing face to face in silence, each perceiving hostility in the other's gaze. A single glance was enough to reveal their rivalry. Lu Yin directly inquired, when did you meet Zhuang Yin? Jiang Ning candidly replied, long ago. I met him when I was 7. Our families lived close. We attended school together, shared meals, and even slept over. His grandmother was very kind to me. In fact, we almost had an arranged engagement. Thus, her claim of childhood sweethearts was no exaggeration. The two sat as if at a negotiation table, testing each other's hands, aware that revealing their cards first would mean defeat. To win, deception and intimidation were permissible. Jiang Ning was asserting her claim, sending a clear message to Lu Yin. Zhuang Yin is mine. When I met him, you weren't even in the picture. Chapter 24. An exchange of dates. The director clarified that a one-way arrow indicated a failed match, while a double arrow signified success. Heartfelt messages were sent anonymously, leaving recipients to guess the sender's identity. The content of the messages could be casual, not necessarily expressing romantic intent. The director voiced concern that Zhuang Yin might struggle in this aspect, citing an example of a previous male contestant who, indecisive, sent heartwarming messages to every female contestant and was subsequently ridiculed online as a player. Zhuang Yan's original plan was to send thank you messages to various individuals since he felt no attraction to anyone. He was determined to choose a one-way arrow, which meant eliminating Jiang Ning first, leaving him with Lu Yin and Shinrong. Lu Yan's attitude towards him was somewhat peculiar, and choosing Shinrong would likely lead to her not messaging him at all given her demeanor. The director asked, "How was your relationship with Jiang Ning previously?" "We were childhood friends, but we lost touch after university." "What was your first reaction upon seeing her again?" "I was surprised. I didn't expect her to participate in such a variety show." Zhuang Yin paused, quickly adding, "Director, I didn't mean to imply any prejudice." "I understand. There's no need to be nervous." The director was unconcerned, as even he hadn't anticipated Jiang Ning reaching out to Zhuang Yin. The initial choice was a female artist from the same agency as her. The director, with a knowing look, asked, "Do you know why Jiang Ning came to join the show?" Zhuang Yin shook his head, feigning ignorance. "I don't know. Maybe it was arranged by the agency." The director chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. "Zhuang Yin, I have high hopes for you. It's not just me. Many others do too." After the individual interviews, Zhuang Yin felt bewildered, sensing the director's words held deeper meaning. Next, the director conducted interviews based on their order of awakening, with Lu Yin second. The director posed the same question. "Upon first meeting these individuals, who do you feel an attraction towards?" "All right." The third was Fang Chen, who openly admitted to having feelings for Shinrong. "What about your impressions of the other two female contestants?" The fourth was Jiang Ning. When asked whom she would send a heart signal to, she replied, "I don't want to say right now. I just hope my choice will be supported later. And I wish for everyone to truly see a person, rather than relying on hearsay, and to think carefully before speaking ill of others." This brief statement revealed a multitude of insights. Jiang Ning is likely referring to Zhuang Yin. She has feelings for him, which I noticed yesterday. She almost said it outright. Zhuang Yin was her friend before. It's normal for her to speak kindly of him. The fifth interviewee was Ling Xian. "Who do you feel an attraction towards?" "Jiang Ning. I am her fan." Chapter 25. Lu Yin lures Zhuang Yin. Willing hearts hooked, it seemed Lu Yin just realized she had wiped the blood from her wrist. She had been cutting rice and had accidentally nicked her finger. The wound wasn't deep, but it bled profusely. Upon hearing that Lu Yin was injured, the staff quickly rushed over to assist her. "Are you all right? Wash off the dirt first. Bring over the disinfectant. It will sting a bit. Bear with it." The disinfectant sprayed on the wound was agonizing, causing Lu Yin to gasp and her hand to twitch involuntarily. She gritted her teeth and said, "I'm fine. Just hurry up." A staff member inquired, "Do you need a tetanus shot?" Initially, Lu Yin intended to decline, but at that moment, she met Zhuang Yan's concerned gaze. Smiling, she replied, "Since Zhuang Yin has finished harvesting the rice, let him accompany me." Jiang Ning suddenly interjected, "I'll go with you. I'm almost done as well." The director had initially intended for Zhuang Yin to accompany Lu Yin for her vaccination, but with Jiang Ning's offer, he refrained from further comment, leaving the decision to them. With the conversation having progressed this far, Zhuang Yin could hardly refuse. Fine. He stepped out of the field, his jacket caked in mud, which he promptly removed, revealing an old shirt beneath. His physique was sturdier than one might expect, his body well-proportioned, neither overly muscular nor too lean. The thin fabric of the shirt clung to his abdomen, clearly outlining his abdominal muscles. Lu Yin discreetly glanced at his abdomen. I also need a change of clothes. Let's go." They traveled to town in the staff's vehicle, during which Zhuang Yin occasionally stole glances at her hand. The beauty of a woman is often accentuated by her slender fingers, delicate and pink-tipped. Yet, that wound marred her beauty, making it painfully conspicuous. "Does your hand still hurt?" Lu Yin raised her hand to his lips. "It does. How about you blow on it?" Zhuang Yin pursed his lips in silence. Chapter 26. Open and honest. Lu Yin made a suggestion that was quite reasonable, yet Zhuang Yin hesitated. If they exchanged heartfelt messages now, it might lead to unnecessary complications. She would never take Summer Wan's side. Despite being called auntie, their relationship was merely cordial. Had it not been for Summer Wan's sudden romance with Zhuang Yin, they likely wouldn't have been in contact for years. Indeed, persuading Zhuang Yin was not an easy task. Lu Yan's pupils constricted, and her gaze dimmed as she anticipated this outcome, unable to suppress her disappointment. "I understand you. So will you choose Jiang Ning in the future?" Lu Yin asked. Without a moment's thought, Zhuang Yin replied, "No." He had not anticipated Jiang Ning would speak to Lu Yin about such matters, and his brows furrowed in surprise. Pursuing someone requires seizing every opportunity, leaving no room for rivals. Lu Yin asked, "Did you and Jiang Ning ever date?" Mentioning the past tightened Zhuang Yan's brow. "It's been a long time. It's not possible for us anymore." "Lu Yin, please don't mention my past with her." Lu Yin teased, "I will keep it a secret. But Jiang Ning will surely try to arrange a date with you. If you don't know how to refuse, you can rely on me. We can help each other fend off unwanted advances." Zhuang Yin took her words as a jest, and did not outright refuse. "I'll consider it." Lu Yan's gaze was forthright. Compared to Jiang Ning, her chances appeared slightly more favorable. As long as Zhuang Yin did not directly dismiss her, she would keep a close watch on him. The staff, unable to locate them, began calling out in distress on the street. All right. Upon seeing them, the staff wiped the sweat from their brows. Where have you two been? Why did you turn off the wheat? Lu Yin winked at the camera. We discussed some personal matters. I just saw Lu Yin suddenly grab Zhuang Yan's hand and run off. Chapter 27. Ambitions of a Wolf. Jiang Ning, have you been at home all this time? Lu Yin suddenly spoke. Zhuang Yin instinctively glanced back, noticing Jiang Ning standing quietly in the yard, her expression forlorn. Jiang Ning approached. Did I interrupt you? Lu Yin replied. Of course not. We were just cooking. Jiang Ning endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, but the slight twitch at the corner of her mouth betrayed her emotions. She recognized that Lu Yin had long been possessive of Zhuang Yin. Only a clueless straight man would remain oblivious. Yesterday, she had seen Lu Yin tie an apron around Zhuang Yin. She had refrained from interrupting, but now witnessing their closeness, even more intimate than before. She pondered whether to remind Zhuang Yin to keep his distance from Lu Yin. If Zhuang Yin were aware of Lu Yin's feelings for him, he would likely want to keep his distance. As she contemplated this, she approached Zhuang Yin. Is there anything else to do? I can help you. Lu Yin flashed a generous smile. Sure. The actress maintained her poise, quickly regaining her composure as if nothing had occurred. Lu Yin rested her chin on her hand, her gaze towards Jiang Ning revealing curiosity. What about Shinrong and the others? Lu Yin glanced at her watch. It's been 2 hours. If they haven't finished, our living expenses will be tight. Fangchen and Shinrong are still behind. It might take a while. I'm going to shower first. After another 10 minutes. Shinrong's voice echoed with complaints. I never want to harvest rice again. Can I be assigned to a different task next time? The field is filthy and stinks. That's not even the worst part. There are snakes. That's not a snake. That's an eel. What difference does it make? Just keep that thing away from me. It's disgusting. Zhuang Yin, sweating as he cooked, felt Lu Yin approach with a wet tissue to help him wipe off the perspiration. Chapter 28. Lu Yin likes you. Don't be deceived. Has everyone finished eating? Zhuang Yin stood up, intending to tidy up and wash the dishes. Ling Xian spoke up. You've worked hard cooking. Let me handle the washing. Lu Yin joined Zhuang Yin in rising. It was our turn to cook and wash dishes today. If you wash for us now, yesterday's draw would have been for nothing. But your hand. It's fine. I bought waterproof gloves. I can't let a minor injury stop me from doing my part. Despite her words, everyone helped gather the dishes into the kitchen. Lu Yin poured leftover oil and food scraps into a bucket, then donned her gloves to begin washing the dishes. There were not many utensils, but the greasy residue required time to clean. Fortunately, she was not alone. Zhuang Yin worked swiftly, with one washing while the other rinsed off the soap. As they nearly finished washing the dishes, Lu Yin suggested Zhuang Yin take a break. I'll handle the rest. You've been busy all afternoon and deserve to rest. She gently pushed him out. Just as he stepped outside, he bumped into Jiang Ning, who had been waiting for him. Zhuang Yin, can we talk privately? Zhuang Yin glanced at the photographer trailing him. It's so hot. You should go rest and avoid heat stroke. Jiang Ning pointed towards the laundry room. Let us talk in there. There are no cameras. Zhuang Yin nodded. Once inside, Jiang Ning directly stated, Zhuang Yin, Lu Yin is Summer Wan's aunt. I know. But are you aware that she likes you? Lu Yin likes him? Impossible. Zhuang Yin shook his head. No, that's not possible. Our relationship isn't suitable. And she doesn't prefer younger men. Jiang Ning found his obliviousness infuriating. Does she not like you if she wipes your sweat? If she doesn't like you, would she tie your apron and touch you? She just sees me as a younger relative. Jiang Ning anxiously exclaimed. What do you mean by youngster? She is merely 2 or 3 years your senior. Why does she not behave this way with other men? She harbors ulterior motives towards you. Do not be deceived by her. Had it not been for Lu Yan's prior honesty, you might have genuinely believed Jiang Ning's words. Some matters cannot be resolved with mere words, especially since his relationship with Jiang Ning was irrelevant. Even if she held affection for me, what concern is it of yours? Let us not forget that we are here for a romantic variety show, meant for love and courtship. If she has feelings for me, can you truly prevent that? Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, I only want you to keep your distance from her. Zhuang Yin responded callously. It would be better for you to stay away from me. Despite her prowess in acting, Jiang Ning could not maintain her composure. Her face turned pale, and her eyes reddened. Did Zhuang Yin truly harbor such resentment towards her after a single breakup? He sighed, not wishing to speak so harshly. Yet it seemed that gentler words fell on deaf ears. Jiang Ning, my affairs with her are none of your concern. If you genuinely wish me well, I reiterate, keep your distance. I fear your fans may misunderstand. There was no misunderstanding. She indeed liked him, wishing to change her affections, yet every time she closed her eyes, his image invaded her thoughts. As Zhuang Yin turned to leave, Jiang Ning swiftly grasped his sleeve, pleading, Zhuang Yin, if my fans support me, would you grant me a chance? Chapter 29. Has Zhuang Yin truly never loved her? How could he so easily let go? With the power of the Xia family, a marriage alliance was not a necessity. Thus, choosing Zhuang Yin was a well-considered decision by Xiaowan. In the elite circles, such unions often resemble mutually beneficial partnerships. Xiaowan's decision to flee on the day of the engagement was akin to a sudden breach of contract, which in business is deemed a grave dishonesty. Hence, the blame lies with Xiaowan. Yet it is Zhuang Yin who bears the brunt of criticism, as if he had coerced her into marriage. If he had indeed forced her, the blame would be more understandable, but he lacked the power to compel Xiao Wan. And Xinrong, who had a straightforward personality, empathized with Xiao Wan as her friend. Xiao Wan's heart belonged to Gu Qian, and being reluctantly involved with Zhuang Yin only made Xinrong feel that her friend's marriage was unjust. After Zhuang Yin's reminder, she began to see the situation from a broader perspective. It was regrettable that Xiao Wan could not be with the one she loved, but what of Zhuang Yin, who was innocently entangled in this affair? On the day of the engagement, his fiancée fled to be with her first love, a humiliation in itself. After the annulment, he was pursued and berated by Gu Qian's fans and slandered by his fiancée's family. Throughout the ordeal, Zhuang Yin seemed to be nothing more than a mere pawn. And Xinrong was reluctant to acknowledge that in this union, it appeared Zhuang Yin had not profited at all. Regardless, Xiao Wan's affections lay with Gu Qian, who was evidently a more suitable match for her. Indeed, you are correct. By annulling the engagement, I have facilitated their union. What more is there to discuss? Both fish had been impeccably prepared, and Zhuang Yin expertly sliced them into uniform fillets, deftly removing any bones. He immersed himself in his task, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. As long as you do not disturb them, I shall refrain from targeting you in the future. Add some salt and wash it clean. I shall not. If you cannot, you may learn. You are quite clever. Can you not master this small task? After all, you can peel potatoes with great finesse. And Xinrong found his words peculiar, as if they were both a compliment and an insult. She accepted the fish fillets and asked, how do I wash them? Add salt, grasp with your hands, then rinse with water, and watch a couple of times. Zhuang Yin guided her as she washed the fillets. And gradually, she fell silent. Her disdain for Zhuang Yin stemmed not only from being Xiao Wan's friend, but also from being a fan of Gu Qian, having once acted alongside him and received his kindness on set. Perhaps her preconceived notions led her to believe Gu Qian surpassed Zhuang Yin in every aspect. Had Zhuang Yin not appeared, Xiao Wan would have been with Gu Qian long ago. Her bias against Zhuang Yin was not unlike the online trolls who disparaged others for monetary gain. Yet Zhuang Yin was right. This marriage alliance was orchestrated by the Xia family choosing him, not the other way around. He had no right to dictate anyone's fate, let alone his own. If Xiao Wan and Gu Qian were meant to be together, they would have been so 5 years ago. The presence of Zhuang Yin had no bearing on their potential union. And Xinrong wished she could be a little more naive. The more she learned the truth, the more painful it became. After washing the fish 4 or 5 times until the water ran clear, she presented it to Zhuang Yin. Is this acceptable? See how clever you are. Now help me wash some scallions, cilantro, and peel some ginger and garlic. Make sure to peel plenty. The compliment of being clever, though positive, felt sarcastic coming from Zhuang Yin. Are you mocking me? Chapter 30. Truth or dare. Each time Xinli initiated a topic, she favored Xiao Wan. Not merely for the sake of generating buzz, but also due to a latent animosity towards her. Xiao Wan could not fathom why Xinli harbored such disdain, after all. This was their first meeting. Perhaps it stemmed from jealousy of Xiao Wan's excellence, a sentiment that had arisen more than once before. The host, Li Lo, attempted to ease the tension, saying, it's fine. Everyone feel free to chat. If you prefer not to share, then let us move on and see what Zhuang Yin and the others are preparing for the barbecue. I am quite curious. I cannot comprehend Zhuang Yin. Prior to this, those around me claimed he loved me dearly, yet now I see that love can be feigned. Perhaps, as some netizens suggest, in such unions, there is only profit and no sincerity. I am grateful that throughout our 3 years together, I safeguarded my heart and did not allow myself to be ensnared. Gu Qian, visibly moved, took Xiao Wan's hand. To outsiders, they appeared as a deeply loving couple. However, Xiao Wan's heart was far from the calm demeanor she projected. When Gu Qian clasped her hand, she instinctively tightened her fist, refusing to relax even within his grasp. Xiao Wan was more affected by Zhuang Yin than she realized. Perhaps she was even unaware of her own feelings of disappointment and anger at being abandoned by him. Her gaze was fixed on the livestream screen, lost in thought. What was she contemplating? She yearned to confront Zhuang Yin and demand whether his affections had ever been genuine, questioning how he could so easily profess indifference. In her confusion, as Gu Qian held her hand, she gradually regained clarity. Her relationship with Zhuang Yin had concluded, and any inquiries would merely lead to self-deprecation. Why squander time and energy on matters and individuals of little significance? Zhuang Yin had been cast out from the Zhuang family, signifying that any future romantic connections he forged would be based purely on genuine affection, devoid of familial interests. If Zhuang Yin's love for her was performative, what would it be like when he truly loved someone? Would it surpass the affection he had shown her by 1,000-fold? The thought of the insincere individual she once cherished now potentially expressing profound love for another woman stirred an unshakable pang of bitterness within her. Gu Qian, holding Xiao Wan's hand, remarked, I could never deceive a girl's feelings for the sake of profit. Here, I sincerely hope that Zhuang Yin treats those around him with genuine sincerity in the future. One cannot maintain a facade indefinitely. Meanwhile, in the small room, Zhuang Yin had prepared all the ingredients, ready to grill. Fang Chun and Ling Xian had set up the barbecue station, while the female guests assisted by fetching chairs, drinks, and washed the dishes. Zhuang Yin took charge of grilling the meat, sweating profusely, his cheeks flushed from the heat of the flames, his hair damp with perspiration. Not only was Zhuang Yin skilled at cooking, but his barbecue prowess was equally impressive. As he sprinkled the purchased seasonings, onlookers could not help but swallow in anticipation. As dusk descended, the temperature dropped, and the evening breeze, imbued with a refreshing chill, caressed the skin, creating a particular sense of comfort. The night sky, resembling a tilted Milky Way, revealed a moon that appeared rounder and brighter than any seen in the city. Alongside the moon, fireflies danced amidst the grass. A sight that was a rare delight for these urban dwellers. Despite the inconveniences of village life, the escape from the city's clamor allowed for a profound immersion in nature, gradually replacing the previously restless state of mind with serene tranquility, savoring the peacefulness of the present moment. Each guest concealed myriad secrets, particularly Zhuang Yin, whose candid revelations might unravel some truths while simultaneously escalating any underlying tensions and conflicts among the guests. Zhuang Yin suggested, "I'm game for anything." Lu Yin chimed in. "Shall we play for a bit?" "What game?" Zhuang Yin surveyed the group and seized a bottle, proposing a game of spin the bottle, where the bottle's neck would point to the person to be questioned. "Sounds good to me," he affirmed. Thus, the game commenced, with Zhuang Yin spinning the bottle, which eventually pointed to Fangchen. Chapter 31. Concerning ex-partners, a glint of mischief flickered in Lu Yan's eyes as Zhuang Yin instinctively chose a daring challenge. Upon hearing his choice, Lu Yan sighed, slightly disappointed, for the nature of live broadcasts limited the extent of such dares, lest they attract unwanted scrutiny. If the question were posed, it would likely lead everyone to deduce that her heart was stirred by Zhuang Yin, failing to achieve her aim. Lu Yan fixed her gaze on Zhuang Yin for a moment before commenting, "Your hair is getting a bit long. Let me give you a trim tomorrow." "A simple haircut sounds fine." Zhuang Yin nodded in agreement. Now it was Zhuang Yan's turn to spin again, this time landing on Jiang Ning. She opted for a truth, secretly eager to see what question Zhuang Yin would pose. However, he found little of interest to inquire about her, while the audience and onlookers seemed more impatient, eager to pose their own questions. Zhuang Yin is as wooden as they come. Why not ask her about her private life, her relationships, or her type? Each question could easily trend online. What a golden opportunity for a juicy scoop. A paparazzo would revel in this. Jiang Ning inquired, "Have you thought of a question for me? Let us discuss your career." The moment Zhuang Yin spoke, silence enveloped the room. And Xinrong, unable to contain herself, bluntly remarked, "Zhuang Yin, are you foolish? Who doesn't he know about Jiang Ning's career? If you lack questions, let me handle it. Jiang Ning, share your criteria for a partner. Let us see if any of the male guests fit the bill." Zhuang Yin, sensing the precariousness of the situation, felt his heart race. The eyes of those present turned toward Jiang Ning, filled with anticipation and curiosity. After sipping her drink, Jiang Ning stated, "I like boys who can cook." Among the male guests, only Zhuang Yin possessed culinary skills. The camera zoomed in on his face, searching for any flicker of emotion, but Zhuang Yin remained composed, oblivious to the unusual attention. The atmosphere turned slightly tense. No one dared to make light of the situation. Is Jiang Ning hinting at Zhuang Yin? He is the only male guest who can cook, after all. Others may cook too, but none as well as Zhuang Yin. Admittedly, Zhuang Yin's culinary talents are impressive, and he is quite attractive and comes from a good background. It's natural to be fond of him. Oh no. The walls are about to collapse. It feels as if Jiang Ning is already smitten. Is cooking all it takes to enchant you? Can't you afford a chef, or order takeout? Jiang Ning silently grasped the bottle, finding it challenging to control her strength. Ultimately, it pointed to Xinrong. "In the past 2 days, have you felt any spark?" Without hesitation, Xinrong replied, "I've had fondness, but no sparks." She found herself attracted to Fangchen, who fulfilled her fantasies of a partner, yet inexplicably, upon uttering the word spark, Zhuang Yan's image flashed in her mind. And Xinrong's expression shifted as she noticed Zhuang Yan watching her. Avoiding his gaze, she lowered her head, her face betraying a hint of regret that the camera couldn't capture. Why did her heart race uncontrollably at the thought of Zhuang Yin? And Xinrong's unusual demeanor did not escape the notice of those present. Nor did it go unnoticed by the audience. Just as she prepared to spin the bottle again, a staff member approached. "Xinrong, someone is calling you. Do you want to take it?" "Let me see." And Xinrong stood to take the phone, her expression shifting as she recognized the caller, none other than Xiaowan. Chapter 32. The fiancé, unaccustomed to his absence, Zhuang Yan's eyes, dark as the night, resembled a magnet. When the bottle pointed at Xinrong, he unhesitatingly asked, "Is it Xiaowan who prompted you to ask these questions?" His gaze seemed to perceive everything. In the game of truth or dare, and Xinrong chose truth. Yet she never anticipated Zhuang Yin would pose such a question. Zhuang Yin turned to the camera, a sardonic smile on his lips as he stood, raising the bottle. "It's getting late. Let us rest early." Everything was left unsaid. The live stream erupted with chatter. No way. Is this truly related to Xiaowan? I wondered why Xinrong pressed Zhuang Yin about his ex. Turns out it's his ex wanting to inquire. They've already broken off their engagement. What significance does Xiaowan's questioning hold? What is she thinking? She is with Gu Qian now. Why concern herself with her former fiancé? She is anxious. Truly anxious. From what I gather, those who inquire about their exes post-breakup often find it hard to move on. Gu Qian must be feeling quite green. Is Xiaowan unwell, gazing at her dinner while eyeing the pot? Yet, we can't be too harsh. Perhaps she is merely curious. Could this be scripted? After a breakup, I too would keep tabs on my ex. Hearing he is not thriving would bring me joy. I refuse to believe it. Gu Qian and Xiaowan are a pair I just began to ship. Perhaps Xiaowan is watching the live stream alongside us. This is thrilling. Zhuang Yan's insight is astounding. With just a few questions, he deduced that in Xinrong's connection with Xiaowan, confronting it head-on. If I were Xiaowan, I'd be digging my toes into the ground in embarrassment. In contrast to the uproar of the live stream, the scene remained considerably quieter. As Zhuang Yan rose to leave, everyone retained their positions, the resonant croaking of frogs filling the air. Lu Yan let out a laugh, drawing the attention of the others. As Lu Yan departed, the rest followed suit, standing and leaving one by one. In the observation room, Xiaowan's face turned pale, her eyes widening as she stared at the live stream. At the moment Zhuang Yan glanced toward the camera, their gazes seemed to intersect across the distance for a fleeting instant. She truly believed he could see her through the lens. So, you were in the restroom calling in Xinrong, Xiaowan. What are you really thinking? Do you genuinely care about Zhuang Yan's thoughts on you? Or is it that you cannot let go of him? Seizing the rare opportunity to tease Xiaowan, Shunli would not let it slip by. Xiaowan remained silent, rising abruptly to leave, cutting the recording short. Hey, you're leaving already? Can't take a joke? I'm merely curious. Sensitive topics 1T make the final cut, right? Aren't you at all interested? They were curious, yet hesitated to inquire, as Xiaowan's status forbade them from offending her lightly. Shunli, know your limits. Gu Qian slammed the table, directing a frosty glare at her. Shunli's expression stiffened, and after a moment, she retorted, why unleash your wrath on me out of embarrassment? Take it out on Xiaowan instead. Other observers rushed to mediate, and the deputy director, realizing the recording could not proceed, promptly called for a halt to the session. Gu Qian, too, hurried to chase after Xiaowan. Chapter 33. Has Zhuang Yan been cast out by the Zhuang family? As Summer Qingshan spoke, a wave of anger surged within him. What had once been a favorable situation had now turned sour due to a single phone call from Summer Wan, leading public opinion to tilt overwhelmingly against her. Summer Wan remained silent. Dad, she finally interjected, I can handle the situation online. I joined this variety show merely to unwind. Please do not overthink it. How can I not overthink it? Overwhelmed by the noise, Summer Wan abruptly severed the call and silenced her phone. After completing her morning routine, she powered on her computer to browse the internet, only to find her name and that of Zhuang Yan plastered across trending topics. Her instinct warned her that this was not favorable news, so she refrained from delving deeper. Summer Wan contacted a private investigator. Have you uncovered the details I asked you to investigate? Previously, she had tasked him with examining the relationship between Zhuang Yan and Jiang Ning. The investigator had sent several photographs, succinctly captioned, indicating that they had once been lovers. The accompanying text, rich with detail, chronicled the simplicity yet profundity of their affection, images of them in school uniforms at the school gate, exchanging glances in class, holding hands on the street, sharing popsicles beneath a tree, and riding bicycles together. The conclusion detailed the reasons for their breakup, leaning against her bed. Summer Wan's gaze fixated on the screen, absorbing every word that recounted their history. The glow from the computer screen reflected in her eyes, momentarily dispelling the shadows of her thoughts. Since Jiang Ning was Zhuang Yan's ex-girlfriend, a sense of confusion enveloped Summer Wan, intensifying her discomfort with each passing thought. She magnified one photograph, her fingertips tracing the image, unable to restrain herself from caressing it. The Zhuang Yan in the photograph was strikingly different from the present-day Zhuang Yan. In the picture, he appeared youthful, his face unblemished, radiating a sunny charm in his school uniform as he gazed at Jiang Ning with palpable joy and affection. The timestamp indicated that the photo was taken 5 years ago, a mere blink in time, yet Zhuang Yan seemed to have transformed entirely. Summer Qingshan had little faith that Summer Wan could resolve this matter. Unable to reach her by phone, he summoned a public relations team. Consequently, rumors began to proliferate, unfounded yet rampant online. Of course, a few photographs alone could not incite a full-on backlash, so Summer Qingshan reached out to Zhuang Zhoming, urging him to publicly announce the severance of ties between Zhuang Yan and the Zhuang family. Should they make this declaration, he would not hold past grievances against them and would continue to collaborate with the Zhuang family. Without hesitation, Zhuang Zhoming acquiesced, deeming Zhuang Yan's business dealings far less significant than this matter. Without a moment's pause, Zhuang Zhoming logged onto his account and issued a statement. Chapter 34. The former fiancée and her auntie seemed to be seducing him. Jiang Laoshi, what do you have in your hand? Century egg. This was Jiang Ning, who had asked around the neighborhood, finally acquiring 6 century eggs after visiting 5 households. She intended to prepare a breakfast of century egg and lean pork congee, a dish once favored by Zhuang Yan during their school days. As Jiang Ning cooked the porridge, Zhuang Yan awoke, seemingly unaffected by the morning's events, continuing his training in the courtyard just as he had the day before. Yet, he keenly sensed a shift in the demeanor of the staff around him. Their gazes markedly different from usual. Once the porridge was ready, Jiang Ning quietly observed, wishing time would stand still so she could remain in Zhuang Yan's company indefinitely. Lu Yan had also risen, freshly washed, brandishing 2 pairs of scissors and beckoning Zhuang Yan. Zhuang Yan, come here. Remember the daring adventure you promised me during last night's game? Upon seeing the scissors, Zhuang Yan recalled her intent to cut his hair. Lu Yan found a low stool for him to sit on and inexplicably tied a plastic bag around his neck. just as she was about to begin. Zhuang Yin firmly grasped her hand. Lu Yin, are you capable of cutting hair? Of course. Why would I offer to cut your hair if I couldn't? Her confidence did little to alleviate Zhuang Yin's apprehension, and he felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Lu Yin pressed his head down, adjusting her grip. Stay still. Trust me, I won't mess it up. With that, she began snipping away, the faint sound of hair falling resonating in the air. Strands slipped down his neck, causing an itch. Zhuang Yin instinctively reached to scratch, but then felt a rush of warmth at his neck, reflexively shrugging and leaning forward. What are you doing? I'm just blowing your hair. A few strands fell onto your clothes. Oh, your ears are so red. Could it be my fault? Lu Yin teased, a smile playing on her lips. As she continued to cut his hair, she would occasionally blow air towards his ears or touch the nape of his neck. Her presence was fragrant and soft, and with each touch, an electric current seemed to flow down his spine, leaving him momentarily numb. Chapter 35. What a Zhuang family. What a merchant seeking glory. After finishing an adjustment for Grandpa Wang's leg, Zhuang Yin noticed that the kitchen was running low on firewood. So he took an axe to chop some more. Grandpa Wang urged him to take a break. You've been busy all day. You should sit down and rest for a while. No, I'm not tired. I want to do as much as I can. The old man isn't well. And there is no one else to care for him. Who knows when I'll see him again after I leave. When it came to discussing Grandpa Wang's family, he was reluctant to elaborate, merely mentioning that they worked away from home and seldom saw each other. The last time he had seen them was 2 years prior, and his memory was fading. He could barely recall his grandson's face. The next time they met might very well be on the day of his passing. Grandpa Wang's pessimistic outlook resonated with many, highlighting the age-old adage of raising children to fend off loneliness in old age, though it seemed that support was lacking. Zhuang Yan's live stream was filled with noise. Some accused him of hypocrisy and showmanship, hurling insults that led to multiple warnings, prompting the director to disable the comments section entirely. Thank you for today. No problem. I'll be here for a few more days. Just call me if you need anything. After watching several live streams, it was evident that Zhuang Yin had been the most active, clearly demonstrating his genuine care for the elderly. Viewers unable to comment in the live stream took to Weibo, sharing their thoughts or commenting in other guest streams. He shows such enthusiasm for outsiders. Why does he neglect his parents? It's said that Zhuang Yin has always had poor character. His parents poured resources into him, yet he remains ungrateful, tarnishing the Zhuang family name. It's no wonder they severed ties with him. Which parent doesn't he love their child? They must have their reasons for cutting ties. How do we explain Summer Wan's unauthorized call to Shinrong about Zhuang Yan's ex? Zhuang Yin seems genuinely attentive to the elderly. His massage technique is not something one masters overnight but requires persistence. Jiang Ning, could you please keep your distance from Zhuang Yin? From their moral high ground. They condemned everything that displeased them, speaking freely and without restraint. Chapter 36. True feelings emerge in times of adversity. As Jiang Ning prepared to log into Weibo, she froze. After Li Lan's warning, the call ended abruptly, and before she could react, the staff forcibly confiscated her phone. On her way to find the photographer, she stopped abruptly. Was it truly wise to speak out now? Words alone lacked substance, and the online community might not be receptive. Her fans could also react negatively. After contemplating for what felt like an eternity, Jiang Ning began to feel faint, leaning against the wall as she slowly crouched down, swallowing her desire to voice her thoughts. Since the director remained silent, she decided to feign ignorance, keeping Zhuang Yin in the dark. Only when it became impossible to conceal the truth would she step forward to reveal the reality of their situation, demonstrating what it meant to show true loyalty in times of hardship. For now, her priority was to simply accompany Zhuang Yin, doing nothing more. As public outrage was merely a fleeting moment that would eventually pass. Once she reached this understanding, Jiang Ning gradually stood up. She was uncertain how long she had been crouching. As she rose, her legs felt wobbly and her vision darkened. The photographer approached, camera in hand. Jiang Laosher, you don't look well. Are you all right? Jiang Ning had composed herself, presenting a facade as if nothing had transpired. I'm fine. Let us go. In the barrage of comments, curiosity swirled regarding the identity of the caller Jiang Ning had just spoken to. Was she already aware of the trending topics? Was it perhaps her manager who informed her of the situation? If Jiang Ning truly valued her fans' opinions, she should distance herself from Zhuang Yin. Her expression suggested she had received an inconsequential call, betraying no reaction whatsoever. One cannot help but wonder if she remains oblivious to Zhuang Yan's circumstances. I fear for her naivety. Is there anyone who might convey to her the necessity of steering clear of this scoundrel? And Shinrong was the last to learn about the trending topic. While others dutifully surrendered their phones, she too complied, albeit secretly carrying a smartwatch. This device not only allowed her to make calls, but also to browse trending topics online. And Shinrong had a touch of cunning. To evade detection by the staff, she cleverly concealed the smartwatch within her undergarments on the first day of their arrival. Given her solitary accommodation, it had yet to be discovered. Each night, she would surreptitiously check the online discussions. The online discourse surrounding her was rather lackluster. One could only conclude that the netizens possessed poor taste, as they primarily focused on her budding connection with Fang Chen. Consequently, she had begun to engage more with him, embracing her fans' sentiments openly. Tonight, she intended to send a heartfelt message and wished to reconfirm whether the online community was indeed supportive of her and Fang Chen. Her repeated confirmations indicated her indecision, which stemmed from the persistent image of Zhuang Yin that haunted her thoughts. As she opened Weibo, the smartwatch, despite its smaller screen, offered a full suite of functionalities, leading her directly to the trending topic concerning Zhuang Yin. Chapter 37. In Xinrong's emotional turmoil, an uncontrollable heart within the circle, not to mention friends. Anyone acquainted with Xiaowan and Zhuang Yin was well aware of how devoted Zhuang Yin had been to Xiaowan over the past 3 years, regardless of the circumstances. He was always at her beck and call, never losing his temper during their relationship, and blossoming into the quintessential house husband after moving in together, adept at laundry, cooking, and cleaning. Xiaowan, known for her demanding nature, would have long parted ways with him if not for Zhuang Yin's unwavering affection. The allegations of him being a dissolute clubgoer, of infidelity during their relationship, and of subjecting Xiaowan to emotional neglect were utterly ludicrous. It was only natural that netizens remained unaware. Could Xiaowan truly be oblivious? Even in Xinrong, who had always held a disdain for Zhuang Yin, found the collective online disdain perplexing and felt a surge of indignation on his behalf. Why wouldn't Xiaowan take to the internet to clarify matters? Did she genuinely care so little for Zhuang Yin? Yet, just last night, during a game of truth or dare, she had deliberately called to ask him certain questions. And Xinrong bit her finger while glancing at the smartwatch, appalled by the vitriol spewed by netizens. It was nearly blinding. She stood up and dialed Xiaowan's number, uncertain if she would even answer. To her surprise, the call connected. Hello, Xiaowan answered. 1-1. It's in Xinrong. I secretly brought my smartwatch. Please keep it to yourself. I've seen the trending topic online. Zhuang Yin is being mercilessly criticized. Should you not offer him some words of defense? I believe the netizens would heed your voice, and Xinrong implored. What is happening online? Xiaowan inquired, seemingly unaware of the situation, and Xinrong reiterated. They're claiming he frequented nightclubs and cheated on you. Yet, he was quite devoted during your relationship, universally recognized as a loyal admirer. How could he betray you? Xiaowan fell silent for a moment before responding. Are you concerned about Zhuang Yin? What does his situation have to do with you? Why do you care so much? And Xinrong was taken aback by her barrage of questions. Do you not care about Zhuang Yin? Xiaowan scoffed. What do I care for him? But you called me last night to ask me to question him, and Xinrong reminded her. Chapter 38. My heart's delight. Let him be happy. For others will guard him upon descending the mountain. Zhuang Yin encountered Lu Yin, who sat motionless on the ground, her photographer nowhere in sight. The sight of her evoked memories of their earlier encounter, igniting an uncomfortable sensation within him. He was reluctant to be alone with her. However, having crossed paths, ignoring her was not an option. He paused, asking, What are you doing here? Where is your photographer? Are you all right? Lu Yin unfurled her brow, lifting her head to meet him with a smile illuminated by the setting sun. What, are you concerned for me? Even if not friends. Colleagues sharing a simple concern was entirely normal. Zhuang Yin remained silent, but his gentle gaze revealed his thoughts. Lu Yin's fair skin easily marked with red at the slightest touch. Her mosquito bites were particularly pronounced on her legs. Zhuang Yin could not abandon her, even if they were not live streaming. While in front of the cameras, he found himself at a loss for how to interact. He bent down, tentatively asking, Can you stand? Yes, she replied, using his arm for support as she rose. Her leg injury was severe, causing her to limp, while walking on flat ground was manageable. The rugged mountain path, slick from last night's rain, posed a challenge. Once she took the bag from him, he squatted before her, saying, Climb on. With his back turned to her, Zhuang Yin felt her approach, her softness pressing against him, causing him to tense. The more he tried to ignore it, the more pronounced the sensation became. He acutely felt Lu Yin's softness, whether intentional or not. She was close, her hand gently curling around his neck. Her presence imbued with a subtle fragrance, neither overpowering nor artificial, accompanied by the tickling sensation of her hair against his neck. Am I heavy? She asked. Not at all. You're light enough to be easily carried, he responded, noting that Lu Yin held the most enviable figure among the 3 female guests, well-proportioned and embodying the ideal hourglass shape. While carrying her, he maintained a subtle tension in his fist to avoid unnecessary contact. Lu Yin leaned against him, inquiring, What's in the bag? Vegetables from an elderly gentleman. He grew them himself and has not used pesticides. What have you been busy with today? She asked, clearly sensing that Zhuang Yin's temperature was markedly higher than in the morning, a condition typically arising after intense physical exertion. His arms felt solid, muscles taut and veins protruding, as if filled with blood. I chopped some firewood, tidied up, and cooked, he replied. You did all that? Lu Yin rested her chin on his shoulder, then teasingly remarked. Youthful energy is indeed boundless. Zhuang Yin stiffened. Had it not been for his tightly clenched fists, he might have dropped her. This was not the first time Lu Yin had found an opportunity to tease him, leading others to mistakenly believe she had feelings for him. Zhuang Yin had always dismissed such notions as mere illusions, yet her actions consistently contradicted him, leaving him increasingly perplexed. Lu Yin discreetly moved away from the microphone, whispering, Who will you send your heartfelt signal to tonight? Zhuang Yin remained silent, like a walking statue. The director had specifically instructed her not to disclose anything to him, so as not to disrupt his recording mood. The production team was currently not considering issuing a statement on Zhuang Yan's behalf. Any gained notoriety, even if born from controversy, was still notoriety. The director understood well that one should not fall into the trap of self-justification. The burden of proof lay with those who cast doubt, and the baseless images circulating online would eventually be exposed. Their task was to capture Zhuang Yan's true self, highlighting his virtues and providing the audience with an authentic impression, thereby altering their perceptions. Chapter 39. The Heartfelt Connection. The unraveling of the fiancé this day left everyone feeling exhausted. Even the desire to converse seemed absent. The atmosphere was peculiar, especially during mealtime. The usually chatty and Xinrong had grown uncharacteristically quiet, appearing particularly distant from Zhuang Yan. No matter what he said, she ignored him, as though evading his presence. Jiang Ning observed this with curiosity, her gaze flickering, holding back words as if she harbored unspoken concerns. After dinner, it was already past 8. One by one, they took their showers and washed their clothes, with Zhuang Yan being the last. Jiang Ning was in the yard washing clothes, and by this time, the photographer had already gone to rest, not following them. Upon seeing Zhuang Yan emerge from the shower, Jiang Ning called out to him, "Zhuang Yan, my mother has been thinking of you and asked if you have time to visit her. She has prepared some delicious food for you." Noticing that Zhuang Yan still remembered her mother, Jiang Ning felt a renewed sense of hope. "Who will you send your heart-throbbing message to tonight? Will it be me? Give me a hint." "No hints. You will know when the time comes." Among the female contestants, there were only 3, and the one who had the most contact with Zhuang Yan, besides herself, was Lu Yan. She would rather Zhuang Yan send a heart-throbbing message to Xinrong than to Lu Yan. Does it matter? People who have broken up are like strangers. Would you care about a stranger's opinion of you? She felt a sense of unwillingness. She and Zhuang Yan had only been together for a year, and their relationship had been strained due to their acting careers, allowing them little time together. Every date had to be stolen away. Thinking of Xiaowan being with Zhuang Yan for 3 years made her feel discontented. She could blame no one but herself for her initial choices. She wanted to prove herself against Xiaowan, both being exes who held a more unforgettable place in his heart. A woman like Xiaowan did not deserve Zhuang Yan's affection. She had never cherished him during their 3 years together and had even added insult to injury after their breakup. After 10 minutes, the messages were sent, and phones were collected. After sending the texts, the observation room was set to connect, with each observer holding a panel for the connection. If all connections were correct, they would earn a diamond, marking it as a personal battle. The 6 contestants discussed among themselves, while Xiaowan quietly focused on her panel, her gaze uncontrollably drawn to Zhuang Yan's photo. Shen Li was the first to sketch out her thoughts, boldly connecting all 3 female contestants to Zhuang Yan. She had a hunch that all 3 had feelings for him, youngest, childhood friends, and playful rivals, all compelling dynamics. Ling Xian was likely to send his message to Jiang Ning, as he had declared himself a fan of hers from day one, while Fang Chen would undoubtedly choose Xinrong, as it was too obvious. As for Zhuang Yan, she hesitated. Being too popular could be problematic. By elimination, he would not choose anyone related to his exes, ruling out Lu Yan and Xinrong, leading her to conclude he would select Jiang Ning. Host Li Lu also connected Jiang Ning and Zhuang Yan, stating his agreement. After all, they had known each other since childhood. "Indeed, you've made the most mistakes." Shen Li seized the opportunity to mock. To align with Xiaowan, Gu Qian made the same connection, both choosing Xinrong and Fang Chen. Gu Qian lowered his panel, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Shen Li drew a heart on her panel, noting, from this signal, it seems they do not care about Zhuang Yan's reputation. After listening for a while, Xiaowan scoffed. Perhaps they are unaware. Once they find out, it may not be the same. Let us continue watching. Only with twists does it become interesting. Shen Li paused, gazing at her with intrigue. From your tone, it seems Zhuang Yan is truly as terrible as rumored online. How did you endure those 3 years with him? Xiaowan forcefully pushed her chair back and, in her high heels, left the observation room, unwilling to even glance at the messages, fearing she would find them even more unbearable. Jiang Ning understood sending a heart-throbbing message to Zhuang Yan due to their history, but why was Lu Yan involved? She was 3 years older than Zhuang Yan and had once been called aunt by him when he was with Xiaowan. As an elder, was she truly that desperate? And Xinrong had either mocked or belittled Zhuang Yan in recent days, maintaining a cold demeanor toward him, yet he still sent a message to her. Regardless of whom Zhuang Yan sent a message, she would feel disgruntled, as if her toy had suddenly gained consciousness and slipped from her control. Shen Li called out to her retreating figure, "Xiaowan, aren't you going to read the message content?" The response was only the sound of a door slamming. Before Shen Li could react, Gu Qian stood up as well. "I'll go check on her." Initially, she had a good impression of Gu Qian, but after spending the past few days with him, influenced by Xiaowan, her feelings had soured. With that temper, how could she date a scoundrel for 3 years? Don't be ridiculous. Do you believe that? I certainly do not. Shen Li had always found Xiaowan pretentious, exuding a concentrated essence of a manipulative person. Li Lu advised, "You should speak less." Shen Li shrugged dismissively. Xiaowan's occasional cold demeanor and outbursts had become familiar to them, and they had previously tried to ease the atmosphere. However, everyone was exhausted tonight and simply lacked the energy to placate her. The production team was not rushing them. Perhaps this was the result the director desired. Let's first examine their message contents. Lu Yan and Jiang Ning shared a dormitory, and upon receiving a message, there would be a notification sound. Jiang Ning's phone chimed twice, and she eagerly pulled it out to check. The porridge this morning was delicious. Since it was anonymous, Jiang Ning had no way of knowing who had sent it. And she silently prayed it was from Zhuang Yin. Stealing a glance at Lu Yin, who was practicing yoga on the bed, she noticed she seemed indifferent to her phone. After 10 minutes without hearing Lu Yan's phone ring, Jiang Ning confirmed no one had sent her a message. At that thought, she couldn't help but smile. Just as the production team came in to collect the phones, Jiang Ning directly told Lu Yin, "I just received a heart-throbbing message. And I believe it was from Zhuang Yin." The smile that had been on Jiang Ning's lips instantly vanished. Unexpectedly, the one with the worst reputation, Zhuang Yin, turned out to be the most popular among the three, receiving 2 heart-throbbing messages from 2 female contestants. What kind of charm did he possess? After spending the past few days together, aside from his cooking skills, he seemed to lack other remarkable qualities. Jiang Ning sending a message to Zhuang Yin seemed understandable due to their long acquaintance and lingering feelings. But what about Lu Yin? What was her motive? She was Xiaowan's aunt, and Zhuang Yin had once called her aunt when with Xiaowan. Initially, everyone assumed Lu Yin was deliberately approaching Zhuang Yin to teach him a lesson on behalf of Xiaowan. However, as things progressed, it became evident that Lu Yin was unusually close to Zhuang Yin, who teaches a lesson by pressing their entire chest against someone. If that counts as a lesson, then sign her up for one. Fangchen and Lingxian exchanged incredulous glances. Fangchen asked, "Have you seen the news online?" They were all astute individuals. Aside from Zhuang Yin, everyone had secretly browsed the internet and was aware of the trending topics. Lingxian retorted, "Are you referring to those rumors about Zhuang Yin? Do you truly believe they are merely rumors?" Lingxian paused, although he did not know Zhuang Yin well. His interactions over the past few days suggested he was not as reprehensible as the internet claimed. Fangchen lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. He was kicked out of his home, a person abandoned by their parents. How good do you think their character is? That's not entirely fair, Lingxian frowned. Feeling Fangchen was being overly harsh, Fangchen was unconcerned. The indoor cameras were already off, and no one would witness his demeanor. He casually pulled out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and held the pack toward Lingxian. "Want one?" Lingxian shook his head. Fangchen reassured him, "Among the three of us, based on current conditions, Zhuang Yin is the least impressive. I once thought he was a wealthy young master, but now he has neither money nor power, can merely cook, and looks decent enough. In comparison to you, he certainly falls short. Having risen from a rural background, he had worked diligently to attend a good university, even starting a small investment gaming company during his studies. Although his company was not large, it yielded decent income, and during social gatherings, people respectfully addressed him as Mr. Fang. His achievements were self-made, unlike Zhuang Yin, who was born into privilege, with resources poured into him. At 24, he still had no career of his own. It was said he had lost over 100 million since taking over his family business. Such a person could only be described as worthless. If someone were to invest 100 million in him, he might just squeeze into the top 100. He possesses an astute mind and unparalleled talent, complemented by attractive looks. Throughout his life, he has never lacked the admiration of women, with the only missing element being an opportunity. Thus, prior to the recording, he set his sights on Xinyong, the heiress of the Yin group, which ranks among the nation's top 100. Her naivety made her an easy target for manipulation. Over the past few days of interaction, he found her quite agreeable. There was much chatter online about him and Xinyong, and she had even sent him flirty messages, validating his investment in marketing. Fangchen initially planned to pivot to Lu Yin should the route with Xinyong prove unviable. Chapter 42, the first date. Why send her flirty messages if you dislike her so much? Is there something wrong with his head? Xinyong pondered. Was it possible that Zhuang Yin intended to sow discord between her and Xiaowan by sending her those messages? If that were true, Zhuang Yin was indeed despicable. Even being vilified online would not elicit sympathy for him. Zhuang Yin, disregarding their expressions, focused solely on Xinyong, thoroughly satisfied with the wary gaze she cast upon him. This was precisely the reaction he desired. Her wariness, her aloofness, her disdain, all ensuring that she would never choose him in the future. He would merely serve as the backdrop in a love triangle. This morning's breakfast was prepared by Lingxian, who rose early to whip up a simple vegetable and lean meat porridge, accompanied by a few beautifully fried eggs. Though Lingxian may be lacking in other culinary skills, her prowess in frying eggs was undeniable. They were golden and perfectly cooked. She had even managed to procure a packet of ketchup, adorning Jiang Ning's plate with a smiley face made from the condiment. In her previous life, among the guests of this variety show, many had formed couples. But due to his unexpected participation, the dynamics had shifted dramatically. Jiang Ning observed the fried egg before her, instinctively glancing at Zhuang Yin to gauge his reaction. To her disappointment, he remained unfazed, engrossed in his porridge as if nothing could disturb him. Her earlier suspicions were now confirmed. The message sent last night had not come from Zhuang Yin. That message had ultimately reached Xinyong, and as she sipped her porridge, she scrutinized Xinyong. This morning, Xinyong seemed distracted. Ever since yesterday afternoon, she had been unusually quiet, clearly concealing something. Jiang Ning was uninterested in Xinyong's thoughts. Her sole concern was why Zhuang Yin had chosen to send the message to her. Xinyong had either ignored or mocked him, and yesterday, she had outright dismissed him. Was Zhuang Yin genuinely fond of Xinyong, or was he merely casting a wide net? It had been too long since she and Zhuang Yin had parted. 5 years was ample time for a person's habits and preferences to transform. Jiang Ning lowered her gaze, gripping her chopsticks tightly, afraid to lift her head lest her reddened, tearful eyes betrayed her feelings. She felt envious of Xingyang, who could effortlessly obtain what she longed for, and she was equally envious of Lu Yin's unrestrained boldness. Lu Yin, noticing the fried egg on Jiang Ning's plate, quipped, "Jiang Ning, your fried egg looks quite special. It even has a heart. Clearly, it was made just for you." Ling Xian scratched the back of her head, slightly embarrassed, and replied, "I just made it casually. It's not that great." The sentiment behind it mattered, and those who understood would appreciate it. Lu Yin, ever the instigator, thought that since Ling Xian was pursuing Jiang Ning, she wouldn't mind giving him a little push. The more connections they forged, the better her chances. Jiang Ning fully understood Lu Yan's cunning intentions. She wiped away the ketchup from her fried egg with her chopsticks and coldly remarked, "I don't like ketchup." Ling Xian faltered, embarrassment flickering in her eyes. "Then I won't add ketchup next time." The atmosphere was thick with tension. The director announced a date assignment. Though they had been in the village for 4 days, the tasks of harvesting rice, doing chores, shopping, cooking, and tending to pigs bore little resemblance to a romantic variety show. It felt more like a ruse for farm labor. Apart from Zhuang Yin, who relished this lifestyle, no one else shared his enthusiasm. The female guests prepared a secret gift, which would be handed to the staff, while the male guests were tasked with selecting a date venue. During the selection of gifts, the female guests were prohibited from offering any hints. Zhuang Yin surveyed the gifts before him, already guessing to whom each corresponded. And Xingyong had been painting since childhood and had shared her work on Weibo. It was evident that the cartoon drawing was her creation. The technique used to weave the floral crown was one Zhuang Yin had taught Jiang Ning, who, while observing the crown, also watched him cautiously. Would he remember? If he deduced that the crown was hers, would he choose her? Zhuang Yan's gaze shifted to the bracelet at the edge. Unsurprisingly, it was crafted by Lu Yin, who had woven it from colorful strings. The 3 men stood pondering the cards, none making a move. And Xingyong's eyes were irresistibly drawn to Zhuang Yin, fearful of being caught stealing glances at him. She occasionally diverted her gaze to other places, exchanging a few words with Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, while ostensibly conversing with Xingyong, was actually fixated on Zhuang Yan's actions. Only Lu Yin sat languidly in a wrought-tan chair, fanning herself with a palm leaf, a plate of grapes before her. She munched on the grapes, occasionally glancing at the gifts on the table, entirely unconcerned about who would select her gift. After a prolonged silence without any movement from the men, she inquired, "Is it difficult to choose?" Zhuang Yin promptly picked up the drawing, declaring, "I choose this painting." And Xingyong's pupils constricted. Fang Chun, noticing the shift in Xingyong's expression, quickly interjected, "I want that painting too." He anticipated that Zhuang Yin would concede this time, but Zhuang Yan's hand remained on the drawing without budging. They locked eyes, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow, her expression subtly amused. "Are they competing for it? How thrilling from the start. Whose painting is that? It's in Xingyong's, right? I saw her post her artwork on Weibo. She loves to paint." Fang Chun, step aside. Zhuang Yin, back off. What right do you have to assert your claim? It's a mutual pursuit. That is not entirely fair. Zhuang Yin earned the first pick as he ranked first in the task, and he had already let Fang Chun choose first for the previous date. Neither was willing to relent. Ling Xian proposed, "How about you two settle it with rock, paper, scissors?" Zhuang Yin agreed. His choice of the painting was a deliberate move to avoid Jiang Ning and Lu Yin. Losing was inconsequential. In a single round, they extended their hands, Zhuang Yan's fist meeting Fang Chen's scissors. Zhuang Yan emerged victorious, claiming the painting. Some are going to have to start calling him uncle-in-law. Lu Yan's gaze darkened, her eyes fixated on Zhuang Yan as if he were prey. No matter whom he chose today, she would end up on a date with him. Jiang Ning's lips pressed together, her gaze oscillating between the two. No wonder she appeared calm. She had already anticipated deploying the exchange card. When the camera turned to Zhuang Yan, it was evident that the surprise on his face had not yet faded. He seemed taken aback that Lu Yin would utilize such a precious exchange card today. As for Xingyong, who had been lost in thought moments ago, she now felt as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed over her. If Lu Yin were to exchange partners, then her date would be Fang Chen, and Zhuang Yin would belong to Lu Yin. This was the best choice, and the most favorable outcome, yet why did her chest feel so hollow and heavy? She struggled to conceal her gaze from Zhuang Yin, her fingers inching toward him, compelling her to take action. She opened her mouth, but as Xiao Wan's image flickered in her mind, her words were abruptly stifled. Due to Lu Yan's use of the exchange card, Zhuang Yin reluctantly relinquished the painting and picked up the bracelet instead. Turning his back to the camera, he sighed quietly. Sometimes, the more one tries to evade something, the more it tends to manifest. Among the three, the one least qualified to object was undoubtedly Jiang Ning. Zhuang Yin recognized that the garland belonged to her. He was clearly unwilling to choose her, and she bitterly reflected that she never imagined she would become someone he would avoid. "Do you really despise me this much, Zhuang Yin?" she thought, as she watched him dispassionately observe her dating another man, refusing to spare her even a glance, treating her with indifference. A dull ache pierced her heart, as if another knife had been plunged inside, causing sharp pains with every breath. Jiang Ning, enduring the pain, inquired of Xingyong, "Are you satisfied with this outcome?" Xingyong scoffed, "Of course I am. I never intended to date Zhuang Yin. Even if Lu Yin hadn't used the exchange card, I would have swapped with her. Only she would cherish it. While saying this, she gripped her hands tightly, forcing herself to look away. Among the group, Fang Xian and Ling Xian were undoubtedly the happiest. Ling Xian's initial target was Jiang Ning, and fortuitously, the garland he chose matched her. As for Fang Xian, he had initially thought his date with Xinyong would end in failure, but unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him. Lu Yan's exchange card had paired him with Xinyong. Fang Xian picked up the painting and approached Xinyong, exclaiming, "This painting is exquisite. May I have it as a gift?" It was indeed prepared for them by the director. Why had Xinyong become so distant? Fang Xian paused momentarily, then added, "I never imagined we would end up together. I'm looking forward to tomorrow." And Xinyong could hardly muster any anticipation. As Fang Xian drew closer, she felt the urge to distance herself. Why engage in this date? Shaking off such thoughts, she reminded herself that there were viewers in the live stream, compelling her to maintain her composure and engage with Fang Xian, lest her true feelings be revealed. Xiaonan is indeed a match made by destiny, and there is great anticipation for their date tomorrow. They seem to be the most compatible pair. The other two pairs are quite satisfied, but Lu Yin and Zhuang Yin's situation is complex. Why did Lu Yin use the exchange card? Does she have feelings for Zhuang Yin? I cannot believe Lu Yin would harbor feelings for Zhuang Yin. Her choice must be influenced by Xinyong. She sacrifices herself for others. It truly breaks my heart. And Xinyong is a friend of Xiaowan. It would be quite awkward if she were to date Zhuang Yin. From the past few days' interactions, it appears that Xinyong likes Fang Qian. Although there had been speculations and trending discussions prior, the official announcement had not been made until now, causing both old and new topics to surge in popularity. The foremost among them was the love triangle involving Xiaowan, Zhuang Yin, and Gu Qian. Xiaowan's ex-fiancée is in a state of agitation. This was the first time Xiaowan mentioned the Lu family, piquing Shun Li's interest. What is your relationship with Lu Yin? It's rather ordinary, but she is your aunt. Don't you keep in touch? To everyone's surprise, Xiaowan candidly replied, "We share the same father but different mothers. My maternal grandmother passed away early." This was not a secret within their circle, but for those present, it was the first time hearing it. Hence, it was no wonder Lu Yan's age was so close to Xiaowan's. What kind of person is Lu Yin? Do you know her preferences in men? Does Zhuang Yin meet her criteria? Shun Li's inquiries grew increasingly personal, disregarding the director's earlier admonitions. Upon mentioning Lu Yin, a flicker of disdain crossed Xiaowan's eyes. She indulges in frivolities, idling away her time. My grandfather says she is a beautiful but empty vessel. Fearing she might cause trouble, he never allowed her into the company, leaving her with only a small stake in a branch office, ensuring she would never want for food or clothing. What about her romantic life? Are you aware of it? I neither know nor care, but during every new year, relatives mention her lack of ambition, frequenting bars and dating male models. Her reputation is rather poor. Even at marriageable age, no one in the industry is willing to set her up on blind dates. Originally, my uncle intended to arrange a marriage for her. But you know, in families like ours, mere beauty isn't enough. One must possess education and capability, despite claiming ignorance and indifference. Xiaowan painted Lu Yin in a wholly negative light, clearly not regarding her as an elder. The malice she harbored was palpable. Ultimately, in Xiaowan's explanation, Lu Yin was reduced to a worthless ornament, not only frivolous but also morally lax. What respectable woman frequents bars and dates male models? Initially, one might think Lu Yin was merely alluring in appearance, but it turned out her behavior was equally extravagant. A pristine sheet of paper had transformed into yesterday's newsprint. Was this truly the case? No one delved deeper. After listening intently, Shinli propped her chin and concluded, in light of this, Lu Yin and Zhuang Yin seem quite well matched. Xiaowan retorted, Shinli explained, one a playboy, the other a party girl, both enjoy nightlife. Perhaps they met within that environment. One is carefree, the other cynical. They are a perfect match. I am genuinely eager to see their dynamic unfold. Xiaowan struggled to contain herself, suppressing her fury as she coldly replied, Lu Yin would never be interested in Zhuang Yin. I understand. You understand nothing. Shinli nodded. Continuing, when two playboys collide, it's all about the performance. I am eagerly anticipating their date tomorrow, curious whether it will be heartfelt or merely physical. Are you not looking forward to it? The others chimed in. Strangely, I am indeed looking forward to it. Xiaowan tightened her grip on her cup, retreating into silence. With Xiaowan no longer speaking, Shinli felt a sense of regret. Her attitude towards Xiaowan was entirely sincere this time, devoid of any sarcasm. Since parting ways with Zhuang Yin, more and more matters had slipped from her control. The only redeeming aspect was that unlike others' assertiveness, Zhuang Yin remained indifferent to everyone, treating Lu Yin with equal coldness. While the others discussed the upcoming date, Xiaowan was lost in thought, dipping her fingertip in her cup and tracing patterns on the table. Was Zhuang Yin aware that she was participating in this variety show? Did he realize that she observed his every move? Did he know she was watching him and Lu Yin in the live broadcast? Chapter 46. A date with the ex-fiancée's aunt. The venue for the first date was in the city, requiring a 2-hour drive from the village. To capture more footage, the director requested everyone to rise early. Consequently, Lu Yin awoke before 6 and hurried to the kitchen to prepare 2 sandwiches. After applying light makeup and changing into comfortable attire, She slathered on sunscreen and sprayed herself with insect repellent. Glancing at the time, she realized half an hour had passed. Yet Zhuang Yin was still asleep. As Lu Yin approached his room to knock, she heard movement inside. Zhuang Yin, already dressed, opened the door. Zhuang Yin paused, and they locked eyes for 2 seconds. Lu Yin openly appraised his outfit from head to toe. Are you going to wear that for our date? What else would I wear? Zhuang Yin saw nothing wrong. Comfort was his priority, clad in a t-shirt and sweatpants. Lu Yin stepped inside. Where are your proper clothes? Zhuang Yin pointed to the wardrobe. Lu Yin opened the closet, finding several garments. After perusing, she finally selected a cotton shirt and swapped his pants for a more suitable pair. For this first date, I want to make a good impression. Lu Yin fixed her gaze on him intently, and Zhuang Yin helplessly took the clothes. Could you step out for a moment? I'll change quickly. In less than 10 minutes, Zhuang Yin donned the outfit Lu Yin had chosen, which was the best among the few he had brought. Once he opened the door again, Lu Yin broke into a satisfied smile, surveying his appearance. Propping her chin in thought, she remarked, it feels like something is still missing. Wait here for a moment. A hat would complete the look, enhancing Zhuang Yan's cool and handsome demeanor. You must wear that bracelet from yesterday. Is it really necessary? Yes, it is essential. Her authoritative tone left no room for refusal. Zhuang Yin retrieved the blue braided bracelet he had tucked away. Noticing that Lu Yin wore a matching red one on her wrist, clearly a couple's design. Not only did their bracelets resemble each other, but their outfits also mirrored one another. At last, he understood why Lu Yin was so insistent on dressing him. How could he possibly believe that she harbored no other intentions towards him? Zhuang Yan's emotional insensitivity stemmed from a prolonged absence of love in his past life, leading him to doubt himself over time. Yet, despite his emotional dullness, he was no fool. He could perceive Lu Yan's concern for him, as well as her excessive attention. It was reminiscent of the saying, how could one standing by the bonfire fail to feel the warmth? Let us depart. Shall we not prepare breakfast? He asked. I have already made it. You may eat now if you wish. If not, we can take it on the road. I'm not hungry now. Let us take it with us. As they stepped outside, they unexpectedly encountered Jiang Ning and Shinrong. This was the earliest Shinrong had risen. She was brushing her teeth in the yard when she nearly choked on toothpaste foam upon seeing Lu Yin emerge from Zhuang Yan's bedroom. She hurriedly rinsed her mouth and asked, did you sleep together last night? Lu Yin simply smiled at her, offering no explanation. It was Zhuang Yin, perceiving her naivety, who finally replied, no. And Shinrong inexplicably sighed in relief. Then why is she coming out of your room? She helped me choose my clothes, he explained. At this moment, and Shinrong noticed their outfits appeared to be matching, causing her heart to constrict sharply with a pang of jealousy. Setting aside other matters, the sight of the two together was undeniably pleasing to the eye, a perfect match. Were they on their way to craft pottery? Though it appeared simple, the process was, in truth, quite challenging. With her ears muffled, Xiao Wan could hear nothing, numbly observing Zhuang Yin and Lu Yin as they entered the pottery studio. The two settled in a sunlit spot on the balcony, appearing remarkably well suited amidst the backdrop of sunlight and greenery. Zhuang Yin shaped the clay, while Lu Yin sat opposite him, intently watching, occasionally gesturing with her finger. Gradually, the clay in Zhuang Yan's hands took the form of a doll, crafted purely by instinct rather than skill, unbalanced, with an oddly shaped face resembling a frog. It was a charmingly imperfect creation that Zhuang Yin hesitated to admit was modeled after Lu Yan's likeness. To Zhuang Yan's surprise, Lu Yin found it quite endearing. It looks a lot like the one you made before. I really like it. The one I made before? Zhuang Yin seemed unable to recall. Lu Yin chuckled softly. It's nothing. The freshly shaped doll needed to be dried and then painted. Zhuang Yin absent-mindedly patted his calf, scratching at it, as the surrounding greenery attracted numerous mosquitoes. His blood type seemed to lure the pests, and while engrossed in crafting, he had not felt the itch, only now realizing he had multiple bites on his leg. Suddenly, Lu Yin raised her foot and brushed it against his calf under the table, leaving Zhuang Yin wide-eyed in disbelief. While others engaged in such acts discreetly, Lu Yin was bold, her small frame easily revealing her leg beneath the table. A bolder move would have toppled it entirely. He quickly recoiled. What are you doing? Lu Yin blinked innocently. Aren't you being bitten by mosquitoes? I sprayed some repellent on my legs. If I rub a little on yours, they won't bite you. This was hardly a concern for his well-being. It was evident she was deliberately teasing him. Zhuang Yin, his face reddening for the first time in years due to her antics, thought her quite the clever woman. He quickly closed his legs, wary of her doing it again. Lu Yin ordered 2 drinks, stifling a smile as she turned to fetch them. Handing one to Zhuang Yin, he inquired, why did you use the exchange card yesterday? After all the effort put into obtaining it, it must be used at the right moment. Otherwise, one might regret it for a lifetime. You like me? Zhuang Yin asked. Lu Yin retorted, do you believe I like you? He had once doubted, but now he could not deny it. Lu Yin was adept at being straightforward. I didn't tell you earlier because I feared you would avoid me. I am Xiao Wan's ex-boyfriend. Well? Lu Yin bit the straw. Unfazed. Look at the moon. How beautiful it is, Zhuang Yin remarked, attempting to shift the conversation. As she watched their heads inch closer together, Xiao Wan felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. In a secluded corner, her hand rested on her thigh, nails digging into her flesh, unconsciously applying pressure, leaving marks of blood without loosening her grip. Knowing Zhuang Yin and Lu Yin were on a date today, She had mentally prepared herself, striving to maintain tranquility. Yet at this moment, all negative emotions surged forth alongside that crafted doll. What she once thought was exclusively hers had now been taken away. Never before had she found Lu Yin so intolerable. Xiaowan became lost in her thoughts, oblivious to her surroundings. Zhuang Yin accepted the milk tea that Lu Yin had only sipped. She carried various snacks, a camera hanging around her neck, snapping photos while walking, and when thirsty. She leaned against Zhuang Yin to drink from his milk tea. Lu Yin enjoyed capturing scenic photographs, and among them, Zhuang Yin appeared most frequently. In over 100 pictures. Something was still missing. She asked a passerby to take a couple's photo of them. At the moment the shutter clicked, Lu Yin held Zhuang Yan's hand, beaming with joy. The brightness of Lu Yan's smile was painfully glaring to Xiaowan. She scoffed internally, thinking she merely picked up what was discarded. Shinli, my heart can't take it. Please, don't mind the eyes of others. Just get married right here, she exclaimed, having witnessed a different side of Zhuang Yin and Lu Yin today. They were undeniably in tune with one another, Zhuang Yin, skilled at fishing, and Lu Yin, adept at ensnaring hearts, a perfect pair. As she spoke of others, she deliberately cast a glance in Xiaowan's direction. Marriage? Their relationship was already precarious. The notion of marriage was far-fetched. As long as she was present, Lu Yin would not marry Zhuang Yin. After observing their date all day, Xiaowan felt a creeping sense of dread. She sensed Lu Yin gradually erasing her presence from Zhuang Yan's heart. Although she and Zhuang Yin were now a thing of the past, the thought of being replaced in his affections by another woman sent her into a frenzy. With a photo captioned like, Lu Yin mischievously thought, I wish I could tag Xiaowan, though I fear she wouldn't see it. As they approached the car, Lu Yin spotted an ice cream shop across the street and suddenly craved ice cream. I'll go buy it. The distance was too great to hear clearly. She merely gestured in his direction. After obtaining the ice cream, Zhuang Yin quickly crossed the street to join Lu Yin. Who was that? A fly, don't mind it. Lu Yin's face lit up with surprise upon seeing the luxurious ice cream in his hand. You got me a deluxe version. How many flavors are there? Zhuang Yin replied. I asked the staff to scoop a bit of each flavor. I didn't check closely, but there should be about 8. I dreamed of having ice cream like this when I was a child. Their separation cannot be deemed amicable, given Xiaowan's disposition. It is likely she relishes in his misfortunes. The more unsatisfactory his life becomes, the more joy she derives from it. Alas, she shall be disappointed. Is it not remarkable how affluent our variety show appears to be, attracting such a diverse cast? Xiaowan is one of them, and so is Jiang Ning. Both of whom have willingly participated without compensation. All for you. Lu Yin then stated, aside from this matter, there are several other issues I must convey to you. So brace yourself. Zhuang Yin instinctively tightened his grip on the steering wheel. Speak. As long as it does not pertain to life-threatening safety, he can accept anything. Lu Yin divulged the trending topics online to Zhuang Yin. The entire internet is aware of your severed ties with the Zhuang family. Moreover, the Xia family has disseminated numerous defamatory articles about you, alleging infidelity during your relationship with Xiaowan and frequent visits to nightclubs. This news is better than anticipated. The Zhuang Yin can fully accept it. However, when did I ever visit nightclubs? Zhuang Yin inquired. A few of those images were altered. His parents are a pair of troublesome individuals. Zhuang Yin is well aware of the Zhuang family situation. They are indeed engaging in underhanded tactics, yet the impact is negligible. If it were to come to light, the most they would face is a fine, which Zhuang Zhongming can easily afford. More than wealth, Zhuang Zhongming cherishes his reputation. Maintaining a facade of a devoted husband and father, presenting an image of a harmonious family and successful career, which the online community readily accepts. As for the incident involving Tang Jing's mental illness leading to her daughter's demise, Zhuang Zhongming has kept it under wraps for 19 years, while evidence could potentially be uncovered. It would require considerable time, and even if found, the punishment would merely result in Tang Jing being confined to a psychiatric institution, which would not significantly affect Zhuang Zhongming. In comparison to Tang Jing, Zhuang Yin harbors a greater disdain for Zhuang Zhongming. Tang Jing's actions can be attributed to her illness, but Zhuang Zhongming is purely malevolent. Devoid of filial piety or compassion, treating his son as a mere tool, neglecting his mother, and exhibiting neither responsibility nor moral integrity, just a pretense of benevolence. Once a loving couple, they have become adversaries. Tang Jing's betrayal shattered any residual compassion Zhuang Zhongming held for her. At that time, Zhuang Yin was still puzzled by Tang Jing's apology to him. Not long after, Tang Jing died in the psychiatric hospital. Zhuang Yin came across a novel term online that aptly describes Tang Jing and Zhuang Zhongming. Their actions warrant such consequences, devoid of sympathy. Indeed, those who have acted like dogs for too long forget they are human. Zhuang Yin resolved to exploit this mistress, intending to keep Tang Jing occupied while her mind was still sound and her body healthy. After all, she had a penchant for feigning madness. And he eagerly anticipated her performance. After all, in a previous life, she had managed to emasculate Zhuang Zhongming while ill. Beside him, Lu Yin observed Zhuang Yin driving. Noting his focused gaze ahead, from the side, his long lashes framed perfectly arched eyes, though the brightness of those once sparkling eyes had dimmed abruptly. Let me assist you. You currently lack both a phone and a computer, not to mention connections. Who says I lack connections? I will arrange for a lawyer myself. But I would appreciate your help in contacting someone. The first name that came to Zhuang Yan's mind was Song Lu, who was well acquainted with his situation. No need. As I mentioned, I only require a single text message. Lu Yan reassured him. Do not feel pressured. Xiaowan is my niece. She has made mistakes. And as her aunt, it is my duty to correct them. Even if you were unaware of these matters, I will ensure the truth is revealed to uphold justice for you. Zhuang Yan mused. Now that you know she is your niece, why did you not regard your role as an aunt when you spoke to me earlier? Zhuang Yan reflexively inquired. If I am powerless, why are you sharing all this with me? Lu Yan leaned closer. If I did not express my feelings, how would you know you occupy my thoughts? Someone is about to face misfortune. Fangchen chuckled foolishly. It seems my arrangements were inadequate. Next time, I shall prepare thoroughly to ensure your satisfaction. For this date, Fangchen had been preparing ever since he received the task card, meticulously planning every detail. He specifically chose an escape room, believing the eerie atmosphere would create an opportunity to draw closer to Shinrong. When one experiences tension or excitement, they may mistakenly interpret these physiological responses as romantic attraction towards someone. This is known as the suspension bridge effect. When Shinrong feels fear, he can embrace her, guiding her hand in the darkness to complete tasks and shielding her from danger. In such an environment, he could showcase his thoughtfulness, tenderness, and intellect, captivating her with his mature charm. Compared to the mundane experience of visiting the ocean pavilion, this date venue could evidently foster such opportunities, especially considering the audience's current preference for escape rooms. Inside, even a simple touch could quicken one's heartbeat and ignite fantasies. Yet, Fangchen never anticipated that despite his extensive planning, Shinrong would take no pleasure in it, even openly criticizing its dullness. Unskilled at pretense. Shinrong expressed her thoughts candidly, her disappointment evident. Fangchen felt embarrassed as he realized he had forcibly selected the escape room. Had he known, he would have opted for the aquarium instead. Shinrong, curious about Lu Yan and Zhuang Yan's chosen venue, inquired, where did you two go? The ocean pavilion. Lu Yan replied, it's a bit far, nearly a 2-hour drive. Was it enjoyable? Quite nice. There is a large pedestrian street with plenty of snacks. Shinrong noticed the ceramic doll in Lu Yan's hands. What is that ugly thing? Jiangning also turned to look. Lu Yan raised the ceramic doll, casting a cold glance at Zhuang Yan beside her. We crafted this at the pottery studio today. How hideous, Shinrong remarked disdainfully. Yet she could not resist looking closer and found that the more she gazed, the more interesting it became as a decorative piece. Shinrong sighed, hearing you speak. I wish I could visit the aquarium too. It sounds delightful. She usually enjoyed places like escape rooms, but today her enthusiasm was low. With Fangchen constantly close to her, despite her insistence that she was unafraid, he continued to hold her hand, his repeated attempts growing tiresome. However, upon seeing Lu Yan and Zhuang Yan together, her irritation resurfaced. Confounded, Shinrong contemplated the root of her peculiar emotions, concluding that it stemmed from her deep concern for her friend, Xiaowan. Zhuang Yan had once cherished Xiaowan, going to great lengths for her. Yet now he professed indifference, even attempting to court Xiaowan's aunt. His closeness to Lu Yan could only indicate revenge against Xiaowan. How utterly shameless. The second heart-fluttering message. Whenever Lu Yan displays such an expression, misfortune befalls someone. The photographer involuntarily shuddered, cold sweat trickling down his back. Boss, Zhuang Yan has rejected you. Why do you still wish to aid him? Lu Yan languidly reclined in a wrought-tin chair, cradling the ceramic doll in her arms, absently stroking it. Do you not find that more intriguing? If he were to be swayed by such trivial gestures, he would not be Zhuang Yan. I relish the thrill of higher stakes. The more he resists me, the more I am compelled to conquer him. I do not believe he is devoid of feelings for me. He merely lacks the courage to admit them. When that day arrives, Lu Yan ceased speaking, allowing a melancholic smile to escape. At that moment, her soul would resonate in perfect harmony with Zhuang Yan's, embracing and intertwining, melding into one. The notion of possession would become too mundane. Twisted and extreme love knows no boundaries, as you or me, and we exist symbiotically, sinking together into oblivion. She intends to drive Zhuang Yan to the brink of madness, exhibiting an unabashed possessiveness in love, rather than proceeding with caution in all matters. As she contemplated these thoughts, a refreshing sensation coursed through every pore of her being. Lu Yan gazed out at the night sky, her gloomy eyes resembling a ferocious beast prowling in search of prey. During dinner, she unusually refrained from sitting beside Zhuang Yan, eating her meal in an aloof manner. The others noticed Lu Yan's transformation. Fangchen and Ling Xian both concluded that Zhuang Yan's performance during the date had evidently fallen short of expectations, which in turn lifted their spirits considerably. Such is human nature. While one's own failures are painful, the successes of others can be far more intolerable. Jiang Ming secretly observed the interaction between Lu Yan and Zhuang Yan, harboring a desire for Lu Yan to distance herself from him. And Shinrong, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tension, was only concerned about Lu Yan, who acted boldly and often spoke in suggestive tones, unabashedly expressing her affections for Zhuang Yan. Jiang Ning worried that Zhuang Yan might unwittingly fall into her trap. It happened to be Zhuang Yan and Lu Yan's turn to cook together that evening. After dinner, the two silently cleaned up the dishes, each washing their own without a word exchanged. Initially, Zhuang Yan felt uncomfortable, but upon reflection, he realized this was precisely what he had always desired. Lu Yan's cold demeanor indicated she had indeed absorbed his words. This was excellent. Matters of the heart should be resolved swiftly, as lingering ambiguities merely squander time and drain energy. Lu Yan's reaction suggested she might not harbor deep feelings for him. A realization that pleased Zhuang Yan. He stacked a pile of plates into the water, saying, "You should rest. I'll handle the rest." Without a word, Lu Yan removed her apron and left. Zhuang Yan instinctively glanced at her retreating figure, feeling as though that silhouette blending into the night appeared profoundly lonely. Why does it feel like something strange happened between Lu Yan and Zhuang Yan? What transpired in the car? They seemed fine during their date earlier today. Why the sudden coldness and silence? Lu Yan, unusually, did not tease Zhuang Yan, and I find myself a bit unsettled by this change. Congratulations. It seems Lu Yan has finally cleared the clutter from her mind and no longer holds affection for Zhuang Yan. I must say, I rather like this pair. Compared to the other two groups, Zhuang Yan and Lu Yan performed exceptionally well during today's date. And Xinrong, in the confined space, constantly expressed dissatisfaction, which was tiresome to witness. Her princess complex is exhausting, and I cannot fathom how Fangchen tolerates it. Jiangning is better but remains distant, akin to an iceberg, not at all resembling her usual self around Zhuang Yan. To be fair, Fangchen chose the confined space clearly to gain an advantage over in Xinrong. If I were in Xinrong, my temper would be far worse. Shenli inquired, as Lu Yan's niece. Who do you think she would send a message to? Provide a reason. Fangchen, came the response. Why? Huh. Shenli chuckled. Complimenting him on his cooking means she has an interest in him. Yet, just the day before yesterday, she praised Zhuang Yan's culinary skills at every meal and admired his physique. Does that imply she is utterly enamored with him? By the way, you left early last time, so you were unaware of the message Lu Yan sent Zhuang Yan, right? She mentioned that young people are full of vigor, full of energy. Can you guess what she meant by energy? Who, then, is harboring personal sentiments? Shenli stood with her hands on her hips. At such a young age, so adept at self-care, filled with ulterior motives. Let us not forget, you were the one who made the most mistakes last time. Why should we heed your words? As Xiaolan's current boyfriend, Gu Qian naturally sided with her. We cannot say that. Lu Yan's attitude towards Zhuang Yan has clearly grown distant. Perhaps she has come to a realization. Shenli shot him a frosty glare. Unyielding. You two, go cool off somewhere. You two underachievers. Noticing the host hadn't connected yet, Shenli boldly approached and snatched the pen, swiftly connecting Lu Yan's line. She insisted that no one could abandon one another. Li Lu awkwardly asked, what about Zhuang Yan? Of course, it must be Lu Yan. They went on a date today, and the atmosphere was splendid, Shenli declared confidently. This is hard to say. Initially, they thought Zhuang Yan's intentions were the easiest to decipher among the guests, but who could have guessed he would be the most inscrutable? Su Nua, observing Shenli's assertive demeanor, smiled helplessly. Let us go with Shenli's intuition. Zhuang Yan is with Lu Yan. Good eye, teacher Su. Shenli rejoiced as she connected the last line. So be it. Since last night, Jiang Ning had been restless. And upon seeing Zhuang Yan and Lu Yan leave together that morning, her discontent peaked. While on a date with Ling Xian, she found herself preoccupied with thoughts of what Zhuang Yan and Lu Yan were doing, where they might dine, and what activities they might engage in, her mind wandering increasingly, growing more agitated. In contrast to Lu Yan's extroverted nature, Jiang Ning possessed a more reserved character, yet that did not signify a lack of ambition. From an unknown actress to a renowned leading lady, she had achieved this through sheer determination. She felt compelled to act. Otherwise, she would truly relinquish her chance. If possible, she would declare her love for Zhuang Yan 100 times a day. Today, Jiang Ning purchased a plethora of flowers at the florist. Each flower bore its own symbol. Pink roses represented first love, baby's breath signified endless love, violet stood for eternity, red roses were passionate and noble, while lilies symbolized a harmonious union. She chose sunflowers for Zhuang Yan. I gift you sunflowers, for in my eyes, there is no one else, only you. Jiang Ning distributed the flowers, beginning with Lu Yan, whom she approached first due to their shared dormitory. After a brief wrapping, she presented the flowers to Lu Yan, who coldly glanced at them and said, just put them down. Lu Yan was perceptive enough to realize Jiang Ning's intention of delivering the flowers to Zhuang Yan. After placing the flowers down, Jiang Ning continued to distribute them until she finally reached Zhuang Yan. She produced the carefully wrapped bouquet and knocked on his door. After a moment, Zhuang Yan opened the door, surprised to see her, and raised an eyebrow. What is this? Jiang Ning offered the flowers for you. Zhuang Yan looked at the flowers in her hand. Are these for me? In summary, there were two main tasks. First, to sue those spreading rumors about him online. Second, to report Zhuang's family's tax evasion to the tax bureau. Can we win the lawsuit? I glanced at the evidence. It's plentiful, so it shouldn't be an issue. Aren't you recording a variety show? Where would you find the time to gather such materials? Someone else is helping me locate them. In this phone. Is it yours or someone else's? It belongs to someone else. Song Lu teased. Let me guess. Is it from Lu Yan? Zhuang Yan replied, no. How did you guess that? Stop joking. Do you know who Lu Yan is? I do. She is Xiaolan's aunt. If I were you, I would just give in to her. Then, when Xiaolan sees you, she would have to respectfully call you aunt, which would infuriate her. Feelings cannot be manipulated. Let us not discuss that. Zhuang Yin interrupted. Just help me get these 2 tasks done. After hanging up, Zhuang Yin refrained from prying into Lu Yan's phone, as it contained her personal information. Just as he was about to turn it off, a trending topic notification popped up. Lu Yan Zhuang Yin, he instinctively clicked on it, only to be met with a barrage of insults, branding him a scoundrel and accusing him of dating Lu Yin to take revenge on Xiaolan. Lu Yin faced criticism solely due to his association with her. The vitriol aimed at women online was far more vicious and degrading, rife with labels such as promiscuous and manipulative. The societal scrutiny faced by women is invariably harsher than that experienced by men. They endure prejudice and injustice. Zhuang Yin felt a surge of heat in his eyes as he read these words, his head throbbing with pain, compelling him to take action. Lu Yan's sudden coldness towards him last night made public opinion appear somewhat more favorable. Netizens remarked that her eyes were no longer blind and her mind had become sharper. Yet, this was far from sufficient. If she wished to distance herself from such scrutiny, she must maintain her aloofness in his presence at all times. Upon returning to her bedroom, Lu Yin found her spirits considerably dampened, especially upon seeing the glaring flowers on the table, which reminded her of Zhuang Yin cradling the bouquet given by Jiang Ning. She scoffed, reflecting on how he showed no reservation in rejecting her, yet appeared quite pleased to accept gifts from his first love. By early the next morning, the flowers on the table had already wilted. Even the most vibrant blooms will wither quickly if not properly cared for. Some individuals ought to hastily change their address to uncle-in-law. The director was merciless, having the guests divide into groups for tasks immediately after sending heartfelt messages with no time for a breather. Observers eagerly tuned into the live broadcast to witness the results. Xinli insisted, "I won't change, it stays as is." She had expected the excitement to commence in the evening, but was surprised by the morning's unexpected thrill, showcasing the director's flair for drama. Within 10 minutes, several participants had emerged from their rooms. The first to exit was Zhuang Yin, followed by Lu Yin, then Fang Chen, Ling Xin, Jiang Ning, and finally, Xinrong, who took a leisurely 10 minutes to make her appearance. Reactions varied. Some were elated while others were disheartened. With Xinrong wearing the most troubled expression, Li Lu inquired, "Who should we watch first?" Su Nuo suggested, "Let's save the highlights for later and start with Fang Chen." Fang Chen apologized, stating, "I'm sorry, yesterday's date was poorly arranged. Next time, I promise to make it up to you." Ling Xin remarked, "I like the flowers you sent." Jiang Ning's feelings remained unwavering. Having set her heart on Zhuang Yin, she refused to give up despite his rejections and indifference. She sent him a heartfelt message that read, "In my eyes, there is no one but you." Lu Yin was easily predictable, maintaining her usual composure. "Heh, do you have a fondness for flowers?" The most challenging part lay ahead. Xinli anxiously observed Zhuang Yan's phone screen, revealing a simple message, "Thank you," addressed to Lu Yin. Xinli jumped with joy, exclaiming, "I told you he has feelings for her. Last night must have been a lover's quarrel." She couldn't resist gloating towards Xiaowan. Xiaowan would never acknowledge Zhuang Yin and Lu Yin, fully aware that Xinli was deliberately stoking the flames to provoke her. Xiaowan had never endured such humiliation. She had always been held in high regard, known as Miss Xia, the cherished only child of the Xia family, treated like a princess. All her friends flattered her, agreeing with her every word, with no one daring to contradict her, let alone someone like Xinli, who would audaciously overstep her bounds. With the arrival of an obedient Zhuang Yin, Xiaowan never felt the need to argue, as no one dared to challenge her, resulting in her limited experience with conflict. Chapter 56. How can one who possesses nothing bring happiness to Lu Yin? Gu Qian's feelings for Xiaowan were more akin to an obsession than mere affection. As if only by being with her could he garner recognition and respect from those around him. Gu Qian envied Zhuang Yin, desiring what he had. He often pondered how different life would be had he been born into the Zhuang family. Wealth, power, status, free from disdain, beatings, and the humiliation of being sent abroad due to a mere word from Xia Qishan, where he faced a foreign language and unfamiliar surroundings, stripped of freedom. If he were to become the heir of the Zhuang family, all this would be within his grasp. His internal desires burned fiercely, as if they were about to erupt from his chest. Gu Qian listened intently, knowing that if Xia Qishan agreed, his chances of entering the Zhuang family would be secure. Xia Qishan, a man of the world, was taken aback by Xiaowan's suggestion. "You want to give up your own son for an outsider? What were you thinking?" No matter how mischievous Zhuang Yin was, he was still the biological son of Zhuang Zhongming. He was young, and severing ties was merely a temporary matter. No one could predict the future, and Xiaowan was the only one taking it seriously. What had prompted Xiaowan to propose such an idea? The matter dated back to the day after Zhuang Yin called off their engagement. Their meeting had been quite unpleasant, and to persuade her, Zhuang Yin had suggested, "If you insist on marrying into the Zhuang family, I have a good idea. Have them adopt Gu Qian, and then you can be together openly, both romantically and for mutual benefit." At the time, she had thought Zhuang Yin was merely speaking out of anger. She, like most people, believed it was foolish to abandon a wealthy life for that of an ordinary person, as it would mean losing all the privileges associated with wealth. She would never allow Wang Yin to become her uncle-in-law. How well do you truly know him? How long have you known him? Not even 5 years. If you genuinely understood him, how could you not know when he was adamant about breaking off the engagement? Xia Qishan couldn't help but mock Xiaowan's fanciful thinking. Though being her father, he refrained from harsh words. A severance letter? It sounded nice, but he bore the blood of Zhuang Zhongming. He was still a Zhuang. The Zhuang family had raised him, and could a mere letter sever that bond? The law would not recognize it. Don't bring me such unreliable notions. I know you are considering Gu Qian, but you must be practical. Don't forget why Zhuang Yin broke off the engagement in the first place. It was because you went to be with Gu Qian. To put it plainly, Gu Qian is the culprit behind this. If it weren't for him, would Zhuang Yin have ended the engagement and severed ties with his own son? If you send the instigator over now, do you think Gu Qian would even make it in one piece? Upon hearing this, Gu Qian's face turned pale, his earlier excitement dissipating like water. Xia Qingshan's words were reasonable. It was Xiaowan who was being unrealistic. If the Zhuang family was willing to cast aside their own son, how could they possibly accept him, a newcomer? Chapter 57. Task assignment. Ling Xian once again failed to receive a signal, which severely undermined his confidence. He had woken up in high spirits that morning, but now, his mood had soured entirely, and with a task to sell goods looming, he questioned how he would manage. Fangchen received a heartfelt message from Xinrong, greatly relieved, believing he had ruined their date yesterday. Jiang Ning received a signal from Ling Xian. A glance confirmed it was not from Zhuang Yan. She clutched her phone tightly, continuing to wait until she heard the notification sound from Lu Yan's phone. In that moment, all color drained from her face. Zhuang Yan had sent Lu Yan a heartfelt message? Lu Yan chuckled, a smirk playing on her lips. After a moment's contemplation, she stood up to leave. Jiang Ning called after her, was that a message from Zhuang Yan? Lu Yan replied, amused, who else could it be? What did he say? Why should I tell you? Jiang Ning was genuinely anxious, daring to pose such a direct question in front of the cameras. She soon realized she had overstepped. Her eagerness potentially leaving a negative impression on the audience and causing trouble for Zhuang Yan. With that thought, her face paled as she bowed her head, silently composing herself. As Lu Yan exited, Zhuang Yan was already standing in the courtyard, drawing lots as directed by the producer. Inside the box were 3 balls. He carelessly picked one and found a note that read watermelon. His task for the day was to help the villagers sell watermelons. If Li Yan wished to pair up with him, she needed to draw the watermelon as well. However, she had always had poor luck with draws, and upon checking, she found she had drawn vegetables instead. Unable to team up with Zhuang Yan, Lu Yan's mood soured. Her assigned partner was Ling Xian, who felt inexplicably intimidated in her presence. He awkwardly approached her with a smile, attempting to convey goodwill. Jiang Ning emerged next, having drawn eggs. And Lu Yan's keen eyes caught this detail, indicating that the last one out, and Xinrong, would be paired with Zhuang Yan for the day's task. Lu Yan fixated on the last ball in the box, wishing she had delayed her appearance. Now, it seemed that Xinrong had unwittingly benefited from her haste. Though she found Xinrong's lack of insight more tolerable than Jiang Ning's, at least Zhuang Yan had not sent her any more erratic messages. She ought to have felt relieved, yet an inexplicable emptiness lingered within her. Upon emerging, everyone awaited her, and as she grasped the final ball and opened it, she discovered, watermelon? The director explained, watermelon means that today you will be selling watermelons with Zhuang Yan. What? She quickly glanced at Zhuang Yan, incredulous. I'm supposed to sell watermelons with him? The director replied, do you have any objections? And Xinrong shook her head, no objections. The emptiness in her heart seemed to be filled with a small piece of cake. She gazed at the camera nearest to her, determined to clarify her words to avoid misunderstandings with Xiaowan. Yet, her demeanor inexplicably conveyed an air of denial, leading Zhuang Yan to assume she simply disliked him. A scenario he found quite agreeable. Rest assured, I want to intrude upon you. Chapter 58. A flower for you. The wealthy flower as they drove towards the county town. Numerous people approached to buy melons, yet they were far from selling out their entire load. Although Xinrong had promised to sell melons diligently with Zhuang Yan, she remained reluctant to engage with strangers. Zhuang Yan, undeterred, divided their responsibilities. One sold melons while the other collected money. News from the crew revealed that Jiang Ning's team had sold out first. With her status as an acclaimed actress, Jiang Ning attracted fans from all corners, making it exceedingly easy for her to sell eggs. Those who recognized her were often rewarded with a signed photo, causing a queue to form at her egg stall, leading to an early closure before noon. Next in line was Lu Yan, who, unable to synchronize with Ling Xian, opted to sell vegetables separately. One ventured to the town's market while the other drove to the busier county town. Lu Yan chose the latter, having heard that Zhuang Yan had also arrived in the county. The vegetables, freshly picked by the villagers that morning, were wilting under the scorching sun. Observing nearby vendors who had brought water to revive their produce, she decided to do the same. As she began to sell vegetables, she quickly adapted, displaying prices on signs and calling out to the crowd, soon attracting a substantial number of customers. The scale provided by the production team was not electronic but a balanced scale, and the viewers in the live stream were captivated by her adeptness in weighing and calculating prices. Can Lu Yan really use a balance scale? What other surprises does she have in store that we don't know about? Could she have secretly practiced with villagers behind our backs? Can someone explain why Lu Yan, a wealthy heiress, is capable of doing this? I've seen rich second-generation elites who can't even tell one vegetable from another. Lu Yan doesn't appear to be a novice at selling vegetables. Her proficiency far surpasses that of the other guests, with only Zhuang Yan being her equal. How curious it is that both Zhuang Yan and Lu Yan coming from affluent backgrounds, excel in farm work and selling produce, while Fang Chun, who often boasts about his rural upbringing, struggles with everything, relying on Jiangning to sell eggs and even breaking a few in the process. Fang Chen has 3 older sisters. His family seems to favor males over females. After selling her vegetables, Lu Yin promptly inquired about Zhuang Yin, knowing that selling melons was more challenging than selling vegetables. This year's watermelon harvest was abundant, leaving many farmers with unsold watermelons rotting in the fields. Zhuang Yin had managed to sell half of his stock in a remarkably short time, which was commendable. And Xinrong watched anxiously. When will we finish selling? It's so hot. The two stood in the shade, both drenched in sweat, their small fans proving ineffective. Zhuang Yin observed the makeup on Xinrong's flushed face and suggested, if you find it too exhausting, perhaps you should find a milk tea shop to rest for a while. Under normal circumstances, Xinrong would have taken his advice without hesitation, but today, she was determined to prove herself. Zhuang Yin, noticing her stubborn pride, responded with a smile. Of course, I'm lucky to have you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sold a single watermelon today. Thanks to you, we've made quite a bit of money. And Xinrong's face flushed, attributing it to the heat. At noon, the staff reminded them to take a break for lunch. Feeling hungry, she accepted the invitation. Shortly after she left, Zhuang Yin spotted Lu Yin. What brings you here? He asked. Selling vegetables, Lu Yin replied coolly. Where are your vegetables? I've sold out. Zhuang Yin cast her an envious glance before turning back to his half-filled truck of melons, uncertain when they would sell out. Chapter 59. The proud Xinrong, what are you doing here? Xinrong's hostile expression made Lu Yin momentarily think she had finally wised up. She casually picked up a watermelon and said, I'm here to buy a watermelon. Wrap this one up for me. You really just came to buy a watermelon? The way she said it could easily lead one to believe they were a married couple, and Xinrong felt inexplicably stifled. And if not for the presence of the camera crew, she might have confronted Lu Yin right then and there. Zhuang Yin, noticing her glare, asked, Why are you looking at him like that? Did he do something wrong? And Xinrong lifted her takeout box and said, Here, thank you. Zhuang Yin opened the box to find 2 meat dishes, a vegetable dish, and a soup, all of which were his favorites. Did you send the love text to Lu Yin? The director prohibited further discussion on that topic. How did you know it was me? You're the only one who would send such nauseating compliments, and Xinrong replied, feeling awkward. Why did you send me that love text? Do you know what it implies? The audience will see it, and I don't want Xiaowan to misunderstand. Sitting on a low stool, with her back to Zhuang Yin, she rested her chin on her hands. Zhuang Yin paused, deciding to speak candidly. I'm sorry, I didn't think much of it. When I texted you, I just thought you wouldn't choose me. If you're worried about misunderstandings, I want to do it again. What if? It's nothing. And Xinrong stood, looking down at Zhuang Yin, warning him. I advise you to keep your distance from Lu Yin. She is Xiaowan's aunt, and nothing can happen between you two. Just because Lu Yin is kind to you doesn't mean she is serious. A woman like her has seen countless men. I suggest you know your place. Zhuang Yin felt a bit dizzy, his chest tight, and beads of sweat began to fall from his forehead, his hand trembling as he held the lunchbox. He had little desire to heed in Xinrong's words. Her incessant chatter only heightened his irritation. What does it matter who I'm with? He retorted. If you were with Lu Yin, you'd be criticized by netizens. Noticing that Zhuang Yin wasn't absorbing her words, and Xinrong exclaimed in frustration. The Xia and Lu families wouldn't approve, and it would be you who ends up embarrassed. Moreover, Xiaowan would be unhappy. Zhuang Yin replied. I'm already being criticized online for doing nothing, so what do I care? I'm the one losing face, not you, and even Xiaowan doesn't care. There is no way Xiaowan wouldn't care. If she truly didn't she wouldn't have called to remind you. And Xinrong was exasperated. Her intentions for his benefit seemingly unappreciated. Afterward, and Xinrong continued to voice her concerns, all centered around Xiaowan, but Zhuang Yin could hardly process any of it. It felt as if a fly had buzzed into his ear, incessantly droning. He stood up, eager to find a quieter place to eat. However, as he rose, his legs felt weak, and he lost control, collapsing to the ground in a crouch, suddenly short of breath and dizzy, engulfed by darkness that threatened to consume his consciousness. His sudden fall startled Xinrong. Zhuang Yin, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Why did you just collapse? Zhuang Yin, feeling his cold forehead, thought. It seems Xinrong is genuinely frightened, her voice trembling. After sitting for a moment to gather himself, Zhuang Yin gasped. I think I'm overheating and have low blood sugar. Upon hearing low blood sugar, Xinrong quickly grabbed a watermelon and smashed it on the ground, picking up a piece and shoving it into his mouth. You need to eat a bit. And Xinrong helped him to a shaded area, fetched a bottle of mineral water, and dampened a towel to place on his face, directing a small fan towards him. After drinking a small bottle of glucose solution, Zhuang Yin's weakened limbs gradually regained strength, and his rapid breathing began to normalize. However, Xinrong remained concerned and urged him to replenish with a bit of saline solution, followed by a small bottle of Huixiang Zhengqi liquid. Observing the improvement in Zhuang Yin's pale complexion, her taut nerves finally relaxed. Suddenly, she broke into a sweat, unsure whether it was from the heat or anxiety. Chapter 60. The fracture of friendship in a rare good mood, and Xinrong treated Zhuang Yin with unexpected kindness, even inquiring about his health after they got into the car. Zhuang Yin, is your head still spinning? Do you feel unwell? You mustn't push yourself to drive. If you crash, it would be unfortunate, but if it endangers others, that would be worse. And Shinrong's attempts at concern often came out awkwardly. Her words sometimes sounding harsh after looping around in her mind, and she had a penchant for saying the opposite of what she meant. Nevertheless, her words bore truth. Zhuang Yin replied, "My health is quite good, my heart rate is normal, my breathing is steady, my head is clear, and I feel strong. If you are truly worried, you may drive, but I don't know how to drive." On the way back, and Shinrong couldn't help but steal glances at him, trying to appear as if she were gazing into the distance. Being with Zhuang Yin was not as unpleasant as she had imagined. Instead, it brought her a sense of comfort. Upon closer inspection, his skin was remarkably fair, seemingly poreless, and his nose was impeccably clean. He didn't smoke. And there was no trace of smoke on him, only a faint scent of laundry detergent, even when he was sweaty. His hair was neatly trimmed by Lu Yin, showcasing considerable skill, though she believed she could do even better. Zhuang Yin appeared to be tall and slender, yet he was surprisingly heavy. When she supported him to rest during his heat stroke, she nearly strained her waist. His hands were also quite attractive, especially when he gripped the steering wheel with one hand. She had previously read online that one of the most charming aspects of a man was his ability to reverse with one hand, which she had once found distasteful. However, seeing Zhuang Yin now, she realized it was not about the action but rather the person, someone who was handsome, exuded charm in all that he did. Zhuang Yin could clearly sense in Shinrong's furtive glances, which were markedly different from her usual disdainful gaze. "What are you looking at?" he asked. And Shinrong instinctively wanted to retort but paused, realizing that denying it would only reveal her own embarrassment. Instead, she boldly replied, "So what if I looked? Who says I can't?" Ignoring her flushed cheeks and ears, her words sounded quite convincing. "You can look as much as you want," he said, and Shinrong awkwardly averted her gaze and focused on the rearview mirror. "Are you with Lu Yin to seek revenge on Xiaowan?" Setting aside the question of whether she sought revenge on Xiaowan, Zhuang Yin countered, "When did I ever say I was with Lu Yin? I saw you with her. You were on a date, and you even sent her a heartfelt message. She even came specifically to find you today. If you claim there is nothing between you two, I simply do not believe it." And Shinrong, essentially good-natured, could discern right from wrong, yet she often sided with her friends, even when they erred, stubbornly continuing to support them, no matter how many walls she might hit. And Shinrong was taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise. "You know about what happened online?" It seemed Shinrong was aware, perhaps even earlier than he was, suggesting that others might have heard as well. This thought brought a sardonic smile to Zhuang Yan's lips. Chapter 61. The nightmares of Mrs. Zhuang. Ever since Zhuang Yin had called off their engagement and left home, Tang Jing had not seen him again. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Her calls went unanswered, and even when reaching out through the driver's or servant's phone, there was no response. Due to her inability to see Zhuang Yin, Tang Jing began to experience frequent nightmares, in which a little girl with horn braids, dressed in a red dress, would suck on her fingers while gazing up at her in silence. "Who are you?" she would ask. "Mommy, I'm Xiaoke, the Xiaoke you call for every day. Don't you recognize me?" "Xiaoke? No, I'm not your mother. Go away." "Mommy, do you not want me anymore?" "Fine, I will go." As soon as the little girl finished speaking, her head fell off, rolling to the ground until it reached Tang Jing's toes. She looked down, meeting the little girl's pitch-black eyes. When fear reaches its peak, it is silent, unable to produce sound. The little girl grinned. "Mommy, I have rolled over." Tang Jing jolted awake from the nightmare, emitting a horrific scream that echoed eerily in the dead of night. Grasping her long hair, she tugged at her scalp, her eyes darting around in terror, as though she could see something lurking in the darkness. Zhuang Zhengming, sleeping next door, was awakened by the commotion. With a resigned sigh, he got up and opened the door, finding Tang Jing sprawled on the floor. "Darling," he approached, feigning the demeanor of a caring husband, embracing her gently. "Don't be afraid. You just had a nightmare. I saw Xiaoku. Xiaoku is already dead." Tang Jing's condition had worsened compared to before. She locked herself in her room, muttering to herself and claiming that ghosts were after her. "Have you heard the saying that fortunes turn around and around until they lead to death? She killed her own daughter, so the daughter will come to claim her life, dragging her down to hell." Initially, Zhuang Zhengming was patient, holding her at night, comforting her when she awoke from nightmares, kissing her forehead. This continued for a day or two, but as the week dragged on, Tang Jing could not sleep normally. During her emotional outbursts, she even scratched Zhuang Zhengming. By day, he had to manage work, and after maintaining the facade of a devoted husband for 2 days, he moved to the guest room next door, sleeping with earplugs. No matter how much Tang Jing shouted, he pretended not to hear. That night, he had forgotten to bring his earplugs. When Zhuang Yin was mentioned, Zhuang Zhengming's expression soured. Fearing Tang Jing might go insane, he had refrained from informing her that he had already signed the annulment papers with Zhuang Yin. Tang Jing clawed at Zhuang Zhengming's nightclothes, her voice hoarse, as if possessed, continuously calling out Zhuang Yin's name and demanding retribution. She transferred all her guilt onto him, relentlessly oppressing, abusing, and brainwashing him, inflicting violence until he yielded. If Zhuang Yin were to admit that he had killed his sister and apologize to the family, Tang Jing would feel an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Chapter 62. Adopting a giant baby? What kind of legitimacy is this? Where is the benefit in such a scheme? Indeed. Not quite sure. Let me ask again. Are you adopting him? Making him my son? Precisely. Are you joking with me? Xia Qingshan chuckled amiably. Old Zhuang, do I appear to be joking? He did not seem to be, as Zhuang Zhongming had encountered adoptions before, but they were always through professional agencies, seeking children as young as possible. As older ones were harder to raise. He had seen adoptions of infants, toddlers, and even 10-year-olds, but a 20-year-old, this was a first in his experience. Gu Qian, what kind of child is he? A giant baby? Absurd beyond measure. Don't forget, if it weren't for Gu Qian's appearance, Xiaowan wouldn't have fled from marriage. If she hadn't, the Zhuang and Xia families would have already united, and Zhuang Yin wouldn't have severed ties with him. Now the real culprit wants to become his godson? To be honest, he couldn't swallow that indignation. Were it not for Xia Qingshan being his largest partner, he would have exploded in anger. What nonsense! Are you missing a brain cell, or do you have an extra chromosome? Hearing this, it seemed he might actually gain some advantages. In reality, adopting a godson was quite common. Is it really that simple? Could it be otherwise? Xia Qingshan responded. Do you think I am sending Gu Qian to inherit your family wealth? I could never do such a thing. My motivation is simply to spare my daughter some suffering. Simply acknowledging a godson without monetary compensation poses no detriment to Zhuang Zhongming. Moreover, Xia Qingshan would likely express gratitude, transforming this gesture of goodwill into a lucrative investment, fostering a partnership in business, and strengthening the ties between their families, an endeavor that promises to be mutually beneficial. However, Zhuang Zhongming remained cautious, deliberating his response to ensure that Xia Qingshan felt an obligation of considerable magnitude. Mr. Xia, I comprehend your intentions, yet this decision is not solely mine to make. I must confer with my wife, he replied. Indeed, it is prudent to discuss this matter thoroughly, but time is of the essence. Once we finalize this arrangement, we can further explore discussions regarding West City. Certainly, I shall provide you with a prompt response. In Chapter 63, despite his harshness towards his own son, Zhuang Zhongming displayed a surprising kindness to an outsider. The timing was rather uncanny, merely a night after Xia Qingshan's call. Gu Qian found himself invited to Zhuang's residence after assisting Tang Jing. Having lived for so many years, Zhuang Zhongming had encountered all types of people and saw through Gu Qian's ulterior motives immediately. However, he remained unperturbed by Gu Qian's presence, welcoming him into his home. With Gu Qian managing Tang Jing, Zhuang Zhongming found himself relieved of the necessity to intervene personally. He approached Gu Qian amiably, placing a hand on his shoulder. Listen to your Aunt Tang. After dinner, you should stay here. Not long ago, Gu Qian had disrupted Zhuang Yan's engagement. Had it not been for him, the Zhuang and Xia families would have already united. Gu Qian arrived with a hint of guilt and caution. Zhuang Zhongming refrained from pressing further, instead inquiring about the accident. What happened? Were you injured? A minor bump, nothing serious, Tang Jing replied, lifting her skirt to reveal a bruise on her calf that appeared more severe than she indicated. Zhuang Zhongming took a seat nearby, scrutinizing the bruise. How is the driver operating the vehicle? I drove myself today, Tang Jing admitted, although she possessed a driver's license. Her health condition prohibited her from driving. She typically relied on a chauffeur. However, for visits to the psychiatric hospital, she felt embarrassed and preferred to have Zhuang Zhongming accompany her instead. Why didn't you inform me beforehand? You've been exceedingly busy. And I know your rest has been compromised due to me, Tang Jing said, her expression reflecting concern as she grasped Zhuang Zhongming's hand. In the future, please communicate with me. Regardless of my schedule, I will accompany you. Thankfully, you were unharmed this time, and fortunate to have Gu Qian with you. Their interactions appeared deeply affectionate to any observer, earning them the reputation of a loving couple within their circle. Yet, Gu Qian sensed something amiss. The injury did not seem to stem from an accident. Tang Jing suddenly broached the subject of Zhuang Yan. Do you know where Zhuang Yan is? Zhuang Zhongming hesitated, having kept Zhuang Yan's situation from Tang Jing to maintain tranquility. He turned his gaze towards Gu Qian, feigning ignorance. Where has he gone? Tang Jing pondered briefly before responding. What if I wish to contact him? After a moment's reflection, she concluded, perhaps it's best to let it be. Some matters are better left unsaid. Is there no downtime during your show? How long will the recording last? There is some downtime, but it depends on the director's schedule. Once I have more concrete information, I will be sure to inform you. I truly appreciate your assistance, Gu Qian. In Chapter 64, she had no reason to regret her choices. Gu Qian was her first love, someone she had grown up alongside, sharing the grief of loss and understanding one another profoundly. Her affection for Gu Qian was undeniable, otherwise she would not have fled from her wedding or made their relationship public online. Yet, inexplicably, her thoughts were consumed by Zhuang Yan. It was unexpected that they had acquiesced so swiftly. What, then, was Zhuang Yan's significance in the Zhuang family? He barely registered as a mere joke. 3 days later, during her birthday celebration, Tang Jing would officially announce Gu Qian as her adopted son, also revealing their marriage. What Xia Qingshan truly wished to convey to Xiaowan was that it was too late for regrets. She was resolute in her desire to be with Gu Qian, turning the situation into a spectacle. Now, she and Gu Qian were inseparably linked, akin to grasshoppers tethered by a string. Marriage was never a trivial matter. Having already acted recklessly once, if she sought to retract her decision a second time, it would no longer be within her control. she would be bound to her choice. Dad, I understand the gravity of my decisions. If she truly comprehended the significance, she would not have left the table. Xia Qishan refrained from voicing this sentiment, merely advising Xia Wan to relay information to Gu Qian and to encourage him to visit the Zhuang household more frequently, especially to spend time with Madame Zhuang. Winning her favor would yield significant benefits. Gu Qian excelled at bringing joy to Tang Jing's life, accompanying her on shopping trips to the cinema, and engaging in various activities such as flower arranging, tea tasting, and beauty treatments. Aware of her sleep troubles, he even learned a series of wellness techniques to provide her with massages, prepare nourishing soups, and create therapeutic meals, demonstrating an impressive repertoire of care. Gradually, Gu Qian began to reside at the Zhuang household. After a night's stay, he noticed something peculiar. It was said that parental love could resolve most familial conflicts, and living in such a harmonious environment should be comfortable and warm. Yet, he observed that the servants in the villa rarely spoke or smiled. Gu Qian did not dwell on it, but as he prepared for bed, thoughts of Zhuang Yan crossed his mind. What could have prompted Tang Jing to harbor such disdain for him? Had Zhuang Yan committed some grievous act to warrant such animosity, resentment, and expulsion from the family? Soon, Tang Jing's birthday arrived. The couple, having decided to adopt Gu Qian, commenced preparations to expedite the process. They booked the finest hotel in Rongqing, inviting all the prominent figures in their social circle, an event rivaling Zhuang Yan's engagement day. In addition to esteemed guests, Tang Jing discreetly contacted a multitude of journalists for coverage. Gu Qian, a popular artist, garnered significant attention, and as the news spread, paparazzi began to gather before dawn. The online buzz intensifying. When the initial whispers emerged, Gu Qian's fans were incredulous. Could fortune truly fall so easily? Had it landed squarely on their idol? Fans flocked to the Zhuang family's official account, seeking confirmation. Shortly, the Zhuang family announced, tomorrow at 8, we will unveil an important joyous occasion. We invite everyone to join the live broadcast. Every move they made was observed by Lu Yan, who, though not in Rongqing, had ample resources and information at her disposal. It could be said that from the moment Tang Jing experienced her accident and encountered Gu Qian, she had orchestrated the entire situation. Initially, she had intended to release information regarding Zhuang Yan's mistreatment within the Zhuang family. In Chapter 65, the captivating drama was poised to unfold. Did you not wish to sever ties with me, to distance yourself and avoid trouble? Yet here you are, grasping my hand. What does this signify? Lu Yan's words dripped with provocation, her gaze sharp, accentuated by a delicate beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Reason dictated that Zhuang Yan should maintain distance in front of the cameras, yet he found himself tightening his grip on Lu Yan's hand. Ultimately, he relinquished her hand to retrieve pain relief medication. I am allergic to painkillers. They only exacerbate my discomfort, Lu Yan said, her complexion pale, her voice tinged with a quiet vulnerability. It's nothing. I've grown accustomed to this level of pain. It will pass in time. On such a sweltering day? Despite having held Lu Yan's hand, it felt cold, and his legs trembled, an obvious sign of her struggle to maintain composure. Leave me be. I still have laundry to attend to. If you wish to avoid misunderstandings, keep your distance. I've managed on my own all these years, and I can continue to do so without your concern. Her voice grew hoarse, barely concealing the tremor of suppressed tears. Zhuang Yan stiffened, recalling in his heart the solitude of Lu Yan in his past life. Her pain is not feigned. She is indeed frail. Lu Yan is merely 3 years his senior and exhibits a dominant, assertive demeanor when interacting with him, presenting an aura of a queenly figure. Yet, she possesses a tender side, particularly during her menstrual cycle, when she may feel aggrieved and sulk, waiting for someone to comfort her. The corners of Lu Yan's eyes are tinged with red, and even the small mole on her face appears pink. Is she in such unbearable pain that tears are about to fall? Zhuang Yan feels a tightening in his chest, a dull ache washing over him. This time, he does not hesitate to grasp Lu Yan's hand and lead her to the inner room, his movements assertive, yet if one observes closely, his body is ever protective of her. Should her legs give way, he is prepared to lift her up. Let go. My clothes aren't done washing, Lu Yan protests. Her demeanor fierce, yet in truth, she resembles a newborn kitten, devoid of any fighting spirit. Just leave it there. I will help you wash them. What do you mean? Lu Yan retorts. Zhuang Yan remains silent, guiding Lu Yan to sit down. Knowing she is allergic to painkillers, he fetches her a cup of warm water. Is this all you can offer me? Just plain water? Lu Yan tilts her head back, her round eyes glistening with tears. What would you like? I will cook it for you, Zhuang Yan gently coaxes. I want to eat brown sugar-boiled eggs. I've seen other girls eat this during their periods, but I've never tried it. With her wealth, there is nothing she cannot procure. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhuang Yan heads to the kitchen. I will make it for you. I saw a small piece of brown sugar in the fridge. Boiling eggs is simple and takes less than 10 minutes. Zhuang Yan carefully presents the dish to Lu Yan. Be careful, it's hot. The steam wafts towards her as Lu Yan takes it, blowing on a spoonful before tasting. It has no peculiar flavor. It cannot be deemed delicious. Yet it warms her insides, alleviating some of her discomfort. In the heat of the day, sipping the scalding syrup makes her forehead bead with sweat. Zhuang Yan stands before her, observing her as she drinks. From his vantage point, he notices her long eyelashes, aligned like a row of tiny combs, casting shadows beneath her eyelids. Have you ever cooked for Jiangning? No. At that time, they were both young. Girls were often too shy to disclose their menstrual cycles. Sneaking into restrooms and covertly purchasing sanitary products, concealing them within their uniforms, and using black bags to avoid being seen. During their school days, Zhuang Yin was closest to her. Although she never voiced it, his keen observations revealed her struggles. In health class, the teacher had mentioned that girls are particularly vulnerable during their periods, advising against strenuous activities and encouraging ample rest. Understanding Jiang Ning's embarrassment, Zhuang Yin would discreetly show his concern, such as adding sugar to her thermos or hiding her sanitary pads when they peeked from her drawer, helping her collect homework, and wiping the blackboard, small gestures of care. Chapter 66. Zhuang Yin, you are biased tomorrow at 8. Don't be late. Zhuang Yin inexplicably agreed. Watching the pink tint in Lu Yan's eyes, fearful they would redden further, he began cooking at 6 in the evening, and Xinrong expressed her desire to learn to cook, assisting him in the kitchen, while Jiang Ning busied herself with minor tasks, making tea and warming milk, small chores that kept her occupied. Fang Chen sought to draw closer to Xinrong, lingering nearby. All 5 guests crowded into the kitchen, and Ling Xian felt awkward playing around, reluctantly joining in. The kitchen felt cramped and stifling, yet no one chose to leave. Zhuang Yin spoke up. Don't you all find the kitchen too hot? The implication was clear. Perhaps a few should step outside. There was little to do in the kitchen. The ingredients were already prepared. In cooking 4 or 5 dishes wouldn't take long, only one person was needed to tend the fire. This was Zhuang Yin and Lu Yan's task, yet everyone crowded in, rendering the purpose of group cooking moot. Jiang Ning was the first to react, suggesting, Xinrong, since you can't cook, why not step outside? And Xinrong, unwilling, retorted, why should I be the one to leave? I'm learning to cook from Zhuang Yin. He is my master now. You should step out instead, as you've merely been wandering around. I am making ice drinks for the evening, Jiang Ning shot back, suddenly turning to Lu Yin. Since you're on your period, why not take a break? We don't need so many people in the kitchen. And Xinrong quickly echoed, yes, Lu Yin. You should rest. I'll keep an eye on the fire. To them, Lu Yin appeared to be their main competitor. Although Lu Yin seemed to have distanced herself from Zhuang Yin lately, every move she made still influenced his reactions. It could be said that whenever she was with Zhuang Yin, she invariably took the lead. Meeting their gazes, Lu Yin stood up. I'm quite comfortable here. The heat on my stomach is soothing. What about you? Are you starving? She disregarded their expressions, reaching for an apron on the wall. Zhuang Yin, come help me tie this. Lu Yin was not asserting dominance. She was the embodiment of it. She did not need to elaborate. A simple call for Zhuang Yin in a single motion signified her victory. Zhuang Yin, standing close, complied without a second thought, tying her apron and even tidying her long hair. At this moment, the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Zhuang Yin, however, remained oblivious, engrossed in learning how to make ginger milk pudding. He understood the procedure, which seemed simple but had never yielded success. This was why no one had ever tasted it. Once immersed in his own world, Zhuang Yin found it difficult to notice the surroundings. The most palpable impression was that Lu Yin and Zhuang Yin had reconciled, perhaps even grown closer than before. Is it just tying an apron? What is the big deal? Observing Zhuang Yin focused on mincing garlic, and Xinrong approached, attempting to shift the topic. Zhuang Yin, what are you making? Ginger milk pudding. What is that? Is it a milk tea made with ginger? Does it taste good? How intriguing. If you succeed, can I taste it first? Chapter 67. I admit I like Zhuang Yin, still flirting here. Your parents are about to become someone else's parents. Every time I watch the kitchen showdown, it's so exciting. 3 women in a play, clearly all directing their arrows towards Zhuang Yin. Only fans and haters refuse to acknowledge it. After observing for days, I don't feel Zhuang Yin's character is lacking. If he were truly the scoundrel netizens claim, his acting skills would have surpassed those of an award-winning actress. Why can't Zhuang Yin make an extra serving? Why only for Lu Yin? It's south enough to drive our and Xinrong away. I haven't watch for a day. And when did Lu Yin and Zhuang Yin's relationship become so good, with him even cooking something special for her? Zhuang Yin is finally taking the initiative. It seems Lu Yin is still the most special to him. And Xinrong, please don't fall for Zhuang Yin. Remember, he is your best friend's former fiancé. If you like him, you'll be in for a rude awakening. Instead, pay attention to Fang Chen, who is genuinely good to you. Jiang Ning, shall I leave? I'm curious, why doesn't the Zhuang family acknowledge Zhuang Yin? I sense he had a problem with Zhuang Yin himself. His fiancée fled, and his biological parents severed ties with him. I refuse to believe Zhuang Yin has no issues. Knowing someone as face doesn't mean knowing their heart. The closest people to him have distanced themselves. His character must be quite poor. After Zhuang Yin finished cooking, he called everyone to the table. And Xinrong called several times, but received no response until Fang Chen finally summoned her. She hesitated, and when she emerged, she saw the table filled with her favorite dishes, especially the sweet and sour ribs before her. She pondered whether this was Zhuang Yin's way of apologizing. If so, she could consider forgiving him. And Xinrong sat down quietly, her anger dissipating significantly, though traces of embarrassment and reluctance lingered in her heart. Why, in less than a day, had Zhuang Yin treated Lu Yin so differently? What had changed between them? It is evident to the discerning that Lu Yin harbors feelings for Zhuang Yin. However, the question arises, What transpired on the day of their date? Did Lu Yan's sudden change in demeanor serve as a strategic maneuver? By initially drawing close to Zhuang Yan, she allowed him to acclimate to her presence, only to subsequently create distance, thus generating a sense of contrast, drawing him in and pushing him away. A delicate game of cat and mouse that deftly manipulates Zhuang Yan's emotions. And Xinrong now reflects on Zhuang Yan with a tinge of regret, pondering whether her harsh words towards him in the past were misguided. If she were to treat him kindly now, might he notice her? And if he did, what would come next? Perhaps they could become steadfast friends, which only deepens her discontent. As in Xinrong absent-mindedly savors sweet and sour ribs. A single morsel lingers in her mouth for 5 long minutes, her mind drifting elsewhere. Nearby, Fang Chun feels a pang of discomfort. He has long pursued in Xinrong, rising early to prepare her breakfast, memorizing her favorite dishes, and caring for her well-being. Despite his efforts, why is it that she seems to notice Zhuang Yan first, rather than him? Fang Chen's frustration nearly causes him to snap his chopsticks, yet he is forced to wear a facade of cheerfulness. This charade of youthful romance should be brought to a swift conclusion, he resolves, and Xinrong remains lost in thought, wondering if Zhuang Yan might comfort her as he does Lu Yan. Are you not the close friend of Xiaowan? She contemplates. Is it not a betrayal of friendship to covet her former fiancé? Do you not fear her resentment? And Xinrong has indeed pondered this dilemma. She has exercised considerable restraint. However, matters of the heart are not so easily governed. Moreover, Lu Yan has shown interest in him as well, and she remains Xiaowan's aunt. If she were to constantly concern herself with this and that, what would be the point of participating in a dating reality show? Many have claimed she lacks foresight and fails to consider the consequences of her actions, yet she has given the matter considerable thought. Fang Chun comes to understand that Xinrong is rather susceptible to persuasion, capable of brainwashing herself as much as others might. Observing her demeanor, it is clear she is steadfast in her current affections. If you truly like Zhuang Yan, I can assist you, he offers. How so? And Xinrong inquires, intrigued. Regardless of the outcome, she wishes to try. If successful, she could clarify matters with Xiaowan and mend their rift. If not, they would remain as they are. Zhuang Yan is now firmly in Lu Yan's grasp. She should learn from Lu Yan's approach. What should I learn from her? And Xinrong asks. Her fashion sense or her style of doing things? She acknowledges that she and Lu Yan are of entirely different types. To emulate Lu Yan's attire would be futile, as her figure cannot support it. Moreover, she concedes that Lu Yan possesses a considerable advantage in her allure. In this regard, and Xinrong retains a modicum of self-awareness. To mimic her strategy of feigned indifference, one must understand that men do not favor overly proactive women. At first, when Lu Yan was assertive, did Zhuang Yan even acknowledge her? Men tend to prefer a challenge. The more forward a woman is, the more she appears cheap, and thus, they do not cherish what they easily obtain. Lu Yan wisely altered her strategy, creating distance from Zhuang Yan, which in turn rendered him more attentive to her. And Xinrong, resembling an earnest student, queries, so what should I do? You could adopt Lu Yan's approach. If proximity yields no response, then create distance. You might even feign interest in another man to gauge his reaction. Understand that only valuable things are worth competing for. With more rivals, he will inevitably feel anxious. If he sees you with another man, he will likely take a second glance. Is it truly so? Fang Chun, being astute himself, having been accepted into a prestigious university and launched a successful entrepreneurial venture while still in school, must have sound reasoning. After all, is it not often said that only men truly understand men? May I seek your counsel? In the quiet of the night, Fang Chun smiles gently. Of course. We are friends, and I am more than willing to help you test the waters with Zhuang Yan. Jiang Ning has been waiting for her in the room. Seated on the edge of the bed, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Yan upon her arrival. Lu Yan, you are not suited for Zhuang Yan. Nor is he a mere toy for your manipulation. Whether I am suited for him is something he must determine through experience. Conversely, you, having tried and failed, clearly do not match well, Lu Yan retorts, adept at striking at the heart of matters. Jiang Ning pinches her own hand until it bears red marks. Yet she does not relent. It's time to turn off the lights and sleep. I must rise early for my mung bean porridge. After a few words of ostentation, Lu Yan extinguishes the light, leaving only the soft rustle of movement in the darkness as she slips her hand beneath her shirt, unfastening her bra. Chapter 69. The Descent of the Holy Mother. Tang Jing links arms with Zhuang Zhongming, accompanied by Gu Qian. Her meticulously crafted appearance exuding confidence and poise before the cameras. How did these three come to be together? Zhuang Yan, unable to ponder deeply, soon sees Xiaowan entering, hand in hand with Xia Qingshan. In such a setting, one might think Gu Qian and Xiaowan were about to become engaged. Perhaps that is indeed the case. Zhuang Yan, intrigued, shifts his chair closer to Lu Yan to better view the screen. With the substantial financial backing of the Zhuang and Xia families, this banquet boasts an even larger guest list than the previous engagement ceremony, filled with affluent attendees congratulating Zhuang Zhongming on having gained a fine son. As Gu Qian's godmother, Tang Jing basks in the spotlight, initially expecting to feel sadness over the loss of her biological son. Yet today, she radiates vitality and spirit. Her hair, elegantly pinned with a jade hairpin, and her qipao accentuating her grace, she remains striking even past the age of 45. Throughout the event, Zhuang Zhongming keeps a firm grip on her hand, cautious of her unpredictable nature. Thankfully, Tang Jing maintains a steady composure, refraining from mentioning Zhuang Yin even once. Her noble elegance has drawn many favorable comments online. Madame Zhuang is so graceful and beautiful. I wish I had a mother like that. Madame Zhuang speaks with elegance and poise, and is so lovely. Mr. Zhuang has protected his wife throughout the event, truly a model couple. If I had parents like them, I would cherish them dearly. Zhuang Yin is indeed a fortunate soul. This recognition banquet has certainly surpassed last month's engagement ceremony. Clearly, the Zhuang and Xia families hold Gu Qian in high regard. Gu Qian has taken their son as fiancé, yet they are still willing to accept him as their adopted son. He must possess some exceptional qualities. Being accepted by Zhuang Zhongming and Xia Qingshan speaks volumes about Gu Qian's character. I believe Zhuang Yin was the one who strayed first. His poor character led to the abandonment by both his fiancée and his biological parents. He deserves no sympathy. Upon reading these comments, Zhuang Yin begins to comprehend the situation. The Zhuang family intends to adopt Gu Qian? Lu Yin acknowledges this with a slight nod, leaning closer to Zhuang Yin. What are they thinking? Zhuang Yin suddenly recalls his teasing remarks to Xiaowan the other day. Could it be that she orchestrated this? Observing Gu Qian's self-satisfied expression, Zhuang Yin can only wish him luck, for he is about to confront a mother whose wrath is akin to a murderous frenzy. Zhuang Yin fixates on Tang Jing on the screen, a woman who has committed unspeakable atrocities against her own daughter while framing her son for years. Humanity is a trait she has long since abandoned. Beneath her stunning exterior lies a deranged individual, and under the flashing lights, Zhuang Yin perceives the crimson glint in her eyes, an almost pathological excitement. Zhuang Yin, I am not here to save you. I am here to love you. Even seasoned reporters are taken aback. Are you suggesting that today, not only will you acknowledge Gu Qian as your adopted son, but the two families will also announce his wedding to Xiaowan? Tang Jing, unfazed, replies, indeed, that is correct. Our families have reached a consensus. Now that you have recognized Gu Qian as your adopted son, will the Zhuang family's assets be divided in his favor? In the face of the reporter's incisive inquiries, Tang Jing maintained her composure and poise. Like a benevolent mother, she gently patted Gu Qian's shoulder and remarked, I am someone who values fate. Since I have acknowledged Gu Qian as my son, he is indeed my son, and I treat him equally as I would my own. While Gu Qian felt elated, he sensed an underlying message in Tang Jing's words, which created a disconcerting atmosphere. Tang Jing gazed tenderly into the live camera, her eyes as still as stagnant water. She mechanically smiled and said, if he sincerely apologizes to me, admits his wrongs, and promises never to repeat them, I would still grant him another chance. After all, he is my biological son, and I will keep him by my side, diligently guiding him until he no longer errs. Tang Jing's demeanor was evidently troubling, though outsiders remained oblivious, continuing to praise her as a wonderful mother. Zhuang Zhongming, apprehensive of revealing too much, quickly interjected to announce, today, we are here to declare two matters. The first is that we have adopted Gu Qian as our godson, and we kindly ask the media to support him moving forward. The second matter is that Gu Qian and Xiaowan's marriage is set for the 9th of next month. The Zhuang and Xia families are not merely renewing their ties. We prioritize genuine feelings. We are quite satisfied with Gu Qian. He is sufficiently filial and possesses good character. This insinuated that Zhuang Yin lacked filial piety and good character. And the most crucial reason was that Zhuang Yin did not appeal to Xiaowan, failing to bring benefits to their family. Those who understood grasped the implications, while the uninformed viewers, eager for drama, were easily swayed. Additionally, the livestream's moderators controlled the comments, expelling those who defended Zhuang Yin or raised doubts. It must be noted that they possessed a remarkable strategy for managing public opinion, yet they overlooked the fact that lies are ultimately lies. The more one speaks, the more cracks appear. Despite this, belief in their words persisted, as many assumed that parental love is profound and that no loving parents would intentionally harm their own child. If such harm did occur, it must be the child's fault. To tether the Xia family's fortunes, the couple was willing to sacrifice everything. Why not have another child? Can Mrs. Zhuang still conceive at her age? Wouldn't that be dangerous? Perhaps they should consider surrogacy. How could such a loving couple have an illegitimate child? These parents show no concern for Zhuang Yin. Not only do they fail to defend him against being wrongfully wed, but they also lead the charge in condemning him, showcasing a lack of familial affection. In terms of education, grandparents can be a hindrance. If Mrs. Zhuang had raised Zhuang Yin herself, perhaps he would not have turned out this way. The couple, who had just been displaying their affection, was suddenly caught off guard. The large screen displayed ambiguous photos and provocative videos of Zhuang Zhongming with various women, some so explicit that they had been pixelated for the sake of underage viewers. Zhuang Zhongming's expression darkened as he grabbed the nearest staff member and shouted, "Shut off that screen immediately. Where's your manager? Bring them here." The remaining reporters, seizing the moment, surged forward, blocking Zhuang Zhongming. "Mr. Zhuang, can you explain who the women in the video are? What is your relationship with them? How long has this been going on? When did you begin your infidelity? Has your marriage already collapsed?" These questions, although knowingly provocative, came swiftly in the heat of the moment. Photographers adjusted their angles and lighting, snapping away, certain that among the hundreds of images, some would cater to the sensationalist narratives. Zhuang Zhongming instinctively looked towards Tang Jing, who was no better off, recoiling in shock. Upon seeing Zhuang Zhongming, her eyes were filled with disbelief and fury. Fortunately, security personnel reacted swiftly, separating the reporters from the scene. Once he regained his composure, Zhuang Zhongming surveyed the footprints on his shoes, his face dark with anger. Who leaked these videos and photos? I was so discreet. Who has the audacity to expose this? He scrutinized every potential suspect, from rivals to Xiaqing Shan. Even considering Zhuang Yin briefly before dismissing him, confident that Zhuang Yin lacked the capability to uncover such information, Zhuang Zhongming felt a burning anxiety. Cold sweat trickling down his back and palms sticky with perspiration. The moment he recalled Tang Jing's look, it felt as if his heart was ensnared by a fishing hook. It was over. Zhuang Zhongming dared not go online, nor did he wish to check his phone. The journalists attempting to brief security to confront him appeared like ravenous beasts, their cameras flashing like an impenetrable wall. The hotel's screen remained lit, broadcasting Zhuang Zhongming's infidelity to the world, live-streamed across the internet. Wait, is this Zhuang Zhongming? He cheated? I thought he loved his wife deeply. Every time he recounted how he met her, I was moved to tears. Now you tell me he has been unfaithful? What have my tears meant all these years? A destined award-winning actor, far superior in skill to today's entertainment industry stars. This is true artistry. The day the model couple crumbles. It's one thing for celebrity couples to falter, but for a real couple to collapse too. This is unbelievable. What is real anymore? What can we trust? He looks so old yet is involved with someone so young, like a toad pursuing a frog. Are the photos and videos genuine? Could they be altered? Why did this break today of all days? I sense a grand spectacle unfolding. I hope the live stream isn't shut down. Amidst the chaos, Xiaqing Shan shielded Xiaowan, having learned from the bodyguards that the large screen outside was also broadcasting the scandal. Suppressing his fury, he cast a disdainful glance at Zhuang Zhongming. A well-planned banquet, meticulously arranged, was now ruined because of him. While he had witnessed men maintaining mistresses before, he had never seen such a scandal unfold live for everyone to witness. In this industry, infidelity was not uncommon, but Zhuang Zhongming had built a reputation as a devoted husband. He had benefited from this attention, gaining fans and a good reputation. Yet, when one's actions contradicted their words, the backlash would be doublefold. From beginning to end, the only one who sacrificed was him. I once served as a nanny for the Zhuang family. I possess the contract I signed, which can attest that the online slander against Zhuang Yin is entirely fabricated. Malicious defamation, and that Mrs. Zhuang is not as benevolent as you might think. She abuses her son, treating him worse than a dog. She demands that Zhuang Yin cater to her needs, and when a dish does not suit her taste, she hurls the bowl at his head. At times, she forces him to stand in the blazing sun holding boiling water as punishment, and on occasion, she makes him sleep in the basement without a bed. Mrs. Zhuang is mentally unstable, a madwoman who insists that Zhuang Yin owes her. He has been left battered and bruised by her torment. Once, I could no longer bear it and spoke up, only to be dismissed and warned by Mr. Zhuang. Had it not been for someone assuring me of my safety, I would not have dared to speak the truth. The nanny's revelations ignited fervent discussion online, leaving many incredulous that the seemingly graceful and gentle Tang Jing could harbor such a deranged side. Some believed, while others remained skeptical, suspecting that Tang Jing had offended someone to warrant such slander against her. Words alone are insufficient. Could you please provide evidence? Spreading rumors is as easy as opening one's mouth, while refuting them can leave one exhausted. Over the past few years, Mrs. Zhuang has devoted herself to philanthropy, rescuing stray cats and dogs. Whenever disaster strikes, she is the first to prepare supplies. Such a benevolent person could not possibly be so disreputable. One can also discern her gentle disposition towards Gu Qian. Might it be that Zhuang Yin has hired actors to deliberately malign his own parents? Just because Zhuang Yin was obedient in his youth does not guarantee he has grown into a virtuous adult. People can change unexpectedly. Perhaps he fell into bad company during university. At 18, he entered college, and now, at 24, 6 years is ample time to alter one's character. I have heard that during his college years, Zhuang Yin often stayed out all night, possibly frequenting bars and nightclubs, engaging with women, and even getting into fights. As he often bore injuries, he later transferred schools, likely due to expulsion. Could those wounds have been inflicted by Mrs. Zhuang? Zhuang Yin seems to have inherited his father's penchant for infidelity. The evidence of Zhuang Zhongming's infidelity is irrefutable, and there is no need to exonerate him. However, it is truly unnecessary to tarnish Tang Jing's reputation, as she is the victim. While everyone speculated whether Zhuang Yin had indeed gone astray during his university years, his classmates and instructors rose to defend him. As a junior, I can attest that Zhuang Yin lived off campus for 2 years. Claims of him engaging in fights or chasing after women are unfounded. Anyone who has witnessed his demeanor would not propagate such tales. I possess photographs from that time. You may judge for yourselves. In my experience, Zhuang Yin has always been a commendable individual, having wronged no one. In the photograph, Zhuang Yin appears gaunt with hollow eyes, seemingly devoid of the will to survive. He has long forgotten when that picture was taken. The internet is not a lawless domain. One should not test its boundaries. Zhuang Yin never anticipated that so many would remember him and stand up to vouch for his character, praising him as a good person and affirming his innocence amidst the scandal. He understands that all the support stems from Lu Yan, which has transpired within just a week since the online defamation began. It is impossible not to feel moved. It is akin to a blind man losing his king, searching desperately until a warm hand reaches out to guide him. For every voice of skepticism, there are voices of rebuttal. Yet, some idle netizens continue to launch personal attacks against Zhuang Yan, fabricating controversies. Consequently, Lu Yan generously provided a lawyer's letter, intending to sue them all. When Zhuang Zhongming exited the video, he encountered trending discussions about his infidelity. He slammed his fist on the ground, gritting his teeth and declaring, "This is slander. All of it is fabricated. I will sue them." His impotent rage resembled that of a foolish clown. "Mr. Zhuang, who exactly do you intend to sue?" At that moment, several individuals clad in black suits appeared on the scene. Zhuang Zhongming recognized Song Lu's voice, having recently visited his home, where he had drafted the severance agreement, leaving a strong impression on him. It was evident that this was related to Zhuang Yan. Zhuang Zhongming could hardly fathom that one day his own son would metaphorically blind him. A profound humiliation. "What are you doing here? Where is Zhuang Yan? Has he come as well?" "My client is currently occupied with work and has specifically commissioned me to address a few cases, one of which pertains to your defamatory statements and malicious rumors." Zhuang Zhongming, in a fit of rage, began to sputter nonsense. "Mr. Zhuang, whether this is nonsense should be left for the judge to decide. I have already filed a case. Here is your court summons. Please ensure your timely appearance. And also one for Mr. Xia." Song Lu smiled at Xia Qishan. "I possess ample evidence regarding your procurement of paid commenters and manipulation of marketing accounts to spread rumors about my client's infidelity concerning your daughter. I hope you will cooperate with judicial proceedings." Xia Qishan's expression faltered, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had been so discreet in his actions that evidence could not possibly exist. Was he attempting to provoke a confession? Xia Qishan narrowed his eyes, projecting an intimidating presence. Yet Song Lu remained undeterred, bolstered by his newfound support. With a friendly demeanor, Song Lu addressed the cameras, retrieving his phone to unveil a series of names. "We will not overlook anyone who has led online harassment against my client. Once again, the internet is not a lawless realm. Please tread carefully." In front of the crowd, he began to recite the names. First, Lu Chong, known online as Invincible Little Cannon, has disseminated multiple false statements, causing significant harm to the victim. Second, Zhang Min, known as Spicy Little Lobster, has repeatedly shared malicious comments, inciting public outrage. These are among the most active and notorious marketing accounts recently, and some individuals present turned pale upon hearing their names, collapsing to the ground. If he could not control his own lower half, he had certainly failed to manage his son as well. Were it not for the many eyes watching, Xia Qinshan would have relished the opportunity to reprimand him. Was the Xia family's enterprise so ignoble that they would choose such inept partners? Initially, it was Zhuang Yan's honesty, strong sense of responsibility, filial piety, and gentle nature that attracted him to the Zhuang family. Such traits were easy to manipulate. He never anticipated that Zhuang Yan would have ties to the Yan group. Had he known of that background, he would have ensured that Xia Wan retained Zhuang Yan at all costs. The large screen continued to display the video. This level of production could only be accomplished by the Yan group. "Mr. Xia," Xia Qinshan glared at him coldly, derisively stating, "If you cannot control your own lower half, how can you possibly manage your son? Zhuang Zhongming, you have truly brought shame upon manhood. Had it not been for my father's sentimental regard for your family, I would never have entered into partnership with you. Now, due to Zhuang Yan, you have offended the head of Yan. What do you propose I do? Who should I hold accountable? You are truly more of a liability than an asset." Zhuang Zhongming, embarrassed and flustered, dared not lift his gaze, his eyes filled with sullen resentment as he stared at his shoelaces. After Xia Qinshan finished speaking, he took the court summons from his bodyguard. Merely for spreading rumors and invading privacy, he could not expect much punishment, perhaps a monetary fine. However, the real trouble lay in the fact that the entire internet was now aware, akin to a public execution. Losing the case would require a public apology, utterly destroying his reputation. His face represented the company's face, directly impacting the stock market. Xia Qinshan was seething, feeling the pain in his teeth. He raised a glass of water to drink when his assistant urgently approached, whispering in his ear, "Mr. Xia, someone has reported our company for tax evasion. The tax department is currently at the office." Xia Qinshan spat out his drink, his hands trembling. He was acutely aware of the state of the company's finances. The implications of this were dire. Xia Qinshan regretted his previous decisions. Zhuang Zhongming soon received a call from the company with the same distressing news. Their company was under tax investigation, and outside, people were holding banners and using loudspeakers to chant, "Zhuang Zhongming is unfaithful. Zhuang Zhongming abuses his son. Zhuang Zhongming is shameless." Zhuang Zhongming, who had held on for so long, finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground, as the bodyguard, distracted by the large screen, failed to notice him, resulting in a spectacular fall. Xia Qinshan scoffed and turned away, unwilling to be associated with Zhuang Zhongming's disgrace. Meanwhile, Xiao Wan, who had been escorted to a resting room, gradually regained her composure. Inquiring about the situation outside while monitoring online developments, she soon noticed the 110 individuals who had publicly testified on behalf of Zhuang Yan. She gazed upon a photograph of Zhuang Yan from his sophomore year, noting the stark contrast to his present self, which bore the marks of malnutrition. A series of images flashed through her mind. There he stood on the hospital rooftop, clad in a loose-fitting white shirt. The cold wind lifting to him as he raised his hands, resembling a dove poised to take flight. The evidence of Zhuang Zhongming's infidelity struck her like a dagger. In the days of Xia Qingshan, each decision was made without regret. However, now he found himself regretting his agreement to Xia Wan and Gu Qian's affair, lamenting his previous actions against Zhuang Yan, and most of all, regretting the alliance with the Zhuang family. Since Zhuang Zhongming's father passed away, the Zhuang family had been deteriorating, relying solely on their dwindling resources. Zhuang Yan's entrance into the company resulted in losses amounting to billions, yet had he not joined, the losses would have been even greater. To be fair, Zhuang Yan was indeed commendable among the younger generation. Had he been nurtured properly from a young age and introduced to the company sooner, he would undoubtedly have achieved great success. It was disheartening to see such an obedient and sensible son cast aside. Blindness of the eyes is trivial, but the blindness of the heart is truly tragic. Xia Qingshan pondered for a moment before advising Xia Wan. When you see Zhuang Yan, speak to him kindly. Even if you cannot be husband and wife, you can still be friends after all these years. Yet, Xia Wan's proud nature forbade her from bowing her head before Zhuang Yan. Meanwhile, in another room, Gu Qian patiently tended to Tang Jing, trying to soothe her troubled spirit. Auntie, try not to overthink things. When you meet your godfather, let him explain. Tang Jing, pale and silent, felt emotions swell within her, her breath quickening. Slowly, she began to clutch her chest, gasping for air, desperate to cry yet unable to produce tears, sweat stinging her eyes. Zhuang Zhongming had betrayed her. How could he break his promises and deceive her for so long? She had sacrificed so much to marry him, abandoning her dance career. Enduring the loss of her identity to bear his children, transforming into a shell of her former self, her beauty faded, her body marred by unsightly stretch marks. After Zhuang Zhongming's father passed away, the Zhuang family faced peril, and upon taking the reins, Zhuang Zhongming nearly led the company to bankruptcy. At that time, he had knelt before her, vowing never to betray her, claiming he would love her for eternity. Now, the evidence of his infidelity felt like a blade piercing her heart, leaving her breathless and understanding the meaning of profound sorrow. The cherished memories of their past faded into a haunting illusion, leading her to reflect on the years he spent by her side. When he claimed to be working late, with which woman was he truly spending his time? During his social outings, whose bed did he occupy? In moments when she was unwell and he comforted her, did he regret marrying her? When he moved out of their bedroom to sleep apart, was he repulsed by her aging appearance, silently comparing her to other women? Overcome with dizziness and nausea, she felt as though a noose was tightening around her neck. Auntie, please drink some water. Take care of yourself first, Gu Qian urged. Trembling, Tang Jing extended her hand to cover his, drawing strength from his grasp to sip the water. The warm, sweet liquid slid down her throat, offering her a moment of reprieve. Chapter 76. The Zhuang family harbors enormous secrets. Gu Qian began by watching a video trending on social media, featuring someone claiming to be a former maid of the Zhuang family, alleging that Madame Zhuang suffered from a mental illness with tendencies toward violence. Initially, Gu Qian was incredulous. He had spent the past few days with Tang Jing, who exhibited a gentle demeanor, remaining calm even after a car accident and maintaining her composure despite Zhuang Zhongming's infidelity. Most women would have crumbled or expressed their distress through outbursts. Yet how could such a person be labeled a malicious, violent lunatic? Despite voicing his disbelief, a seed of doubt had been planted. The video was lengthy, and Gu Qian lacked the patience to watch it in its entirety. He turned it off and cautiously approached a maid. Auntie, how long have you worked here? The maid replied expressionlessly, 3 years. Do you know why Zhuang Yan was driven out? Gu Qian believed it was the family that cast him aside, rather than Zhuang Yan choosing to leave. For who would reject wealth? The family's private matters are not for us to discuss. The maid was indeed tight-lipped, revealing nothing. Frustrated, Gu Qian pressed on. Is it true that my godmother has a mental illness? The maid regarded him silently, her eyes devoid of expression. I don't know. Unbeknownst to Gu Qian, all staff members were bound by confidentiality agreements upon employment, and should they breach this contract, they would face exorbitant penalties capable of bankrupting them. They were compelled to speak less and work more, ignoring what they should not hear. Gu Qian's inquiries yielded no results, leaving him agitated. Just then, his phone rang. It was his agent calling. Gu Qian, are you at the Zhuang residence? Yes, Zhang. Is there something wrong? You've been implicated online regarding your purchase of online influencers to manipulate narratives against Zhuang Yan. A third party has intervened. Are you familiar with Ian Group? I've heard of it. Zhuang Yan had somehow allied with Ian Group, which was now assisting him with legal matters. Nearly 10,000 accounts had been suspended, with over 1,000 receiving cease and desist letters, including your name. Gu Qian was taken aback. What? Where did you see this? On a Weibo post by someone named Song Lu. It's trending now. You can see it for yourself, but I advise against it. Looking will only worsen your mood. What should I do? As a public figure, Gu Qian faced legal repercussions for leading online harassment against a private citizen. While others could apologize and settle, the stakes were higher for him, threatening his career and endorsements. The agent had prepared for the worst but withheld this from Gu Qian, knowing he struggled with maintaining his composure. After the call ended, Gu Qian was left to contemplate in solitude, lost in thought. Chapter 77. Zhuang Zhongming's lower body is disabled. The once incomprehensible matters fell into place. Zhuang Yin had killed his own sister, which was why Tang Jing and Zhuang Zhongming harbored such animosity toward him, ultimately forcing him out. If he were to find evidence, not only could he threaten Zhuang Yin, but he could also ensure his imprisonment. However, this needed careful confirmation. Gu Qian stifled his impatience, discreetly reaching into his pocket to activate a recording device. After doing so, he gently patted Tang Jing's shoulder, casually inquiring, "Auntie, who is the Xiao Ke you mentioned?" Tang Jing's eyes widened with rage as she mechanically replied, "She is my daughter." "How did she die?" Gu Qian repressed his pain and continued, "When did this happen? My Xiao Ke was only 3 years old when her brother killed her. He was a little devil at 5. Zhuang Yin was now 24, meaning this tragedy occurred 19 years ago. After such a long time, could there still be evidence? Moreover, Tang Jing's mental state was fragile. Could her words be trusted? Each time she relapsed, she would spiral into madness for a significant period before collapsing from exhaustion. If Zhuang Zhongming were present, he would administer medication to ease her distress. This was the first time Gu Qian witnessed her in such a state, feeling helpless. Tang Jing gazed at him. "Is that true?" "Indeed," Gu Qian assured her. Catching a glimpse of a document regarding an inheritance transfer, he suddenly felt invigorated, scrutinizing every word with newfound determination. The documents appeared to be a thick stack of 40 to 50 pages. Gu Qian glanced at the top page and confirmed it was indeed a will. If he signed it, then after Tang Jing's demise, her assets would belong to him. Gu Qian pondered deeply. Since Zhuang Zhongming had committed infidelity, he should leave empty-handed, with all possessions reverting to Tang Jing. In other words, they would ultimately become his. Sign it, and it will all be yours from then on. Tang Jing descended into madness, unaware of her own actions. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought. She must prove that these seemingly inconsequential possessions mattered to others, and that the one who would ultimately regret this would be him. As for Zhuang Zhongming having chosen betrayal, she would rather give these assets to a stranger than allow them to remain with the mistress and illegitimate child. Suddenly, a fortuitous opportunity fell into Gu Qian's lap, nearly overwhelming him. Overcome with excitement, he instinctively held his breath and clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 78. This time I protected you. In the future, you must protect me. After watching the video and checking trending topics and comments, he stumbled upon a Weibo post by Song Lu, filled with names of those to be sued. How long would this take? When had Song Lu joined the Ian Group? He had heard of Ian Group. By the time he reached 50 in his previous life, it had already reached its zenith, with its enigmatic owner worth 500 billion, a legendary figure who never revealed himself even until his death. Now, the public relations department was managing the online rumors, and a formidable legal team was handling lawsuits. This morning, even those who had criticized him were deleting their inappropriate comments, shifting their allegiance to declare him a true winner in life. The media speculated about his relationship with Ian Group. In summary, his Weibo was now filled with jubilant comments, as he had recently participated in a variety show, garnering him a fair share of casual fans. However, these fans typically remained silent, afraid of backlash. With the shift in circumstances, casual fans had morphed into devoted supporters, humorously noting how they had been in the countryside just yesterday. And today they were flying to a luxurious villa. Zhuang Yin set down his tablet and turned to look at Lu Yan, who leaned against his shoulder, no longer avoiding him as before. Something had subtly changed. Lu Yan was like a morning rose, vibrant and delicate, exuding a fragrant allure. Once one had witnessed such beauty, all other flowers paled in comparison. "Thank you. It seems I owe you more and more," Zhuang Yin said sincerely, yet he smiled bitterly at this point. Was it truly possible to be so unconditionally kind to someone simply because of affection? What had he done to deserve this? Did he truly merit such feelings? Zhuang Yin found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Despite having lived over 50 years and experiencing much, he still felt cautious in the presence of someone as splendid as Lu Yan. It was akin to a lost traveler in a desert, burdened and parched under a scorching sun, who suddenly glimpses an oasis, fearing it might merely be a mirage. "Remember what you owe me. Keep it in your heart for a lifetime. This time I'll protect you, and in the future, you must protect me." The sense of indebtedness transformed into another form of longing. She wanted Zhuang Yin to remember her, the longer the better. After all, they were still young, and she had plenty of time and patience to turn his debt into affection. "I will protect you in the future. You must be true to your word." "I am not afraid of disappointment, but I dread being given hope only to be let down." "I could not bear it," Lu Yan said, her expression serious as she raised her head, her hand gently caressing his chin. Meeting her gaze, Zhuang Yin did not shy away this time, listening to his heart thundering as if he were at a concert, immersed in a visual feast. "Are you the hidden owner of Ian Group? Did he think him foolish? What kind of influence could command 2 departments to assist him?" Zhuang Yin refrained from probing further. After all, this was Lu Yan's private matter, and her choice to withhold information must have been a well-considered decision. Lu Yan had no intention of revealing this to Zhuang Yin just yet, not out of fear of disclosure, but because she had heard that overly assertive women could intimidate men. She needed to give Zhuang Yin time to adapt. To divert his thoughts, Lu Yan quickly changed the subject. "My birthday is the day after tomorrow. Will you celebrate it with me? Your birthday? What gift do you desire? I shall prepare it. Whatever you give, I shall love it. If I were to name something, it would spoil the surprise. Chapter 79. Zhuang Yin transformed from a pariah to a heartthrob. Without a photographer trailing them, Ling Xian spoke freely, surprisingly supportive of Zhuang Yin and Lu Yin. As it did not affect him, Lu Yin openly admired Zhuang Yin, while Xinrong would never admit her feelings. In this competitive arena, she had the greatest chance. Yet now she had veered off course, drifting further from Zhuang Yin, with her prospects dwindling. Jiang Ning, for the first time, could not conceal her expression, deceiving herself. Don't joke, how could they possibly be together? Lu Yin, who had originally stood behind Zhuang Yin, leisurely stepped forward. That is not necessarily true. Fortunately, there were no staff present, and to avoid complications, Zhuang Yin repeatedly cautioned Ling Xian against making light of the situation, as no one would find it amusing. Ling Xian was taken aback by his serious demeanor and quickly assured him, I won't say a word. You can trust me. Having received 2 votes of 0. Ling Xian gradually adopted a more indifferent attitude. After so many days, he had come to see the situation clearly. He had initially thought that the pariah had become a heartthrob, with 3 female guests showing interest in Zhuang Yin. Yet, it was obvious that Zhuang Yin had come merely to play a supporting role, but who could blame Lu Yin for setting her sights on him? The elder sister was truly skilled in the art of attraction. Zhuang Yin was but a fish in her pond, destined to be reeled in eventually. The 4 of them headed to the kitchen to see if anyone required assistance. Today, it was in Xinrong and Fang Chun's turn to cook. When they first arrived, neither could cook, but now, just 2 or 3 weeks later, Xinrong had learned to prepare meals and could even whip up a couple of simple dishes. She and Fang Chun worked well together, yet her thoughts often drifted to Zhuang Yin. Today, Xinrong also attempted to make ginger milk pudding. Having seen Zhuang Yin make it yesterday, she felt it was manageable. Concerned about failing, she sought help from the staff to find a tutorial. Xinrong faced numerous failures on her first attempt. In refusing to waste food, she drank all the mishaps. Ginger-flavored milk was hardly palatable. After filling her stomach, driven by a determination not to give up, she was resolved to succeed today. Finally, on her 13th bowl, she achieved the desired consistency. Xinrong noted the steps and swiftly made 6 bowls in one go. With her hands on her hips in the kitchen, she proudly declared, I am truly a culinary genius. If I set my mind to it, this simple ginger milk pudding is no challenge at all. Just after Xinrong finished, Zhuang Yin and the others arrived. She could always spot Zhuang Yin in a crowd, even if he walked at the back. What are you making? It smells delightful. Ling Xian was the first to enter the kitchen. Fang Chen chuckled, and Xinrong watched Zhuang Yin make ginger milk pudding yesterday. So she decided to give it a try. She has been at it all morning. And Xinrong coldly remarked, where have you been? I didn't see you all morning. Ling Xian stood by, scanning the scene with a look of amusement. I was resting in my room. Instead of pressing the matter as she usually did, and Xinrong called Zhuang Yin over to showcase her ginger milk pudding. What do you think? It's not worse than what you made, right? I thought it would be exquisite, but the taste is quite ordinary. I managed to make 6 bowls, so everyone can have some. And Xinrong was one to repay grudges and always spoke her mind, refusing to harbor internal conflicts. It looks quite impressive. You're truly talented. You only needed to glance at it once, while it took me many attempts to succeed. Chapter 80. In order to give Lu Yin a memorable birthday. To ensure Lu Yin had a satisfactory birthday, Zhuang Yin planned to exchange a substantial number of points for extra money to buy her a gift. Thus, he rose early the following day to complete tasks, and Fang Chen and Ling Xian were also up early. Zhuang Yin glanced at the taskbar and decided to assist the villagers with their grass cutting in the morning. The 3 of them set off together, and Fang Chen, walking beside him, quietly asked, Zhuang Yin, may I speak with you privately for a moment? Ling Xian discreetly cast a glance at the 2 of them before tactfully walking in the opposite direction. Once Ling Xian was out of earshot, Fang Chen stated directly, Zhuang Yin, I have feelings for Xinrong. Zhuang Yin regarded him with a calm demeanor, and so, observing Zhuang Yin's indifferent expression, Fang Chen realized that Zhuang Yin had no interest in Xinrong, which relieved him significantly. I hope you can keep your distance from her. Zhuang Yin's expression turned complex, leaving him momentarily speechless. It seems I haven't been particularly close to her, have I? Usually, we only end up alone during tasks. And besides, we live under the same roof, crossing paths constantly. Asking me to stay away from Xinrong seems a bit unreasonable, doesn't it? Am I to dine alone at a separate table? Fang Chen replied, then please refrain from using your child's psychology on her. She will take it to heart. You must have noticed that Xinrong is interested in you, right? Zhuang Yin frowned. Who? And Xinrong has feelings for me? When Fang Chen mentioned Xinrong's affection, Zhuang Yin's first reaction was that such feelings resembled a kindergarten child's admiration for a teacher. He considered Fang Chen's words reasonable and acknowledged that he should indeed be more mindful in the future. I understand. I will be more careful not to let her misunderstand. Seeing Zhuang Yin's quick acceptance, Fang Chen exhaled in relief, smiling as he patted Zhuang Yin on the shoulder like a good buddy. All right, I got it. Suddenly, Fang Chen remembered something and casually inquired, which of Lu Yin and Jiang Ning do you like? I can help you with ideas. Zhuang Yin's response was cool, no need. It was evident that Zhuang Yin wished to avoid discussing the matter, and Fang Chen, perhaps finding him uninteresting, decided to part ways as they each went to complete their tasks. The cameraman changed 3 times in quick succession, panting heavily, while Zhuang Yin, like a whirlwind, deftly managed everything, leaving the live stream audience in a state of astonishment. Chapter 81. The younger one is not called sister. Thoughts are a bit wild. Zhuang Yin held a date card inscribed with the meeting address and time. He placed the card into his backpack for tomorrow. Feeling exhausted after a busy day, he anticipated falling asleep quickly upon going to bed, but his mind remained unusually alert. Thoughts of the upcoming date filled his head. Fang Chen would undoubtedly give the date card to Xin Rong, leaving Ling Xian to pair with Lu Yin. How would Lu Yin arrange their date? What kind of places would they visit? What activities would they engage in? What meals would they share? What conversations would they have? The more he pondered, the more vivid the scenes of his previous date with Lu Yin emerged. She had coyly brushed against his leg while fending off mosquitoes, her radiant smile blossoming over an ice cream and cotton candy, capturing countless photos with her camera as she claimed to be documenting a beautiful life. With his figure appearing in every shot, Zhuang Yin mused that if tomorrow Lu Yin were to tease Ling Xian as she did with him, merely imagining it made his heart ache as if bitten by a bug, nearly depriving him of breath. The more he thought about it, the more absurd it became, and his once drowsy mind became wide awake. Frustrated, he buried his head under the blanket, kicking out irritably. The next day, Zhuang Yin appeared noticeably fatigued. Lacking the appetite for breakfast, he hastily changed his clothes, slinging his backpack over his shoulder as he prepared to leave. Upon opening the door, he spotted Lu Yin standing in the hallway, dressed in a red dress. Even from a distance, he could catch a whiff of her fragrance. Today, Lu Yin had put on makeup, enhancing her already beautiful features to a more refined, even striking, degree. Do I look good? Zhuang Yin instinctively nodded, then recalled something, awkwardly asking, are you planning to wear that for your date? Yes, Lu Yin replied casually as she fiddled with the bracelet on her wrist. Jiang Ning has already left. I heard from the director that you earned 7,000 yesterday, working tirelessly from dawn till dusk. Are you looking forward to your date with her today? It wasn't for Jiang Ning that he worked hard to earn money. It was for his agreement with Lu Yin. Ordinarily, Lu Yin would have relentlessly questioned him. But today she cryptically mentioned, I'm going on a date with Ling Xian. He said he would take me to the amusement park to ride roller coasters and the Ferris wheel. He mentioned the park has fireflies at night. I've never been to an amusement park or seen fireflies in my life. Zhuang Yan's ears buzzed as if 2 bees had flown in, viciously biting him in the brain, causing him to frown and his right eyelid to twitch. He watched as Lu Yin intentionally dabbed her lips with lipstick, her mouth curving into a full, enigmatic smile that seemed to blend confidence with mockery. You seem very happy with Ling Xian, he remarked, noting that Lu Yin had never dressed up so beautifully for a date with him. Lu Yin took a couple of steps closer, poking Zhuang Yan's stiff arm and teasingly said, yes, because I have a fondness for younger brothers, unlike certain individuals who dislike older sisters and aunts. Leaving no opportunity at all. Zhuang Yan, do you consider me your sister or your aunt? Zhuang Yan recalled how, on the day Lu Yin had cut his hair, he had firmly stated he cared about age and did not like older sisters or aunts, clearly indicating his disinterest in any ambiguous relationships. Lu Yin held a grudge, and seeing him silent, she began to draw circles on his arm with her fingertip, teasingly asking, are you angry? Ignoring me? Chapter 82. A day of dating with the first love. Jiang Ning had many male fans. When she first debuted, with her long black hair and sailor outfit, she smiled at the camera and was dubbed the goddess of first love by her admirers. After 5 years in the acting industry, her first role was in a campus-themed drama, followed by multiple appearances in fantasy dramas. She was fortunate. Her debut drama garnered significant attention, earning her numerous fans. The subsequent fantasy dramas she starred in were all hits, and to enhance her skills, she transitioned into film, starting from supporting roles and gradually ascending to leading roles, winning her first Best Supporting Actress award, followed by her first Best Actress award. Her luck was extraordinary, with netizens claiming she was a celestial being favored by destiny, effortlessly maintaining her success. In this world, talent determines the ceiling, while hard work sets the floor. And Jiang Ning was the embodiment of those who are both more talented and more diligent than others. Year-round, she tirelessly worked in film sets, seamlessly transitioning into her next project. Some called her a model worker, while others criticized her for being overly money-driven and squandering her talent. Yet during her most strenuous times, her thoughts were fixated on persevering a bit longer. Once she secured her Best Actress title, no one would care if she dated, and she could pursue Zhuang Yin again. When she was awarded the title of Best Actress, the audience praised her as the most industrious, career-focused individual, but in truth, it was her romantic inclinations that propelled her to where she was today. Upon seeing Zhuang Yin, Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled as if illuminated by fireworks. A light rain had fallen earlier that morning, leaving the umbrella slightly damp. When Zhuang Yin appeared, the rain had ceased, and the golden glow at the horizon signaled a beautiful day ahead. Zhuang Yin approached and asked, have you been waiting long? I just arrived not long ago. Jiang Ning replied, handing him the soy milk and fried dough sticks she had in her hands. You haven't had breakfast, have you? This is for you. Zhuang Yin hesitated to take it, instead grabbing the umbrella from her hands. Let me help you with that. As they walked and shared breakfast, the soy milk and fried dough sticks were a foolproof choice. Zhuang Yan's bag contained not only fried dough sticks, but also glutinous rice balls, wrapped in the dough sticks. A bite revealed a crispy exterior and a soft interior, perfectly complemented by the soy milk, providing satisfaction for the entire day. Zhuang Yin used to enjoy such combinations during his school days, a memory Jiang Ning recalled vividly. However, he no longer indulged in such foods due to his poor digestion, which made glutinous rice balls difficult to process. Unbeknownst to Jiang Ning, upon seeing the rice balls in the bag, she asked why he wasn't eating them. My stomach isn't great. Overindulging can lead to acid reflux and stomach pain. I'll eat it when I'm hungry. How could Zhuang Yin possibly have a weak stomach? In the past, while devouring hot pot, he would simultaneously indulge in shaved ice and add a generous amount of chili to his dipping sauce, relishing the spiciest and most numbing flavors. During the new year, at his home, he could easily consume 50 pork and scallion dumplings made by Grandma Wang without experiencing any digestive issues. Grandma Wang often admonished him to eat slowly and in moderation, warning him not to ruin his stomach, but Zhuang Yin paid her no heed. Who would have thought her words would prove prophetic? Yet, his stomach ailment was not a result of overeating. Rather, it was born from hunger. Perhaps prolonged fasting had led to psychological distress. For Zhuang Yin had a penchant for hearty meals. He had few hobbies besides exploring culinary delights, and he would always take Jiang Ning along whenever he discovered a new eatery, unbeknownst to her. When Zhuang Yin mentioned his stomach problems and his inability to eat spicy food, she assumed he was trying to distance himself from her. This time, the date location Jiang Ning selected was a food street near the university town. They took an hour-long ride, arriving at 8 o'clock. Chapter 83, Confronting Me. Is it so difficult to swallow? He no longer enjoyed street food, nor did he seem to cherish her anymore. Suddenly, Jiang Ning pointed out something. I didn't expect to find Salt Gang cuisine here. I wonder if it's authentic. How about we try this place for lunch? Salt Gang cuisine is renowned for its fresh spiciness. To prepare it well, the ingredients must be fresh. Zhuang Yin, being an aficionado of this cuisine, had even researched it and mastered a few dishes himself. Not only did he adore it in this lifetime, but he had also relished it in a past life. However, as his stomach issues worsened, he could hardly tolerate any spice. Do you want to eat it? Zhuang Yin inquired, considering that it was not just him dining. A date should take both parties' feelings into account. I would love to. It's been ages since I've had Salt Gang cuisine. You used to make it so well. Every time I ate, I would drink water nonstop, yet I couldn't stop myself. I wonder when I can taste your Salt Gang dishes again. As she spoke, her tone and expression were laden with regret. Zhuang Yin replied, I haven't cooked it in a long time. I've lost my touch. If you want Salt Gang cuisine, the Restaurant S version will surely be delicious. I know a few places in Rongqing that I can recommend. You could order takeout. He consistently left no room for her hopes. Jiang Ning forced a stiff okay, pretending to be unconcerned, but her heart ached uncontrollably. As they entered the restaurant, a server approached them with enthusiasm. Please, take a seat and see what you'd like to order. Zhuang Yin pushed the menu towards Jiang Ning. You order. She chose a variety of signature dishes, all of which Zhuang Yin used to enjoy. Is that enough? Zhuang Yin glanced at the selection. With 4 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup, it seemed a bit excessive for 2, but they had bodyguards and a photographer accompanying them, so nothing would go to waste. That is fine. The server collected the menu and returned with a pot of tea. Jiang Ning smiled as she accepted it. You haven't changed at all. Zhuang Yin continued washing the dishes without looking up. Only my habits remain unchanged. The person has changed. You can feel it too, can't you? After speaking, he stood up. I'll go buy 2 cups of milk tea. What would you like? Just like before. I've forgotten. Zhuang Yin was indeed unyielding towards her. And Jiang Ning forced a bitter smile. Honey grapefruit, less sugar, less ice. Faced with Zhuang Yin's cold demeanor, it would be a lie to say she felt no regret. If only she had been more mature back then. If she had communicated her circumstances to him, Zhuang Yin would have surely understood her. Yet, she had chosen to delay and conceal, believing that with time, the unpleasantness would dissipate. Jiang Ning bit her straw, and while waiting for their meal, she noticed Zhuang Yin occasionally glancing at his watch, leading her to think he was hungry. Chapter 84. Reasons for breakup at 18. Jiang Ning was sensitive and insecure. Her relationship with Zhuang Yin resembled a melodramatic tale of youthful pain, absurd yet genuine. Jiang Ning hailed from a single-parent family. Her father was abusive, and her mother, having accidentally killed someone, spent 3 years in prison before her release. As a child, Jiang Ning was labeled the child of a murderer, an orphaned wild child, a punishment, a cursed being. Fortunately, she was still young enough to feel little beyond pain and hunger. When she was 5, her mother was released and forcibly took her away from their small mountain village. Her mother had worked various jobs: sanitation worker, restaurant server, dishwasher, even taking on labor typically reserved for men, such as bricklaying and carrying cement. After earning enough to move from a cramped room to a 1-bedroom apartment in town, they became neighbors with Zhuang Yin. She met Zhuang Yin when she was 7, and he was also 7. The 2 children appeared frail and malnourished. Yet one had a grandmother, and the other had a mother, both nurturing them with love. Upon hearing derogatory remarks, Zhuang Yin would rush in and fight, determined to silence their tormentors. As they entered middle school, teachers began discussing the dangers of early romantic relationships, and inexplicably, Zhuang Yin and Jiang Ning became focal points of attention. Jiang Ming experienced her first menstrual period in the first year of middle school while at school. Without any money to buy sanitary pads, and to make matters worse, her pants became stained. Embarrassed, she sat on the bench, overwhelmed by shame, unable to seek help. Noticing something amiss, Zhuang Yin stood up and went to the convenience store, buying a pack of sanitary pads, wrapping it in a school uniform jacket, and tossing it to her. In that moment, Zhuang Yin appeared like a celestial being, glowing with an ethereal light. Though he had concealed his act well, it was still discovered by their classmates. Someone reported them for dating, and Jiang Ning was subjected to crude remarks. The teacher summoned them to the office for a private inquiry. Chapter 85. Love is not weighing and comparing. Jiang Xiaoning. Don't be afraid. I will always be with you. We are the same. One of us without parents, the other without a father. We were born insignificant, struggling against our smallness. We grew up on ordinary grains, so do not fear being ordinary. Yet Zhuang Yin, we are truly different. We do not belong to the same world. I never imagined I would drift so far from you, as if no matter how hard I chase, I can never catch up. Over the years of knowing Zhuang Yin, he had mostly taken care of her, bringing her to amusement parks when she was feeling down, taking her to the aquarium to see dolphins, exploring eateries together. All she could offer him was a bowl of her homemade congee with preserved eggs and lean pork. It was akin to two stray cats huddling together for warmth in winter, only for one to be adopted one day, leaving the other to wander alone by the trash. The stark contrast made Jiang Ning feel insecure and weak. She even found herself despicably pondering why Zhuang Yin had to be wealthy. Why couldn't he be a misfortune like her? Human nature is an extraordinarily contradictory entity. One simultaneously wishes for the other's well-being while secretly hoping they do not thrive too much, desiring to drag Zhuang Yin into the mire to make her akin to herself, yet feeling that a spirited youth like him ought to shine in the heavens like the immaculate moon. Whenever Jiang Ning harbored malicious thoughts, she would collapse in despair, slapping herself while berating her own mind. For Zhuang Yin was undoubtedly the one who treated her the best. Why must she envision him in a negative light? Later, she opened a blue book, within which was inscribed a poignant phrase. At that time, I had yet to comprehend the inherent contradictions of human nature. I was unaware of how much pretense lurked within sincerity, how much baseness resided within nobility, or how much goodness could be found amidst evil. Now, I fully understand that stinginess and generosity, resentment and compassion, hatred and love can coexist within the same heart. When her mother learned of her romance with Zhuang Yin, she did not oppose it. Having watched Zhuang Yin grow, she was well aware of his character and felt assured in trusting her daughter to him. Upon discovering Zhuang Yin's family circumstances, her mother fell silent for a long while, then furrowed her brow and said, Ning Ning, unequal love breeds unhappiness. If you truly cherish Zhuang Yin and cannot bear to be without him, you must strive to elevate yourself, to align yourself with him. Otherwise, you will become subjugated, losing your sense of self, leading to a poor outcome. Had she known of Zhuang Yin's family situation from the start, perhaps they would not have ended up together. Zhuang Yin learned of these matters later on. When she took a summer job, she unexpectedly caught the director's attention and, through various introductions, met her current agent and signed with an agency. She stumbled into this industry and gradually developed a fondness for acting. When filling out her applications, her agent advised her to apply to prominent schools, as it would benefit her future career and facilitate scheduling. She complied, but she did not disclose this to Zhuang Yin. Chapter 86. The hasty years. At that time, my grandmother had passed away. Zhuang Yin forced a smile, believing that when recalling the past he could brush it off without sorrow. If not for his grandmother, he would have perished long ago. She had granted him a second chance at life. Memories of his childhood nap time resurfaced, with his grandmother fanning him with a palm leaf, nurturing him with each morsel of food, knowing he adored chicken legs, ensuring that both were served in his bowl whenever they prepared chicken soup. It was his grandmother who held his hand to school, and on rainy days, her umbrella always tilted to shield him. As he grew taller, the wrinkles on her face multiplied. Whenever he wrote essays about family, it was invariably his grandmother he wrote about, expressing his desire to earn more money to repay her kindness. Each year on his birthday, she would buy him a grand cake, and he would light candles and earnestly wish for her hair to darken and her wrinkles to lessen, wishing for her to remain youthful and witness his marriage. His wishes made over cake were in vain, as he had just entered university and had not yet earned the means to repay her kindness when she departed. Since then, he could no longer savor the garlic flavor in the watermelon he ate. Each year, the dumplings he consumed lacked the tradition of containing coins. The unfulfilled affection belonged to his grandmother, and the unrepayable gratitude was her gift to him. She had said that upon death, one would become a star in the sky, ensuring that even the most solitary souls would have companionship. One night, overwhelmed by longing for his grandmother, he stood on the hospital rooftop, reaching out to touch a star. But among the multitude of stars, which one was his grandmother? The couple embarked on a business venture together. The Zhuang Group was built from the ground up by his grandfather. Wealth was acquired, yet his health deteriorated. Thus, she often reminded Zhuang Yin that health was of utmost importance. Consequently, he followed in his grandfather's footsteps and succumbed to stomach cancer. Upon learning of this, his grandmother, wherever she may be, would undoubtedly be frantic, having painstakingly nurtured her grandson to health only to see him revert to the frail child of 6. Perhaps she thought of the kind old lady who would always slip various treats into her pocket, causing Jiang Ning's eyes to glisten with unshed tears. The tea in her cup had long been consumed, and Zhuang Yan poured 2 cups of water, halting at 8/10 full, pushing the clean cup towards Jiang Ning. Drinking too much cold water isn't good. Have some warm water instead. Jiang Ning had poor teeth since childhood, only drinking water at room temperature. For ice would cause her pain. Honey pomelo with less sugar and ice was not her preference, but his. Understanding the warmth and coldness of her own heart, Jiang Ning. It is time to let go. Zhuang Yan stood up, saying, I'll step outside for some fresh air. Take your time eating. Once he left, Jiang Ning could no longer restrain her tears. To conceal her sorrow, she grabbed her chopsticks and devoured the spicy peppers on her plate. The small chilies stung her entire mouth, and her throat burned painfully as she coughed while swallowing, tears streaming down her face, mixing with the spicy flavor in her mouth. Salty, spicy, and bitter, she clutched tissues to wipe her tears and nose, her cheeks flushed crimson. The adjacent milk tea shop played a song, the melody drifting over. Chapter 87. The dragon-slaying youth ultimately slain by the dragon. The pin in her hand clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. A fan was about to bend down to retrieve it when Jiang Ning seized her arm. What did you just say? Something about being abused at home leading to depression? And what about Zhuang's family taking in a godson? When did that happen? Jiang Ning's eyes were already red from crying, now wide with disbelief, revealing the blood vessels within. The fan was startled by her sudden action and, gazing at Jiang Ning's hand gripping her arm, dazedly asked, This is such a big issue. It's all over the trending searches online. You didn't know? The fan recounted the recent events online to Jiang Ning. Struggling to contain her emotions in the presence of her idol, fearing her words were insufficiently clear, she hurriedly pulled out her phone to show Jiang Ning the video where 110 individuals clarified Zhuang Yan's situation. From their words, Jiang Ning gleaned insight into Zhuang Yan's past. Some details she was already aware of, like the spirited boy who had tossed his paper airplane into the distance during middle school. At 18, Zhuang Yan was the epitome of youth, yet everything changed upon entering university. He became taciturn, resembling a mere shell of his former self, concealing all his brilliance. Akin to a hedgehog shedding its quills. A highly praised university doctor claiming to be Zhuang Yan's school physician revealed that Zhuang Yan had fainted several times on campus. His body marred with injuries, initially presumed to be from fights, he frequently sought stomach and pain medication, indicating a severe gastric condition. A former nanny who had worked for the Zhuang family disclosed that Zhuang Yan's mother did not love him. She was a madwoman, unleashing her wrath with the most venomous words directed at him, finding amusement in his suffering, with Zhuang Yan's mere existence serving as a seasoning to their lives. The boy who had once saved her was now left without a savior. Consider the shuttered, trendy supermarket in the county center. Something ordinary people could never afford in a lifetime. Even renting a store was a strenuous endeavor. Yet, such trendy supermarkets were numerous and roaching. Not to mention the various associated industries and investment projects. He had become the unfortunate soul she had envisioned, unloved and uncared for, possessing wealth yet seemingly losing everything else. Jiang Ning stared at the plates of red peppers before her, her lashes trembling, as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Chapter 88. Lingering thoughts. No echo. Where has Jiang Ning gone? Only one staff member sat there, engrossed in their phone. Zhuang Yan approached, inquiring, Where's Jiang Ning? Teacher Jiang took them out. She said she needed to buy some things and handle a few matters. She didn't say it would take long, right? If necessary, we can call her. Mr. Zhuang, would you like to go find her? Since she has matters to attend to, I shall wait here for her. Zhuang Yan sat down. As the shop was now nearly empty, not disturbing anyone's meal. After seating himself, Zhuang Yan poured himself a cup of tea, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across the table. Where the 4 salty dishes he had ordered were barely left with any peppers. He teased the staff, You all can handle spicy food quite well. Fortunately, they were dining at the time and not live streaming. Otherwise, witnessing Jiang Ning in tears would have left the netizens pondering her state. Zhuang Yan paused, casting his gaze upon the array of chilies on the table. Jiang Ning seldom indulged in spicy food. At the entrance of her high school, there was a stir-fried rice noodle shop where she would always opt for the spiciest dish, while Jiang Ning could only tolerate a mild flavor. After being overwhelmed by the heat, she would weep and wipe her nose, unwilling to eat spicy food in his presence for fear of appearing ridiculous and inviting his laughter. Zhuang Yan lifted his cup of tea, looking out onto the street where pairs of students strolled past the shop, clutching milk teas and bags, chatting merrily, truly the most splendid age. At this moment, Jiang Ning found herself in a quiet, deserted place, prompting her to instruct the photographer to turn on the live streaming camera. After clarifying her intentions with the director, they handed her the phone. She opened her live streaming room, observing the barrage of comments. Ning Ning, I finally see you. My dear, do you know how much I've missed you during these few minutes of your meal? Why are your eyes so red? Did the chilies make you cry? Are you enjoying your date with Zhuang Yan? I have high hopes for you too. Let the green plum stock rise. We are on fire. Do I sense that Ning Ning is looking at us? Why is it so quiet in this live stream? Is Ning Ning holding the phone to read our comments? Jiang Ning raised her head to face the camera, saying, Yes, I am reading your comments. This is my first time in my own live stream, and I never expected to have so many viewers. Ning Ning is talking to me across the screen. Could you share about your relationship with Zhuang Yan? There have been recent rumors about him online, and I'm unsure what to believe. I feel a bit heartbroken for him. Chapter 89, at 24. Jiang Ning is willing to sacrifice her acting career for Zhuang Yin. Just then, her phone vibrated. It was a call from her agent, Li Lan. Jiang Ning abruptly ended the call, and shortly after, a flurry of text messages arrived. Jiang Ning, do you wish to ruin your career? What does Zhuang Yin's situation have to do with you? Must you speak on his behalf? He has powerful allies to clarify matters and legal support. Why do you need to involve yourself? Can't you spare me the stress? I'm on the verge of losing my mind here with everything I have to manage. Do you think Zhuang Yin will be grateful for your actions? Perhaps he will resent you for being an afterthought. Your efforts will not touch anyone but yourself. Is it worth it to sacrifice for a man? The agent bombarded Jiang Ning with messages, reflecting her profound anger and frustration. After a brief afternoon nap, Jiang Ning awoke to find the sky had fallen. Anyone in her position would crumble. As an actress with 80 million fans, even the slightest misstep would be magnified. Yet, life does not grant such simplicity. One cannot have it all and still desire more. Where were you when Zhuang Yin needed you most? Consequently, many netizens were unconvinced by her actions. Jiang Ning's follower count plummeted rapidly, losing 1 million fans in mere moments. These were genuine followers. Some criticized her while others defended her. At 18, Jiang Ning was too young and easily swayed by external influences, lacking the leverage to advocate for herself, easily manipulated. Now, she stood at the precipice of jeopardizing her future, boldly stepping forward to speak for Zhuang Yin, attempting to rectify past mistakes. Ultimately, the fault lay with Zhuang Zhongming for his unprincipled behavior. Perhaps at another time, they would have been the perfect match. In the live stream, Jiang Ning's expression remained relaxed. Yet her eyes were redder than before as she continued speaking to the camera. Today, I share with you all to convey that Zhuang Yin is truly an incredible person. To the 18-year-old Jiang Ning, I implore you to believe in Zhuang Yin, to stay by his side, and protect him from harm. He sheltered you from elementary school through high school, allowing you to experience love. You must bravely love him in return, and not abandon communication due to an outsider's words. 18-year-old Jiang Ning, you must safeguard Zhuang Yin, care for him, and ensure his health. Don't let him develop stomach issues. He delights in exploring eateries and savoring delicious foods. At this point, tears welled in Jiang Ning's eyes. Lastly, I apologize for my presumptuousness. Zhuang Yin, I am sorry, she choked, placing a hand over her heart. I love you. At that moment, her heart felt twisted, and she endured the pain, unable to voice her sorrow. The camera shifted, capturing Jiang Ning slumped on the ground, clutching her chest as her body curled inward, her trembling frame betraying her agony. She cried silently, with only the faintest sound of her sniffling. Chapter 90. At 24, Jiang Ning achieved what she dared not at 18. Opposite her, Ling Xian was rendered speechless. The production team mandated no phone usage during recording, except for urgent calls, after which the device must be handed over to staff for safekeeping. This precaution was to prevent distractions that could mar the recording's quality. However, they would still secretly bring their phones, albeit discreetly. When Liu Yin reached out, the staff respectfully handed her the phone. Ling Xian glanced at the camera, noticing the photographer had shifted the lens direction. Upon obtaining the phone, Liu Yin began browsing. There was no need to search specifically for news regarding Jiang Ning. Her name and Zhuang Yin were trending everywhere on social media. The video was lengthy, and she was too disinterested to watch it in full. From the comments and topics, she could surmise its content. She had long been aware of Jiang Ning and Zhuang Yin's relationship, their childhood bond and first love, a youthful affection, naive yet unforgettable. Jiang Ning was, aside from Zhuang Yin's grandmother, the one who understood him best. Her profession carried weight, with a vast array of casual viewers and dedicated fans. Her words held more impact than those of others. Yet, due to her career, she could not speak freely, as her actions would affect her team, her company, and the associated interests. Any misstep could lead to disaster. Now, the repercussions were becoming evident. Some fans felt deceived, leading to unfollowing and vitriolic comments on her Weibo. Fortunately, Jiang Ning's devoted followers were numerous and strong enough to organize a campaign to control the narrative and block detractors. Her public relations team was astute to divert public attention. They resurrected discussions surrounding the Zhuang family. Do not underestimate the influence of a leading actress. The comment section of the Zhuang family group was inundated with her fans, prompting the organization to disable private messaging and comments. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Under the Zhuang family as umbrella, industries such as popular supermarkets faced backlash as fans purchased goods only to return them in droves. While they could not orchestrate large-scale upheavals, the cumulative effect of small actions could be substantial. Even the most robust company would struggle, especially as the Zhuang family had been on a downward trajectory in recent years. With online disruptions followed by offline actions, if this momentum continued, these supermarkets might soon shutter. At 24, Jiang Ning had transcended into the realm of the affluent. Equipped with capital and capability, she could assertively proclaim to Zhuang Zhongming, I am worthy of Zhuang Yin. She could retaliate against the Zhuang family, her words possessing the potential to impact their market value and introduce significant trouble. At 24, Jiang Ning accomplished what she had only dreamed of at 18. Yet she could not return to that age. Now, she had to acknowledge that as a rival, she had barely met the mark. It was impossible. Once Zhuang Yin was with Xiao Wan, he had entirely moved on from her. Lu Yin shot him a cold glare. Ling Xian abruptly halted, sensing a flicker of hostility, realizing that his aura was incompatible with Lu Yin's. During his last date with Jiang Ning, despite her evident disinterest, she at least put on a facade to preserve his dignity. Lu Yin, on the other hand, had no regard for pretense, dismissing even the act of lying to smooth things over. Chapter 91. What does love amount to? Jiang Ning fell silent for a moment, refraining from further inquiries and simply uttering a good. As they passed a toy store, Jiang Ning suddenly halted, her gaze fixed on a rabbit plush toy, tugging at Zhuang Yan's sleeve. Zhuang Yan, could you buy me that rabbit? What rabbit? It was clear that Jiang Ning had taken a liking to the rabbit. Cradling it affectionately, a gentle smile gracing her lips, Zhuang Yan observed her for a moment and inquired, do all girls fancy such plush toys? I don't know, but I certainly do, especially since it's a gift from you. The shopkeeper chimed in, girls generally find it hard to resist adorable and delightful items. This size of plush toy can be hugged to sleep at night or serve as a charming decoration on the bedside. Zhuang Yan glanced at the price, realizing it was quite reasonable, merely a few hundred. Seemingly inspired, he entered the store to examine the various toys displayed on the walls, ultimately fixating on a pinkish-white fox. Excuse me, could you take that fox down for me? Of course. The fox perched atop the highest shelf was not easily spotted by most. The shopkeeper retrieved it using a clothes hanger. The little fox swayed precariously in midair, about to tumble, when Zhuang Yin swiftly caught it, observing the fox in his hand. Jiang Ning was reminded of Lu Yin, as she too had a beauty mark at the corner of her eye. Zhuang Yin's gaze lingered on the mark, even brushing it with his fingers. Jiang Ning tightened her grip on the rabbit's ears. With satisfaction, Zhuang Yin set the fox down. I'll take both of these. How much do I owe you? The total for the two plush toys, after a discount, amounted to 500 yuan, leaving him with 6,000 yuan. Carrying the bag, Zhuang Yin asked Jiang Ning, is there anywhere you'd like to go? Jiang Ning shook her head. Just take me wherever you wish. I will follow you. Zhuang Yin then headed directly to the shopping mall he had previously visited. After budgeting, he spent 4,000 yuan on a necklace and subsequently visited a bakery to make a cake. Throughout the outing, Jiang Ning quietly trailed behind him, having already surmised who he intended to gift it to, thus refraining from asking any unnecessary questions. She gripped the rabbit's ears, content with her day. While Zhuang Yin was busy baking, his agent's call came through. Jiang Ning answered, Sister Lan, I'm sorry. Agent Li Lan had been instrumental in her career. Without her securing resources, Jiang Ning would not have reached her current status. She regretted not consulting her before going live. All right, I understand. Leaning against the wall, Jiang Ning gazed at Zhuang Yin, who was utterly engrossed in his cake making, drawing a crowd of onlookers within a 3-meter radius, all snapping pictures of him. Zhuang Yin had never lacked admirers. Among those who adored him, she was merely one, and the least deserving at that. Chapter 92. Encountering the right person at the wrong time. No man can tolerate his girlfriend being affectionate with another man, unless he does not truly love her. From the moment Jiang Ning starred in her first drama alongside a male actor, their relationship began to deteriorate, much like a rotting apple. One might think it was only slightly spoiled, but in reality, the rot had spread throughout. Li Lan had advised Jiang Ning to end the relationship and focus on her career. Back then, Jiang Ning had insisted that her desire to enter the entertainment industry was solely for her boyfriend. However, such a vast, chaotic world as the entertainment industry could not accommodate pure love. As anticipated, after the release of her second drama, Jiang Ning skyrocketed to fame, becoming a rising star. As she had foreseen upon their first meeting, with the heavens seemingly favoring her, how could Jiang Ning not succeed? Yet, trouble soon followed. Such as the time she was caught by paparazzi while secretly meeting her boyfriend, with her image as the nation's first love goddess. How could she afford to be in a relationship? After merely a year in the industry, Jiang Ning had yet to establish herself. She needed her fan support, and for fans, being in a relationship was akin to a downfall. Should she reveal her relationship or break up with her boyfriend? Disclosing their romance would undoubtedly lead to fan backlash, canceled business collaborations, and potentially ruin her chances of becoming a top-tier star. Such instances were far too common. How many celebrities had seen their careers crumble due to love? The entertainment industry was replete with newcomers. If she vanished today, someone else would take her place tomorrow, and gradually, her admirers would forget her. Revealing a relationship not only jeopardized her career but also affected her partner. Jiang Ning, do you wish for him to encounter danger? As long as you remain in the entertainment industry, he will be scrutinized, subjected to unwelcome attention from your fans, and even your haters, who might curse his family. Is this truly what you desire? Furthermore, her career would be impacted. She could have changed her life, standing at the pinnacle, but now she had ruined it. If she wished to continue her relationship with him, the company could only elevate others, and her resources would be redistributed. This was both a reality and a coercion. Some paparazzi exhibited no moral integrity, rummaging through Jiang Ning's neighborhood to uncover her boyfriend's identity, even inquiring at her school. As Zhuang Yan's information threatened to be exposed, Jiang Ning ultimately chose to end the relationship. She did not even dare to call Zhuang Yan, fearing that she would break down upon mentioning the breakup, regretting her decision, and making an ill-fated choice that could harm him. After their split, Li Lan swiftly placed her in another production to prevent her from reconsidering her reconciliation with her ex-boyfriend. Despite having professional stunt doubles available, she insisted on performing the stunts herself, resulting in numerous injuries. The crew praised her professionalism. But only Li Lan understood that she was atoning in this manner. If her body were in pain, her heart would not ache, and she would not dwell on Zhuang Yan. During action scenes, she was injured to the point of vomiting blood, strained her back while performing stunts, and fractured her forearm during an explosion scene, nearly losing her life. Why was Jiang Ning pushing herself so hard? The moment she lost Zhuang Yan, her world lost its color, leaving her feeling utterly empty, as if life itself had lost its meaning. Chapter 93. Your bed looks incredibly comfortable. While Zhuang Yan busied himself with cake making, he also had to keep an eye on the time. Suddenly realizing it was almost 3:58 p.m., he quickly sought out a staff member for a phone, and upon receiving it, promptly called Lu Yan. Lu Yan, I thought you were having too much fun on your date to remember to call me. I did not forget. In fact, Lu Yan's words from that morning lingered in his mind, preoccupying his thoughts. When Lu Yan suddenly fell silent, Zhuang Yan began to wonder if she was displeased. I'm preparing a surprise, which has taken a bit longer than expected. Where are you now? What he truly wished to ask was, are you still on a date with Ling Xian? While most referred to the small place as a little house, only Lu Yan preferred to call it home. After ending the call, Zhuang Yan hurriedly finished the cake, completing it just before 4:30 p.m. Throughout the process, he did not seek assistance, even wrapping it up himself. To think you could bake a cake so well, Jiang Ning remarked as she approached with a cup of water. Would you like some water? Without lifting his head, he replied, there's a strawberry cake in the fridge I made for you. Jiang Ning's voice trembled as she asked, you made it specifically for me? You spent the afternoon with me, so consider it a token of gratitude. While he meant it merely as a simple gesture of thanks, Jiang Ning understood the underlying emotion. Murmuring her gratitude before opening the fridge, the cake was modest in size, just right for her to enjoy alone. After taking a bite, she noted its sweet and tangy flavor, yet an undercurrent of bitterness lingered on her palate. The air was filled with the cake's delightful aroma as Zhuang Yan focused on the final touches, the overhead light casting a soft glow on his face. In that moment, Jiang Ning felt she could sit there and watch him forever, never growing weary of his presence. She finished the cake, savoring each moment. The car was driven by the bodyguard as Zhuang Yan opened the rear door, cradling the cake in his arms to prevent it from toppling over. Rather than placing it in the trunk, Jiang Ning followed him into the car and seated herself beside him. Is the cake for Lu Yan? Could it be her birthday today? She inquired. Jiang Ning could sense that Zhuang Yan was hardly surprised, as they had spent the entire day together, and he had not made any efforts to conceal it. She was determined not to let anyone else know. Jiang Ning assured him, I won't say a word. Once silence fell between them, the atmosphere grew oddly tense. Jiang Ning gazed out the window and asked, Xiaoyan, do you have feelings for Lu Yan? Having lived a second life, Zhuang Yan held a rather indifferent view on love. He believed in being selective rather than settling for mediocrity. He was resolute that he would not repeat the mistakes of his past by hastily marrying someone just to get by. Let things unfold naturally. If I encounter the right person, I will pursue it boldly. If not, living alone for a lifetime is also an option. Jiang Ning couldn't help but remind him. I can't shake the feeling that Lu Yan is not as simple as she appears. Chapter 94. Summer 1 is approaching the battlefield and Shinrong spoke while discreetly observing Zhuang Yan's reactions. Did he care? Was he angry? Did he feel uncomfortable seeing her with another man? Feng Chen is exceptionally good. He takes beautiful photos, positioning himself to capture angles that make my legs look slender and long. Moreover, he is meticulous and patient. He remembers even the smallest details I mentioned, she continued. Her enthusiasm unabated. Zhuang Yan listened intently, his expression devoid of impatience. In an instant, and Shinrong felt her fervor doused in icy water, her mouth closing as she fell silent. After a moment, she asked, Zhuang Yan, what do you think of Feng Chen? Why do you ask me that? And Shinrong clutched the clay pot in her arms awkwardly. Isn't it said that men understand men better? I haven't spent as much time with him as you have. You just had a date with him today. What are your impressions? Don't you sense anything? You wish to understand him? Then engage with your heart. What you learn from others may not reflect the truth, and it is unfair to him. I'm not trying to understand him. I'm trying to understand you. And Shinrong flushed with embarrassment, nearly revealing her true feelings. Angrily, she shot Zhuang Yan a glare. The game of push and pull was futile. Zhuang Yan's bluntness only served to frustrate her further. Did he truly wish for them to be together? After a moment of anger, she felt deflated. Like a balloon that had suddenly lost its air. The spirited and Shinrong found herself beset by a sense of pain and frustration. Beside her, Lu Yan wore a smile. Seemingly amused, and a hint of disdain flickered across her lips, as if she had uncovered in Shinrong's inner turmoil. Clutching the clay pot tightly, and Shinrong's arms trembled, as if she might crush it. It's nothing. I just think Feng Chen is quite impressive, better than you, more romantic, and more understanding of women. What business is it of yours who I'm with? Lu Yan turned to Zhuang Yan, her realization dawning. Indeed, it is none of our concern, right, Zhuang Yan? It's us, not me, he corrected, the subtle difference in wording carrying profound implications. Zhuang Yan merely nodded, and in Shinrong's face drained of color, feeling inexplicably aggrieved. Her nose tinged with acidity as her eyes reddened. And Shinrong had a tendency to cry easily. her sharp tongue often leading to defeat in arguments. She found herself at a loss, unable to retaliate against Zhuang Yan's loyalty to Lu Yan. Why did he support Lu Yan so fervently? Did he not find her identity, being Summer One's aunt, disconcerting? And Shinrong glared at Lu Yan, determined not to show weakness. If she cried now, it would be utterly humiliating. She could not afford to lose her composure in this battle for Zhuang Yan's affections. Lu Yan, uninterested in Shinrong's plight, suggested, "Let's go to the kitchen and see what we'll have for dinner." "All right," Lu Yan continued, "don't mind her. Let her sort herself out." Zhuang Yan watched as Shinrong crouched on the floor, unsure if she was crying or merely cleaning up the mess around her. Chapter 95, Lu Yan. Happy birthday. Lu Yan's gaze fell upon the plush rabbit resembling Jiang Ning on the bed, her expression tightening as her brow furrowed. Jiang Ning picked up the rabbit and asked, "Did Zhuang Yan buy this for me? Doesn't it look just like me?" Despite recognizing her lack of entitlement, she still found herself unwilling to yield in the presence of Lu Yan. How could she suddenly let go? Zhuang Yan had been the object of her affection for over a decade, and many of her life's first experiences were shared with him. The thought of the person she loved embracing another, of someone else being the one at his side, brought a heartache that was indescribable. It seemed that even an award-winning actress could not mask her true emotions in reality. Lu Yan wished she could compel Jiang Ning to face the mirror, to witness the jealousy and unwillingness in her own eyes. Jiang Ning's already pale complexion suddenly drained of color, and she clutched the rabbit tightly, as if it were the only source of warmth. Lu Yan observed her packing a suitcase and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm preparing to leave," Jiang Ning replied while kneeling to fold her clothes. "You're not going to record anymore? The company has other arrangements." Lu Yan recalled the trending topics from earlier that day. Jiang Ning's clarification had inadvertently fanned the flames of gossip, catching Lu Yan in the crossfire. Jiang Ning was well known, and with that fame came significant backlash. Old grievances were resurrected by netizens, transforming trivial matters into catastrophic scandals. "Jiang Ning," she began, rising to meet Lu Yan's serious gaze. "I know you're not as simple as you seem. You have feelings for Zhuang Yan, and I have no right to stand in your way. I only ask that you do not hurt him, do not abandon him, love him a little more than others do, and take care of his well-being." Jiang Ning briefly lost her focus, offering a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. How many people confused love with obsession? The reason one could not attain something was that it did not belong to them. The inability to let go stemmed from a refusal to accept the truth. Wasn't that a form of obsession in itself? Chapter 96. Why did you bring me to the woods at night? The door opened, revealing Jiang Ning. Zhuang Yan, taken aback, asked, "Where's Lu Yan?" He had initially planned to meet Lu Yan at the door, expecting her to be waiting for him. "She's inside changing," Jiang Ning replied. "There's a small washroom in the guest room. Then I'll wait outside. Come in. The mosquitoes are rampant outside." Jiang Ning pulled Zhuang Yan into the room, where the cameras had already been turned off. "Make yourself comfortable. Lu Yan will be out shortly." Zhuang Yan refrained from looking around, sitting on a stool in a daze. Jiang Ning asked, "Where do you plan to take Lu Yan?" "Just out for a stroll." "Did you bring a flashlight?" "Yes." "What about mosquito repellent?" "Of course." As she continued her inquiries, Zhuang Yan answered each one affirmatively. Jiang Ning advised, "There are many mosquitoes outside. The repellent might not suffice. It would be wise to bring insect spray." "I've prepared that as well," he assured her. Zhuang Yan's thoroughness was evident. He had considered everything that others might overlook, often anticipating even more than necessary. Jiang Ning fell silent, the room echoing with the sounds of Lu Yan changing. Suddenly, she remarked, "Lu Yan is quite remarkable. Better than I am." Jiang Ning had been overly self-assured, imposing her own standards upon Zhuang Yan. The love she envisioned differed significantly from what he sought. Having been abandoned by his parents, Zhuang Yan harbored a deep-seated fear of being forsaken again. Chapter 97. Lu Yan. Happy birthday. It was then that Lu Yan realized Zhuang Yan had brought her to a nearby stream, close to the flowing water. With a stick, he poked at the grass, causing fireflies to flutter into the sky. While Lu Yan watched the fireflies, Zhuang Yan's gaze was fixed upon her. Once, Zhuang Yan passed by this place and discovered a female firefly, leading him to speculate that fireflies would emerge here at night. This morning, upon hearing Lu Yan mention that Ling Xian was taking her to see fireflies, he instinctively thought of this spot. Zhuang Yan feigned nonchalance as he casually inquired, "Where did you and Ling Xian go today?" Lu Yan found a stone to sit on, propping her chin up to gaze at him. "We didn't go to the amusement park, so we didn't ride the Ferris wheel. We just strolled around the nearby mall and randomly chose a CAF for coffee. Ling Xian prepared a bouquet of roses for me, which I declined." Lu Yan recounted the day's events in detail, seemingly pledging her loyalty. "Is there anything else you wish to ask?" In truth, he had no further questions, but he was somewhat intrigued by the red dress she wore. Lu Yan patted the stone beside her. "Come sit down. I have something to tell you." The two stones were quite close, and once seated, their bodies inevitably brushed against one another. Lu Yan glanced sideways at him, gradually leaning closer, her chin grazing the fabric of his shoulder. "Whether it's the red dress in the morning or the one in the evening, they are both worn for your eyes only. That's why I changed as soon as you left this morning." A tingling sensation coursed through Zhuang Yan's ears, causing him to tense his neck. He quickly shifted the topic. Placing the bag he held in front of Lu Yan, "Let us unwrap the gift. Hold this for me." Lu Yin handed him the fox plushie she had in her arms and squatted down to open the bag. A cake? Yes, I made a mango millefeuille. He recalled that in his previous life, Lu Yin had a fondness for mangoes. You can bake cakes too? It was indeed an unexpected delight. Especially since Zhuang Yin had just made her favorite mango millefeuille. It's not difficult. As Lu Yin opened the box, she accidentally activated a switch, illuminating the colorful lights surrounding the cake. Zhuang Yin placed the candles on top, celebrating Lu Yan's 27th birthday. Lu Yin closed her eyes and clasped her hands together to make a wish, the flickering candlelight casting a warm glow upon her face. Zhuang Yin asked, "Shall we eat the cake first?" Lu Yin shook her head. "I want to take a picture first, using my phone." After adjusting the brightness, she handed the phone to Zhuang Yin. In such a picturesque setting, no filter was necessary. A casual snapshot would suffice. Sitting amidst the fireflies, with a lit cake beside her and cradling a pink fox, Lu Yin smiled, her gaze bright like the stars, while the gentle night breeze caressed her tousled hair. Zhuang Yin crouched down, quickly capturing the moment after finding the right angle. "Is it done?" "Wait." Zhuang Yin stood and walked toward her. "It seems there's something on you." "What?" Lu Yin, thinking it might be an insect, raised her hand to swat it away. "Don't move." Zhuang Yin called out to her, extending his hand. Lu Yin froze, her heart racing as she watched Zhuang Yin approach, the only sound around them being the whisper of the wind through the treetops. Zhuang Yin's fingers brushed against the little fox in her arms, and as she lowered her head, illuminated by the soft glow, she saw Zhuang Yin retrieve something from it. Chapter 98. Xiaowan arrives at the battlefield. The clock struck 2:57 a.m. upon her arrival, just 3 minutes shy of midnight. Xiaowan felt exhausted. She had come with a mission to persuade Zhuang Yin to withdraw his lawsuit while also facilitating a connection between the Xia family and Ian group. She had never asked him for anything before, but this time, she lowered her guard and spoke to him gently, hoping he might acquiesce. After all, Zhuang Yin had endured his toughest year with her by his side. Without her, he might have lost his sanity. In the swaying car, Xiaowan closed her eyes to rest, her dreams punctuated by fleeting images of Zhuang Yin, a heavy weight settling in her chest. Upon reaching the filming studio, the driver pulled over. "Miss Xia, we've arrived." Startled, Xiaowan opened her eyes, the lingering emptiness in her heart refusing to dissipate. She rubbed her eyes and patted her throbbing head. The thought of soon seeing Zhuang Yin made her grip the seatbelt tightly, a mix of anticipation and fear welling up within her. Why such complex emotions? Taking a deep breath, she sought to calm herself. 3 years had passed. Even raising a dog could foster attachment, let alone having lived with a man who could cook, clean, and make her smile. There had to be an adjustment period. Xiaowan would never admit to still having feelings for Zhuang Yin. She was now engaged to Gu Qian, with the wedding set for October, just 2 months away. Her purpose for being here was not to rekindle feelings with Zhuang Yin. After resolving the Xia family's troubles, she intended to leave immediately. As for Zhuang Yin, as long as he was not with Lu Yin, he could be with whomever he pleased. It was none of her concern. With this thought, the weight on her chest felt significantly lighter. Xiaowan stepped out of the car with a bottle of water, and before she could steady herself, she spotted 2 figures in the distance. The village's night lighting was poor. Only a distant street lamp illuminated the surroundings, making it impossible to discern their faces. Yet, she instantly recognized Zhuang Yin. Leaning against the car door, her face turned pale for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure, her expression a mix of indifference and coldness. Zhuang Yin. He too recognized her, stopping 10 meters away while still holding hands with Lu Yin. He questioned her with evident anger. "What are you doing here with Lu Yin at this hour?" Chapter 99. And punishes her niece, feeling a twitch in his palm. Zhuang Yin instinctively tightened his grip on Lu Yan's fingers. One looking up and the other looking down, Zhuang Yin found no trace of anger on Lu Yan's face. She seemed accustomed to being disrespected by Xiaowan, who did not regard her as an elder and would shamelessly humiliate her. This thought ignited a flame of indignation within him. Zhuang Yin was not one to curse often, but some individuals would take advantage if you didn't reprimand them. Failing to recognize their place, when confronted with insults and bullying, he chose to respond with force. If words failed, fists would prevail. Men could be subdued with strength, while women could be overwhelmed by sheer presence. Some deserve to be scolded. As the saying goes, if you don't express your frustrations, your heart will become heavy with resentment. Zhuang Yin felt he could unleash a torrent of curses at this moment. "That's unacceptable," he declared sternly. As he spoke, he withdrew his hand, intending to pat Zhuang Yin's head, but with so many eyes upon them, he settled for a gentle squeeze of his shoulder. "Good boy." Lu Yin cooed, treating him like a child. It wasn't just women who were easily soothed. Men could also be placated in certain aspects. Children's psychology was not solely applicable to the young. It could be utilized for many. Even Zhuang Yin, whose psychological age exceeded 50, found it hard to resist. Just as he was about to obediently leave, Xiaowan, seemingly triggered by the situation, suddenly hurled her water bottle at Lu Yin. "Zhuang Yin, you are not allowed to leave. Stop right there." Zhuang Yin reacted swiftly, positioning himself in front of Lu Yin as the bottle struck his back. The impact of half a bottle of water was not painful, but Xiaowan had aimed it at Lu Yin's face. If it hit her eyes, the consequences could be dire. Zhuang Yin turned, his fists clenched, veins bulging on his arms. Xiaowan felt a shiver run down her spine, her throat tightening. What are you looking at? Am I wrong? You just ended your engagement with me, and now you're tangled up with Lu Yan. You're cursing me for her. Are you already involved with her? Zhuang Yan, if you call me a piece of trash, then what are you? If I hadn't stopped you on that hospital rooftop, you would have been dead. I gave you a second chance at life. Xiao Wan's words only added fuel to the fire. The rage within Zhuang Yan surged. And though he was not typically hot-headed, at that moment, he saw red. Lu Yan lifted Zhuang Yan's shirt to examine his back. Does it hurt? Not at all. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been hit by her. Lu Yan stood behind Zhuang Yan, her soft voice tinged with sadness and grievance. Zhuang Yan, I want to have a proper conversation with Wan Wan to clear up any misunderstandings between us. What is there to discuss with someone like her? Besides, this isn't her fault. Compared to the fierce and menacing Xiao Wan, Lu Yan resembled a delicate flower bud adorned with morning dew, fragile and beautiful, in need of gentle protection. Chapter 100 was undeniably brutal, shockingly so. It became apparent why Lu Yan had called Zhuang Yan away beforehand. She feared he would be terrified. It was clear that Lu Yan had learned the art of combat, her strength formidable, and this was merely her holding back. Had she unleashed her full force, Xiao Wan could have met a fatal end. However, in this society governed by law, and with numerous witnesses present, Lu Yan could not afford to strike lethally. Others reacted swiftly, rushing to intervene as they witnessed Lu Yan's one-sided assault on Xiao Wan. As her aunt, I disciplined her for her own good. With her temperament, she would easily fall victim in the outside world. A child raised without proper guidance would be taught harsh lessons by society later, and by then, it would be too late for regrets. I stated my purpose succinctly, advising them to refrain from interference. Seeing Lu Yan cease her attack, the staff hesitated, opting instead to discreetly text the director about his arrival. Yu Qian attempted to assist Xiao Wan to her feet, but upon taking a step forward, he felt an icy chill and met Lu Yan's sinister gaze. Fear gripped him, and he broke into a cold sweat merely from her glance. Lu Yan had no intention of letting Xiao Wan escape. She would not allow anyone to take her away. One must admit, the eldest daughter of the Xia family possessed a certain pride. Even when beaten, her gaze towards Lu Yan remained defiant, filled with animosity, akin to a venomous snake lurking in a gutter, poised to strike. Regardless of her venomous nature, beneath Lu Yan's foot, she was no more than a mere pest. Xiao Wan clutched her torn scalp, crying out in pain, tears streaming down her face, mingled with humiliation. She loathed Lu Yan intensely, wishing to flay her skin, break her bones, mar her beauty, and reduce her to ashes. She vowed to ensure Lu Yan experienced a fate worse than death. Lu Yan raised an eyebrow. Relishing Xiao Wan's unyielding spirit, it made the confrontation all the more enjoyable. As Xiao Wan attempted to rise, Lu Yan unexpectedly kicked her leg from behind, forcing her to kneel. Lu Yan held her head down, forbidding her to rise. Xiao Wan, do not test my patience. If I can strike you once before them, I can do so a second time. Speak respectfully of my mother. Had she not raised your mother, she would have perished in the mountains long ago. And where would you be then? In a few days, we commemorate her passing. I suggest you refrain from venturing out at night, lest she seeks you out. As Lu Yan spoke, a gust of cold wind swept through, and whether it was mere paranoia or not, Xiao Wan felt the chill seep into her neck. The street lights flickering ominously. Her face paled, and a sense of dread washed over her. And then there was Zhuang Yan, who was destined to become her uncle. And she ought to show him respect in the future. Xiao Wan gritted her teeth. In your dreams, Lu Yan chuckled. My dear niece, you must rectify your bad habit of coveting what is not yours. No one will indulge you indefinitely. You have sacrificed a watermelon for a sesame seed. Do not let it come to the point where you lose even the sesame. She cast a pointed glance at Yu Qian. Lu Yan spoke in a hushed tone, just loud enough for the two of them to hear. Chapter 101 revealed that her gentle demeanor was merely a ruse to deceive someone. Regarding the insults Xiao Wan hurled at her, Lu Yan wasn't entirely indifferent. But her concern lay not with the severity of the insults, but rather with whether Zhuang Yan would be affected by them. Such is the nature of affection. One transitions from fearless to cautiously probing. Do you believe Xiao Wan's insults? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhuang Yan replied, I do not believe her, not a single word. His eyes sparkled brighter than the moon, as if the moonlight had pierced through the thick haze and illuminated her heart. Lu Yan caressed the necklace around her neck. Insults, no matter how harsh, were inconsequential. One simply had to close their ears to them, for they did not address the core issue. However, it had been a long time since Lu Yan had felt someone standing up for her, and warmth filled her heart, a sense of security enveloping her. She removed her outer garment. Your coat, here it is. Zhuang Yan accepted it, still warm and imbued with Lu Yan's unique fragrance. Insulting her was a waste of breath. As an elder, it was perfectly natural for me to discipline her. A few more lessons, and she would think twice before barking. If Zhuang Yan were to reprimand her, he would likely face online backlash, which Lu Yan could not abide. Zhuang Yan could not remain passive. Though he would never strike a woman, if his limits were crossed, he would resort to the most direct and effective methods available. Enduring in silence only bred resentment, and while violence may not resolve the underlying issues, it could provide a sense of relief. Had it not been for Lu Yan's intervention, he would have already confronted Xiao Wan. Every relationship is reciprocal. Lu Yan had done so much for him, and enduring some slander was a small price to pay. Finding a way to address the root problem was what Zhuang Yan needed to contemplate. Lu Yin inquired. What are you thinking about? No rush. The director will arrive shortly. Gu Qian and Xiao Wan's unexpected arrival necessitated arranging accommodations for them. Given the current room allocations, Gu Qian could only temporarily share a room with Zhuang Yan, while Xiao Wan would stay in Xinrong's room. The director was nearby, not far off, and was already en route when he received a call from the staff informing him of Lu Yin and Xiao Wan's altercation. Upon further inquiry, he learned that it was Lu Yin who had been unilaterally disciplining Xiao Wan. The director breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought as much. Who could contend with Lu Yan's combat prowess? When Lu Yin was enraged, she was particularly intimidating. After a moment's hesitation, the director decided to wait. He would wait until Lu Yin had vented her frustrations before approaching. Having dealt with Xiao Wan, she could not direct her anger at him. The director arrived just as Lu Yin had departed. Only the driver and staff remained. He scanned the area, failing to spot the main characters. Summoning a staff member, he inquired, "Where is Lu Yin?" She went inside. She should be in the courtyard. Do you want me to call her? No hurry, no hurry. The director then asked, "What about Xiao Wan?" Curiously, he inquired, "Was it a fierce fight?" Chapter 102 depicted Zhuang Yan smiling innocently. Lu Yin, cradling a fox, lingered at the door, playfully shaking Zhuang Yan's coat in her hand, much like a little fox being coy. What should I do? I feel like tonight I will be blissfully sleepless. Lu Yin, standing at Zhuang Yan's shoulder height, gazed up at him, taking in his Adam's apple, jawline, and lips. Her eyes seemed to burn with intensity. And as she took a step closer, from behind, it appeared as though she were nestled within Zhuang Yan's embrace, though in reality, they had not even brushed against each other. This tantalizing proximity was the most exasperating, a desire to embrace intertwined with an urge to flee. The tension between them released a flood of dopamine, an addictive sensation that could ensnare one in its delightful grip. Zhuang Yan's lips pressed together lightly, his throat bobbing. What would Lu Yin reveal in this final moment? She had always enjoyed teasing him, uttering flirtatious and suggestive words that left one blushing and breathless. Just an hour prior, he had cautioned Lu Yin to choose her words wisely, to avoid uttering anything that could be misconstrued. Yet now, he found himself anticipating her next words. I adore tonight's birthday celebration, the moon, watching fireflies with you, the cake you made, the little fox you gifted me, and this necklace you bought me. Lu Yin then stood on her tiptoes, leaning in close to whisper in his ear. The final words took Zhuang Yin by surprise. It wasn't that he hadn't heard her, but rather that he couldn't comprehend their meaning. It wasn't Chinese, nor did it resemble English. Just as he prepared to ask her what she meant, Lu Yin had already opened the door and flitted inside like a butterfly, grasping the doorknob and shaking the fox in her hand. Good night. With that, the door closed before him. Zhuang Yin remained oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly stepped into Lu Yan's trap. Her intention was to leave him in a state of confusion, to stir his emotions, to ensnare his thoughts, compelling him to yearn for her, to dream of her, and to be restless in her absence. If he could not find solace in memories, she would ignite his curiosity with words he could not comprehend, prompting him to seek answers and thus solidifying his desire to see her, akin to an arrow returning to its target. Thank me for what? Lu Yin inquired, cradling a small fox in her hands, meticulously inspecting it under the light for any dirt. She brushed away invisible dust before placing it beside her on the bed. Her movements languid. Jiang Ning approached her, immediately noticing the necklace adorning Lu Yan's neck. The red beans symbolized longing. Did Zhuang Yin truly understand the significance of gifting a girl red beans? Lu Yin neither confirmed nor denied it. Casually dusting off her skirt, whether you stay or leave is of no concern to me, as long as you do not disrupt my date with Zhuang Yin. Jiang Ning's emotions were tumultuous. He felt compelled to express his gratitude to her, as her intervention had ensured that no one dared to slander Zhuang Yin online anymore. Lu Yin finally reacted, abruptly rising with a cold smirk. What I have done is for him, not for you. Jiang Ning suppressed his bitterness, replying, I understand. Yet I still wish to thank you. It is thanks to you that things have not escalated further. Lu Yin squinted, scrutinizing Jiang Ning. She sensed that she had stripped him of his combative spirit. He no longer questioned her with the same coldness or defensiveness as before, nor did he seek to compete with her. It seemed that these 2 torturous hours had taken a toll on Jiang Ning, a necessary passage through which love is often first met with pain. Chapter 103, Zhuang Yan's dreaming. Zhuang Yin was a source of reassurance, broad-minded and empathetic. Concerning the arrangement of rooms, it was imperative that it be done, as Zhuang Yan's was the only place available to sleep. Gu Qian's arrival at the ungodly hour left no time to arrange separate accommodations. He had no choice but to share Zhuang Yan's room. The question lingered, would the enmity between the two lead to conflict? Observers deemed Gu Qian's actions deserving of retribution, yet Zhuang Yin appeared emotionally stable and gentle. Not the type to engage in a brawl. The director, seeing the situation was favorable, refrained from forcing them to cohabitate indefinitely. Tomorrow morning, you can discuss room arrangements with Ling Xian and Fang Chun. For tonight, make do, Zhuang Yin graciously assured. Director, you need not worry. We shall coexist amicably. The director's satisfaction with Zhuang Yin grew as he patted his shoulder and departed. With a warm smile, Zhuang Yin turned to Gu Qian. Come, I will show you inside. Zhuang Yin's room seemed more spacious than the others, attributed to his minimal belongings and tidiness. Upon entering, Gu Qian saw no extra beds. Just a large bed in the center. Hadn't the director mentioned surplus bedding? Zhuang Yin sat on the edge of the bed, patting it. Indeed, a double bed. Upon moving in, he had found it peculiar that a single room would contain such a large bed. It seemed the director had orchestrated this for comedic effect, though Zhuang Yin felt it was merely a reflection of the director's mischievous nature. Unfortunately, Gu Qian disrupted the director's plans. Originally, he and Xiao Wan were to arrive during the day. Instead, they chose to come at dawn when everyone was asleep, necessitating the director's late-night efforts to arrange their accommodations. And Xinrong and Xiao Wan were manageable since they had known each other for a long time and shared a close bond, making a shared bed inconsequential. However, Zhuang Yin and Gu Qian were different. Both men stood over 180 centimeters tall, and even the largest bed could not prevent potential physical contact during the night. Why was there only this one bed? Gu Qian, feeling wary, believed Zhuang Yin should not be so composed, as he had ruined Gu Qian's engagement banquet, leading to Zhuang Yin's annulment and subsequent expulsion from his home, an indirect consequence of Gu Qian's actions. Now, Gu Qian found himself as the second young master of the Zhuang family, albeit by recognition, having signed over his assets. Chapter 104. A violent encounter. Gu Qian proved to be more fragile than anticipated. Initially, he could scream and curse, threatening Zhuang Yin with dire consequences. However, within 10 minutes of being struck, he began to beg for mercy. Zhuang Yin, employing skillful restraint, did not inflict life-threatening blows but targeted pressure points, eliciting excruciating pain that could linger for days, undetectable even in a hospital examination. Gradually, Gu Qian's cries diminished until he fell silent. After delivering a few more strikes to confirm his incapacitation, Zhuang Yin kicked him off the bed. With the bed now free, Zhuang Yin found comfort in the space. Casting a glance at the motionless Gu Qian on the floor, he chuckled coldly before closing his eyes. The clock struck 3 in the morning. Zhuang Yin, attuned to his biological clock, would rise at 6 regardless of the late hour. When he awoke, Gu Qian remained undisturbed, curled beneath the bed. Still in the position from the previous night, Zhuang Yin stretched his limbs, stepping over Gu Qian's head as he made his way to prepare breakfast. The morning fare consisted of noodles, a staple for Southerners, best exemplified by the simplicity of yanchun noodles, which could be prepared in under 5 minutes. Zhuang Yin first harvested some leafy greens from the garden, then whipped up a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes for a topping. The rest would wait until they were awake. After completing his preparations, Zhuang Yin, as was his custom, practiced his routines in the courtyard. Midway through, Lu Yin appeared, surprising him. "Why are you up so early?" Zhuang Yin inquired. "What did your last words to me last night mean?" Lu Yin feigned mystery. "That? Guess." How could he possibly guess? Today, Lu Yin donned casual attire, the necklace gifted by Zhuang Yin adorning her neck. After watching him for a moment, she mimicked his movements, following his lead in practice. When she stumbled, she called out, "Teacher Zhuang, I'm struggling with this move. Could you teach me?" Viewers in the live stream responded enthusiastically, some noting the necklace and speculating why Lu Yin hadn't worn it before, questioning if it had been a gift from a male guest. Some guessed it was from Ling Xian, as they had met the day prior, while others speculated it was Zhuang Yin, having seen him sneak into the mall. By 8 o'clock, the director arrived, and the other guests began to awaken for breakfast. And Xinrong and Xiao Wan were together. Xiao Wan's face, having been treated with ice overnight, had reduced some swelling, yet her complexion appeared stiff, heavily caked with foundation in an attempt to mask her appearance, resembling someone who had undergone botched cosmetic surgery. When Xiao Wan made her entrance, many failed to recognize her, as she was typically regarded as stunning, earning her the title of the foremost socialite within the circle. Yet now, she bore no semblance of elegance, resembling a disfigured influencer, her sleepless night evident in her bloodshot eyes, which fixed upon Lu Yin with a fierce glare. "What the hell is this? Why am I being subjected to this monstrosity so early in the morning? It's terrifying. Is this the flying guest? Why do they look so hideous? They seem to exist on a different level from everyone else. How has Director Wang's taste declined so drastically? Step back. Snake-like face. Keep your distance. Could they be a staff member? This newcomer seems to be quite familiar with Shinrong. Could they possibly be friends? Is it possible they have connections and paid to enter?" Chapter 105. Guarding against fire, theft, and frenemies. How can there be no injuries? Gu Qian searched for bruises, finally spotting one on his side. He pointed and declared, "This is his doing. I suspect you injured yourself and are blaming Zhuang Yin." Lu Yin retorted. Provoked by her words, Gu Qian instantly countered, "How could I possibly frame him?" And Xinrong wholeheartedly agreed with Jiang Ning's words and stood up to voice her opinion, completely disregarding Xiao Wan's expression beside her. Gu Qian's originally pale face flushed with anger, alternating between crimson and ashen, more dramatic than a changing mask. Gu Qian glared furiously at the relaxed Zhuang Yin opposite him, wishing he could leap forward and stab him twice. "If I haven't wronged him, a visit to the hospital will reveal the truth." Gu Qian insisted on going to the hospital, firmly believing that his intense pain would surely manifest as some detectable ailment. "Very well," Lu Yin, who had remained silent until now, suddenly chimed in, her fingers playfully twirling her long hair. "However, if the examination shows that you are indeed unharmed, you shall kneel before everyone and apologize to Zhuang Yin. Of course, you may also choose to back out now and forego the hospital visit." Noticing the tense atmosphere, the director quickly intervened. "Is there a misunderstanding here?" Zhuang Yin doesn't he seem like the type to resort to violence? Initially hesitant, Gu Qian was spurred on by their words and immediately agreed. Let's go, right now to the hospital. If the tests reveal any issues with my health, Zhuang Yin must compensate me and apologize, even kneel to do so. Lu Yin turned to the director. Director Wang, please arrange transportation. We are heading to the largest hospital in the city to ensure a thorough examination for Gu Qian, to prevent any claims that we've bribed the doctors. This maneuver not only silenced his accusations, but also left him with no escape route. Gu Qian, once resolute, now felt as if he were being herded into a den of wolves, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Perhaps Zhuang Yin had struck him too hard last night. He felt dizzy and nauseous. Surely, Zhuang Yin had given him a concussion, and the hospital would confirm it. In that moment, Gu Qian found his resolve, gritting his teeth. All right, let's go now. The director had no choice but to terminate the day's tasks and lead the group to the hospital. The audience in the live stream thrived on the unfolding drama. Gu Qian has accused Zhuang Yin more than once. It's an old trick, snatching away his fiancée, and even his parents. Although the ones taken were worthless, the actions are truly disgusting. They say Zhuang Yin didn't hit Gu Qian, but he certainly doesn't look like he is faking it. I ran 10 kilometers 2 days ago and felt just as terrible. Why isn't anyone saying I was beaten? Chapter 106. Gu Qian, kneel and apologize, guard against fire, theft, and close friends. Upon hearing these words, a profound sense of shame washed over Xinrong, who bowed her head and dug her nails into her palm. For the first time, she despised herself for uttering such harsh words to Zhuang Yin. She had hastily dismissed his worth based on superficial judgments, claiming he was unworthy of Xiaowan, when in fact it was Xiaowan who did not deserve him. Zhuang Yin may have claimed indifference, yet deep down, he likely harbored resentment towards her, which explained his nonchalance upon witnessing her date with Fang Chen. At the hospital, the palpable tension between Xinrong and Xiaowan was evident to all. They remained unaware that Xinrong had nearly quarreled with Xiaowan over Zhuang Yin. After exiting the vehicle, Xiaowan affectionately linked her arm with Xinrong's. Though Xinrong did not resist, her cool demeanor was unmistakable. The current dynamics were clear. Most were aligned with Zhuang Yin. Lu Yin and Jiang Ning were obvious allies, and Xiaowan, being new, needed to win Xinrong over to solidify her position. In the observation room, Xiaowan sensed Xinrong's interest in Zhuang Yin, and the situation became even more apparent. Xinrong's unexpected affection for Zhuang Yin was unforeseen by Xiaowan. The thought of her close friend and her aunt both having an interest in her former fiancé ignited a furious resentment within her. Since the annulment of her engagement, regret had consumed her, and seeing Zhuang Yin again intensified that regret to its peak. She could not bear to envision Zhuang Yin with either of them. The notion that what was once hers had slipped away to others gnawed at her insides, akin to 1,000 needles piercing her heart, causing her immense pain. She would not grant any of them an opportunity, especially not Lu Yin. Gu Qian, supported by staff, entered the hospital. After receiving his number, he directed a fierce glare at Zhuang Yin, declaring, "Just wait. Soon everyone will witness your true colors." Zhuang Yin stood in the hallway, adopting a courteous pose. His tone amicable. "Very well, I shall await your revelation." The examination results were promptly delivered, and the live stream audience eagerly anticipated the doctor's announcement. Currently, the test results indicate that aside from low blood sugar, Mr. Gu, there are no other issues. Impossible. I am in so much pain. How could I be unharmed? There are injuries, but they are minor and not severe. Additionally, you have some muscle strain. Pain is expected, but I feel dizzy and nauseous. I suspect I have a concussion. Dizziness is common. Did you spend all day traveling yesterday? Have you been resting poorly these past few days? Did you stay up late last night? This morning? Did you eat nothing? Low blood sugar coupled with mental fatigue can indeed lead to dizziness and nausea. Recently, with the heat, if you've been in an air-conditioned environment too long, your body may struggle to adjust to the temperature changes, causing dizziness and other symptoms. With each of Gu Qian's protests, the doctor countered, leaving Gu Qian speechless. The hospital would certainly not uncover any issues, for Zhuang Yin had mastered the art of striking without leaving marks, especially during their school days. To spare his grandmother from worry, Zhuang Yin had taught himself these techniques. They inflicted pain but left no trace, ensuring he would not be held accountable. As for Lu Yin, to alleviate her concerns, Zhuang Yin had discreetly informed her in the car. Yet, it seemed Lu Yin was more concerned about whether Gu Qian had slept in his bed. Chapter 107. Like hitting a dog on the head, how could Xiaowan have the audacity to utter such words? What worth does her pride hold? If I were Zhuang Yin, seeing her silicone face would make me vomit. Pride? She ought to take a good look at herself. Does she even have any dignity? If not, I can help her with that. Under immense pressure, Xiaowan struggled to speak. Could we not consider our 3 years of acquaintance and let Gu Qian avoid kneeling? After all, he is a public figure. Do you even hear yourself? He is a public figure, yet when he slandered and defamed me, did he remember that? Fortunately, the hospital has cleared my name. Otherwise, I would not be able to cleanse my reputation even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Zhuang Yin spoke calmly. As for the friendship you mentioned, I feel embarrassed for having spent those 3 years with you. If given the choice, I wish I had never met you. Xiaowan's face drained of color. Her tightly clenched fists slackened helplessly. Each word from Zhuang Yin struck her like needles, piercing her eardrums. leaving her in a stunned silence. As if her soul had vacated her body, the mocking gazes surrounding her made her wish to vanish into a crack in the floor. She could clearly analyze that Zhuang Yan's words were not spoken in anger. The kindness he once bestowed upon her had transformed into deep-seated loathing. Words are a double-edged sword. When sweet, they resemble honey, yet when expressing disdain, they can stab deeply, leaving one bloodied and wounded. Xiaowan was at a loss for how to express herself. In Zhuang Yan's eyes, she had become a loathsome figure, a venomous woman with a heart of a scorpion. Zhuang Yan approached Gu Qian, his demeanor relaxed and natural. Kneel. Gu Qian's eyes widened in fury, adamantly refusing to comply. Gu Qian felt as if his left hand had been dislocated, a mixture of pain and numbness coursing through him. Instinctively, he bent his knee to evade, only for Zhuang Yan to apply more pressure. With his body already in pain and his legs unsteady, Zhuang Yan easily forced him to kneel on the ground. Gu Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. As he instinctively tried to stand, he found himself unable to rise. In order to maintain his image and appear appealing on screen, Gu Qian strictly controlled his diet, relying solely on abstaining from food to lose weight, neglecting strength training, which resulted in his deteriorating health. His physical prowess was no match for Zhuang Yan. When Zhuang Yan pressed him down, it felt akin to subduing a mere chicken. Gu Qian strained with all his might, his face flushed, yet he could not budge the strength of Zhuang Yan's grip. You want to come to the hospital for an examination? I'll comply. But now that the results are out, you wish to turn your back on me? Do you think I am an easy target? No one anticipated that Zhuang Yan would directly force Gu Qian to kneel on the ground. With a smile that radiated kindness, Zhuang Yan's demeanor belied the chilling depths of his gaze. Both those present and the viewers in the live stream were taken aback by the scene, as if they were seeing Zhuang Yan in a new light. He had always been perceived as mild-mannered, unperturbed by any situation, described kindly as having a good temperament, but harshly as spineless. He remained calm when his fiancée eloped, indifferent to the slanders from the Xia family. And even when his biological parents abandoned him to adopt Gu Qian as their godson, he displayed no reaction. Gu Qian had thought Zhuang Yan was a soft target, easily manipulated, only to realize today that he was a hard stone masquerading as a bubble. Chapter 108. The more you insult her, the harder I strike him. Xiaowan attempted to discern whether Zhuang Yan still cared for her through Gu Qian. For instance, if Zhuang Yan suddenly struck Gu Qian, could it be for her sake? Was he harboring resentment over her elopement? Was he envious of her engagement to Gu Qian? Did he feel discontent upon seeing her with Gu Qian, akin to her own feelings? The more Xiaowan feigned indifference, the angrier Gu Qian became, his headache intensifying. Akin to a worm burrowing into his brain, devouring his thoughts, crawling through his veins, accumulating in his chest as if it might burst. His mind was consumed with thoughts of whether Xiaowan had developed feelings for Zhuang Yan, if she regretted her elopement, or if she also regretted being with him. Xiaowan's demeanor forced him to question her loyalty. Men are inherently proud, and having previously looked down upon Zhuang Yan, it was now his turn to face the consequences. Enough. I merely wish to remind you to temper your demeanor. We did not come here to compete with him. Do not forget you are still entangled in a case. Do you want to be branded a scandalous artist for life due to defamation? In the future, I wish to cultivate a good relationship with Zhuang Yan. Besides persuading him to withdraw the lawsuit, the foremost goal is to connect with the big boss of Yan Group. Yet to Gu Qian, this merely seemed an excuse for her desire to reconcile with Zhuang Yan. He repeatedly reminded her that she was now his girlfriend, his fiancée. Their relationship confirmed before numerous witnesses, with their wedding date already set. It was too late for her to have second thoughts. She was a woman who had been engaged twice, and the Xia family could not afford to lose face. Xiaowan finally ceased her indifference. Perhaps pricked by the truth of her feelings, her face reddening as she exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Realizing her face was burning, she coldly replied, "Gu Qian, you have crossed the line." His current status was granted by her. Without her financial support, could Gu Qian have become a rising star? If she hadn't casually mentioned to her father that the Zhuang family should give him a title, could he have become Zhuang Zhongming's godson? Could he have entered her world? Everything he had was due to her. He had no right to criticize her. Even if she had erred, Gu Qian was in no position to chastise her. Gu Qian grasped the implications in Xiaowan's eyes and quickly apologized. "I am sorry, Wan. I care about you too much, and in a moment of anger, I spoke without thinking. Please do not take my words to heart. I will never doubt you again. If you are upset, strike me, until your anger is spent." Gu Qian held Xiaowan's wrist, attempting to guide her hand to his face, persistently apologizing and speaking sweetly. At that point, further words were unnecessary. Gu Qian wisely chose to sit quietly aside. Xiaowan too closed her eyes. Beneath her seemingly calm facade, her heart was crumbling. She was not entirely impervious to Gu Qian's words. How could Zhuang Yan possibly have feelings for Lu Yin? Chapter 109, Xiaowan. "You are acting like a shrew," Zhuang Yan observed Xiaowan, whose eyes were red as if stained by blood, her rigid face devoid of color, paler than the foundation she wore. He detected a semblance of anguish etched upon her features. "Zhuang Yan, how well do you really know Lu Yin? You have known her for only a few days. How can you treat her this way?" Xiaowan raged. "Lu Yin is utterly useless in the Lu family. A mere empty vessel. Being with someone like her will bring you no benefits. She will only drag you down. I have seen her enter hotels with various men. Her body is already tainted, and she might even carry diseases that could infect you. Lu Yin approaches you with ill intentions, seeking vengeance against me. ever since childhood. She has always sought to snatch from me whatever I desired, be it cakes, the remote control, dresses, or jewelry. Now, she has become even bolder, taking jewelry and handbags. And now she is trying to take you too. She could not fathom why Zhuang Yin remained so indifferent. The more silent he was, the more she appeared to be the madwoman. Unbeknownst to her, Zhuang Yin had unconsciously picked a large handful of beans, placing them into a bucket, then casually looked at Xiao Wan and remarked, Xiao Wan, do you know how you appear? Like a shrew, your face brimming with resentment and jealousy. Admit it. You envy Lu Yin for being superior to you. She is more beautiful, has a better figure, is smarter, and is more likable. You are even jealous that I can like her. Zhuang Yin peeled away her pretenses layer by layer, akin to an onion. Xiao Wan had lost her composure. Though Zhuang Yin did not know Lu Yin deeply, he was certain she was not the useless flower vase Xiao Wan described. If she truly were a mere vase, how could she command two major departments at Ian Group? As for the accusations of her playing with men, was there any evidence? Those who spread rumors about relationships simply based on seeing men and women together revealed their own sordid minds, seeking trouble, at least in this lifetime. After knowing Lu Yin for so many years, Zhuang Yin had never witnessed her in a romantic relationship or engaging in flirtations, leading him to think she was indifferent to men and thus adopted a stance against marriage. I wish to be kind to someone, based on the individual, not the length of time we have known each other. You should understand this, just as he once did with Xiao Wan. He believed that sincerity could be reciprocated, only to realize that those who give their hearts unreservedly often suffer the greatest losses. Xiao Wan spread her arms to block him. Zhuang Yin, I know I hurt you over these 3 years. It is only natural for you to resent me for not believing you. However, we have known each other for 3 years, and there is some sentiment between us. Everything I have said today is for your own good. I do not want you to be hurt because of Lu Yin. In this world, there will always be individuals who, under the guise of concern for your well-being, meddle in your decisions, distorting the truth while pretending to care, all the while wishing to see you stumble. Many people are familiar with this type, colloquially referred to as saints. Xiao Wan, you do not harbor feelings for me, do you? Zhuang Yin exclaimed, as if discovering a new land, mocking her. Seeing me with Lu Yin makes you so displeased? You continuously disparage her before me? Have you forgotten the warning I just gave you? How could I possibly like you? Her heart skipped a beat, and Xiao Wan widened her eyes. For her, admitting to caring for Zhuang Yin was an incredibly embarrassing matter. It was akin to tossing aside a dish one had grown weary of, believing never to touch it again, only to find oneself ravenous and helplessly rummaging through the trash for it. It would be best if you remembered this. Keep your distance from me. I have no inclination to rekindle old flames or engage in any drama reminiscent of a minotaur. Chapter 110. Director, Zhuang Yin has poisoned you. With a swift motion, Zhuang Yin gripped the kitchen knife tightly, striking it forcefully against the cutting board. Stay away from my ingredients. I do not wish for your saliva to taint them. Yu Qian glanced at the live camera in the kitchen, suppressing his irritation. He stepped outside in search of Xiao Wan, ultimately finding her seated on a hillside. Wan. Xiao Wan abruptly lifted her head, her expression dimming upon seeing Gu Qian. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Qian approached and shielded her from the sun. Your face is yet to heal. You should not be exposed to the sun. She hugged her arms and crouched on the ground, burying her head in her elbows as if attempting to escape reality. Gu Qian knelt before her. Wan, how did your conversation with Zhuang Yin go? Will he withdraw the lawsuit? Xiao Wan replied in a muffled tone, I did not discuss that with him. How could you not address such an important matter? What did you talk about then? Gu Qian pressed down his displeasure. Nothing significant. I will seek another opportunity to discuss the withdrawal with Zhuang Yin. Today is not suitable. Wan, Zhuang Yin no longer harbors feelings for you. Playing the emotional card is futile. You must negotiate on practical terms or threaten him. After all these years together, he must have some leverage in your hands. Do not delay. Uncle Xia cannot wait. Xiao Wan had been with Zhuang Yin for 3 years. She likely knew the truth behind his sister's death. Gu Qian resolved to probe her further. I am aware. You had better be. Gu Qian felt considerable dissatisfaction towards Xiao Wan. After all, no man could tolerate the notion of his partner harboring affections for another, especially if that person was her ex. Zhuang Yin prepared the meal swiftly, utilizing 2 pots, one for braising ribs and the other for stir-frying vegetables, ensuring there was enough to feed 8 people. After washing his hands, Zhuang Yin was the last to join the table. Lu Yin and Jiang Ning had saved a spot for him between them. With 2 additional guests, the seating arrangement shifted, pushing in Xinrong further away, now sitting entirely with Fang Chen, forming a new dynamic. To sever in Xinrong's lingering feelings for Zhuang Yin, Xiao Wan intentionally forced them together. Upon seeing Fang Chen, she began to lavish him with praise, lauding his youth, charm, and sensitivity. I had high hopes for Xinrong and you during my time in the observation room. Your pairing even has a name. Chen and Xinrong is a dear friend of mine. We were classmates in middle school. She is truly wonderful, albeit occasionally a bit stubborn and blunt. However, she is easily appeased, much like a child. A person like her should seek a partner 4 or 5 years her senior for better care. Fang Chen, at the age of 28, was indeed 5 years older than 23-year-old and Xinrong. In the past, such flattery would have delighted in Xinrong, but now it only irritated her to the point of nausea, making her lose her appetite. Fang Chen, however, was quite pleased, grinning broadly. Really? I would be delighted to take care of Shinrong. And Shinrong retorted coldly, I am not a child. I do not require your care. Chapter 111. I am the mother of your child. The director gasped in shock. The morning's issues had only just been resolved, and now this. He hurriedly took Gu Qian to the hospital, where the diagnosis revealed food poisoning. Given the lunch menu, the only plausible cause was undercooked green beans, leading to the poisoning. Convinced that Zhuang Yin had poisoned him intentionally, Gu Qian insisted on this narrative. Zhuang Yin arrived at the hospital, weary and irritable from the sweltering heat. Gu Qian, still groggy from anesthesia, lay on the hospital bed, deliriously shouting for the police to arrest Zhuang Yin. Zhuang Yin poisoned me. He wants to kill me. Officers, put him behind bars and execute him. Zhuang Yin peeked into the ward before inquiring of the director, what is wrong with him? Food poisoning. The green beans you prepared at lunch were not cooked properly. How is that possible? We all ate them. Why is it only him who is affected? We are all fine. The director searched Zhuang Yin's expression for any signs of guilt, but found none. Zhuang Yin frowned in anger. I was unjustly accused this morning. And now again in the afternoon. Some people never learn. Gu Qian claimed that Zhuang Yin had served him the undercooked beans. If you suspect me, check the surveillance footage. You will see whether it was I who prepared the meal. The kitchen is loaded with cameras. Would I risk poisoning him? It could lead to a serious criminal case. What would I gain from this? His poisoning brings me no benefit, only unnecessary trouble. The director contemplated this perspective, realizing its validity. Gu Qian groggily regained consciousness. Hearing Zhuang Yin's words, interrupted in fury, Zhuang Yin, you deliberately served me undercooked beans. You wish to harm me out of jealousy for Xia Wan marrying me and for recognizing your parents. Zhuang Yin could not help but laugh, pointing at him mockingly. You scramble for scraps from the trash, thinking they're treasures. The director was at a loss for words. Zhuang Yin entered the room. And Gu Qian's already pale complexion grew even more so, accentuating his dark circles, making him appear utterly drained. Zhuang Yin stood beside his bed. You alone fell ill from a single plate of food, and you claim it was my beans that caused your poisoning? At that moment, I asked if you liked it. And you said it was good. Can't you distinguish between raw and cooked? In truth, Gu Qian could not tell, for the sake of maintaining his image. He always opted for light dishes, and it had been years since he had eaten something like braised ribs with green beans. Whoever makes a claim bears the burden of proof. If I intentionally poisoned you, then perhaps I could argue that you deliberately ate raw beans to frame me. Considering your history, this assertion only served to heighten Gu Qian's suspicions. Noticing the director's scrutinizing gaze, Gu Qian felt his anger boiling over, pounding on the bed beneath him. Zhuang Yin, you are spouting baseless accusations. Zhuang Yin remained steadfast. Find the evidence. If you want to call the police, I will accompany you. Gu Qian had previously suffered a loss at Zhuang Yin's hands. Seeing his confidence, he realized that any supposed evidence had likely been destroyed. The director quickly summoned doctors and nurses to adjust the floor for Gu Qian. Gu Qian was adamant that Zhuang Yin had poisoned him, while Zhuang Yin demanded proof, leading them into an inescapable loop. The doctor explained that it was possible for some green beans in a single pot to remain undercooked. As for why Gu Qian was the only one affected, it could simply be attributed to bad luck. Others may not have been poisoned due to better health, or because the effects had yet to manifest. The doctor repeatedly advised Zhuang Yin, in the future, cook the green beans thoroughly for a longer period, at least 10 minutes. If you are worried about stir-frying them, consider steaming them with a bit of water for 5 or 6 minutes before stir-frying on high heat. I have cooked for years without any incidents of green bean poisoning. But I will heed your advice and exercise more caution in the future. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Gu Qian, implying that he needed to be cautious not only with food, but also with people. Chapter 112. Scoundrel Gu Qian. Gu Qian was so infuriated that he almost laughed. He never expected such an incident to recur after so long. Indeed, one must eradicate the roots of the problem. Fine, I will give you money. How much will it take for you to abort this child? 300 million. 300 million? Why not just rob a bank? Su Tian replied candidly. Gu Qian, I have calculated. Given your current worth, 300 million is not excessive. Su Tian, you have some nerve. Su Tian chuckled lightly. I am not the one with nerve. The child I carry is yours, and it's a boy. Gu Qian turned his face toward the dark night outside the window, speaking calmly. I do not require you to bear my son. Yet, I already am. If you do not want him, you should have thought twice before sowing the seeds. If you truly cannot provide 300 million, then marry me. That was her intention, was it not? Otherwise, why would she seek him out at 8 months pregnant? If not to coerce him into marriage through this child? The washed stomach ached faintly, already fragile, and now felt bloated and nauseous. You are well aware that I have just gotten engaged to Xiaowan. How could I possibly marry you? This is easily resolved. I will send the evidence of our intimacy along with the paternity test of the fetus to your fiancée, and then your marriage will be nullified. Allowing you to marry me. It seemed as if a brilliant idea had struck her, as Su Tian spoke with a light-hearted tone, completely disregarding Gu Qian. Gu Qian sensed a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. Indeed, he seemed to be cursed with misfortune, constantly encountering a cadre of lunatics. At this rate, he felt he might be driven mad. He could only adopt a conciliatory tone. Su Tian, I cannot produce 300 million. Could we possibly reduce it to 10 million? Su Tian appeared momentarily taken aback by Gu Qian's audacity in bargaining, before retorting, Gu Qian, do you take me for a fool? You want to slash my 300 million offer down to 10 million? Who do you think you are? Gu Qian shrugged indifferently. Regardless, I only have 10 million. Nothing more. Fine, transfer the 10 million to me. Upon hearing there was room for negotiation, Gu Qian breathed a sigh of relief and inquired, what about the child? Su Tian replied, I will give birth. Gu Qian, are you jesting with me? Su Tian's cold laughter resonated. This is the child support you owe me. If you do not pay, I will make a scene. After all, I have nothing but the child, but you are different, a wealthy son-in-law with affluent parents. Gu Qian felt threatened. He inhaled deeply to calm himself. Su Tian, let's discuss this rationally. I will not prevent you from having the child. And I will certainly provide the necessary child support. Just do not escalate the matter. You wish for my child to be a bastard? This remark seemed to pacify Su Tian. So, you still intend to marry Xiaowan? Su Tian mentioned a due date. Will you accompany me when I give birth? I will certainly make time for you that day. Chapter 113. A clear-headed and Xinrong Zhuangyan was deliberate. He did not strike Gu Qian. Yet he caused him food poisoning, an ordeal no less severe than a punch. When Zhuangyan cast a casual glance her way, Xiaowan unmistakably felt the malice. It was illegal to harm someone, yet Zhuangyan could repeatedly act ruthlessly for Lu Yan, contravening his principles. Such behavior had never occurred before, even during their 3 years as engaged partners. To claim she felt no jealousy would be a lie, despite all the disparaging remarks she made about Lu Yan. Zhuangyan remained indifferent and even became kinder to Lu Yan. Witnessing someone who had once treated her well now lavish attention on another was a bitter experience. Akin to having expired bitter medicine lodged in her throat, exuding a sour taste. As an only child, Xiaowan had never faced the threat of losing her love. Her family regarded her as their precious gem, providing her with the finest material comforts and superior educational resources, indulging her in a life of luxury. Among her peers, she held the most esteemed lineage, so everyone would yield to her, placing her at the center. Never had anyone taken something from her. She simply chose to discard it. Yet now, she experienced a stark contrast, as if a new presence had emerged in her life, immediately seizing what was once hers. Contemplating this, she cast a resentful glance at Lu Yan. Tonight, you all should prepare your luggage. We shall depart early tomorrow morning. And Xinrong obediently raised her hand and asked, Director, where are we going? Will we be at risk of poisoning? We have a professional manual, a doctor accompanying us, and local assistants. The likelihood of poisoning is minimal. What should we bring for camping? It is advisable to travel light, as we will also carry tents. The director discreetly glanced at Lu Yan, gauging the boss's mood before stating, Gu Qian is hospitalized and unable to record. For these 2 days of camping, it will just be the 7 of you. You should discuss how to split into 2 teams among yourselves. Upon hearing this, the guests turned their gazes towards their preferred companions. Jiang Ning and Lu Yin were given, while Xinrong pretended not to care but covertly stole glances at Zhuangyan. Xiaowan observed the expressions of these 3 women, feeling displeased yet unable to resist glancing at Zhuangyan, much like in Xinrong. Ling Xian queried, with 7 people, how can we split evenly? Lu Yin suggested, I, Jiang Ning, and Zhuangyan will form one group, while the 4 of you will be another. And Xinrong protested, why do you get to decide? Aren't you and Xiaowan good friends? Do you wish to separate from her? The director arranged for us to split teams to prevent internal conflicts. Lu Yin turned to Fang Chun and Ling Xian, asking, do you have any objections? Fang Chen's thoughts were simple. As long as he could be in the same group as in Xinrong, he was satisfied. Ling Xian was indifferent and dared not voice any objections. Thus, the teams were formed with ease. The production team had already prepared the camping gear. Each team would have 2 tents, and in addition to the tents, they would need utensils for dining and seasonings for cooking. Chapter 114. Severing ties with Xiaowan without the live cameras, and Xinrong felt free to express her thoughts without fearing anyone's ire. She poured out her heart. Having long harbored the desire to sever ties with Xiaowan, but in these past few days, that urge had reached its zenith. Moving forward, she wished to act according to her emotions. As for the adage of being wary of friends, she no longer cared. She could assert, with a clear conscience, that her feelings for Zhuang Yan had only begun to develop after their engagement was called off. She should learn from Lu Yan, who disregarded her reputation as a smallet. Why should she concern herself with such matters? Reputation is bestowed by others. Why should she compromise for the sake of others' opinions? If anyone were at fault, it would be Xiaowan for fleeing the wedding. At a critical moment, Zhuang Yan's words echoed in her mind, and thus, and Xinrong resolved to cut ties with Xiaowan. The only person she felt remorseful towards was Fang Chen, as he merely sought to gauge Zhuang Yan's feelings. Yet due to Xiaowan's meddling, her anger had inadvertently affected him. She had no desire to probe Zhuang Yan further. It was evident to all that he held a special place for Lu Yan, and her actions had made her appear like a clown, yielding no benefits while only pushing him further away. Coldness flickered in Fang Chen's eyes as he gently inquired, Xinrong, I respect your wishes. If you do not wish to be on the same team as me, that is fine, but Zhuang Yan's team already has 2 girls. Where will you sleep if you join them? And Xinrong considered switching places and openly glanced at Jiang Ning. Lu Yan draped her arm around Jiang Ning's shoulder and declared, no switching. And Xinrong's face fell. In the next moment, she heard Lu Yan say, at night, you can share a tent with Xiaowan, but during the rest of the time, You can be with us. It must be said. Lu Yan's capacity for acceptance was remarkable. Knowing in Xinrong's feelings for Zhuang Yin, she still confidently welcomed her in. Did she not fear being usurped? Jiang Ning gazed at Lu Yan's profile, suddenly perplexed by her intentions. Lu Yan turned to Zhuang Yin. Captain, what do you think? Zhuang Yin had no objections. You decide. Lu Yan was not entirely indifferent. If she could, she would wish to bring Zhuang Yin into a world that belonged solely to them, where they could do as they pleased without interruption. In Lu Yan's eyes, Zhuang Yin resembled a priceless antique, initially overlooked, but once unearthed, everyone yearned to possess him. Those who acquired such an artifact wished to lock it away, desiring to keep a constant watch over it. Yet Zhuang Yin was not an antique. He needed his own space and would encounter all manners of people. If someone could easily take him away, it simply indicated he did not belong to her and was not worthy of her love. And Xinrong's eyes sparkled upon hearing she could go over there. She hastily grasped her stick and wobbled like an awkward penguin towards Lu Yan, the closest to Zhuang Yin. Xiao Wan's voice was steady. And Xinrong, do you truly wish to sever ties with me? Having known each other for so many years, since our junior high days, have you forgotten who stood up for you when others mocked you? Who defended you when your parents belittled you? Have you truly forgotten all this? Chapter 115. Some people fail to learn from pain, claiming to be unhurt even with a limp. Did Lu Yan twist her ankle? Should we stop for a break? Zhuang Yin inquired. How far do we have left? At this pace, we'll reach our destination in 20 minutes. Here is the plan. Zhuang Yin, you carry Lu Yan. And we'll take care of the luggage since we have less to carry. Is that appropriate? Why wouldn't it be? The director arranged for us to accompany Lu Yan to prevent such mishaps. If she is injured, we should prioritize her. And Xinrong approached. Did you really twist it? When did this happen? Jiang Ning curiously examined Lu Yan's foot, having followed closely behind without noticing any injury. Are you pretending? Xiao Wan's group came rushing over. And from a distance, they could hear the commotion. Upon learning that Lu Yan had twisted her ankle and needed to be carried, her immediate thought was that it was an act. Xiao Wan could not help but be sharp-tongued towards Lu Yan. Feigning injury to seek comfort from a man is a trick she often employs. She is just like a green tea bitch, while we all trudged uphill with our luggage. Some merely sought shortcuts, using cunning instead of effort. To Xiao Wan, Lu Yan resembled a flirtatious courtesan. Previously, as an observer, she had watched Lu Yan concoct various excuses to entice Zhuang Yan. Though she had never liked Lu Yan, she would still call her auntie in public to save face. Now, however, she wished to show none of that courtesy, having severed ties with Lu Yan once she began to seduce Zhuang Yan. Zhuang Yan remained unfazed, casting a glance at Xiao Wan. Some individuals repeatedly suffer setbacks yet fail to learn, quickly forgetting the pain inflicted upon them, perhaps because they have never personally experienced it. Meanwhile, Gu Qian endured repeated beatings, hoping Xiao Wan would show some compassion, but she continued to provoke him, seemingly wishing for him to be harmed by Zhuang Yan. Zhuang Yan crouched before Lu Yan, inviting her to climb onto his back. Lu Yan hesitated, gently patting his shoulder. Let us not. We'll be there soon. I can manage. Suddenly, Zhuang Yan grasped her wrist, refusing to let her go, and effortlessly lifted her onto his back. Startled, Lu Yan instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist to avoid falling. Claiming to be fine while limping, Zhuang Yan mused, his strong arms lifting her effortlessly. I am truly fine, Lu Yan insisted. Then let us assume I merely wish to carry you. A rare blush crept onto Lu Yan's cheeks as she fell silent. Gently wrapping her arms around his neck and lowering her gaze to the red mole at the nape of his neck. Though walking behind him, Zhuang Yan sensed something amiss, which surely indicated his feelings for her. Upon seeing Zhuang Yan's sweat-drenched profile, without thinking, Lu Yan raised her hand to wipe his brow, gently pinching the beads of sweat from his jawline. Zhuang Yan paused, tightening his embrace around Lu Yan slightly. Chapter 116. She wishes to deal with her rival as well. Upon arrival, the first task was to pitch tents and prepare a meal. Zhuang Yan worked with familiarity and with the assistance of Jiang Ning and Xinrong. The two tents were swiftly erected, and Xinrong, sweating profusely, did not pause, eager to contribute and prove her worth in front of Zhuang Yan. Though not particularly strong, her abundant energy led Zhuang Yan to hand her a small shovel to dig a pit, which he would later use to set up a stove for cooking. With the shovel in hand, and Xinrong dug energetically, her vigor evident despite having complained of fatigue just an hour prior. What is our next destination? She asked. The director wanted to say, revealing it would spoil the surprise. More like a scare, and Xinrong retorted. Now focus on digging. Lu Yan, under Zhuang Yan's watchful gaze, could only manage light tasks. After setting up the tents, she and Jiang Ning began to unpack their luggage. What did you say to Zhuang Yan earlier? Jiang Ning inquired. Lu Yan smiled gently, nothing of great significance. Jiang Ning glanced at Xinrong, still digging. Do you know she likes Zhuang Yan? I'm not blind, I certainly do. Then why allow her to get close? Lu Yan noticed that Jiang Ning seemed quite invested in her relationship with Zhuang Yan. While organizing her belongings, she replied, after all, we're all helping each other out. One more person or one less makes no difference. Do you need assistance? And Xinrong shot a glance at Lu Yan's foot. No, I can manage on my own. This task was assigned by Zhuang Yan, and she refused to let anyone else take it. After observing for a moment, Lu Yan complimented her. You've dug a great pit, nice and round. It should work well for a fire. Without looking up, and Shinrong replied, of course. Hearing the praise, her wariness towards Lu Yin lessened. Why are you just standing there? You're blocking my light. Move aside. Don't get me wrong. I'm not worried about your foot. I just don't want you to get hurt, and make Zhuang Yin carry you. All right. Lu Yin twisted open a bottle of water and offered it to her. Would you like some? Feeling thirsty, and Shinrong accepted the water, thanked her, and resumed digging. She wondered what kind of stove Zhuang Yin envisioned. Digging deeper couldn't tea hurt. Are you hungry? I have chocolate. Not hungry. Eating chocolate will give you more energy. You've done so much already. You need to replenish your strength to continue helping Zhuang Yin. Then give me a piece. Lu Yin unwrapped the candy. Open your mouth. I'll feed you. And Shinrong instinctively opened her mouth. But once the chocolate was in, she realized, staring wide-eyed, don't think this will win me over. I'm your rival. I like Zhuang Yin. And Shinrong was taken aback. How can you say that? Chapter 117. Only women can discern a green tea bitch. The words came from Xiao Wan, and the more rumors spread, the more serious the consequences became. Xiao Wan emerged from the tent, drenched in sweat, seeking fresh air, only to encounter Lu Yin. She regarded Lu Yin with hostility, believing she was there to gloat. Her gaze fell upon Lu Yin's feet, clad in slippers, strolling leisurely, entirely unlike someone nursing a sprained ankle. It was indeed an act. Perhaps only women could see through such facades, while Zhuang Yin remained oblivious. Thinking Lu Yin was fragile, as Xiao Wan prepared to deliver a cutting remark, Zhuang Yin approached from the opposite direction. The tents of the two groups stood merely 10 meters apart, yet Zhuang Yin made a point to come over to Lu Yin. Was he afraid someone might harm her? Who was he protecting her from? Is your foot hurting? Don't want to walk? Without hesitation, Zhuang Yin bent down and lifted her into his arms. Perhaps it was the sweat trickling into her eyes, blurring her vision with tears. She could not comprehend how, in such a short span, the two had grown so close. Previously, while observing their interactions, Zhuang Yin had been avoiding Lu Yin, clearly concerned about her being his aunt. What could have changed so swiftly? Zhuang Yin first used mushrooms to create a broth, then added instant noodles, the fragrant aroma wafting over to the neighboring tent. Fang Chun's stomach growled loudly. He felt he could devour an entire cow. The fire in the stove remained unlit, and in frustration, he smashed the lighter in his hand. Ling Xian finally secured the tent, having risen early that morning and exerted herself all day. Her stomach had long digested its contents. Upon catching the delicious scent, she mistakenly believed Fang Chun had prepared the meal. Upon stepping outside, one is greeted by the frigid air, the cold pot, the cold water, and the cold firewood, all of which instill a sense of unease within. Where's the meal you prepared? I lament, I cannot kindle a fire to save my life. From next door, Zhuang Yin calls out that dinner is served, eliciting a pang of envy and jealousy in Ling Xian, who, patting her flat stomach, feels the gnawing hunger. How is it that you cannot even light a fire? It's already late, and the neighbors have begun their meal. What shall we eat? You can't even manage to cook. Ling Xian complained. Look at Zhuang Yin next door. He's a rich second generation. He can cook, camp, and pitch a tent. Everything a country girl like you should know. Have you never done any of this at home? Chapter 118. You are a good person, but I do not like you. His initial plan was to befriend Shinrong, gradually drawing closer until feelings blossomed over time. However, after Zhuang Yin repeatedly rejected her, she grew disheartened, and it was then that he intended to appear and console her, hoping to win her favor. Women are most vulnerable when faced with romantic disappointment or heartbreak, making them susceptible to manipulation. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Xiao Wan was a good ally, acting as a matchmaker and speaking kindly on his behalf. He had initially thought that with her best friend's support, and Shinrong would quickly accept him, but to his surprise, it only served to create a rift between them. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have refrained from indulging Xiao Wan's suggestions. The quicker they resolved lunch, the more time they would have to search for mushrooms in the afternoon. The director did not impose a strict schedule on them, allowing the cameraman to follow their movements. After finishing lunch, Zhuang Yan's group set out to forage for mushrooms. Each person held a mushroom guidebook, making it easy to air despite having photos for comparison. Lu Yin wished to accompany them, but Zhuang Yin forbade her, and she persisted. She donned several pairs of long socks, tucking her pants in to avoid blisters. After repeated pleas, Zhuang Yin finally relented. You can come with me, but walk slowly. If you feel uncomfortable, stop and rest immediately. Do not endure the pain in silence like this morning. Lu Yin instinctively replied, I'm used to it. Zhuang Yan's face became serious. That's a bad habit. You must change it. Lu Yin chuckled at his stern expression and quickly replied, all right, Captain, I will follow your lead. Xiao Wan attempted several times to engage Zhuang Yin in conversation, but found no opportunity. Fang Chun seized the moment to approach the solitary and Shinrong. She was crouched on the ground, meticulously comparing the guidebook with the mushrooms before her, so engrossed that she failed to notice his approach until he called out, Shinrong. Sorry to startle you, he said. Upon seeing Fang Chun, and Shinrong felt an uncomfortable twinge in her heart, reluctant to draw near or converse with him. She harbored an inexplicable aversion towards him, which puzzled her. After all, he had always regarded her as a friend, genuinely concerned about how to pursue Zhuang Yin. Yet now, she found his presence irksome. Rising to her feet, she said, I'm fine. Are you here to gather mushrooms too? Yes, I saw you here and wanted to say hello. Chapter 119. Your provocation disgusts me. Can you withdraw your lawsuit? Seeing Zhuang Yan remain silent, Xiaowan continued, if you withdraw your lawsuit, I will grant any request you have. Perhaps it was her first time asking for something, for her tone lacked the usual authority, a blend of plea and command. Yet a flicker of shame was evident in her eyes. Individuals like Xiaowan, driven by self-interest, seldom feel remorse for their misdeeds. Her shame stemmed from the necessity of humbling herself before someone she once looked down upon. Zhuang Yan questioned, am I wrong to accuse you of fabricating rumors about me being a scoundrel, of hiring trolls to defame me, or of inciting Zhuang Zhongming to accuse me of being unfilial? Have I wronged you? Xiaowan instinctively lowered her voice. No. Zhuang Yan replied coldly, if I have not wronged you, why should I withdraw my lawsuit? Using slander to silence others is the best way to conceal one's own guilt. Those who wrong you often understand your plight better than you do. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. If he were to soften even a little, it would be his own folly. Finally, Xiaowan's voice took on a pleading tone. Zhuang Yan, please do not harbor animosity towards me. I merely wish to discuss this matter calmly so that we may resolve it better. That is your issue, not mine. Zhuang Yan retorted, if you wish to resolve your problem with me, it is not impossible, but you must compensate me by liquidating the entire Xia family. A good reputation is invaluable. You have tarnished mine, and it is not unreasonable for me to seek compensation. Xiaowan's expression shifted dramatically. Zhuang Yan, I can apologize. And we can discuss compensation, but demanding the entire Xia family is sheer fantasy. Expecting me to withdraw my lawsuit is equally fantastical. 50 million. I will give you 50 million if you withdraw the lawsuit, and we can resolve this peacefully. In the future, should you require assistance, you can always approach the Xia family. Shall we shake hands and reconcile? Honestly, lowering herself like this was not Xiaowan's nature. The fact that she could express herself in such a manner was already commendable. At 24 or 25, Xiaowan was rebellious, arrogant, and self-important, never considering the feelings of those around her. Even after making mistakes, she would find ways to cover them up without offering apologies. After marriage, she continued to act as she pleased, disregarding others until her 30s when she began to mature and learn to adapt, though her underlying disposition remained unyieldingly harsh. After Xiaowan's lengthy speech, Zhuang Yan's attention remained fixated on her provocations, finding it laughable. Thank you for your provocations. They only make me find you more repulsive. People only reflect on their actions when regret surfaces. Had Zhuang Yan not had the backing of the Ian Group, would Xiaowan have? Not a chance. When Xiaowan could not find a solution, she would revert to seeking problems. In a relationship or engagement, there should be no secrets. Had Zhuang Yan revealed his connection to the Ian Group CEO, she would not have fled from their wedding to pursue Gu Qian. Chapter 120. First, let us aim for a modest target of 100 million. Lu Yin, accompanying Zhuang Yan, though moving slowly, was fortunate enough to discover a good number of mushrooms. Xiaowan will likely come looking for you again. She has not given up. It is impossible for me to withdraw my lawsuit. It was not merely a matter of withdrawing the lawsuit. Xiaowan's gaze towards Zhuang Yin was laden with a clear desire for reconciliation. 6 months of estrangement had proven fruitless. Better to exchange it for money. Zhuang Yin was open to resolving it for a monetary amount. But simply withdrawing the lawsuit would be too lenient. He felt it necessary to cause them a bit more trouble. He shared his thoughts with Lu Yan. If I were to demand 100 million, do you think Xia Qingshan could manage it? He should be able to. Recently, Xia Qingshan has been raising funds for the plot in Xiqing. With some effort, he should be able to muster 100 million. Even if he cannot, she has ways to extract it from him. Lu Yan inquired, are you in dire need of money? Trouble seemed to follow in waves, to live a peaceful life. One must be strong. I can lend you money. How much do you need? Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement the moment Zhuang Yan named a figure. She would eagerly comply, wishing to give him everything. 50 million. So little? Is that enough? I think you should ask for more. Zhuang Yan observed Lu Yan and saw a resemblance to his grandmother. 50 million is sufficient. Consider it a loan, and you can repay me with interest in 6 months. Lu Yan obtained a phone from a staff member. Give me your account details, and I will arrange for the transfer. You do not even ask me what I intend to do with it. Are you not afraid I might default? If you cannot repay, then you can repay with your own self. This statement was decidedly ambiguous. Just as Zhuang Yan began to entertain unsavory thoughts, Lu Yan continued, you can work for me. The company has vacancies, and you can be my personal assistant, responsible for my daily meals and care. Zhuang Yan considered this and realized that the likelihood of him becoming Lu Yan's personal assistant was slim. If he could not repay 50 million, then his rebirth would have been in vain. Leveraging his unique insights, he should be able to establish himself in Rongchen. After all, he possessed 30 additional years of perspective, which could yield countless opportunities. Zhuang Yan, without realizing it, had already begun to envision Lu Yan as part of his future. After repaying the debt, even if he didn't serve as her personal assistant, he could still take care of her. Was she afraid of snakes and insects? How could she venture so far alone? According to the staff, Shinrong had gathered mushrooms along the way without shedding a tear at the sight of insects. Shinrong promptly placed her 2 baskets in front of Zhuang Yan, rubbing her small hands together, eagerly awaiting praise. Her demeanor resembled that of a child in kindergarten, eagerly anticipating a little red flower from the teacher. Before Zhuang Yan could speak, Lu Yan suddenly reached out and patted her head. Impressive. You've gathered almost as many as the three over there combined. Your presence is truly a blessing for our team. These 2 large baskets of mushrooms should be enough for our meal tomorrow, right? Zhuang Yin refrained from complimenting her, leaving in Xinrong with a hint of disappointment as she tilted her head to evade Lu Yan's hand. Chapter 121. Do you not know I have a grudge against Xiaowan? Zhuang Yin, can we have dinner at your place tonight? Zhuang Yin was preparing a fragrant mushroom and tender meat soup. The aroma was enticing, and one could only imagine the delectable taste of stir-fried wild mushrooms with cured meat. Zhuang Yin took charge of the meals, bringing not only fresh meat and cured meat, but also all necessary accompaniments and spices. For someone with a sensitive stomach, dining was of utmost importance. He would never compromise on it. Upon hearing Fang Chun and the others wanted to join for dinner, Zhuang Yin merely watched them in silence. We want to eat for free. These wild mushrooms are what we gathered, and we can also help you with chores, Ling Xian said, somewhat shyly. Zhuang Yin set down the long spoon. How many of you are there? There are 3 of us, obviously. Although Xiaowan did not turn to look. She was attentively listening to the situation. You 2 can stay for dinner, but Xiaowan cannot. I have a grudge against her. With the camera rolling, Zhuang Yin boldly isolated Xiaowan, seemingly unafraid of potential backlash. He ladled out the soup and began to saute the mushrooms, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. Impossible to avoid. Ling Xian watched as the oil rendered from the food, the Maillard reaction causing his mouth to water. He could hardly fathom how delicious the cured meat stir-fried with wild mushrooms would be, and for the first time, he envied in Xinrong. Wishing he could join whichever team he desired. Zhuang Yin's decision to isolate Xiaowan had its reasons. Even if broadcasted, it wouldn't attract much criticism. However, for the 2 men to abandon their female teammate for a meal seemed unjustifiable. With limited food supplies, learning to cook from Zhuang Yin was out of the question. It was far too complex for them to replicate his flavors. Thus, they planned to make a simple mushroom porridge. Sitting in the tent, Xiaowan observed Ling Xian and Fang Chen washing pots and starting a fire, realizing their attempt to join for dinner had failed. She had always enjoyed Zhuang Yin's cooking and had been thinking about it since he left. Although she had eaten Zhuang Yin's food yesterday, it had consisted solely of her least favorite dish, string beans, in a full spread, given Zhuang Yin's current disdain for her. It was likely yesterday's menu had been intentional, perhaps also a way to reprimand Gu Qian. The sizzling sound of oil from the pot was audible, mingling with the sounds of cooking, while the delicious aroma drifted toward her. Xiaowan had always relished wild mushrooms, but fresh ones were rare in Rongqing. Every summer, Zhuang Yin would find someone to procure them. Good ingredients paired with a skilled chef resulted in exquisite dishes. She could almost envision how delectable dinner would be. From next door, and Xinrong's voice broke through. It smells so good. When can we eat? Zhuang Yin replied. First, have some soup. The rice will take a little longer. Xiaowan sat on the ground, her head buried in her knees, feeling a twinge of envy towards Xinrong. As confident as she had been upon arrival, she now felt utterly defeated and ashamed. She hadn't accomplished a single task. Failing to extract information about Boss Ian from Zhuang Yin, nor had she managed to persuade him to drop the lawsuit. Upon returning home, she dreaded facing her father, who would undoubtedly be disappointed and perhaps scold her, given that all these troubles stemmed from her actions. Even if Xia Qingshan cherished his daughter, matters of interest would inevitably prioritize others over her. Chapter 122. Poisoning. Upon seeing Fang Chen and Xiaowan emerge, Ling Xian served 3 bowls of porridge. Quick, eat up. Zhuang Yin and the others will be sleeping after dinner. I'm exhausted today. I feel like I could fall asleep the moment I close my eyes. Ling Xian muttered as he blew on the steaming porridge. It was well seasoned, though its color left much to be desired. Xiaowan glanced into her bowl, noticing a bluish tint. Is it edible? Ling Xian reassured her. Of course, this mushroom is just that color. Don't worry, the locals say it's safe to eat. Really? But the mushroom porridge I've had before was always yellow. I've never encountered a blue one. Xiaowan felt hesitant to eat. But after a light lunch and a day of constant movement, she feared her blood sugar might drop if she didn't eat. Taking a sip of the porridge, she found the flavor peculiar yet acceptable. It had a slight saltiness, and after finishing her bowl, she nibbled on a few mushrooms. Afterward, she offered to wash the dishes. The 2 men naturally objected to having her, a lady, perform such labor. Even if she wished to help, as a spoiled young lady, she might only complicate matters. Fang Chun quickly interjected. Let me do it. You should rest, or perhaps sprinkle some snake repellent around the perimeter to deter any snakes or insects while we sleep. Xiaowan took his advice. The mountains were cooler than the village, with a cold breeze brushing against her skin. Ling Xian had never been camping. The deep forest reminded him of horror movies, filling him with a sense of dread. The director, making rounds, checked in with Zhuang Yin and then with Xiaowan. Asking with concern, have you all felt unwell after eating the mushrooms? Ling Xian poked his head out of the tent, replying, no, we boiled them for over 10 minutes. They should be cooked and safe. Should be. The director felt a twinge of unease. Didn't the older sister come to check on you while you were cooking? However, at the time they prepared the meal, the older sister was absent, and their hunger had compelled them to eat without considering this detail. The director felt uneasy but didn't know what to say, hoping for the best. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiaowan packed up the tent, waiting for Xinrong to come and apologize. She waited until dark, until the staff had finished packing up their equipment, but Xinrong never arrived. unbeknownst to her. And Xinrong had long since entered Lu Yin's tent. Lu Yin slept in the middle, with Jiang Ning on one side and Xinrong on the innermost side. Fearing to sleep near the entrance due to the possibility of snakes outside, Lu Yin was 5 years older than her. If only she could maintain her appearance as well as Lu Yin did at the age of 27. And Xinrong realized Lu Yin was not as unpleasant as she once thought. Why had she disliked Lu Yin initially? Perhaps it was because Xia Wan had always expressed disdain for her aunt, and she had believed those words. And Xinrong fidgeted, causing Lu Yin to open her eyes. Can't you sleep? And Xinrong stiffened, hesitating before timidly admitting, I need to use the restroom. Chapter 123. Midnight disruption. The commotion was impossible to ignore. Waking Zhuang Yin from his slumber, he turned over, threw on his jacket, and stepped outside, just in time to see Xia Wan being carried out. Her previously reddened face, struck by Lu Yin, now resembled a sheet of waterlogged paper. While Ling Xian and Fang Chen were preparing food, Zhuang Yin had sensed something amiss. How could those who couldn't even boil instant noodles be expected to cook poisonous mushrooms properly? Zhuang Yin coldly observed as Xia Wan was taken away. She seemed to spot him, reaching out weakly before her hand fell limply. Jiang Ning also woke up, rubbing her eyes, still unaware of the situation. The cold wind hit her, and dressed in a short-sleeved shirt, she shivered. What is going on? What happened? Poisoning from the mushrooms, Zhuang Yin replied, shaking his head. We may need to extend the rest period. During my leisure time, may I invite you? Zhuang Yin looked at her and asked, is there something urgent? If there is nothing, can I not invite you? Jiang Ning suppressed the yearning within her and continued. I mentioned before that my mother wishes to invite you for a meal. Do you recall? I do, Zhuang Yin replied. When was that? He remembered that during his childhood, when his grandmother was occupied, Aunt Jiang would look after him. She was an exceptional cook, and he relished dining at her home. Zhuang Yin initially learned to cook alongside her. It had indeed been a long time since they last met, leaving only a vague impression of Aunt Jiang in his mind. Zhuang Yin nodded. After escorting Xia Wan and the others down the mountain, the director reluctantly announced that they would await further notice. Fortunately, they had been informed to cease live broadcasting before ascending the mountain, otherwise, the footage released could have led to severe backlash. The director rubbed his head, feeling that his thinning hair was becoming even sparser. Thankfully, the recording session had been lengthy, allowing for ample editing of both the main footage and behind-the-scenes clips for later release. Consequently, the break was extended from the original 3 days to a month, or even longer. If the guests were amenable, they might consider filming their daily lives. And Xinrong, upon seeing Zhuang Yin, appeared to have found her anchor and anxiously inquired, will they be all right? As long as there are doctors present, they will be fine, Zhuang Yin reassured her. And Xinrong's gaze remained fixed on Xia Wan's direction, her concern clearly directed at her. Even though she had declared a severance of ties, how could years of affection be so easily discarded? Zhuang Yin candidly suggested. If you are truly worried about Xia Wan, you may accompany them. The director would agree. And Xinrong shook her head. No need. She has plenty of people around to care for her. My presence would only be a nuisance. After nearly 40 minutes, a rustling sound emerged from outside, starkly piercing the night's stillness. Zhuang Yin propped himself up, peering outside, where he vaguely discerned a silhouette. Chapter 124. Is it an illusion or reality? Lu Yinsong released her bitten lip, her moist eyes sparkling with light. Will you really come to find me? If you call me, I will certainly come, he replied. For once, Lu Yin displayed a childlike playfulness. She had always exuded a blend of allure, strength, and aloofness, making this demeanor a rare sight. Suddenly, Lu Yin grasped his hand, lifting her face from the blanket to nuzzle against his palm, resembling a petulant kitten. Will you stay with me for a while? The delicate softness of her fingers felt akin to clouds if they possessed texture. Zhuang Yin retracted his fingertips, focusing on the shifting shadows within the tent. You should sleep. Not leaving? Not leaving. Then lie down. Lu Yan's eyes glimmered with mischief. I want to eat you. What are you afraid of? Although he knew she was intentionally provoking him, he lay back as she tugged at him, maintaining a distance of about 10 centimeters. This proximity, devoid of actual contact, nonetheless elicited a sensation of closeness. Even the slightest movement could reveal the other's intentions. Zhuang Yin remained stiff, hesitant to move. Moments later, he heard her steady breathing beside him. Cautiously, he turned his head to find Lu Yin already asleep. In slumber, she appeared more youthful than usual, resembling a girl in her early 20s, with her lips gently curved and her fair cheeks flushed. Her long, thick eyelashes invited an irresistible urge to reach out and touch. She clung to his arm, and when Zhuang Yin attempted to withdraw, he discovered her grip was surprisingly strong. He wondered what dreams occupied her mind. As she tightened her embrace, even resting her neck against his arm, it seemed he was truly trapped now, caught in a dilemma of softened resolve. Zhuang Yin widened his eyes, inhaled cautiously, and redirected his gaze. He anticipated that under such circumstances, sleep would elude him, yet Lu Yan's rhythmic breathing served as a lullaby, causing his eyelids to grow heavy until they finally closed. Meanwhile, the already slumbering Lu Yin opened her eyes, seeking a comfortable position as she nestled into Zhuang Yan's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist to listen to the rhythm of his heartbeat. Lu Yin wished to avoid causing any trouble for Zhuang Yin, so after a brief rest, she quietly exited the tent. Zhuang Yin was abruptly awakened, instinctively glancing for Lu Yan, only to find her absence. He reached out to feel the spot where she had lain, now cold to the touch, leaving him uncertain of how long she had been gone. Groping beside his pillow, he checked his watch, noting it was already 5 o'clock. The sky outside remained dark and silent, but by 5:30, a faint light began to emerge, and the staff gradually stirred awake. Concerned that the remaining guests might suffer from indigestion, the assistant director had arranged for a local cook to prepare breakfast. As Zhuang Yin stepped out of the tent, he glanced at the adjacent one, wherein Xinrong's voice soon emerged. Where's Lu Yin? When did she get up? Why is there no sign of her? Chapter 125. Is it an illusion or reality? It felt as though her existence was inconsequential to him. The current state of their relationship was a result of her own tumultuous actions, though that was never her intention. She had hoped to witness Zhuang Yan's regret. A person who had once been so compliant with her had abruptly turned away, as if all his prior affections had been mere facades. She had repeatedly tested and sought the truth, only to find herself reduced to a mere passerby. Xiaowan had consumed a minimal amount of mushrooms, and after inducing vomiting, she had not undergone further medical treatment, merely receiving 4 fluids as she lay in a daze. She had heard of hallucinations caused by mushroom poisoning, often associated with grotesque visions, yet she never fathomed that she could enter such a vivid dreamscape. That night, Xiaowan's sleep was deeply unsettled. She dreamt of sitting at a dining table adorned with an array of breakfast delicacies, her favorite Cantonese dim sum. The dishes were presented on exquisite plates, and the porridge before her emitted steam, reminiscent of the apartment she had once shared with Zhuang Yin, albeit more spacious and warmly decorated. A collection of handcrafted dolls adorned the side cabinet next to the television, and a string of shell wind chimes hung on the balcony. Across from her sat a man in his 30s, clad in a brown trench coat, with a simple ring on his unnamed finger, exuding maturity and gentleness, coupled with an air of elegance. Xiaowan could not discern his face clearly, but instinctively felt he was someone she knew well. Upon seeing him, a sense of calm washed over her, and she yearned to remain in that moment forever. Having longed for maternal love throughout her childhood, Xiaowan had always desired a home of her own, one that need not be grand but must be filled with warmth. Here, every detail and ambience reflected the home of her dreams. Are you going to eat? Is your appetite lacking? The man served a plump crystal dumpling onto her plate. I can't eat anymore. I'll wash the dishes. What would you like for dinner? I want wild mushroom hot pot. I don't wish to dine outside, it's too hot. And I break a sweat just stepping out. Besides, what they serve outside can't compare to your cooking. Xiaowan was taken aback, though it was she speaking. Her words flowed uncontrollably, laced with an unmistakable tone of endearment. After their meal, the man rose to wash the dishes. Removing the ring from his unnamed finger and placing it on the table, she picked it up and noticed an inscription inside, Zhuang Yin Xiaowan. He was Zhuang Yin. The moment the man emerged from the kitchen, his indistinct features sharpened into clarity. In her dream, Zhuang Yin appeared more mature than in his 20s, yet undeniably more captivating, akin to a refined bamboo. She approached him. Are you heading straight to the office now? Zhuang Yin donned the ring. Yes, I'm going directly to the office. There's an important meeting this morning. May I accompany you? You wish to go to the office? I wish to go shopping. Could you drop me off at the commercial street on your way? His hands seemed somewhat clumsy, prompting Xiaowan to assist him in fastening his cufflinks. Her gaze falling upon a deep scar on his right hand, a painful-looking mark that traversed from the back of his hand to his palm. Why did Zhuang Yin have such a scar? She remained silent, her dream self merely gazing, her eyelashes fluttering for a brief moment. Chapter 126. Is it an illusion or reality? The wild mushrooms simmered in the pot for over 10 minutes. After nearly an hour, Zhuang Yin began to add the vegetables, preparing a sauce for Xiaowan. She ate voraciously, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, while Zhuang Yin served her with chopsticks. Occasionally, she would pause to observe him across the table. Beneath the misty warmth, his face appeared gentle, his lips slightly pursed. His gaze, devoid of the disdain he bore in reality, lacked affection as well, remaining dispassionate and distant, his eyes veiled in a haze. Halfway through, Xiaowan felt dizzy and unwell, staring at the steaming pot where the floating vegetables morphed into butterflies. How could the vegetables move? Was it poisoning? Zhuang Yin hurriedly took her to the hospital, staying by her side throughout the night, answering a few calls from work and acquaintances who offered their condolences. Upon hearing about Xiaowan's mushroom poisoning, Xia Qingshan did not hesitate to berate Zhuang Yin. In dreams, Zhuang Yin was gentle, accepting the scolding without retort, unlike his real self who could argue relentlessly. Both in dream and reality, Xiaowan focused intently on him, momentarily lost in thought. Did my father call to scold you? I'll explain it to him. Who is Zixin? As Xiaowan pondered, a swirling black vortex appeared before her, and everything around her began to blur. As the world spun, she felt a tremor within her and subsequently opened her eyes. She was greeted by a stark white ceiling, the lingering scent of disinfectant in the air. Was this a dream or a hallucination from the mushroom poisoning? It felt dreamlike yet undeniably real, as though everything had truly transpired. Setting aside the fact that Zhuang Yin had already called off their engagement, how could he, now so disdainful of her, possibly reside with her peacefully? Yet in her dream, she exhibited a markedly different demeanor, appearing to coexist harmoniously with Zhuang Yin. Perhaps she longed for the Zhuang Yin of a month prior, hence the dream. Dreams and reality were opposites, the one constant being the absence of affection in Zhuang Yan's gaze. Feeling a bit disoriented, Xiaowan propped herself up, and a nurse entered, inquiring if she felt any discomfort or dizziness, or if she felt nauseous. What time is it? It's already 9. Where is your caregiver? Just then, a girl with a work badge entered, carrying breakfast. Upon seeing her awake, the girl quickly messaged the director, who soon arrived to check on her condition. Fortunately, when can I be discharged? Tomorrow, after another day's rest. And Zhuang Yan? Xiaowan's first question was about him, blurring her concern for him with other feelings. The director preferred to record the finale, but if it proved impossible, they would have to regretfully terminate the project. Chapter 127. A collapsed house can be rebuilt. But individuals like them are irreparable. A house can be rebuilt, but people like them are beyond repair, shamelessly invincible, thus unafraid of embarrassment. Observers had heard whispers about Xiaowan and Gu Qian participating as flying guests for the live recording, yet in such a setting, even if aware, they feigned ignorance. Shenli began to voice her complaints, while others remained silent. Once she finished, host Li Lu suggested, enough of that. Let us discuss the main topic, the third heart connection. Who do you think will connect with whom? Best actor Lin Fan opened his notebook to analyze. I believe Zhuang Yan and Jiang Ning will mutually connect. They have met before, and as each other's first love, and Xinrong will likely connect with Fang Chun. Given their recent interactions, and this being their second date, Lu Yin remained uncertain. Personally, I think she might connect with Zhuang Yan, while Ling Xin will probably text Lu Yin during the date. Psychologist Su Nua disagreed. Zhuang Yin likely won't reach out to Jiang Ning. I specifically reviewed their date videos. They seem to have ended things and cannot reconcile. Li Lu remarked, it's a pity for these two. They simply weren't mature enough in love. And the timing was wrong. If they had been together back then and had waited until today, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Lin Fan asked. And what about Fang Qin and Xinrong? They should be agreeable to connecting, right? This is a team competition, requiring full agreement to win diamonds. Everyone turned to Su Nua, the psychological expert. Fang Chun likely 1T change his mind. He is quite loyal and steadfast. Ling Xian 1T connect with Lu Yin. I still think he is more likely to reach out to Jiang Ning, as his last date with Lu Yin was too awkward. Previously, they felt Fang Qin and Xinrong would be the simplest connection, yet now they were uncertain. Shenli interjected, while I can't judge the others. Zhuang Yin and Lu Yin must mutually connect. Only someone with authority could express such a sentiment, due to Shenli's insistence. Everyone agreed on the connection between Lu Yin and Zhuang Yin. Jiang Ning connected with Zhuang Yin, Ling Xian with Lu Yin, and Fang Qin with Xinrong. As for Xinrong, her character was difficult to gauge, thus dividing opinions. Li Lu and Lin Fan believed she would connect with Fang Qin, while Shenli and Su Nua insisted on Zhuang Yin. Shenli articulated her perspective, and Xinrong has connected with Fang Qin twice before. But it's evident she holds no affection for him. Her subtle actions suggest her feelings for Zhuang Yin, and her relationship with Fang Qin seems more a test of Zhuang Yin's feelings. With the finale approaching, if she doesn't express her feelings soon, she'll truly become a failure in love. It must be said, Shenli had a knack for reading people, and Su Nua nodded in agreement with her words. Li Lu tapped the table, addressing Shenli. I concur with your assessment, but have you forgotten that in Xinrong is Xiaowan as close friend? Would she dare to express her feelings for Zhuang Yin in front of Xiaowan? Why wouldn't she? They're just plastic sisters, a fight would be entertaining. Shenli replied, relishing the drama. Li Li's comment shifted the dynamics, causing Su Nua to waver, ultimately being swayed. Shenli's singular stance proved insufficient, and she was compelled to assign Xinrong's connection to Fang Qin. 10 minutes later, the deputy director announced the results. Fang Qin connected with Xinrong. Ling Xian with Jiang Ning, Lu Yin with Zhuang Yin, and Jiang Ning with Zhuang Yin. The most suspenseful connections were Zhuang Yin with Lu Yin and Xinrong with Zhuang Yin. Everyone, except Shenli, was astonished by the results. Shenli pointed at the screen, exclaiming, see? I told you. With the finale approaching, it's time to fight for your happiness. And Xinrong, you have guts. You finally found your path, and I admire you. But alas, my heart belongs to Lu Yin. Li Lu shook his head in disbelief, while Lin Fan clicked his tongue, remarking, the heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Chapter 128. The evidence is irrefutable. Zhuang Yin. I have looked into the matter you asked me to investigate. The psychologist who treated Ms. Tang 19 years ago is currently in the city, and some of the information has been sent to your email. The remaining details will require Zhuang Yin to pay the outstanding balance. Zhuang Yin opened the documents. Name, Lin and age, 50. A graduate of a prestigious university's psychology department, he opened a clinic that soon failed, leaving him in debt. He later met Zhuang Zhongming through certain channels and became the family doctor for the Zhuang household, primarily responsible for providing psychological counseling to Tang Jing. He worked for the Zhuang family for 7 years, being present during the year Tang Jing fell ill and committed murder. He is a witness with evidence in hand. These revelations were not something Zhuang Yin should have known, yet in his past life, Zhuang Zhongming had divulged everything to him during his illness. The results were impressive. After so many years, he had managed to uncover this much in just a month, with his personal experiences laid bare. Zhuang Yin texted the director, inquiring, Director, Are you certain I can receive this much? Have you not made a mistake? Indeed, this is all you deserve. Since the director claims it is his due, he may as well accept it, especially since he is currently in need of funds. However, one should not accept the goodwill of others without reciprocation. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Very well, let us expedite this collaboration. There is no need to face the camera. It is tranquil and pleasant without a throng surrounding us, allowing us the freedom to act as we wish. Zhuang Yin took a refreshing shower and then booked a flight to the city, departing at 10 o'clock the following morning, as some matters are best resolved promptly. The flight to the city took 2 hours. Upon arrival, Zhuang Yin switched off airplane mode and noticed a text message. And Shinrong inquired about his activities and suggested they meet up for some leisure. Zhuang Yin paused, momentarily taken aback, but instinctively answered the call. Liu Yin asked if he had eaten. He had already dined on the plane. In the city, taking care of some matters. Yes, go ahead. Chapter 129, Good Neighbors. Were these pieces of evidence preserved out of guilt? Perhaps, but more likely for self-preservation. Zhuang Zhongming concealed his entire life for Tang Jing not out of deep affection, but because concealing a crime scene constitutes a crime itself. When I held her, she was still smiling at me, calling me mama. My family always remarked on her cuteness, yet I found her repulsive. Dr. Lin, is it abnormal for me to feel this way? I must be first. I must be the only one. I cannot allow those I care about to care for others. Even if that person is my own child. It was not I who killed her, it was Zhuang Yin. The brother who murdered the sister out of jealousy for her being favored by their parents. Zhuang Yin had always been a troublesome child. Dr. Lin, I cannot comprehend your words. How could I have harmed Xiaoku? She is my daughter. A mother will always love her child. How could I bear to hurt her? I shall reiterate. Xiaoku was thrown from the balcony by Zhuang Yin. He did it intentionally. He must atone for this act. There is no need for a psychologist. She has brainwashed herself, shifting all blame onto him while becoming invisible. As for Zhuang Zhongming, he too is aware that Tang Jing, in a moment of clarity, cast their daughter from the balcony, and to preserve their reputation, he concealed the truth, aiding Tang Jing in her madness to maintain a facade of normalcy. After a hazy 3-hour slumber, Zhuang Yin was awakened by noise from next door. As he opened his eyes, the day had already dawned. He drew back the curtains and prepared a bowl of oatmeal. In this 2-hall, 4-unit apartment building, Zhuang Yin had only just moved in, and he had never inquired about the vacant neighboring unit. Suddenly, new tenants moved in, but he chose not to dwell on it. Today, Zhuang Yin had a tightly packed schedule. His account held 61 million, a mere fraction compared to the Zhuang family wealth. He envisioned constructing a popular real estate venture, capitalizing on high demand during peak pricing to amass wealth overnight. Zhuang Yin invested 50 million into real estate, treating the expenditure as if it were water. In his previous life, Zhuang Yin had seized opportunities in real estate, but, constrained by the Zhuang family, he played it safe and reaped only modest profits before retreating. In this life, he intended to play it big, to seize control and establish dominance. While purchasing property, he spotted an old landfill for sale, the size of a football field, and invested 5 million. Though it appeared inconsequential now, once the new district expanded, its value would soar. Chapter 130, A Web of Lies. Su Tian deliberately took him to see this film, clearly alluding to him. By the end, Gu Qian was drenched in a thin layer of cold sweat, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. In the dim light, Su Tian grasped his hand and asked, Gu Qian, are you afraid of this genre of film? Su Tian continued. Isn't the man in the film deserving of his fate? A deceitful scoundrel in matters of the heart always meets a dire end. If I were the woman in the film, I would be even more ruthless. After the first instance of violence, I would seek revenge. Women are easily deceived, consumed by their affection for a man, willing to lay bare their hearts. However, once their hearts are shattered, they will not hesitate to retaliate. Su Tian caressed her belly, feeling the baby move, seemingly in agreement with her words. She truly was a madwoman. Gu Qian had harbored thoughts of murder prior to his arrival. As the old adage goes, only the dead pose no threat. Upon exiting the cinema, Gu Qian's expression had darkened further, now that the film is over. Can we have an earnest conversation? Su Tian, what do you truly want? Su Tian replied candidly. I have already stated clearly over the phone, either you provide me with financial support, or you grant me a legitimate status. It depends on what you can offer. My child is already quite developed. It is impossible for me to terminate the pregnancy, and could you really bear to do so? This is your son. What was there for him to mourn? He held no feelings for Su Tian, and would rather she met her end, thus eliminating the threat she posed. Gu Qian had arrived with murderous intent, prepared for the worst. She was evidently well aware of his disposition, which is why she had chosen to bring him to see this film, a warning against hasty actions. Su Tian was not as weak as he presumed. Should she be pushed too far, even a rabbit could bite. A mutually destructive confrontation would yield nothing but loss. As for Su Tian, she had initially planned to negotiate with Gu Qian after the child was born. She gambled on Gu Qian's conscience, hoping he would bond with the child. Su Tian believed she had ample time to devise a detailed plan, intending to use the child to bind her and Gu Qian together, compelling him to take responsibility. However, plans often falter in the face of change. She never anticipated Gu Qian would become involved with Xiaowan. In comparison to Xiaowan, what was she? She had served as Gu Qian's assistant for a year and knew well that Xiaowan was his ideal. The apple of the Xia family's eye, beautiful and affluent. Gu Qian's success was inextricably linked to her. If Xiaowan was akin to clouds above, she was mere mud beneath. Gu Qian would only see her when he fell into the mire. Xiaowan had once been with Zhuang Yin but had since called off the engagement. A mere gesture from Xiaowan could draw Gu Qian to her side. After witnessing the live stream of Gu Qian's engagement to Xiaowan, Su Tian was utterly frantic. Thus, she had no choice but to expedite her plans, calling Gu Qian to arrange a meeting. She did not wish to drive matters to such extremes. But she had to consider herself and her child. Chapter 131. Unmasking the Demon. Su Tian smirked slightly. How could you, as an adopted son, inherit the Zhuang family's fortune? You yourself have stated that the Zhuang family acknowledged you as a godson merely to appease the Xia family. You possess nothing. That was the case before, now. The situation has changed. What has changed? They have their own biological son. Why would they forego their own flesh and blood for an outsider? They would not give it to Zhuang Yan, either. Gu Qian's expression darkened. Zhuang Yan is a murderer, having killed his own sister. Tang Jing despises Zhuang Yan. How could she possibly leave her fortune to him? Su Tian widened her eyes in disbelief. Is this true? Of course, it is. Tang Jing stated it herself. And I have the recording. Su Tian hesitated momentarily, but even so, that cannot compare to a biological child. What if they have another? Or if there is an illegitimate child? Gu Qian responded. That is even less likely. Su Tian was perplexed as to why it was impossible. Until she heard Gu Qian chuckle softly. Zhuang Zhongming is incapacitated. He will never have children. The Zhuang family was indeed fraught with turmoil, danger lurking at every turn. Gu Qian looked at her earnestly. As long as I inherit the entire Zhuang family fortune, even if the Xia family turns against me, the penalties I incur will still leave me with enough wealth to last a lifetime. Tian, for the sake of our son and for me, please bear with it a little longer. Reflect on the purpose of bringing our child into this world. Wasn't it to lead a good life? To ensure he has a complete family, free from worries about food and clothing, and to start ahead in life? You understand the struggles of poverty better than anyone. Having lived it yourself, life is challenging without money. Everything must begin from the ground up, often accompanied by disdain from others. I am willing to give you 10 million. You can pursue your desires with it. First, let us buy clothes, a crib, toys, and baby supplies for our child. The remainder can be invested into the dessert shop you have always dreamed of. Would you allow me to assist you in that endeavor? Gu Qian is adept at manipulating emotions, first evoking pity, then resorting to moral coercion. Pregnant women are particularly tender-hearted. Su Tian's expression softened as Gu Qian's words resonated with her. She attempted to view the situation from his perspective and found his reasoning compelling. Moreover, his recollection of her aspiration to open a dessert shop indicated that he held her in his thoughts. Su Tian, momentarily lost in thought, lowered her defenses and began to trust this man. Noticing her change in demeanor, Gu Qian swiftly took out his phone and transferred the funds. Though he winced at the loss, he understood that without some sacrifice, persuading Su Tian would not be an easy feat after completing the transaction. He gently encouraged her to sit down, occasionally placing his hand on her belly to listen for the child's movements, showcasing his paternal instincts to the fullest. You must be hungry. Let us eat first. What do you like? Are there any foods you should avoid during your pregnancy? Tell me, and I will remember. After our meal, we can explore nearby for a suitable location for your dessert shop. Su Tian, now increasingly docile, had shed her initial resistance, responding affirmatively to all he said. The baby is about to be born. I have no time to manage a shop. You could hire a few staff to oversee things while you enjoy your role as the boss. Su Tian, feeling comforted, dismissed her earlier caution. Chapter 132. Diving into real estate. This is a survival route, a pathway to triumph. He intends to crush Zhuang Yin into the mire, stepping over his body to ascend to the highest echelons, relishing the accolades, wealth, and the thrill of power. Initially, his feelings toward Zhuang Yin were merely jealousy. Envy of his good fortune in being born into such an advantageous family, effortlessly acquiring everything he desired. However, that jealousy has now morphed into something more sinister, hatred. He recorded a video for Tang Jing, making an effort to enhance her appearance, ensuring she looked weary but not insane. He initially planned to stay with her that evening, but was unexpectedly summoned by Xia Qingshan to visit the Xia family. Familiar with the household from his previous stays, Gu Qian navigated the premises without assistance. Upon encountering Xia Qingshan, he held his breath. He feared him more than anyone else. Have you eaten? Xia Qingshan inquired. I have already dined. Meanwhile, his daughter lay in the hospital, suffering from mushroom poisoning, with no familiar face to comfort her. This thought troubled Xia Qingshan, making him wonder if Gu Qian truly cared for Xiaowan. What could possibly be more urgent than my daughter? He pondered, his voice steady yet commanding. The imposing aura nearly caused Gu Qian to falter, but he quickly composed himself, saying, Uncle Xia, please do not rush. I have a video to show you. He retrieved his phone, displaying the video he had recorded for Tang Jing half an hour earlier. In it, Tang Jing, looking haggard, accused Zhuang Yin of murdering his sister in childhood, asserting that it was due to his actions that their parents neglected him. The sight of his face would evoke memories of their deceased daughter, filling her with resentment. Xia Qingshan found the situation peculiar, but could not pinpoint the oddity. After watching, he fell silent. He had heard of the Zhuang family's deceased daughter, knowing it was an accident but never suspecting the depth of the incident behind it. Out of jealousy for the love his sister received, he had cast her down the stairs. Was a 5-year-old capable of such jealousy? If so, it would explain why Zhuang Zhongming and Tang Jing held Zhuang Yin in disdain. Having taken a life at such a young age, he bore the weight of his actions. Without the video, Xia Qingshan would have found it hard to believe. Is it genuine? He inquired. Indeed. Chapter 133. No amount of gossip can overshadow your place in my heart. To achieve prosperity, one must seize opportunities. Zhuang Yin not only wished to enrich himself but also aimed to ensnare the Xia family in the process, knowing they possess similar channels. Greed knows no bounds. And with a fortune laid before him, he doubted Xia Qingshan could resist temptation. Lu Yin quickly realized Zhuang Yin was orchestrating a trap for Xia Qingshan. Real estate speculation could lead to sudden wealth or ruin, and if Xia Qingshan were to fall into the trap, it would not merely be a loss, but a severe blow. Originally uninterested, Lu Yin found herself intrigued by the prospect. Thus, Zhuang Yin elaborated while Lu Yin listened intently. He recalled overhearing Lu Yin mention during a meeting that the West City project had resulted in significant losses, leading to a Group S collapse and costing billions. Avoid the West City, it's subpar and not worth the investment. Lu Yin noted Zhuang Yin's increasing savvy and how he seemed to possess knowledge of everything. I won't touch it. I will sell it to the Xia family at a high price. That sounds good. I support it. As they spoke, a call came in. And Zhuang Yin hesitated upon seeing the contact, Xia Qingshan. He had inadvertently forgotten to block him among many others he had. Lu Yin glanced at the screen and raised an eyebrow at the name. Zhuang Yin answered the call with a detached demeanor. Mr. Xia, what is it? After a moment of silence, Xia Qingshan seemed taken aback. Zhuang Yin, has Xia Wan mentioned anything about withdrawing the lawsuit? His tone revealed ulterior motives. Yes, but I refuse to comply. You are young yet audacious, Zhuang Yin. I advise you to temper your greed. There is no need to recklessly charge ahead. I am willing to discuss matters with you out of respect for your father. I have severed ties with the Zhuang family. You don't need to consider anyone's feelings when speaking to me. Zhuang Yin remained obstinate, ignoring Xia Qingshan's threats. You should take a look in the mirror. Your face is as foul as a wrongful conviction. Who would want that? Zhuang Yin. Xia Qingshan's irritation peaked, prompting him to unleash his final threat. Killing your own sister at 5 years old. If I were to expose this, what do you think would be the result? Public outrage or legal repercussions? Initially unperturbed, Zhuang Yin suddenly felt invigorated. Feigning compliance, he asked, what do you want? First, withdraw the lawsuit and admit that you wronged my daughter, publicly apologizing to the Xia family. Second, introduce me to the owner of Ian Group, as I find it hard to believe you don't know him, given his assistance to you. The audacity of his demands nearly drew applause from Zhuang Yin. Go ahead and expose it. I await your revelations. After finishing the call with Zhuang Yin, he hung up directly. Meeting Lu Yan's concerned gaze, he wore a relaxed expression, assuring her, do not worry, I will be fine. I possess evidence, and they cannot threaten me. Chapter 134. Create a commotion. The bigger the better. Zhuang Yin took Lu Yan's hand and released it, stepping out of her embrace. You were right. I have long since let go. Her words illuminated his darkness like a ray of light, and he couldn't help but think how wonderful it would have been had he encountered Lu Yan sooner. Having borne the unjust blame for so many years, he wished fervently for Xia Qingshan to be exposed, believing that the greater the uproar, the better. To quell Lu Yan's concerns, Zhuang Yin showed her the evidence he had gathered. Lu Yan had already speculated the truth, but upon seeing the proof, she still found these individuals repugnant. When do you plan to release the evidence? With this information, Lu Yan felt entirely reassured. Had Zhuang Yin lacked such proof, she would have resorted to brute force against the Zhuang and Xia families, even at the risk of mutual destruction. Zhuang Yin revealed his plan to unveil this grand gift on the day of Xia Wan's wedding. The union of the two families would mean mutual honor and disgrace. He sought not merely to strip the Zhuang family of their dignity, but to bring them to bankruptcy. In this lifetime, he resolved to uphold justice, even against his own kin. After the call with Zhuang Yin, Xia Qingshan was consumed by fury. He could not fathom why Zhuang Yin remained unyielding, defying him despite having such damning evidence. Did he not fear the consequences? Xia Qingshan resolved to visit the hospital to discuss matters with Zhuang Zhongming. The former in-law had been hospitalized for several days, and he felt compelled to check on him out of old affection. Early the next morning, Xia Qingshan arrived at the hospital, where Zhuang Zhongming was having breakfast. Perhaps dissatisfied with the meal, he flung it aside. The caregiver, accustomed to his outbursts, merely began mopping the floor. What else with the temper so early in the morning? Upon seeing Xia Qingshan, Zhuang Zhongming's expression faltered. What brings you here? Just came to see you. I heard from Gu Qian that you were injured. Where exactly are you hurt? Why have you been hospitalized for so long? Xia Qingshan placed the fruit basket he had brought on the cabinet. I've wanted to visit for some time, but I've been overwhelmed with matters to handle. To be fair, it's all your son's doing. Zhuang Zhongming felt too ashamed to admit his emasculation. It was an embarrassing secret. After a week in the hospital, he still felt pain below, and each trip to the restroom was tormenting. It's just a small injury, nothing serious. Lying through his teeth, he certainly did not appear untroubled. Xia Qingshan noted how much weight Zhuang Zhongming had lost, and how poor his spirits were. He clutched the blanket tightly, his emotions taut. Xia Qingshan took a seat. I need to discuss something with you privately. What is it? A glance from Zhuang Zhongming signaled the caregiver to exit the room. Xia Qishan laid out his intentions. What do you plan to do about your son, Zhuang Yin? Chapter 135. More money required. Xia Qishan urged him to consider his options, only to have Zhuang Yin expose him without giving him a chance to ponder the consequences. That evening, upon viewing the video, Zhuang Zhongming's eyes turned red with rage, unable to discern whether his head or his lower body pained him more. In the video, Tang Jing was in tears, accusing her husband of infidelity and her son of murdering their daughter, lamenting her years of suffering, describing her life as worse than death. Furious, Zhuang Zhongming smashed the fruit basket and thermos on the floor, creating a loud commotion. If she felt her life was worse than death, what did that make his? He had spoiled her for years, granting her every whim, hiring multiple caregivers to attend to her, crafting meals to her taste, and indulging her in all her preferences without regard for cost. What hardships had she truly endured? The true culprit was her, yet she portrayed herself as the victim. The more he thought of Tang Jing's face, the more repugnant it became. That wretched woman. He cursed. Zhuang Zhongming finally understood the feeling of being unable to voice his grievances. The online uproar surrounding this incident was deafening. Du Qian skillfully crafted the video, portraying Tang Jing as a tragic figure, akin to a mother in a melodrama, eliciting tears from viewers and evoking sympathy. How could a mother not love her child? If she did not, there must be a reason. Once human nature twists to a certain degree, it becomes difficult to question. After all, who could imagine that a mother would harbor jealousy towards her daughter for receiving more affection and would go so far as to kill her? Who would suspect a mother of framing her son to absolve herself, forcing him to bear the weight of 19 years of blame, all while showing no remorse and continuing to exploit him? While some rational individuals questioned the situation online, the majority were simply drawn to the spectacle. It resembled a pack of village dogs. One would bark, and the rest would follow suit without understanding the cause. Lu Yin quickly discerned the underlying issue. Her intelligence was complemented by her unwavering belief in Zhuang Yin. Zhuang Yin found himself trending online once more, this time facing backlash as his identity was leaked and he was subjected to doxing. The discourse surrounding him became a tempest of vitriol. The incident sparked widespread discussion, with enraged netizens branding him a hidden murderer, incessantly tagging the police, demanding his arrest. Xia Qishan assumed Zhuang Yin would cower, yield, and seek to appease him. But he did not. Zhuang Yin remained unfazed, even urging his lawyer to expedite proceedings, determined to ensure Xia Qingshan's imprisonment. If he wished to avoid jail, he would need to offer 100 million for a private settlement. Zhuang Yin's audacity enraged Xia Qingshan, who smashed an ashtray in front of the lawyer, exclaiming, "He is completely out of his depth. If I give him 100 million, will he even have the chance to spend it?" Chapter 136. Every word unspoken after Zhuang Yin departed. The lawyer conveyed his words to Xia Qingshan, fearing he might not grasp the gravity of the situation, and even sent him the video. In essence, Zhuang Yin refused to withdraw his lawsuit, insisting on pursuing legal action, demanding Xia Qingshan privately compensate him 100 million, or he would face prison time. Zhuang Yin possessed evidence of Xia Qingshan's slander, having hired online trolls to besmirch his name. Yet Xia Qingshan lacked proof of Zhuang Yin having committed murder at 5 years old. When Xia Qingshan initially paid for the trolls, he had spent several million. The cost of such defamation was substantial, and it was a matter of public knowledge, constituting a criminal offense. This case was no trivial matter, and Zhuang Yin made it clear he intended to escalate it. If he was dissatisfied with the first trial's outcome, he would promptly appeal for a second trial. Determined to exhaust Xia Qingshan, Mr. Xia, Zhuang Yin does not care about his reputation. Even if there is evidence proving he committed murder at 5, it cannot be prosecuted. The lawyer explained seriously. A child of 5 lacks the mental maturity to be held criminally responsible. The primary accountability lies with the guardian responsible for his care. Xia Qingshan understood that prosecution was impossible. He initially sought only to intimidate Zhuang Yin into submission, since Zhuang Yin would not face criminal charges. His plan was to ruin his reputation, allowing the public to vilify him, hoping he would succumb to the pressure and take his own life, an outcome Xia Qingshan secretly desired. Mr. Xia, have you resolved the tax issues within your company? We cannot afford any more problems. I am aware. The tax penalties had already cost him a significant sum, and having just acquired West City, he was in a precarious financial situation. If he had to pay Zhuang Yin 100 million, his funds would be even tighter. Every project required expenditure, and if Zhuang Yin continued to drag this out, and he ended up imprisoned, who would manage the company? Due to these troubles, the stock price had already plummeted, and if this continued, it would affect the shareholders, leading to inquiries. Xia Qingshan found himself utterly unable to triumph over Zhuang Yin's formidable legal team. Should his accusations be substantiated, the company's stock price would inevitably plummet, rendering risk assessments unfeasible and jeopardizing the financing of the Xiqing project. Thus, Xia Qingshan's considerable efforts would culminate in a private settlement, resulting in a compensation of 100 million to Zhuang Yin, a sum within his capacity to bear. It was imperative to resolve this matter swiftly before addressing subsequent issues. Despite having suffered such a significant loss to Zhuang Yin, Xia Qingshan remained unsatisfied and yearned for Zhuang Zhongming to intervene. However, to his surprise, Zhuang Zhongming, typically obedient, was uncooperative this time, straining their relationship. In recent days, Zhuang Zhongming had been plagued by anxiety, fearing that Zhuang Yin might make inappropriate remarks online. Fortunately, tranquility prevailed, as Zhuang Yin refrained from engaging with the internet. Reflecting on the past 19 years, Zhuang Yin had indeed surmised the events of that fateful time. Yet he lacked the evidence to exonerate himself from any accusations of murder, leaving him at the mercy of Tang Jing's reckless behavior. This realization gradually eased Zhuang Zhongming's tension. Receiving the funds, Zhuang Yin promptly invested in the burgeoning bull market, which was currently thriving. Occasionally, he would glance online, where discussions surrounding his alleged murder of his sister continued to gain traction. While not trending, the topic remained a subject of daily discourse. During this time, the official account for Love on the Journey announced the release date of the film, accompanied by behind-the-scenes footage, including a clip of Xiao Wan maligning Lu Yin in the observation room. Chapter 137. Dreams and reality are opposites. Shortly after the announcement, Xiao Wan was taken into custody. Bewildered, she realized only upon being escorted into the police vehicle that Lu Yin had reported her. As she pulled out her phone, she instinctively saw the trending topic online. And after reading it, her hands trembled. Once in the vehicle, she looked haggard and asked, "Dad, why did you only come to get me now? You think I didn't want to get you out sooner?" It was Lu Yin who refused to sign the reconciliation agreement. At the mention of this, Xiao Qingshan's frustration boiled over, and he slammed the car door shut. With Zhuang Yin in front and Lu Yin behind, the furrows in his brow deepened, and his hair seemed to gray overnight. Xiao Wan, already feeling guilty, shrank into a corner of the car, unable to face her father's disappointed expression, until she reacted to the mention of 100 million. "What do you mean 100 million? Xiao Qingshan recounted the demand for money from Zhuang Yin. Growing increasingly incensed, "Once the Xiqing project concludes, I will make him pay." Initially, Xiao Wan had approached Zhuang Yin with 50 million for negotiations, only to be outright rejected. She had believed him indifferent to wealth, yet it turned out he deemed the sum insufficient, demanding a staggering 100 million instead. Her father had actually acquiesced to such a sum. "If it weren't for the backing of Ian Group, I would have reported him for extortion," Xiao Qingshan lamented. Zhuang Yin had recently secured a significant project, and any disruption from Ian Group would be dire. "For now, we shall bide our time, then gradually settle the score." "Is it me?" Xiao Qingshan fixed her with a cold stare. "What? Do you still harbor feelings for him?" Reluctant to confront him, Xiao Wan inquired, "Is that true?" Xiao Qingshan scoffed. "What my wife said, could it be false? But my parents have always disapproved of him. Can their words be trusted? It's fine if the netizens believe it. As for your so-called prejudice, if Zhuang Yin were my son, I would have broken his legs long ago." Xiao Qingshan's face was a mask of rage as he warned Xiao Wan, "If you entertain any inappropriate feelings for Zhuang Yin, I will strike you. Had I known it would come to this, I would never have allowed this marriage. It brings nothing but misfortune. For the month leading up to the wedding, you will stay at home and go nowhere." Xiao Wan felt as though the blood had drained from her body. She realized that her chances with Zhuang Yin were extinguished. Zhuang Yin had offended her father, who wished for nothing less than his demise. Unable to act personally, he contemplated leveraging public opinion to ruin Zhuang Yin. Chapter 138. The outburst. Zhuang Zhongming seized Tang Jing by the hair with one hand while striking her with the other. He had long wished to strike her, and once he began, he could not restrain himself. It was as if he had breached some internal dam, unleashing a torrent of pent-up fury. He pinned Tang Jing to the ground, his fist aimed squarely at her face, knocking out a tooth and rendering her disfigured. All to teach her a lesson against her online antics. For years, Tang Jing had relied on her family's indulgence in her madness. But now Zhuang Zhongming tore away her facade, revealing the terrifying nature of male violence, leaving women utterly defenseless. Tang Jing could only cover her head, feeling both hatred and fear toward Zhuang Zhongming. Initially, she attempted to resist, screaming and clawing at him, but Zhuang Zhongming twisted her fingers, breaking her ring finger and causing her ring, worn for over 20 years, to fall away, looking absurdly out of place. "I have long tired of appeasing you, Tang Jing. You were beautiful in your youth, but look at you now." He dragged her to the bathroom, forcing her to confront her reflection in the mirror. She appeared like a beggar, disheveled and bloodied, unable to open her eyes fully due to the pain. "How hideous!" she shrieked in a desperate attempt to escape. But Zhuang Zhongming would not grant her such a mercy. "Look at how ugly you are now, aging and fading. I once indulged you because you were useful. But if you can no longer provide value, I wouldn't spare you a glance. You are like chewed gum to me. Sharing a bed with you disgusts me. Your scent makes me nauseous. You lack both beauty and the ability to bear children. What do I need you for? Once a loving couple." They now hurled the most venomous words at one another. "You are nothing but a burden, driving me to madness with your daily antics. I have long wished to send you to a mental institution. I would even prefer that you perish there. What purpose does your existence serve? Bringing only trouble." With that, Zhuang Zhongming released her, and Tang Jing crumpled to the floor, gazing up at the man she thought she knew, now a stranger. "Well, Zhuang Zhongming, you have finally revealed your true feelings. I should never have listened to you, married you, borne your children, nor disregarded my parents' advice to rescue your failing company. I sacrificed my dreams for you, and this is how you repay me." Chapter 139. A true son. Did Zhuang Zhongming explicitly instruct him not to enter? "Madam has been ill these past few days and is unable to see anyone." "Ill? Is it serious?" Gu Qian immediately inquired. "It is an old ailment. When it flares up, she becomes unrecognizable and forgetful. President Zhuang is merely concerned for her well-being, hence the decision to keep her at home. Gu Qian scrutinized the villa behind the butler, discreetly observing the butler's demeanor, yet found nothing overtly suspicious, though a sense of unease lingered. Unable to force his way in, he stood awkwardly for a while before departing. The video circulating online was orchestrated by Gu Qian. He not only recorded Tang Jing but also coached her on how to stream live, even guiding her in attracting an audience. On her first day of streaming, Tang Jing amassed an astonishing 50,000 viewers, regaining her popularity, with her streaming account's followers surpassing 1 million within a day. Tang Jing reveled in the attention. Relishing the concern of others, even if it was insincere, the taste of success left her yearning to stream continuously, even throughout the night. Unfortunately, murder is a crime. Tang Jing has recently garnered an excessive amount of attention, and her sudden disappearance would undoubtedly raise suspicions. He must suppress his murderous instincts and resolve to slowly extinguish Tang Jing's life. She has severed his lineage, and in return, he seeks her life? Surely, this is not an unreasonable demand. Tang Jing's health has long been frail. She has battled mental illness for years, reliant on medication, and with time, her death would likely go unnoticed. Apart from Tang Jing, Gu Qian also vexes him. He is the source of numerous troubles. And had it not been for the support of the Xia family, he would have dealt with him long ago. An adopted child can never compare to one's own flesh and blood. Had he raised a child from infancy, there might have been some semblance of affection. But this sudden presence feels akin to an intruder in his home. Zhuang Zhongming can no longer have children of his own, with only Zhuang Yin as his biological heir. It is preferable to bestow family wealth upon a blood relative rather than an outsider. A traditional man holds blood lineage in high esteem. In contrast to the chaos of the Zhuang family, Zhuang Yin's life could be described as serene and tranquil. Zhuang Yin stumbled upon Tang Jing's live stream clips online. With such acting prowess, had she ventured into the entertainment industry, accolades would have surely followed her, and she would not have lacked attention and affection. The emotional scene she portrayed captivated the audience, pulling them into the narrative. Filial piety is paramount. If a person cannot even fulfill the most basic duty of filial respect, how commendable can their character truly be? It is a shame to live a life devoid of achievement. Lu Yin has taken to frequenting Zhuang Yin's home, indulging in food and sharing tales of the world beyond. Zhuang Yin, having watched tutorials for a considerable time, finally mustered the courage to create the perfect 5-nut mooncake. He selected the nuts that Lu Yin favored, being cautious not to overdo it to preserve the flavor. By choosing quality ingredients and achieving the right level of sweetness, his mooncakes would surpass those made elsewhere. After packaging the mooncakes, he specially selected a beautiful gift box and bag online. The mooncakes were a joint effort, and Lu Yin had tasted one while it was still warm. The nutty aroma tantalized her senses, making it the best 5-nut mooncake she had ever savored. Remembering that Lu Yin had mentioned feeling stuffed from eating mooncakes yesterday, Zhuang Yin worried for her stomach today and prepared some congee. Since Lu Yin had the house key, he assumed she was still asleep and chose not to disturb her, instead sending her a text to inform her of his departure and to remind her to have breakfast, as he had made congee for her. Shortly after sending the message, he heard movement next door. Zhuang Yin and Lu Yin opened their doors simultaneously, and upon seeing each other, they were momentarily taken aback, until Lu Yin broke the silence with a laugh. Clad in a camisole nightgown of shimmering blue silk that accentuated her fair complexion, she appeared to have just woken up. Her hair tousled and her unadorned face glowing with health. It was no wonder that people online dubbed her the goddess of natural beauty. Lu Yin adjusted her shawl and inquired, "Are you heading out?" "Yes, I have breakfast plans with Andy." "Is it far? Won't you feel unwell going out without breakfast?" "It's not far, a 40-minute drive. Wait for me a moment. Don't leave yet." Lu Yin turned and quickly returned with a bag of chocolates and a box of gum, stuffing them into his hands. "I worry about your blood sugar." Zhuang Yin glanced at the blueberry-flavored gum in his hand, and then at Lu Yin, who was dressed so charmingly, and found the pairing delightfully fitting, evoking fond memories of her. "Thank you." Finally, Lu Yin smiled brightly and tidied his clothes before urging him, "You should hurry. The traffic will get worse." Zhuang Yin glanced back at the door. "I won't close it. You go have breakfast. I made some nourishing congee." "All right. Make sure to eat lunch on time as well. If you don't want to order takeout, there are wontons I prepared in the fridge." Lu Yin had a poor habit of forgetting to eat when she was busy. Irregular eating patterns could burden her stomach, and knowing the discomfort of stomach ailments, he wished to prevent her from falling ill. Zhuang Yin only becomes chatty when he is fond of someone, yet Lu Yin found his voice soothing rather than bothersome. This side of him was undeniably attractive, making her want to linger by his side. "Did you forget? I have plans to go out too." Chapters later, Lu Yin's past unfolds. In Rongqing, snow is a rarity. Yet this year, it fell heavily, blanketing the windows with a white mist. Since that time, Lu Yin developed a disdain for snow. She kept vigil over her mother in the bathroom, from night until day, and from day until dusk. The drawing of her mother on the window slowly faded. They did not love her. Her older brother and sister often called her mother a mistress. She did not understand what a mistress was, but she sensed it was an unkind term. Each time her mother heard it, her sadness was palpable. She wore a red dress, stained with her mother's blood, which became stiff as the wind dried it. An aunt informed her that her mother had died and could not change her clothes. But what is death? It was said that her mother had committed suicide in the bathtub, and the child had been nearby, unaware of the potential trauma. I think Lu Yin is rather cold-blooded. Her mother died before her eyes, and she doesn't even cry now. At the funeral, she still wore the red dress, refusing to change. She stood helplessly amid the crowd, their gazes turning into ferocious beasts that threatened to devour her, and no matter how she tried, she could not escape. Her father locked her in a small room with only a single window, and she knelt on the floor. Santa Claus, I don't want gifts anymore. Can you bring my mother back to me? Is it because I'm a greedy, bad child that my mother doesn't want me? I promise to change my bad habits. I'll eat all the meals my mother prepares, and I want to make her angry again. Just let me see my mother, and I will do anything. At that time, she did not know that Santa Claus was not a deity, but merely a little old man sent by the divine. He had no power to grant wishes or restore a child to her mother. The Santa Claus abroad could not hear her wish, but her brother did. He asked if she wanted to see their mother. She nodded, hugging his leg, pleading for him to take her to find her mother. And then he brought her to an empty cemetery, pushing her in front of a gravestone, grabbing her hair, and saying, "This is your mother. She is dead. Remember that wooden box from the day before? Your mother is in it." "That's not true. My mother wouldn't die. She wouldn't be in a box." She reached out in resistance, but her brother held her down. Her 15-year-old brother looked down at her, mocking her weakness. "Your mother is a mistress. Mistresses don't die well. Who told her to entice our father and steal my mother as husband? If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been born without a mother." She grasped the earth below her, straining against his words. "My mother is not a mistress. To entice her sister as husband is even more despicable than being a mistress. Don't you want to see your mother? She is right here. You can stay here with her forever." With that, he kicked the gravestone, leaving a shoe print on the photo. Crying, she wiped the photo clean. But the gravestone remained cold, and no matter how long she stayed, it would not warm. The cemetery was silent, save for the rustling leaves. Golden ginkgo leaves fell to the ground with the wind. Lu Yin stared at the burning incense, the gust chilling her face. She touched her face, noticing the moisture on her fingertips. The smoke was blinding. It was she who had wept. Death means a body, ashes, and a handful of earth, a life spent. And from then on, they are worlds apart, seen only in dreams. As a child, her mother likely knew she harbored resentment, which is why she never dared to enter her dreams. Her family bullied her, branding her as the daughter of a mistress, and even at school, others chased her, taunting her for being as vile as her mother, for supposedly seducing boys indiscriminately. The men around her would often regard her with repulsive glances. The housemaid, seeing that she was unattended, whispered behind her back that she was a wild child, often neglecting to prepare meals for her. At the tender age of 5 or 6, she even rummaged through trash bins. While others commenced their education at 6, she only started at 7. Upon entering school, she discovered that while many were malevolent, not all were. For instance, her teacher treated her kindly, noticing her ill-fitting clothes and taking her shopping, sharing lunch with her, and providing her with bread for the evening. No matter how arduous the days, she believed she could endure, for as long as life persisted, tomorrow would always dawn. Eventually, she unearthed the secrets of the Lu family, comprehending the humiliations and injuries her mother had endured, and the reasons that led her to choose suicide. She harbored resentment towards every member of the Lu family, particularly her nominal father. No, he could not be called a father. He was a rapist. Lu Yin traced her fingers over the photograph on the gravestone. "If you were still alive, I would take you to exact vengeance upon them, to witness their suffering, which would surely bring you joy. Mother, do you ever regret leaving so soon, missing the chance to see them face retribution? Just wait a little longer. The Lu family shall soon fall from grace, and I will ensure Lu Yu comes to apologize before you." Lu Yin exhaled softly, then rose to adjust her dress, lifting its hem with one hand. "Mother, I still cherish the red dress after all these years. The dress is not at fault, but those wretched individuals are." Yet, she still despised the frigid snow days, unable to forget that fateful Christmas Eve when her mother lay lifeless in the cold water. At 4, she encountered Zhuang Yin's grandmother here, who took her to the police station. Though efforts were made to search in the subsequent years, time had blurred the memories, and the information was scant. The only detail that lingered was the mention of the grandmother's little grandson, who bore a conspicuous red birthmark on his neck. Later, she accidentally spotted that same birthmark on Zhuang Yin's nape, leading her to investigate his family, gradually clarifying her memories. Of course, her affection for Zhuang Yin stemmed from deeper connections. "Mother, I will bring him to meet you. He is exceptionally kind and my favorite person." Chapter 143. A visit to Jiang Ning's home. Zhuang Yin was seated at the dining table, a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge before him, alongside a plate piled high with 40 fried dumplings and a stack of pancakes that appeared to number 10, each as large as a plate. There was also Aunt Jiang's homemade pickled radish, tossed with red oil, crisp and refreshing. "Hurry and eat. It will be unpalatable if it cools," Aunt Jiang urged, mistakenly assuming his appetite remained as voracious as during high school, when he could consume 40 to 50 dumplings in one sitting. Under her warm gaze, Zhuang Yin managed to finish a bowl of porridge and 10 dumplings, along with one pancake, before setting down his utensils. "Why are you eating so little? Has my cooking deteriorated?" Aunt Jiang inquired. Zhuang Yin quickly reassured her. No, I just wasn't very hungry. I snacked on the way here. I would love to devour everything on this table, but overeating can upset the stomach. True, moderation is key. There's a grand meal for lunch, Aunt Jiang remarked, sharing amusing anecdotes from Zhuang Yin and Jiang Ning's childhood. Fortunately, Jiang Ning's timely arrival interrupted her. Mom, the water is boiled. Hearing this, Aunt Jiang hurried to the kitchen. My mother has been particularly concerned about my romantic affairs in recent years. Despite her own unhappy marriage, she pushes me towards marriage. Zhuang Yin observed Jiang Ning crouching on the floor washing vegetables, her voice tinged with a bittersweet loneliness, and offered comfort. She is merely expressing concern for you. Jiang Ning tucked her stray hair behind her ear. I understand, but her concern is one-sided. She fails to consider my perspective and does not truly understand me. Every family has its own struggles, and outsiders should refrain from judgment. Zhuang Yin shifted the conversation, inquiring about Aunt Jiang's health over the years. Working tirelessly had taken a toll on her. Having endured hardships, ailments emerged with age. During Jiang Ning's senior year, her mother fell ill and underwent surgery to remove a kidney. One kidney suffices for survival, yet it cannot compare to having two. Her health deteriorated, further compounded by age and declining immunity. Enough about me, let us discuss you. Is there truly no need to address that video online? Zhuang Yin remained composed, responding nonchalantly that it was best left unaddressed, as making a fuss could work to his advantage. How much trouble are you aiming to stir? Ideally, the buzz should last about a month. Zhuang Yin, unperturbed, decided to check the kitchen. Chapter 144. I have someone I care for, I don't hold her accountable. Zhuang Yin stated. Before he could finish, Aunt Jiang interjected, her voice rising in urgency. Her eyes brimmed with pleading and anticipation. A mother willing to do anything for her daughter as happiness. Aunt Jiang, Jiang Ning, and I are merely friends. I can assist with her as a friend. But it must be contingent upon her needs. Have you inquired if she even wants it? Zhuang Yin's words left her momentarily speechless. He continued. Your insistence on marrying her off, entrusting her to a man's care, disrespects her and disregards her years of effort. From her solitary struggle in the entertainment industry to her current national prominence, she is confident and formidable, far surpassing any man. You should not confine her to domesticity and the notion of marriage. That is not who she is. She will conquer the world and reach the pinnacle of success. Reflect on it. Despite her absence from my life, has she not thrived? Though he spoke truthfully, Jiang Ning harbored feelings for Zhuang Yin. Humans are inherently greedy. Even when happiness is attained, there is a desire for more, a yearning for a more complete life. A successful career paired with a blissful family defines a true winner in life. Mothers inherently wish for their children to lead better lives, hoping that in times of sickness or hardship, someone will be there to support and care for them. Zhuang Yin fit this description perfectly, capable in the kitchen, attentive, gentle, understanding. And most importantly, he was loved by Jiang Ning. As she prepared for filming, she required a partner like Zhuang Yin who comprehended her. Observing her expression, Zhuang Yin recognized she was lost in her thoughts. For such matters, decisive action was necessary. Aunt Jiang, I have someone I care for. For her, I will not divide my affection with anyone else. I simply wish to devote myself to her. Aunt Jiang's expression faltered. You have someone you care for? Who? You're not using that as an excuse to reject me, are you? Zhuang Yin replied. I need no reason to decline. I share this with you only because I wish to confide. Aunt Jiang was unconvinced and pressed on. Then who is this person you care for? His first date was with Lu Yin, his second with Jiang Ning. The disparity was evident. Even a mere spectator could perceive Zhuang Yan's special treatment of Lu Yin, let alone Jiang Ning. Do you truly know her? Are you suitable for her? She is still your ex-girlfriend's aunt. Are you not afraid of gossip? When Lu Yin was mentioned, an unbidden tenderness graced his features, one he himself was unaware of. Chapter 145. Can old places be revisited? Can old flames be rekindled? Zhuang Yin retrieved his phone and scrolled through his messages, finding none from Lu Yin, nor had she called him. He popped 2 pieces of gum into his mouth, the strong blueberry flavor flooding his senses. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, hinting at impending rain. He texted Lu Yin. Did you bring an umbrella? It looks like rain is on the way. With determination, he called Lu Yin, but there was no answer. Jiang Ning emerged, observing Zhuang Yin pacing the courtyard with his phone in hand. Do those who yearn for the past do so because they are dissatisfied with their present? Before turning 18, Jiang Ning had never imagined that one day she would drift apart from Zhuang Yin. During those years, they celebrated each birthday together, and she included Zhuang Yin in her wishes, hoping they would always be together, enduring the passage of time with peace and joy. Old friends laugh like the trees in the courtyard. As autumn winds blow, memories become sparse. One can let go, yet never truly forget. He was always a vibrant stroke in the canvas of her youth. Zhuang Yin. The gentle breeze stirred her skirt, and Jiang Ning pressed her hand against it, her gaze falling upon his phone. Are you waiting for Lu Yan's call? Yes, I just called her, but she didn't pick up, he replied, clearly concerned for her well-being. Watching the one she cherished worry about another woman twisted her heart, like a fissure opening up, sourness seeping forth. She forced a smile. She should be fine. Perhaps she just hasn't checked her phone. At this hour, she is likely still eating or napping. That could be true. Lu Yin is quite lazy at home, After lunch, she curls up on the sofa and falls asleep quickly. She sleeps in a very proper position, curled up with her fists clenched, sometimes resting her face on her hands or against her chest. They say those who sleep in a curled-up position lack a sense of security. Zhuang Yin glanced inside. Aunt Jiang is still preoccupied. Jiang Ning forced a smile. I'll talk to my mom. It's rare for us to meet, and she will definitely want to keep you around longer. Understanding her mother, she hoped to divert Zhuang Yin's attention and allow him to leave discreetly later. Let us go. Chapter 146. Gu Qian and the pregnant woman Lu Yin joyfully trotted over, placing slippers by his feet, and then taking the bag from his hands. Why so many vegetables? She asked, looking into the bag. Did you stop by the market on your way? No, Zhuang Yin clarified. These are from Jiang Ning's mother. She grew them herself. Entering the kitchen, he noticed a steaming ceramic pot. What are you cooking? I'm making mung bean soup. Lu Yin turned on the light. Did you notice any changes in the house? Upon entering, Zhuang Yin had already observed. It's cleaner. With hands on her hips and chin slightly raised, Lu Yin proudly declared, I cleaned the entire house. Impressive, right? Although her home was not large, it still took considerable time to tidy up. After a brief outing, the house was transformed into a clean and orderly space, adorned with several potted plants, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. The television cabinet displayed ceramic dolls from their first date, and Zhuang Yan's little fox sat on the sofa, evidence of Lu Yin's subtle influence. Her presence woven throughout his life. You're amazing, like a fairy tale character, Zhuang Yin complimented. Lu Yin huffed. The fairy only appears when you're absent. I'm always here. Zhuang Yin inquired. Didn't you meet someone this morning? How do you still have time to clean? He pulled out his phone to show her the photo album. Lu Yin leaned in, a hint of jealousy in her voice. The food looks great. After so many years apart, why don't you spend more time with them? You must have so much to talk about. Let me guess. Did her mother share many stories about you and Jiang Ning? Did she urge you to date? To marry? Lu Yin exclaimed. You mentioned me to her? Zhuang Yin nodded, feeling uneasy under her intense gaze. What did you say? I merely hinted that you're wonderful, exceptionally so. Their conversation inadvertently revealed a closeness, their relationship teetering on the brink of deeper intimacy. Initially, Zhuang Yin dismissed the rules he encountered, but now they felt as if they were directed at him. He was a man who respected contractual obligations, and he could withstand a month's wait. Moreover, he aimed to resolve matters in his life, to bolster himself, ensuring he could be Lu Yan's pillar of support. Presently, he felt financially inadequate, yet he was determined not to remain so indefinitely. Zhuang Yin's candidness caught Lu Yin off guard, making her blush. The mung bean soup was ready, now needing to cool. Let us head to the supermarket. I want to buy some daily necessities. I'll change into something else. Chapter 147. Taste your fortune, what are you watching? The mere thought of raising a disloyal child was repugnant enough. The possibility that this child might be Gu Qian's was even more nauseating. A wave of anger churning in her stomach. They purchased some hot pot ingredients, deciding to enjoy the evening on the balcony, savoring the moonlight and their meal. Perhaps accompanied by some wine and mooncakes, allowing the mid-autumn festival to pass peacefully. As Lu Yin sobered up, Zhuang Yin prepared soup in the kitchen. Together they washed the ingredients, setting the table on the balcony while lighting incense to ward off mosquitoes. The weather, initially threatening rain, unexpectedly cleared, revealing the moon. In the pot, crabs steamed, and Zhuang Yin deftly cut off the legs, expertly extracting the meat and serving it to Lu Yin. After indulging in food and drink, both felt mildly tipsy. Lu Yin's cheeks flushed, her eyes glassy. She swirled her wine glass, her voice softening. I visited my mother today. Zhuang Yin's expression faltered as he listened intently. Do you know about my mother? She took her own life in the bathtub when I was 4. It was Christmas Eve, and I wore a red princess dress. I could never grasp why she chose that night, a night meant for prayers of safety. In those helpless years, I truly hated her, yet I couldn't help but miss her. Everyone desires to live. Who wishes to die? She was forced into it. If I had been older, more understanding, if I had noticed her illness and coaxed her into seeking help, perhaps she wouldn't have taken her life. I harbor such hatred for the Lu family, for Lu Nanjun, for Lu Yu, for Lu Mei, for Lin Tingyu. Lu Yin named 4 individuals in a rush. Lu Nanjun, her father who had passed 3 years prior. Lu Yu and Lu Mei, her half-siblings, and Lin Tingyu, Lu Nanjun's first wife, who was also Lu Yan's mother's elder sister, a figure she should have referred to as aunt. Zhuang Yin was aware of these details, having heard snippets from Xiaowan. It was also this insight that led Xiaowan to look down upon Lu Yin. Rarely did Lu Yin lose her composure. Perhaps the alcohol had unburdened her painful past, rendering her vulnerable, her eyes glistening as she gazed at Zhuang Yin. Lu Yin understood that her mother loved her and didn't wish to abandon her, but she was ill, unable to save even herself. During her life, she endeavored to provide Lu Yin with the best, enduring pain to the point of sleepless nights, only to greet Lu Yin each day with a composed demeanor, masking her affliction so well that no one recognized her dire condition. She prepared delicious meals for Lu Yin, instilling good habits. By 4, Lu Yin could dress herself, bathe, wash socks, and assist her mother with household chores without fuss. The songs her mother sang to her, she learned to sing as well. After her mother's passing, terrified of the dark, she would sing herself to sleep. Each year, her mother prepared birthday gifts for her, continuing until Lu Yin turned 18. On that birthday, She received a financial investment her mother had arranged, nearly 500 million, which Lu Yin used to start her own business, having previously made a significant sum through Bitcoin mining. Her mother's death stemmed from years of curses, betrayal by her elder sister, continuous abuse, and the indifference of bystanders, alongside her being an unwelcome burden. Chapter 148. The wedding approaches. The next day, Lu Yin awoke in Zhuang Yan's bed. He rented a 2-bedroom apartment, with the second bedroom rarely used, often left closed. After their time together, he had tidied the room, embracing his blanket as he went to sleep. The back of his neck had itched throughout the entire night, preventing him from finding rest. Unable to resist, he touched the area, and with every closed eye, visions of Lu Yin embracing him, kissing, and licking the back of his neck flooded his mind. He was aware of a red mole on his neck, something his grandmother had mentioned in his childhood, claiming that those with such marks were blessed. He never believed those words. Born to such parents in a rural family, he could not see himself as fortunate. Yet, after dying and being reborn, what could be more fortunate than that? Last night, while Lu Yin had licked his neck, a wave of sensation coursed through him, akin to an army of ants crawling over his skin, leaving him feeling oddly hot and restless, even after a cold shower. He yearned to rub his entire body. He had rarely felt such panic, stunned into immobility, unsure of how long Lu Yin had kissed him. When she finally quieted, Zhuang Yin had stealthily covered her with a blanket and slipped away. It was his own home, yet he felt like a thief. Zhuang Yin had not slept well that night and was plagued by chaotic dreams. Upon waking, he felt lightheaded, a consequence of the previous night's escapades. Lu Yin had drunk as much as he had, if not more, and her intoxicated state had led her to gnaw on his neck as if it were a bone. Upon waking, she would undoubtedly suffer from a hangover, so he quietly entered the kitchen to prepare a hangover remedy and ordered some medication online for delivery. As the clock approached 9, with no signs of movement from the bedroom, he worriedly opened the door to peek inside. There lay Lu Yin, wide-eyed and unblinking, and their gazes met like two thieves caught in the act. Most importantly, she was unclothed. Though the blanket covered her, much of her skin was exposed, including her bra. She lay languidly on her side, her cheeks flushed, and her doe-like eyes blinked flirtatiously. The one exposed was not startled, but rather, it was he who was taken aback. He quickly closed the door and stood outside, asking, "Are you feeling unwell? I made a hangover soup." Upon seeing Zhuang Yin enter, a flash of joy crossed Lu Yan's eyes. Before she could react, he had already exited. She flung off the blanket and got up, retrieving her dress from the floor. The fitted dress was somewhat tight, and in her muddled state last night, she had removed it out of discomfort. Lu Yin stretched her arms. Her skin as pale as sweet white chocolate. As she donned the dress, she tidied her hair and stepped outside. Seeing Zhuang Yin's awkward expression, she stifled a laugh and feigned seriousness, asking, "I apologize for last night. I was drunk. I hope I didn't do anything inappropriate." "Not at all. Waking up in your bed startled me. I took your bed. Where did you sleep last night?" "I've forgotten when I took off my clothes," Lu Yin noted, observing that Zhuang Yin could not look her in the eye nor turn his back to her. Noticing his collar was askew, she leaned in to help him adjust it. Chapter 149. Countdown to the wedding. Since Zhuang Zhongming became incapacitated, his attitude towards Zhuang Yin had noticeably shifted. Previously, he looked upon her with disdain, believing his presence was neither a boon nor a burden to the family. As a wealthy man, he had no shortage of women eager to bear him children. Losing one son meant he could always sire another. However, the circumstances had changed. He could no longer father a child. The old adage that rarity increases value held true even in offspring. A godson acquired midway could not compare to a biological son. Gu Qian, aware of this truth, resolved to act preemptively, aiming to ensure Zhuang Yin completely alienated Xia Qingshan, ideally leading to her demise at his hands. Meanwhile, Zhuang Zhongming had developed significant discontent towards Gu Qian. At his age, he had encountered all manner of people and recognized Gu Qian as a man devoid of conscience, driven solely by ambition. The videos circulating online, including Tang Jing's live stream, were all orchestrated by Gu Qian. He would wait until their collaboration concluded to clarify the matter regarding Zhuang Yan's sister's death, claiming later that Tang Jing had been mentally unstable and speaking nonsensically. He could not believe that such a vast inheritance would be willingly surrendered to Zhuang Yin without her desire to claim it. The wedding between Xia Wan and Gu Qian was scheduled for October 6th, this Saturday, leaving only 5 days until the event. Gu Qian was busy preparing for the wedding, being introduced to wealthy individuals across various fields by Xia Qingshan, executives he had never previously been able to approach. In stark contrast to his enthusiasm, Xia Wan appeared aloof, as if the ceremony held no significance for her. She casually tried on wedding dresses, took lackluster photos, and showed little interest in any other preparations, even being scolded by Xia Qingshan to attend the wedding rehearsal. As the wedding day approached, her desire to flee intensified. A father knows his daughter well. He worried that unforeseen complications might arise. This time, Xia Qingshan had arranged for someone to closely monitor Xia Wan, confining her at home in the final days to prevent her from eloping. Gu Qian sensed Xia Wan's distraction, attributing it to pre-wedding anxiety, and kindly reassured her to remain calm. Xia Wan had another dream, this time of marrying Zhuang Yin. The wedding was grand, and after 3 years of dating, he had always treated her with kindness and patience, never once losing his temper. Living together for a year had allowed her to experience the warmth of home. She wished to marry Zhuang Yin to build a new life together. As for escaping the engagement banquet, she felt guilty towards Zhuang Yin, but she had her reasons. It was not a deliberate breach of promise. Besides, an engagement ceremony was not as significant as a wedding. On the eve of the wedding, she lay awake, rising at 5 in the morning to apply her makeup and don her dress, awaiting Zhuang Yin's arrival. A union based on mutual interests. Marriage felt like merely a formality. Xiaowan had thought she would not feel much, but upon seeing Zhuang Yin enter, her heart raced uncontrollably, anticipation bubbling over. Chapter 150. Come and steal the wedding. Zhuang Yin was indifferent to the presence of Gu Qian beside Xiaowan, yet she was acutely aware of the women around him. After dismissing his secretary, he replaced all his associates with men, pleasing her slightly. The dream sequences were disjointed, devoid of a fixed timeline. One moment she envisioned Zhuang Yin at 50, the next, he was bathing their child, helping with homework, and taking him to school. Finally, she witnessed him being wheeled out of the morgue, Zhuang Zixin clutching Zhuang Yan's belongings, which contained little more than clothes, a phone, and a ring. She attempted to place the ring on Zhuang Yan's ring finger, only to realize he had unknowingly lost so much weight that the ring slipped off. Xiaowan awoke in tears. This was not the first time she dreamed of Zhuang Yan's demise, but this vision was clearer than before. It felt as though a piece of her heart had been ripped away, leaving a gaping hole, through which a chilling wind rushed in, causing her insides to ache. She pressed her hand against her chest, wishing to stifle the pain. It was merely a dream. So why could she vividly feel how cold Zhuang Yan's hand had been? In a panic, she sprang up, rummaging through her bedroom, finally discovering a ring nestled in the depths of her bedside drawer. This was the engagement ring Zhuang Yin had prepared for her, but since she had not attended, he had cast it aside along with the wedding ring into the trash. Holding the ring up to the light, she noticed an inscription inside, creating a tangible connection between her dreams and reality. Xiaowan's fingers trembled, and the ring fell from her hand. Why had she dreamed such an odd dream? She had already broken off the engagement with Zhuang Yin, so why was she repeatedly dreaming of a life with him post-marriage? Why did he have to die? Why was she not by his side when he passed, missing the chance to see him one last time? How could someone so healthy suddenly fall gravely ill? At present, it seemed that this ring was the only clue to unravel the mystery. It is merely a ring, identical to many others inscribed with letters. Perhaps it is simply a coincidence, a figment of her chaotic imagination. If that dream indeed depicted her future with Zhuang Yin, then it should not be Gu Qian who is to wed her the day after tomorrow. She is acutely aware of the challenges in marrying Zhuang Yin, particularly as her father would never consent. Xiaowan picked up the ring from the ground, her mind a tumult of confusion as she sat quietly against the edge of her bed, lost in thought. After a considerable time, she took out her phone and sent Zhuang Yin a message. Zhuang Yin, come to my wedding. I will leave with you. If she were to marry Zhuang Yin, she would not be as unreasonable and tempestuous as in her dream. She would cherish their time together, bear his children, remind him to care for his health, and accompany him through life, respecting Gu Qian's feelings while valuing and nurturing Zhuang Yin. So, Zhuang Yin, would you come to claim me? I acknowledge my mistakes. I should not have trampled upon your dignity, nor disregarded your feelings. The message sent out vanished into silence. She reached out to Zhuang Yin through every social platform available, only to be met with reminders that she had been deleted by him. Unwilling to surrender, she contemplated every possible means to reach him, ultimately deciding to call the director. Chapter 151. At the wedding venue, Zhuang Yin arrives. Xiaowan is getting married tomorrow. You, as her aunt, must be present. Lu Yin seldom answers Lu Yu's calls, and when she does, it invariably leads to a lecture. They say a big brother is like a father and a big sister like a mother. These two certainly consider themselves as such. After you appeared on that pathetic variety show, do not ever return to it. Do you think you are still young? At 27, competing with a group of young girls for a man. Of all people, why pursue Zhuang Yin, the former fiancé of your niece? You are bringing shame to the Lu family. If you are so eager to find a man, I will arrange a marriage for you, someone better than Zhuang Yin. I did not interfere with your past recklessness, but your marital matters must be my concern. As a member of the Lu family, you should consider the family's reputation. After a slew of nonsensical remarks, the crux of the matter emerged. For the benefit of the Lu family, it meant being sold off, or, as they put it nicely, a marriage alliance. Lu Yu, 10 years her senior and now 37, seems to have aged without gaining wisdom. His intellect appears to be limited to his neck. Xiaowan listened for a while before stifling a yawn. Are you even listening to me? Liu erupted, his voice booming through the phone. Tomorrow is Wanwan's wedding. Liu exclaimed furiously, you are only 3 years older than her. You have no right to hit her, especially since her father has never laid a hand on her. If it weren't for the Xia family being our in-laws, you would have been in serious trouble. Clearly, Xiaowan had complained about Lu Yu often, leading him to believe that Lu Yin remained the same helpless person she once was. You must attend Wanwan's wedding tomorrow and apologize to her. Lu Yin was merely a source of trouble for the family. After this conversation, Xia Qishan called Lu Yu, his tone dripping with authority. Fine. I will definitely be there tomorrow. Satisfied, Lu Yu attempted to continue speaking, but Lu Yin abruptly declared, enough, and hung up. After the call, Lu Yin sought out Zhuang Yin, finding him at his desk, engrossed in work. She took a seat beside him, resting her head on the table as she watched him. Tomorrow, you must come with me to witness the spectacle. Zhuang Yin, focused on his computer, took a moment to respond, instinctively asking, what spectacle? Tomorrow is Xiao Wan's wedding. Do you not want to go and see the drama unfold? Zhuang Yin had prepared this grand event. Did he not wish to witness the outcome up close? What role do I play in accompanying you? Lu Yin traced circles on the table, teasingly responding, of course, as my date. Zhuang Yin nodded, I will accompany you tomorrow. I will prepare my attire for the occasion. The outfits had long been arranged. Lu Yin knew Zhuang Yan's measurements and had commissioned several tailored suits weeks prior. Following a phone call, a knock echoed through the door an hour later, and soon people began to enter. Zhuang Yin continued his work inside, while Lu Yin selected clothing outside, ultimately choosing a black suit for him, and as for herself, she decided to wear a red dress on this auspicious day. October 6th. A propitious date for marriage. In Rongqing, many couples were getting married today, but the most extravagant affair without a doubt belonged to the Xia family, having reserved an entire 5-star hotel for the occasion, attracting the attention of the entire elite circle. Chapter 152. At the wedding venue, disruptions await. Gu Qian grasped the doorknob, softly inquiring, where are you off to? Clad in a white suit, Gu Qian looked every bit the handsome prince today. His celebrity looks were undeniably impeccable. With a gentle smile, he gazed at Xiao Wan, his expression brimming with affection. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the absence of warmth in the depths of his eyes. Xiao Wan felt a tightening in her throat, avoiding Gu Qian's gaze due to her guilt. It's too stuffy in here. I wish to step outside for some fresh air. Gu Qian studied the expansive train of her gown, his expression darkening. You have your wedding dress on. It will be difficult to move. The ceremony is about to commence, so bear with it a little longer. Besides, I recall the window in this room is quite large and the air conditioning is on. It shouldn't be too stifling. Xiao Wan bit her lip. Gu Qian took her hand. Wan, you have no idea how long I have awaited this day. At long last, I can marry you. For my sake, could you endure a little longer? In just 10 minutes, if you suddenly leave now, I will become anxious, wondering if you wish to flee from marrying me. He forced a smile. These past few days, I have been just as nervous as you. When one is on the brink of achieving happiness, anxiety often creeps in. Wan, this is such an important occasion, with so many eyes upon us. We cannot afford any mistakes. Xiao Wan's mind was in turmoil. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Gu Qian gently wiped her perspiration away with a handkerchief, soothingly saying, I understand you are feeling uncomfortable. Please bear with it for my sake. Should Xiao Wan choose to step outside at that moment, it would be akin to dragging her father's reputation through the mud. All eyes would be on the Xia family, reveling in their misfortune. Like a bucket of cold water poured over her, Xiao Wan hesitated, forcing a smile. Very well. I shall remain. You should not be too anxious. Gu Qian replied. How could I not be nervous at the thought of marrying you soon? Yet, amidst my nervousness, I feel a greater sense of excitement and joy. Xiao Wan had been the one to propose the wedding, and now it was she who regretted it, wishing to withdraw. Faced with Gu Qian's earnest gaze, she felt a profound sense of shame. She understood she should not entertain thoughts of fleeing. It would be disrespectful to Gu Qian. Yet, she found herself unable to control her emotions. As the door closed behind her, Gu Qian's expression turned cold, like frost settling upon him. Some women take advantage of their circumstances. He had once been fond of Xiao Wan, but after being with her, he found her to be rather ordinary. Even on the verge of marriage, she still pined for Zhuang Yan, greedy for both sides, as if marrying him would be some form of indignity. He had never held her past relationship with Zhuang Yan against her. Why then did she treat him with such disdain? She had initiated their courtship and engagement. Was this all just a game to her? Gu Qian clenched the handkerchief tightly, tossing it disdainfully into a trash bin as he passed by. A disobedient woman would surely become compliant once married. At 11 o'clock, all guests were present. Xiao Wan entered, linking arms with Zhuang Yan, immediately capturing the attention of all. The handsome couple was naturally a sight to behold, especially with Lu Yin, a stunning beauty, walking in like a blazing fire in a red dress. Chapter 153. On this joyous occasion today marks your momentous day. Should she suddenly act irrationally, it would surely end poorly. Outside, Lu Yin and Zhuang Yan found a seat, choosing a discreet location to observe the unfolding drama while allowing the spotlight to remain on the main characters. At Xiao Wan's wedding, and Xinrong also arrived. Upon seeing Lu Yin and Zhuang Yan enter together, she was first taken aback, then elated, and finally felt a wave of disappointment. The surrounding chatter was filled with whispers about Lu Yin and Zhuang Yan, some of which were quite unflattering. At that moment, and Xinrong knew that if she approached, she would undoubtedly be engulfed in the gossip. However, she could no longer concern herself with that, for it had been ages since she last saw Wang Yin. Each time she wished to invite him out, she found herself at a loss for excuses. She struggled to find the right words to text or call him. With her dress in hand, she made her way towards Zhuang Yan, attracting many curious glances. Xinrong, where are you off to? To find Zhuang Yan? Surely you're not involved with him, right? They teased. Are you out of your mind? Aren't you worried about losing face by seeking him out now? Doesn't your family care about you? And Xinrong heard their remarks, but was too preoccupied to care. She hurried to Zhuang Yan's side. Zhuang, how did you get here? Did Xiao Wan send you an invitation? No, he replied. Then how did you get in? Lu Yan interjected. He's my date. And Xinrong frowned. Isn't that a bit reckless? How could you bring him to a place like this? What's wrong with this place? There's food, drinks, and festivities. Look, even the director is here, Lu Yin said, raising her glass to greet the director in the distance. Lu Yin then stood up and gently patted Zhuang Yin on the shoulder. I'm going to the restroom. Wait here for me and don't wander off. Zhuang Yin nodded. There was no cohabitation. Their families lived close by, and they shared meals, leisure activities, and evening strolls together. Of course, such details were unnecessary to share with Xinrong. She sighed in relief, thinking to herself that there was no way Zhuang Yin would be living with Lu Yin. Why are you here today? She asked, skeptical that Zhuang Yin would come merely for a meal. Recently, there had been a lot of online chatter about him, and many were waiting to see him falter. When Zhuang Yin appeared, it was as if others were staring at a spectacle. The thought of how they might speak of him behind his back was unbearable. If it were her, she would find such humiliation intolerable. As she observed Zhuang Yin gazing at a sign featuring Xiaowan and Gu Qian's wedding photo, her heart tightened. She hesitated, her voice trembling slightly. You're not still hung up on Xiaowan, are you? Upon reflection, Xiaowan and Zhuang Yin had dated for 3 years, reaching a point where marriage was a consideration. Zhuang Yin had once loved Xiaowan fiercely and devotedly, yet sincere affection could not be reciprocated. Though the marriage was Zhuang Yin's choice to withdraw from, the emotions accumulated over the years were not easily discarded. Watching Xiaowan marry might very well be breaking his heart. With red-rimmed eyes, and Xinrong recalled the phrase, I dress up splendidly just to attend your wedding. Wasn't he Zhuang Yin, too, dressed impeccably for this occasion? He looked striking from head to toe, and Xinrong felt a pang of sympathy. As if a knife were being twisted in her heart, Zhuang Yin was truly pitiful, his 3 years of love ending in vain. With no affection from his parents and unrequited love for someone who favored Gu Qian, he had watched helplessly as Gu Qian took everything from him. Zhuang Yin regarded her with an expression of bewilderment, oblivious to his gaze, and Xinrong said, Zhuang Yin, Xiaowan isn't worth your affection. It's better to let go of sand you cannot grasp. Forget one and move on to the next. You will surely find someone better. Her disinterest is her loss. Chapter 154. The wedding in a dream. Lu Yin approached and patted Xinrong on the head. And Xinrong had styled her hair in fluffy curls today, and her light yellow dress made her appear even more playful and charming. The texture of her hair felt delightful, prompting Lu Yin to touch it twice. And Xinrong instinctively shielded her head, exclaiming in annoyance, Don't mess with my hair. Lu Yin withdrew her hand and smiled. Don't you think you've had enough cake? Mind your own business. I'll eat as much as I want. Be careful, or you'll gain weight and get pimples. As they playfully bickered, the MC stepped onto the stage. With the music starting, all eyes in the venue were drawn to the front. The proceedings were the same as always, but Gu Qian, standing on stage, cast a condescending glance at Zhuang Yin in the distance, his eyes filled with provocation and triumph. And Xinrong exclaimed, Is Gu Qian looking at you? How dare he regard you in such a manner? What a shameless person. It was remarkable how much Gu Qian had changed, just 2 months ago. And Xinrong had been extolling his virtues before Zhuang Yin. After searching for a while, her friends finally spotted her. Xinrong, what are you doing here? You're Xiaowan's best friend. Shouldn't you be looking for her? And Xinrong replied bluntly, I used to be, but that's no longer the case. Mentioning her family made Xinrong grip her dress tightly. What does it matter to you who I associate with? Back off, or you'll ruin this joyous occasion for me. Over the past month, she had been inundated with disparaging remarks about Zhuang Yin, and there was no way to escape them. Did they not understand the kind of person Zhuang Yin truly was? As for the rumors online about him harming his sister, she did not believe them. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and the servers opened the doors on either side. A spotlight illuminated Xiaowan, adorned in a pure white wedding gown, as she made her entrance, silencing the previously bustling chatter. The wedding venue, lavishly decorated at great expense, radiated opulence. Xiaowan held a bouquet in one hand while linking arms with Xia Qingshan. Typically, the first person a bride would see upon entering is the groom, as they share a direct line of sight, and the light would shine upon him. Yet, when Xiaowan entered, her mind was solely occupied with Zhuang Yin. This wedding closely resembled a scene from her dreams, with the same decorations and familiar faces. In her dreams, she would have been listening to the background music, dragging the weighty gown while holding her father's hand, making her way towards Zhuang Yin. Once inside, Xiaowan immediately saw Zhuang Yin's figure. Finally, she spotted him in a corner, and her initially vacant eyes sparkled with recognition. In that moment, he was the only one who mattered to her. Her expression stiffened, and the urgency to rush towards him intensified. Chapter 155. What does it matter? Just bad luck on stage. The priest, holding a scripture, overlapped with her dreams. Mr. Gu Qian, do you take Miss Xiaowan to be your lifelong partner? To love, cherish, and protect her, in both poverty and wealth, in health and sickness? Gu Qian gazed affectionately at Xiaowan. I do. The priest then turned to Xiaowan and posed the same question. She pressed her lips together. The ring hanging around her neck felt like a branding iron, searing her heart with pain. Her silence captured the attention of even those who had been diligently eating. What was wrong with Xiaowan today? Her expression was vacant, clearly not present. When she was with Zhuang Yin, she had dismissed him as a lovesick fool. Yet Gu Qian was a choice she made. Surely she liked him, didn't she? Gu Qian's expression darkened, and he whispered, Wan Wan. Below, Xia Qingshan released a breath of relief, watching as Gu Qian and Xia Wan exchanged rings. Once the rings were on, the ceremony would be complete. But just as everyone prepared to applaud, a group of uniformed police officers suddenly appeared at the entrance. The sight of so many policemen made it impossible not to notice. But soon, all attention shifted to Zhuang Yan. Many believed the police had come to apprehend him, especially with the uproar online regarding him allegedly harming his sister. Who knows what else they might discover while investigating. Having been troublesome in childhood, it was hard to believe he had turned out well. The crowd's morbid curiosity grew, many reveling in his misfortune, particularly Gu Qian on stage, whose face twisted into a sinister grin, as if he were ready to burst into laughter. In contrast, Xia Wan's expression was more complex. She appeared worried about Zhuang Yan and even wanted to leave the stage, but her heavy wedding gown restricted her movements. And Gu Qian held her hand tightly. Mockery, indifference, pity, and concern filled the atmosphere. And Xinrong stood up, prepared to shield Zhuang Yan at any moment. The two calmest individuals were Lu Yin and Zhuang Yan, both casually observing the scene. Lu Yin chewed gum, casually discarding it into a tissue. They must be here to arrest Zhuang Yan. So many police officers are present. It seems the situation is quite serious. Zhuang Yan's fate hangs in the balance. In this period, to venture out so boldly and appear here, he has now become the laughingstock of the internet. As the public speculated whether Zhuang Yan would be summoned to the police station, the leading officer surveyed the crowd and walked directly to the table where Xia Qingshan sat. He produced his credentials and spoke sternly. Zhuang Zhongming, please accompany us for a moment. Confused, Zhuang Zhongming trembled as he stood. You must have the wrong person. Without further ado, the officers surrounded him. 19 years ago, your wife, Tang Jing, committed murder, and you concealed the evidence. Recently, you have also been implicated in illegal detention and intentional injury. Moreover, the Zhuang Group is suspected of multiple commercial crimes. We need you to come with us to the police station for an investigation. These few statements drained the color from Zhuang Zhongming's face. His legs began to shake uncontrollably. And ultimately, he had to be physically escorted away by two officers. No one anticipated that the individual being taken by the police would be Zhuang Zhongming. And from the evident preparation of the officers, it was clear that the evidence against him was irrefutable. There was no escape for him. Chapter 156. A disturbance at the wedding. Xia Wan stood on the stage, murmuring, "Why did you have to ruin my wedding?" Even at this moment, Xia Wan pondered whether the 3 years she spent with Zhuang Yan were not solely her longing. Perhaps he felt the same. Otherwise, why would he choose to unveil the truth on this day, thereby sabotaging her wedding? Besides dealing with Zhuang Zhongming, could it be that he simply did not wish to see her marry Gu Qian? Xia Wan clutched the heavy hem of her gown, feeling a childish sense of loss and pity. In her exasperation, Lu Yin could not help but chuckle, unintentionally voicing, "Who said we ruined your wedding? Didn't you get your wish and marry Gu Qian? You have your certificate, the wedding is held, and in front of everyone, you have become a legitimate couple. If you're so unwilling, what do you plan to do? Cheat?" This time, unusual gazes turned towards Xia Wan. Whispers erupted among the crowd. I knew something was off with Xia Wan today. Turns out she's still thinking about her ex. Is Xia Wan unwell? When she was engaged to Zhuang Yan, she thought of Gu Qian, and now that she's married to Gu Qian, she's still thinking of Zhuang Yan. Is she addicted to infidelity? And she dares to question what those 3 years with Zhuang Yan were? Just a way to put a green hat on him. Could she be narcissistic enough to think Zhuang Yan came here today because he can't let go and wants to stop her wedding? How audacious. Once Xia Qingshan left, the speakers grew bolder. The buzzing in Xia Wan's ears intensified as she met Zhuang Yan's mocking gaze. She searched desperately, but found no trace of warmth or affection on his face. Zhuang Yan's feelings for her were not even hatred, merely disdain, akin to a repulsion for cockroaches, mosquitoes, or flies. Xia Wan stumbled backward, her high heel twisting, and she fell awkwardly to the ground. The surrounding cacophony of ridicule threatened to engulf her. Even if she covered her ears and shut her eyes, the derision was palpable. It felt as if she were standing exposed at the busiest intersection, pelted with rotten leaves and foul eggs. If a mirror were present, Xia Wan would see how pale her face had become, her entire body trembling helplessly, wishing to find a hole to hide in. In that moment, she understood the humiliation Zhuang Yan had endured on the day she had publicly fled from their engagement. She had abandoned him at the engagement ceremony, leaving him to bear the pressures from both families and the mocking glances of onlookers, all while she had caused him to lose face. Now, Zhuang Yan was exacting his revenge on her. There exists no empathy in the world. One can never truly comprehend the pain unless they experience it themselves. Xia Wan, as if soulless, collapsed to the ground, unmoving. Regardless of how Gu Qian called out to her or pulled at her, she stared blankly at Lu Yin, intimately linking arms with Zhuang Yan, her eyes stinging as if exposed to blinding light, tears streaming down her face unbidden, filled with regret. Liu looked at Lu Yin with disdain. To speak so openly before so many, one could only imagine the unspeakable things he did to her behind closed doors. He regarded Lu Yin not as a person, but as an object whose value lay in how much profit she could yield him. If forcing someone to sell their body were not illegal, he would exhaust Lu Yin's every resource, stripping her bare inside and out. The Lu Group, if memory serves, was led by a man already in his 40s. A third marriage for him, notorious for his promiscuity, with countless mistresses and illegitimate children. It was rumored that his first wife left due to domestic violence. Chapter 157. The Wheel of Fortune turns. Wishing the newlyweds happiness filled with fear, Liu's mind was consumed with thoughts of revenge against Zhuang Yin and Lu Yin. He planned to report them, to see them imprisoned. As if perceiving his innermost thoughts, Zhuang Yin bent down, taking the fork from Lu Yin's hand, and spoke in a voice only they could hear. In the next moment, Lu Yu's expression froze, as if time had stopped, his eyes shifting from suspicion to shock, staring incredulously at Zhuang Yin. Satisfied with this transformation, Zhuang Yin discarded the fork, stood up, and took a wet tissue from a waiter to help Lu Yin clean her hands, meticulously wiping each finger as if removing dirt. Observing someone clandestinely recording, Zhuang Yin's tone turned severe. You may have captured video and photos, but think carefully before you release them. My legal team is still intact. Let us go. Throughout the encounter, Zhuang Yan's gaze seemed solely focused on Lu Yin, fierce towards Lu Yu, indifferent to outsiders, yet tender towards Lu Yin. He raised his arm, and she instinctively linked hers with his. As he prepared to leave, Xiao Wan staggered to her feet, desperately gripping her skirt to steady herself. Zhuang Yin. Xiao Wan on the stage was no longer elevated. She resembled a fragile blade of grass battered by a torrential storm at the edge of a cliff. Zhuang Yin glanced over. I had no intention of coming today. It was Yin Yin who wished to witness the spectacle, and I accompanied her. Your performance today was quite remarkable, and I sincerely wish the two newlyweds happiness and a long life together. He appeared genuinely congratulatory towards her and Gu Qian, devoid of resentment, truly wishing for their union to last. Their wedding was officially concluding, in front of 100 tables filled with witnesses. She and Gu Qian had become husband and wife. The weight of her wedding gown felt like a mountain pressing down on her, rendering her powerless as she could only watch Zhuang Yin leave Lu Yin away until they disappeared from sight. Xiao Wan closed her eyes, her mind flooded with that dream. She felt that her marriage should not have unfolded this way. If only this dream had come sooner, perhaps she and Zhuang Yin would not have arrived at this day. Gu Qian observed the transformation in Xiao Wan's expression, clenching his fists tightly. The envious gazes from the audience had vanished, leaving only mockery and pity. What was there to pity? Pity Xiao Wan's heart not being with him, or pitying himself as the adopted son of the Zhuang family, now precariously positioned? The expression Xiao Wan had shown Zhuang Yin today was indistinguishable from infidelity. The wheel of fortune had turned. He was now experiencing the feelings Zhuang Yin had once felt. Gu Qian lacked the strength to feel anger. His predominant emotion was worry. Uncertain of Zhuang Zhongming's situation, he felt a profound unease, a desperate need to grasp something to find solace, and the only thing he could grasp at that moment was Xiao Wan. They had completed their wedding, which had trended online since the day before, and today it had reached the pinnacle of attention. In front of all witnesses, they had completed the ceremony and become spouses. But one thing remained. They had yet to obtain their marriage certificate. Xia Qingshan had been thorough in his considerations, having arranged for them to sign a prenuptial agreement prior to the wedding, intending to acquire the marriage certificate later that afternoon. However, now with the Zhuang family's turmoil, the union was meant for future collaboration. If the Zhuang family could not bring benefits to the Xia family, would Xia Qingshan still acknowledge him as a son-in-law? Without the marriage certificate, there was no guarantee, especially after hearing Lu Yan's words. The human instinct is to seek benefit and avoid harm. Gu Qian, unable to accept his wife's infidelity, reveals his own flawed character. Su Tian has given birth today. Chapter 158. The Day of Dog Eat Dog. Zhuang Yin harbors an increasing number of secrets, and Lu Yin finds herself irresistibly drawn to him. Human curiosity compels us to explore the mysterious, and to Lu Yin, Zhuang Yin is like a treasure waiting to be unearthed. Anxin Rong, easily misled, dismisses her worries, exclaiming that they frightened her. Fearing that Lu Yu might call the police on them, the three stand by the roadside as the driver approaches with the car. Inside, Zhuang Yin gazes ahead while Lu Yin leans against the door. Do you have many secrets I am yet to discover? She asks. Zhuang Yin feels a tightness in his throat, unprepared to confess. Sensing his tension, Lu Yin chuckles softly. If you don't want to share, there's no need. After all, everyone has their secrets. While he hesitates to disclose his own, he can openly discuss other secrets. Gu Qian, on the other hand, has maintained a mistress and even fathered a child. Today is not only his wedding day, but also the day he becomes a father. Lu Yin hadn't anticipated this twist, but upon reflection, it certainly aligns with Gu Qian's character. A slight smirk crosses Lu Yin's face. She wonders how Xia Wan will feel upon learning this news, especially as she has not even consummated her marriage yet. The path one chooses is theirs to walk. And one day, Xia Wan will inevitably learn just how murky this situation is. If Xia Wan finds out that Gu Qian has a love child, she will surely regret missing out on Zhuang Yin even more. All misfortunes are illuminated by comparison, and Xia Wan's mental state is already precarious. It is only a matter of time before she breaks. A wedding binds Gu Qian and Xia Wan tightly, akin to a man clinging to a straw while being swept toward a cliff, driven by instinct to survive. Gu Qian's inherent nature is one of greed. He desires not only wealth but also fame and power. With the Zhuang family no longer a reliable ally, his only hope lies with the Xia family. To secure his position as Xia Wan's husband, one can only speculate on the lengths to which a selfish person might go. He would employ every trick in the book to bind himself to Xia Wan, from planning the wedding to acquiring a marriage certificate, ultimately leading to children. Like a parasitic leech, he attempts to drain Xia Wan of all her vitality, seeking to replace her. The truth cannot be concealed forever. Thus, Zhuang Yin need not intervene. He can merely observe as those who have wronged him face their reckoning. The day of dog-eat-dog is inevitably approaching. The pieces are in place, awaiting strategic arrangement. In the hotel, Xia Wan is changed out of her wedding dress, eager to inquire about Xia Qingshan's situation, but Gu Qian stops her. Wan's. Today's events have already been overwhelming enough. We cannot abandon our guests. Uncle Xia has assured us he will be fine. You must trust him. Let us complete the wedding proceedings. Are you not worried about the Zhuang family? Chapter 159. What are you pretending? Xia Wan clutches her marriage certificate. She glances at it once before closing it. What did her marriage certificate with Zhuang Yin look like in that dream? Was Zhuang Yin happy? A significant portion of the guests at the hotel chose to stay. They were not just there for the meal, but primarily to build connections and acquire resources. As such grand occasions are rare opportunities to gather the wealthy. Xia Qingshan invested considerable funds into this wedding, aiming to solidify relationships and negotiate business deals, such as the project in Xiqing, which proved too substantial to consume without leveraging connections. However, before any business could be secured, he was taken away by the police, rendering the wedding feast futile. His investigation may even prompt others to reassess their alliances. Such social engagements are essential lessons for the affluent. Xia Wan experiences stomach pain. Upon entering the vehicle, she heaves acid, her stomach empty, expelling only bitter gastric fluid, causing her throat to burn. Each dry heave sends sharp pangs through her stomach, as if gripped by an unseen force. She gasps, beads of cold sweat rolling down her face, her complexion pale under the dim light of the car. Her body weakened from vomiting, the sound of her labored breaths filling the air. Tears mingle with sweat as Gu Qian awkwardly wipes her face with a tissue, only for her to turn away, leaving him holding the tissue in embarrassment. We should go to the hospital. Throughout her 3 years with Zhuang Yin, she rarely fell ill. Even during her menstrual cycle, he was attentive to her health, preparing nutritious meals that improved her complexion, preventing breakouts. However, shortly after their separation, she began suffering from ailments, acne, mouth ulcers, gastric issues plaguing her constantly. Now, her appearance reflects her distress, and she casts a glance at the rearview mirror before lowering her gaze. Xia Wan stumbles along, allowing Gu Qian to support her but refusing to let him embrace her. He helps her to the sofa, where she reclines. It's late, and the household staff has gone to bed. Gu Qian reassures her, rest for a moment. I will prepare a bowl of hangover soup. He has no intention of concocting anything elaborate. A mix of ginger powder and honey will suffice. Xia Wan dislikes ginger-flavored food, and upon tasting it, she nearly retches. If Zhuang Yin were present, his hangover remedy would have been fruit-flavored, pleasant to drink, leaving her stomach at ease. While ginger soup with honey can alleviate intoxication and induce vomiting, Xia Wan has already emptied her stomach, and more of this concoction would overwhelm her. Chapter 160. The Zhuang family's bankruptcy. Xia Wan dreams again, traversing familiar realms and faces. Her marriage with Zhuang Yin was seldom tranquil. More often, it felt as if Zhuang Yin was merely accommodating her. Xia Wan, with a quick temper, could not tolerate provocation, and the disdain of her friends toward Zhuang Yin, particularly Gu Qian, influenced her perception. She sought every opportunity to criticize him, unable to comprehend why Zhuang Yin seemed devoid of affection after their marriage. Even when he treated her kindly, she sensed his indifference and detachment. After having a child, Zhuang Yin divided his attention, devoting half to her and the other half to their child. He invested considerable time nurturing his son, yet the child resented his stern parenting style, leading to numerous troubles during his adolescence. Zhuang Yin did not give up on his son, patiently correcting his faults and guiding him back on track. Upon reaching his 50s, Zhuang Yin's health deteriorated rapidly, falling ill frequently, while their son had long since moved out, leaving only Xia Wan and Zhuang Yin in a somewhat desolate household. Xia Wan, a lover of spicy cuisine, often coaxed Zhuang Yin into indulging in hot pot, Xinjiang fried rice noodles, and spicy turkey noodles. In her dream, Zhuang Yin, for reasons unbeknownst to her, argues with her, sitting silently on the sofa with an expression of discontent. Zhuang Yin, inherently gentle, would never raise his voice. Instead, he would sit quietly, lost in thought. I'm not feeling well and don't wish to argue. Please allow me a moment to collect myself. Just as she finishes speaking, he rushes to the bathroom, the sound of retching echoing back. Xia Wan, my stomach hurts. She responds with a cold demeanor. You're just pretending. After all their time together, sharing countless meals, she had never known he suffered from gastric issues. Living together, their habits intertwined. It made no sense that her health improved while his deteriorated. Xia Wan believed Zhuang Yin could care for her well, so he should be able to care for himself. If she remained healthy, surely he would too. Yet ultimately, Zhuang Yin passed away at the young age of 55, his hair still dark and youthful. Xia Wan awoke in a daze. Even after consuming the hangover soup and taking medication, the next day, the pain would persist, her head pounding as if ready to explode. She patted her head and then reached for the ring around her neck, only to find it was empty after groping for a while. Suddenly, she jolted awake, her hands clasping her neck as she tossed her long hair aside. She searched everywhere, on the bed and the floor, but her ring was nowhere to be found. In a panic, she stood up barefoot, and the moment she opened the door, Her eyes met Gu Qian's. Seeing her in such a state of distress, Gu Qian asked, "Wife, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare?" Xiao Wan grasped his hand tightly. "Gu Qian, have you seen the ring I wore around my neck?" This was the first time Gu Qian had witnessed Xiao Wan so flustered. After all, it was merely a ring without a single diamond. Yet she treated it as if she had lost half her life over it. Feigning ignorance, Gu Qian asked, "What ring? Is it our wedding ring?" "No," Xiao Wan stammered. Pointing helplessly to her neck, "It's a plain ring engraved with a series of letters. I wore it all day yesterday. Didn't he see it? Is it really that important to you?" Xiao Wan met Gu Qian's questioning gaze, fell silent for a moment, then lowered her eyes and reluctantly said, "Yes. It is very important." Chapter 161. Legal representative. On October 15th, Zhuang Zhongming was imprisoned, sentenced to 20 years. Approaching 50, he would emerge at 70. And in a place like prison, where the weak are devoured by the strong, it was uncertain if he would survive, even if he were fortunate enough to emerge alive. The world outside would have changed drastically over those 20 years. As Zhuang Zhongming was incarcerated, various crimes he committed were publicly reported by the police, resulting in a trending topic that day. On October 20th, the Zhuang Group declared bankruptcy, and its assets were liquidated and auctioned off. Gu Qian believed that after being adopted by the Zhuang family, he would ascend into high society, free from disdain for his background. Tang Jing had even left her inheritance to him. Once they passed away, the vast Zhuang estate would be his. However, he soon realized how naive he was. As the Zhuang family declared bankruptcy just days later, he visited the Zhuang villa, only to find it sealed, and the servants long gone. As for the corporate building, despite its size, the number of outsiders far exceeded the few remaining inside. Logically, the Zhuang family's downfall should not have affected him much. It was merely a consequence of his overly high expectations, leading to an unavoidable sense of dissatisfaction. Gu Qian was adept at convincing himself that despite the Zhuang family's demise, he had married Xiao Wan and become the son-in-law of the Xiao family, thus securing resources and wealth beyond measure. The only complication arose from Su Tian, who had just given birth when she learned of the Zhuang family's bankruptcy. Su Tian was now causing quite a stir, bombarding him with calls and messages, asking the same few questions. "Now that the Zhuang family is bankrupt, will you divorce Xiao Wan and marry me? You once said that once you obtain the Zhuang inheritance, you would be with me. Now that the Zhuang family has vanished, will you fulfill your promise? When will you come to see your son? Do you love me? Do you believe I would take our son to find Xiao Wan?" Gu Qian had developed a reflexive fear of Su Tian each time she called or texted. His emotions would spiral like a roller coaster, dreading that Xiao Wan might discover something. He had contemplated taking action against Su Tian but had not found an opportunity. Initially, he intended to take her to a remote villa where it would be easier to act, but for some unknown reason, Su Tian changed her mind and refused to go, opting instead for a confinement center where all expenses were covered by Gu Qian. Fearing that Xiao Wan might learn anything, he refrained from any rash actions. On the third day after the Zhuang Group's bankruptcy announcement, a group accompanied by police sought him out. The reason was that he had signed some legal representative agreement. And now, as the Zhuang family faced turmoil, he was burdened with debt. The exact amount had yet to be calculated, but it was certain it would not be less than 1 billion. 1 billion. After years in the entertainment industry and numerous gigs, he had yet to earn even 1 million. Now he was suddenly in debt for such an astronomical amount, a sum he could never repay even if he were sold. When Gu Qian received this news, darkness clouded his vision, and he nearly fainted, feeling disoriented and lost. Chapter 162. Dog bites dog. Gu Qian secretly visited the mental hospital where Tang Jing was confined. Her mental state erratic, her speech disjointed and lacking coherence. Anyone who was sane in such a place could easily go mad, at times. Gu Qian found himself wishing to end her suffering. After repeated questioning, Tang Jing finally recognized him, exclaiming, "Gu Qian, why are you here? You must take me out. I can't endure this any longer. I'm on the brink of insanity. My dear son, if you help me escape, I will bequeath all my wealth to you. And Zhuang Zhongming, I will report him for assault. He put me in this hellhole." Gu Qian, growing impatient, thought that if it weren't for the watchers outside, he would have poured boiling water over her already. Under pressure, Gu Qian was now teetering on the edge of a breakdown, his temper volatile, filled with murderous thoughts. He cast a dark glare at Tang Jing, his eyes devoid of warmth, as he regarded her as one would a corpse. Seizing the moment of her clarity, Gu Qian presented a copy of the agreement before her, demanding, "Why did you trick me into signing this?" Tang Jing scrutinized him with one eye. "Wasn't he that your voluntary signature? I left my fortune to you as an incentive. Shouldn't you compensate me in return? You signed as the legal representative willingly. I didn't force you. You may not have forced me, but you deceived me. I had no idea this agreement was part of the documents." Gu Qian's eyes reddened with anger, his body trembling. Startled by his sudden outburst, Tang Jing recoiled, sensing the danger emanating from him. "I'm mentally ill. Everyone knows that. How could I deceive you? Don't be ridiculous. It was your greed for my family's fortune that made you sign." Tang Jing was indeed erratic. But madness did not equate to foolishness. Gu Qian had sought her as a godmother in pursuit of fame and wealth. Having lived so long, she could easily discern that Gu Qian was a selfish and greedy individual, valuing profit over loyalty. Her willingness to leave her estate to him depended on his fortune and claiming it. Truth be told, Her insistence on Gu Qian signing the legal representative agreement was also a strategy for future control. As her son, they were bound together in fortune and misfortune if trouble arose. None could escape. Her actions were informed by lessons learned from Zhuang Yin, who had failed to bind him, resulting in his escape. The more she spoke, the clearer her mind became. You claim I deceived you. You should provide evidence. It's all in black and white, clear as day. You not only signed but also left your fingerprint. As a prominent star, how could you not understand this? Who would believe you if you said I tricked you? Before she could finish, Gu Qian grabbed the kettle on the cabinet and hurled it at Tang Jing, fearful of getting his hands dirty. The lid flew off, and boiling water cascaded onto Tang Jing's neck, eliciting a scream far louder than her earlier fits of madness at home. Gu Qian coldly observed her, finding the sight of Tang Jing writhing in pain on the bed, akin to a maggot, equally foul and repugnant. Chapter 163. If he were to divorce Xiao Wan and sever ties with the Xia family at this juncture, would he not be risking his life at the hands of debt collectors? As the legal representative of the Zhuang subsidiary, the collapse of the Zhuang family meant he could not evade responsibility either. Following legal enforcement, he would not only face exorbitant fines but also be restricted in spending, landing on a credit blacklist, rendering him unable to work. In severe cases, he could even face criminal charges. As an artist who had toiled in the entertainment industry for many years to achieve his current status, all his hard work could be undone due to this predicament, preventing him from taking on new roles, participating in shows, or securing endorsements, effectively silencing him in the industry. Only the agent is currently aware of this matter, having kept it well concealed from the company, only urging him to resolve it promptly. No matter how one views it, he is still the son-in-law of the Xia family. While the issue may seem trivial or significant, as long as Xia Qingshan is willing to extend a helping hand, it can be addressed. However, to his surprise, Xia Qingshan did not even bother to inquire about his situation and instead decided to abandon him outright. He had just married Xiao Wan and obtained their marriage certificate. Xia Qingshan threw his pen to the ground. Upon seeing Gu Qian's lack of response, he carelessly tossed a check onto him, his expression dripping with disdain, as if regarding Gu Qian as nothing more than a pest in a garbage heap. Sign here, and this 50 million will be yours, he said, as if bestowing charity. Devoid of any semblance of respect, he has always looked down upon Gu Qian, and had it not been for Xiao Wan's public insistence on being with him, he would never have consented to this marriage. Xia Qingshan has a keen eye for character. Someone like Gu Qian, lacking in intellect and merely employing petty tricks, is no match for him. His greed has led him to be deceived by Tang Jing. It is embarrassing for a sane person to be outsmarted by someone mentally unstable. Gu Qian now finds himself unable to work, yet he possesses both a house and a car. Receiving 50 million would suffice for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life, and Xia Qingshan considers himself exceedingly generous. In the span of a mere month, the price of properties has skyrocketed from several thousand to 30 or 40,000 per square meter. The Xia Group already owns numerous properties, and Xia Qingshan has retained a significant number of them while seizing the opportunity to purchase even more, eagerly awaiting to sell them at exorbitant prices for a hefty profit. However, now that his collaboration with the Zhuang family has been exposed and trending online, potential buyers are wary of the quality of the houses. And with the current high property prices, they are reluctant to purchase from him. Lately, he has been overwhelmed with the housing crisis, his hair thinning rapidly, and his temples graying. Therefore, upon seeing Gu Qian silently kneeling on the ground, his frustration boiled over, and his patience evaporated. He raised his foot and forcefully kicked Gu Qian's shoulder, sending him sprawling to the ground. Still unsatisfied, he stood and delivered several more kicks, his eyes gleaming with malice. Get up and sign. Do not make me repeat myself. Unsure where he had been struck, Gu Qian retched, not able to vomit. But he could taste blood in his throat. He gazed at the invoice on the ground, filled with resentment. Why was Zhuang Yin granted over 100 million while he received only 50 million? Had it not been for Xiao Wan's initial seduction, insisting he become Zhuang's adopted son, he would not have found himself in this predicament. Why must he suffer so, while those who caused his plight enjoy favorable outcomes? Chapter 164. Evoking emotions merely shouting in anger is insufficient. The other party would only grow impatient and feel justified in their actions. Thus, he must appeal to emotions. Wan, we grew up together. Do you remember the birthday wish I made when we were 10, to marry you and stay with you forever? I have always cherished our hard-earned union, and now that I am in trouble, you wish to abandon me? Why again? When we were 18, your father disapproved of our closeness. Fearing I would lead you astray, he insisted on sending me abroad. At that time, I was also on my knees begging for your support, but what did you do? You locked yourself in your room, refusing even to glance at me. In the end, I was forcibly taken away. Do you know what kind of suffering I endured abroad? The language barrier left me isolated. I could not understand them or their culture, and I could not stomach their food. I was swindled and robbed, even narrowly escaping gunfire on the streets. There were times I almost lost my life. During their high school years, blossoming emotions flourished between him and Xiao Wan. When Xia Qingshan inadvertently discovered their correspondence, he erupted in fury and sent Gu Qian away, severing their bond. The injustice was palpable, only he faced the consequences. Reduced to a mere victim due to his humble origins. Had Xiao Wan stood up for him, fighting for their love, he would not have suffered so greatly abroad. Gu Qian's eyes brimmed with tears as he spoke, his voice choked with emotion. He paused to cough, each fit sending sharp pains through his abdomen. He grasped Xia Wan's hand tightly, initially intending to play the emotional card to elicit her sympathy. Yet, after revealing so much, he found himself deeply affected, genuinely pained and resentful. You summon me when it is convenient, yet discard me when I am of no use. In your eyes, what am I? Not even a dog. Merely a tool for your revenge against Zhuang Yin. His expression twisted into a grimace, his lips twitching as if caught between a smile and a cry. Xia Wan staggered back a step, his grip like a constricting serpent around her arm. Gu Qian lamented their shared past, and it was impossible for Xia Wan to remain unaffected. Human emotions are not made of stone. Her 3 years with Zhuang Yin lingered in her mind. And the 2 decades with Gu Qian were not mere triviality. Even a pet can evoke familial feelings. How could she disregard the bond they shared? Chapter 165. Expulsion from home. When it was time to display affection, he did not. Now, he seeks to show it. Xia Qishan pointed at Xia Wan, his hand trembling with rage. He is not a man of deep feelings. Having navigated the business world for so long, he has reduced those around him to mere commodities. In his eyes, individuals are either useful or expendable. Before the Zhuang family's downfall, Gu Qian still held some value, but now he is nothing but a pestilence, a burden. He loves his daughter dearly, for she is his flesh and blood, and while he may respect her wishes when she is not needed, his patience has its limits. He believes in the saying that good things come in threes. Xia Qingshan embodies patriarchal authority and will not tolerate challenges to his dominance. I have indulged you too much, leading you to act so recklessly. Xia Wan attempted to reason with her father. Our family can afford to support one person. Why must we cast Gu Qian out? Support? Xia Qingshan scoffed. Supporting a man is a farce. Do you know how much trouble he brings? With each passing moment, Xia Wan's voice grew weaker, her earlier resolve fading away. It is easy to speak lightly, but having signed a prenuptial agreement, Gu Qian's debts and legal burdens currently do not affect her. But what about the future? The longer they stay together, the more intertwined their lives become, complicating any potential separation. Xia Qingshan's cold smirk provoked Xia Wan. In your eyes, is it all about profit? You keep those who serve you and discard those who no longer do? Today it is Gu Qian, tomorrow will it be me? Once I divorce Gu Qian, will you hastily find me another suitor? While Gu Qian may not be as exceptional as you envision, he has treated me well. As I am now married to him, I will not abandon him. Just as the priest asked during their wedding, through poverty and wealth, in health and sickness. They vowed to remain steadfast. Xia Wan's resolve solidified, her gaze unwavering. Xia Qingshan suppressed his mocking smile, his face cold as he stared at her. His hands clenched into fists as he fought the urge to strike. It was shocking to learn that his daughter harbored such thoughts. It is undeniable that in the adult world, self-interest prevails, yet he has done his utmost for Xia Wan. Xia Qingshan had previously advised her that it was acceptable to seek a handsome man, one with wealth, or even one with prowess, but never to seek out kindness. Clearly, Xia Wan had forgotten this lesson. Both were caught in a tempest of anger, and any attempt at rational discussion was futile. A bit of defiance can be seen as character. However, excessive rebellion becomes foolishness. Some matters cannot be resolved merely through words. It is only when one encounters a wall that they come to grasp this truth. Seemingly enlightened, Xia Qingshan released his grip. Since you are so reluctant to part with Gu Qian, you may as well leave with him. Xia Wan stood motionless, as if her mind had suffered a grievous blow, producing auditory hallucinations. Xia Qingshan issued his ultimatum. Chapter 166, the adopted son of the previous life to Xia Wan. It felt as though Xia Qingshan was coercing her. When she initially expressed her disinterest in marrying Gu Qian, he insisted upon the wedding, and now, having wed, he demanded that she divorce him due to a minor issue. What was she to him? Merely a puppet to be manipulated at will? At her age, why could she not pursue her own desires? Why must every decision hinge upon his approval, even in matters of love and marriage? Though her rebellious phase arrived somewhat belatedly, the news of Xia Wan's estrangement from her family over a man spread rapidly. Such a defiance against the world for the sake of love might seem romantic through the eyes of a child, yet to others, it appeared as foolish stubbornness. The previously purchased apartments were no longer accessible, as they were funded by her family. She moved into an apartment near Gu Qian's workplace, with a monthly rent of 10,000. With only a week remaining until the end of the month, they needed to find a suitable home promptly. Gu Qian's current situation rendered him unable to accept jobs, leading to zero income. Having left the company, he faced penalty fees, exacerbating his already staggering debt of 1 billion. How could he seek employment when he could not even utilize his identification? As for menial jobs that did not require ID, he could not bring himself to stoop to that level. At present, Xia Wan's sole focus was to find an affordable dwelling and gradually seek employment. Having worked at her family's company, she possessed some experience and believed she could secure a job capable of supporting two in such a vast city. Xia Wan visited the apartment where she once cohabited with Zhuang Yin, bringing only a few changes of clothes, her pride intact, leaving behind her valuable bags and jewelry. Ultimately, she found a one-bedroom apartment far from the city center, but with nearby access to subways and buses. The surroundings were less than ideal. Yet the rent was a mere 2,000 per month, an astonishingly low figure she had never encountered before. After moving, Gu Qian tenderly grasped Xia Wan's hand, repeatedly assuring her, "Wan, thank you for choosing me and for your sacrifices. I promise to strive harder to treat you well. I shall never let you down." A man's promises hold weight only at the moment they are spoken. Sadly, Xiaowan was unaware of this truth at the time. In their cramped rental, she believed that diligent effort would lead to a better life, that she could overcome all obstacles. A fierce determination burned within her, the laughter of others, mocking her perceived foolishness, only fueled her resolve to thrive. She was determined to prove that, even after leaving the Xia family, she could flourish, without regrets. As for Zhuang Yan, his 3 years of kindness paled in comparison to what Gu Qian could offer, perhaps even surpassing it. After settling into her new home, Xiaowan began her job search and fortuitously secured a position as a personal assistant to the president. She initially thought her qualifications earned her the role, but in truth, the employer recognized her as Xia Qingshan's daughter. Having previously worked at the Xia Group, she had never taken her job seriously, believing the assistant role would be simple and primarily involve errands. She was unprepared for the complexities of the position. On one occasion, she accidentally misplaced a document and worked late into the night, only finishing at 2 in the morning. The bedroom served as both a place for rest and a workspace. Chapter 167. Let no one escape. Father, you are exceedingly dull. What do you do aside from work and the occasional household chore? You are utterly uninteresting. Which is likely why mother dislikes you. All you do is pressure me to study and complete my homework. I have no interest in math classes or learning English. You never consider my feelings. To you, I am merely a robot. Uncle Gu cares for me, buys me toys, and helps me collect cigarette cards. He tells me that everyone deserves a complete childhood. If only Uncle Gu were my father, how envious my classmates would be. Zhuang Yan of the previous life believed his child was simply too young to understand that he would eventually grasp his father's good intentions. He meticulously crafted a comprehensive study plan for his adopted son, hiring esteemed teachers and professional nutritionists to care for his health. Upon growing up, the boy graduated from a prestigious university and entered the company as president, ceasing to utter harsh words. To outsiders, he appeared dutiful and sensible, the epitome of a good son. Yet only Zhuang Yan understood the distance between them. He envied the fathers and sons playing basketball in the park and paused to watch family travel videos online. Despite having a wife and child, Zhuang Yan felt like a solitary figure. He was mired in confusion, questioning whether his educational approach had been flawed. Now, he comprehended that it was not his methods that were erroneous, but rather the child's very nature that posed the problem. All the perplexities that had tormented him were now clear. No wonder the adopted son was so close to Gu Qian. No wonder he remained unyielding despite all efforts. And no wonder he had removed his oxygen tube to facilitate Xiaowan and her Uncle Gu. In his previous life, Zhuang Yan felt like a beast of burden, while others drained him like parasites. Perhaps heaven intervened, granting him rebirth. He was unaware of how those individuals fared after his death in the past, but in this life, he vowed to ensure their misfortunes, allowing none to escape. Since Zhuang Xixin so relished being with his biological father, should he not facilitate that bond? In this industry, many become wealthy overnight, but just as many face bankruptcy. The risks are immense, yet those seeking substantial profits must navigate high stakes. Few pursue stability. With the Zhuang family in financial ruin, Zhuang Yan could not bear the burden of the large project alone, and when the funding chain broke, he could only patch one hole by digging another. If he could profit in real estate, he would not need to share the spoils with partners. Observing the market conditions, he was confident that property prices would soar to 6,000 or 7,000, at which point he would divest. His confidence blinded him to the fact that the true mastermind behind the scenes was Zhuang Yan. After the Zhuang family scandal broke, Xia Qingshan's real estate suffered collateral damage as well. Once property prices surged to 60,000, they began a swift decline, leaving Xia Qingshan unable to respond. As a sudden influx of experts appeared online, predicting further drops, urging the public to refrain from purchasing until notified from above. Chapter 168. 1,000 gold daughters no longer matter. Upon hearing this, Xia Qingshan was momentarily stupefied, nearly convinced he had misheard. You say you have obtained the contact information for the boss of Yin Group? Indeed, I have even arranged a dinner with him. What did he say? He claimed he was unavailable. Liu paused, realizing that a casual invitation would seem too obvious. However, during their conversation, he mentioned Liu Yan, indicating his potential interest in her. Brother-in-law, how about I leverage Liu Yan to request a favor, introducing her to the boss of Yin? Xia Qingshan understood Liu Yu's intentions. Liu Yan was a beauty, a striking one at that. There was no man who could resist such allure. Liu Yan had never lacked admirers, and as she matured, suitors sought her hand in marriage through family alliances. Unfortunately, Liu Nanjun passed away early, and despite Liu Yu's bravado, he was powerless over Liu Yan. Liu Yu's scheme to involve Liu Yan likely stemmed from a desire for revenge after she had stabbed him with a fork. His hand still ached. The doctor informed him he had injured a tendon, and even after treatment, it would never regain its former dexterity. What is your plan for the introduction? Xia Qingshan calmly inquired. Do you truly believe that Liu Yan, being wholly preoccupied with Zhuang Yan, would heed your advice and seek an introduction to boss Yan? The day after tomorrow, I shall host a banquet at the Liu residence, ostensibly to celebrate Liu Yan's birthday. Celebrate her birthday? Hasn't it already passed? Indeed, it has. but we shall treat it as a belated celebration. We'll invest more to ensure the occasion is splendid. Do not be overly confident. This matter is not as straightforward as it seems, Xia Qingshan cautioned, unable to suppress his skepticism. Every time we approach a critical juncture, complications arise, and one must tread carefully. Liu chuckled knowingly. She must comply, whether she wishes to or not. Liu harbored a profound disdain for women, viewing them merely as playthings for men, tools for reproduction, and parasitic vines reliant on male support. He believed that by introducing Lu Yin to the affluent boss, she ought to be grateful. After all, not every woman has the privilege of marrying a man of such wealth and influence. To be chosen is a mark of honor. Once she becomes the wife of the Yin group, she will have reached the pinnacle of life. Thus, in Lu Yu's eyes, Lu Yin would not reject such an opportunity. If persuasion failed, coercion would suffice. Women often claim disinterest, yet gradually succumb, ultimately unable to extricate themselves. Xia Qingshan felt an unsettling anxiety, sensing an element of coincidence in the unfolding events. Just as he encountered difficulties in attracting investors, the Yin group appeared with uncanny timing. Do you not find it overly coincidental? The typically enigmatic boss Ian has suddenly been contacted by Lu Yu. It appears to be a trap. Chapter 169. The stunning banquet. Xia Wan held her phone in silence, her nose growing increasingly sensitive. Uncle, have you been drinking? I have had a drink, but I am not intoxicated. Xia Wan's interruption nearly caused him to forget the matter at hand. Wan. Tomorrow I will host a banquet at the Lu Hotel. Please ensure you arrive on time. A banquet? What sort of banquet? Wealthy individuals host a variety of gatherings, primarily for the sake of comparison and social status. Lu Yu stated, it is Lu Yan's birthday banquet. I refuse to attend. The mere thought of Lu Yin filled Xia Wan with resentment and jealousy. She harbored disdain for her and had no desire to celebrate her birthday. Your father will also be present. I have selected a man for Lu Yin. She will be sent off in style. Xia Wan was momentarily taken aback. Who have you chosen for her? The wealthy and powerful boss of the Yin group. Lu Yan's association with him would indeed be her fortune. What if she refuses? Ah, how typical of a father and daughter to ponder the same concerns. Liu slurred, revealing his plans to Xia Wan. We shall slip something into her drink and confine her to her room. Once the deed is done, she will have no choice but to comply. Xia Wan was appalled that Lu Yu could conceive of such actions. Her nerves tensed as she murmured, what if something goes wrong? It is our own hotel. What could possibly go wrong? Lu Yin is hardly a paragon of virtue. Did you not see her enter the hotel with a man? The mention of Lu Yin and Zhuang Yin ignited Lu Yu's ire, and he was eager to enact his revenge. Once he secured the Yin group, Zhuang Yin would be the first to face his wrath, ensuring he could not thrive in Rongqing. Do you not wish to witness such a dramatic spectacle? Are you not the one who despises Li Yin? Your uncle is here to assist you in avenging her. Xia Wan felt a flicker of temptation. The night after tomorrow? Indeed. Liu continued over the phone. Your father will be there as well. I shall persuade him. Uncle, may I bring Gu Qian along? Lu Yu, intoxicated, agreed. And after ending the call, Xia Wan clenched her phone tightly. She had merely been absent from the engagement banquet, and Zhuang Yin was already prepared to break off their engagement. If he were to witness Lu Yin in the embrace of another man, would he still harbor feelings for her? Some men claim indifference to a woman's chastity, yet, deep down, they regard losing one's virginity as disgraceful. A malicious intent seeped through Xia Wan, her expression contorted. She felt no remorse, for she was not the one administering the drugs, nor was she the one arranging men for Lu Yin. Moreover, Lu Yin was inherently a woman of loose morals, skilled at masquerading before Zhuang Yin, who had been deceived. Xia Wan merely wished to reveal Lu Yan's true nature to Zhuang Yin, believing she was doing him a favor by preventing further loss. Once Zhuang Yin realized the kind of woman Lu Yin truly was, he might even express gratitude to her. Chapter 170. The president of Ian Group Lu Yu's face was nearly frozen in a grin as he hurriedly welcomed Xia Wan and Gu Qian upon their arrival. Why have you come at such a late hour? I just finished work. Come, I shall introduce you to your father. Li led Xia Wan to Xia Qingshan, brother-in-law. Wan has arrived. Why have you summoned her? Xia Qingshan's expression darkened further upon seeing Gu Qian at Xia Wan's side. He could not fathom the pain that would ensue if his family suddenly bore 10 billion in debts. Father, I heard from my assistant that your health has been poor lately. Are you feeling any better? Xia Wan lowered her head, her heart evidently leaning towards Gu Qian. Xia Qingshan sneered, I am fine. I am not on the brink of death. Yet, while he was fine now, if something were to truly happen, would Xia Wan abandon Gu Qian to come to his aid? Xia Qingshan felt a chill, unable to understand why his daughter would favor a man of no merit over her own family. The more he looked at Gu Qian, the more irked he became, wishing he could strike him with a stick. In such a setting, Xia Qingshan could not openly express his anger, so he maintained a stern demeanor. Why are you standing there? Move behind me. Xia Wan silently complied, with Gu Qian trailing closely behind her. He wanted to say something, but felt that any words spoken in such a scenario would be inappropriate. It was better for him to remain silent and allow Xia Wan to speak. As Xia Wan positioned herself behind Xia Qingshan, she felt an unfamiliar gaze upon her and looked up to find Zhuang Yin. Upon seeing him, her eyes brightened involuntarily. What brings Zhuang Yin here? Did he come with Lu Yin? Whenever Zhuang Yin appeared with Lu Yin, misfortune seemed to follow. If Xia Qingshan and Lu Yu were to spot him, they would undoubtedly arrange for his expulsion. However, Xiaowan thought differently. She wanted to catch Zhuang Yin in the act of infidelity with Lu Yin, ensuring he witnessed it firsthand to extinguish any lingering affections. Xiaowan was impulsive. Despite her recent commitment to Gu Qian, the mere mention of Zhuang Yin caused her to disregard him entirely. She failed to consider that even if Zhuang Yin was not with Lu Yin, it was of little consequence to her. There would be other women vying for his attention. Zhuang Yin had many choices, yet she would never be one of them. After a trip to the restroom, Xiaowan detoured to the front desk, requesting assistance in checking Zhuang Yan's accommodation details. She cast a glance towards the corner, wondering if that was indeed the elusive boss of Ian Group. She had not anticipated him to be so unremarkable in appearance, especially when compared to Zhuang Yin. Yet, there was something oddly familiar about him. As if she had seen him before. Xiaowan expected a figure of such stature to be older, perhaps of an age similar to her father's. Yet he appeared quite youthful, likely in his 30s. She scanned the upper floor, but Zhuang Yin was nowhere to be found. Liu escorted Lu Yin over. Lu Yin. Allow me to introduce you to the esteemed President Zhou Quan of the Ian Group. Chapter 171. A group of malicious individuals with ill intentions. Zhou Quan inquired. Lu Zong, how do you find my performance this evening? Quite commendable. It shall be noted for your year-end bonus. This scene was not one that just anyone could portray. He had to convey an ardent obsession with Lu Yan's beauty while simultaneously maintaining the commanding presence of a president, an air of disdain, treating others as mere playthings. In essence, he had to embody Lu Yu's ideal image of the Ian boss. Should he misjudge the balance, he risked coming across as overly slick. Today, Zhou Quan's demeanor and actions were entirely modeled after Lu Yan, having spent a considerable amount of time at the company. He was no stranger to grand occasions and could convincingly portray the decisive nature of a boss. The expressions of Lu Yu and Xiaowan earlier had clearly astonished them. Zhou Quan could hardly suppress a smile, prompting Lu Yin to caution him. Tone it down a bit. Your smile appears rather foolish. Lu Yu maintained a tight-lipped expression, while the onlookers cast furtive glances in their direction, hesitant to meet their eyes yet clearly intrigued. In order to avoid revealing any slip-ups, Zhou Quan leaned in closer, feigning intimacy to cultivate an impression of camaraderie. President Lu, the surveillance in the hallway and the rooms has been thoroughly dealt with. Next, there's no rush. Lu Yin interrupted, her gaze fixed on the glass of wine before her, lost in contemplation. After a moment, she raised her eyes toward Gu Qian, her lips curling into a cryptic smile, her expression darkening ominously. It was evident that she was concocting a significant scheme, and those present would soon learn the consequences of inciting Lu Yan's ire. What was Lu Yan planning? She sought an opportunity to deliver several glasses of wine to Gu Qian and Lu Yu. Since Lu Yu had a penchant for impressing women, she intended to gift him an extravagant surprise. It was no exaggeration. Her brief phrase carried the ominous weight of imminent danger, even with her eyes closed. Lu Yin could sense the prying eyes around her. To outsiders, she appeared compliant, much like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Her phone vibrated twice, and upon glancing at it, Lu Yin saw a message from Zhuang Yin. Noticing that it was nearly time, and seeing that Lu Yin had yet to drink, Liu grew impatient and called over a few people to raise a toast to Zhou Quan, Gu Qian included. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Lu Yin lifted her glass and drank without pause, leaving Zhou Quan startled and uneasy. Yet he feigned calmness and offered Lu Yu a knowing smile. Lu Yu, mistaking Zhou Quan's demeanor as praise, felt a swell of pride, imagining himself as the future brother-in-law of Ian. With the Lu family facing a downturn, appearing prosperous on the surface while internally decaying, he needed a robust conglomerate to bolster his status. By 9:30, Lu Yin was already quite inebriated, struggling to maintain her balance as she slumped onto the sofa. In her drunken state, she appeared even more delicate, akin to a night-blooming cereus quietly unfurling its petals, compelling one to reach out and touch her. Her cheeks flushed, her lashes fluttering as she lowered her gaze, recognizing the opportune moment. Liu set down his glass and remarked, Zhou, my sister has had too much to drink. I'll have the staff escort her to her room. Very well. A staff member approached and effortlessly assisted Lu Yin to her feet. With her unsteady stance and flushed face, she mumbled, Where are we going? To sleep. The onlookers observed, some grasping the situation immediately, while others remained curiously perplexed. Chapter 172. Pursue your desires. A bright future lay ahead, and Gu Qian felt liberated, shedding his previous restraint. He indulged in the food and drink of the upscale establishment, which suited his palate. However, his moment of abandon led to a slight dizziness, and he felt overheated. Xiaowan had her plans as well. She intended to knock on Zhuang Yan's door the following morning to catch him in a compromising situation. As a nearby staff member heard Gu Qian express a desire to rest, they stepped forward. Sir, would you like me to take you to the lounge? Gu Qian nodded and was assisted away, swaying slightly. Xiaowan seized the opportunity to engage her father in a serious conversation. Yet, when face to face, she found it difficult to initiate. Eventually, it was Xia Qingshan who broke the silence. I heard you've secured an assistant position. How's that going? Pretty well. Is it easy to earn money? Not really. What is your monthly salary? Internship salary is 6,000. For a novice, such a sum was commendable. Your monthly salary is 6,000, assuming you make no mistakes. After deducting rent, living expenses, and daily costs, how much actually reaches your hands? Are you aware of the current housing market? The average price is 31,000 per square meter. Your monthly income wouldn't even suffice for a toilet. A house totals around 3 million. With Gu Qian's debt of 1 billion, how many houses could that buy? He owes 1 billion, not a mere 10,000. And you would be repaying it for generations. Being with him is a burden. He contributes nothing, only causing you to toil for money. And soon the creditors will come knocking. Is this the life you wish to lead? Living in a cramped rental, devoid of cars or homes, endlessly chasing after a meager 6,000 with no end in sight. She despised such a life. She longed for a lifestyle where luxury cars awaited her, where she could indulge without restraint, reside in a grand house with dedicated chefs and housekeepers, and buy six-figure jewelry on a whim. In this father-daughter standoff, she awaited Xia Qingshan's capitulation, knowing she had all the time in the world. However, the days after leaving home were unbearable, each day stretching into eternity. Once a compromise was reached, it would lead to an endless cycle, undermining her father's authority. What if Gu Qian's debts could be resolved? Xia Qingshan would defer until they managed it themselves, which was utterly implausible. After their conversation, few remained. Even Lu Yu had retreated to the lounge, having drunk too much. Was Lu Yan's plan truly foolproof? Lu Yu claimed to have personally escorted Zhou Quan to his room and had heard Lu Yan's voice. Surely nothing would go awry in their own establishment. Unsettled, Xia Wan ascended to sneak a glance, noting the bodyguards stationed in the hallway, exuding a no-trespassing aura. Fearing discovery, she retreated. That night, Xia Wan remained awake, staring at her phone to pass the time, her thoughts drifting from Zhuang Yin to Xia Qingshan's earlier words. Chapter 173. Zhuang Yan's Adam's apple bobbed as he gazed deeply into Lu Yan's eyes, his restless emotions easily stirred by her presence. He struggled to suppress his reactions and asked, Lu Yan, have you been drugged? Do you know what you're doing? It was I who was drugged. All I know is that I want you. Yan, please, just give yourself to me. Her voice was a desperate whisper, eyes reddened with tears, her tone hoarse. She resembled a needy kitten, nuzzling against him, bare feet resting upon his, seeking affection, yearning for his touch, desperate to draw closer. They were already near enough to feel each other's warmth and hear each other's heartbeats, yet Lu Yan felt it insufficient, like a drowning person gasping for breath, clinging to the last lifeline amidst the waves. Yan, I love you. I truly love you. Her lips hovered near Zhuang Yan's chin, tantalizingly close to brushing against his mouth, her misty eyes seeking solace, as if his mere assent would grant her the courage to close the distance. Like a flood breaking through a dam, things spiraled out of control as Zhuang Yan lowered his head. Yan, look at me. He observed the woman beneath him, her eyes wide with a mix of determination and vulnerability. He leaned closer. I love you too, and I will take responsibility for you. As soon as the words left his lips, he swept her into his arms and onto the bed, intertwining their fingers. The taste of the fruity wine lingered on Lu Yan's lips, eliciting a sigh from him. The clash of red iron ignited sparks of passion. The diligent florist gazed lovingly at the blooming field before him, unable to resist the urge to kiss the flowers at their peak. If one were to encapsulate tonight's essence in a melody, it would surely be one of fervent romance. In the early hours, Lu Yan's hair was damp with perspiration, while Zhuang Yan appeared invigorated. Noticing Lu Yan's furrowed brow, he leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead, then proceeded to wipe her body with a clean disposable towel. Exhausted and sleepy, Lu Yan struggled to keep her eyes open, drowsily observing Zhuang Yan's attentive movements. Feeling the warmth radiating from him, she hoarsely murmured, hug me. 2 hands, as white and delicate as snow, were gently held by Zhuang Yan as he asked, Are you still in discomfort? I feel unwell and wish to be held while I sleep. Tonight, Zhuang Yan exuded an energy reminiscent of a laboring bull, his vitality seemingly boundless. Though he appeared serious and restrained, he was, in truth, a man of youthful vigor, easily stirred, and once ignited, difficult to quell. Lu Yan experienced the familiar aches of her body, akin to the exhaustion felt after ascending 200 flights of stairs. Nevertheless, she felt a profound satisfaction with the events of the evening, having presented herself so willingly to Zhuang Yan. She would have doubted his manhood had he failed to respond to her advances. Fortunately, Zhuang Yan did not disappoint her expectations. She had successfully maneuvered him into her grasp. Women often find themselves at a disadvantage in such matters, left languid and reluctant to move afterward, craving the warmth of their partner's embrace for a sense of security. Lu Yan felt herself becoming rather delicate, despite initially being the one to pressure Zhuang Yan. Chapter 174. Your uncle is still asleep dressed in Zhuang Yan's shirt. Lu Yan had long desired to do so. He towered over her, possessing a robust frame, which made his clothing quite lengthy. She could easily wear his shirt as a nightgown. After casually arranging her hair, she caught a glimpse of Zhuang Yan's unwavering gaze, causing her heart to race. She leaned in and planted a quick kiss on his cheek. I'll go answer the door. Zhuang Yan touched his face, watching as Lu Yan sauntered towards the door, utterly oblivious to her own allure. How can you go to the door dressed like that? He called out urgently, put on the bathrobe. No need to rush. Lu Yan replied dismissively, already at the door. The suite was soundproofed, providing a high level of security, with cameras linking to a small screen inside. Upon checking, she found it was indeed Xia Wan, who seemed to be a persistent presence. Although the hotel belonged to the Lu family, Lu Yan held the majority of the shares, making her the true mastermind behind it all. She was well aware of the goings-on within these walls, including Xiao Wan's impulsive inquiry at the front desk about Zhuang Yan's room number the previous night. To be honest, Lu Yin had been quite concerned that Xiao Wan might jeopardize her plans. Fortunately, luck was on her side, and her meticulous preparations bore fruit. As Xiao Wan was about to ring the doorbell, Lu Yin unexpectedly swung the door open. Zhuang Yan, I've been knocking for ages. Finally, the door opened, and I expected to see Zhuang Yan, but to my surprise, it was Lu Yin standing there. Xiao Wan froze at the threshold, her expression hardening. Words caught in her throat like a fishbone, her breath quickening as she resorted to gasping. How could it be Lu Yin? How did she end up in Zhuang Yan's room? Did I inquire incorrectly? But Lu Yan's room isn't here. Shouldn't she be with Mr. Zhou right now? A torrent of questions assaulted her mind, yet she could not accept that Lu Yin had spent the night with Zhuang Yan. Looking for Zhuang Yan? He is still asleep. You might have to wait a while, Lu Yin remarked, observing the cracks of anger forming on Xiao Wan's petrified face. In mere seconds, Xiao Wan's eyes reddened, her complexion paling as if she were gravely ill. It became evident to her that Lu Yin was wearing Zhuang Yan's black shirt, the very one he had donned the day before. Having been in a relationship with Zhuang Yan for 3 years and lived together, she recognized his preference for custom shirts and suits from that particular store. Lu Yin, in Zhuang Yan's shirt, displayed her long, fair legs, with ambiguous marks on her neck, clearly indicating the fervor of the previous night. Xiao Wan was furious. She could not accept this turn of events. Lu Yin, how dare you? How could I not? Both unmarried, Zhuang Yan and I are free to pursue our desires. Unlike you, a married woman, whose own husband should be the one you are concerned about. By the way, where is my dear uncle? I recall he was here last night as well. Why isn't he with you? If he saw you knocking on another man's door so early, he might not take it lightly. You should find him and clear up any misunderstandings. Chapter 175. Risking it all to gain this situation transcended mere legalities. It was a matter of moral integrity. Jealousy could obliterate one's humanity, continually lowering one's standards and testing the boundaries of others' decency. Xiao Wan had contemplated the potential repercussions for Lu Yin, yet she chose to remain a passive observer, deriving her happiness from another's suffering. Regardless of consent, as long as Lu Yin was with another man, it would validate Xiao Wan's suspicions, granting her a sense of triumph she could flaunt before Zhuang Yan. See, I told you she was a terrible person. I wasn't mistaken. From her perspective, she believed she stood on a moral high ground, revealing Lu Yan's true nature to Zhuang Yan. She had always deemed Lu Yin unworthy of Zhuang Yan, convinced that once Zhuang Yan saw the truth, he would thank her, and though they might not become a couple, perhaps they could reconcile as friends. Her arrogance led her to take this for granted, even viewing it as a form of benevolence. She did not perceive the folly in wanting both sides, believing it to be human nature, a rational expectation. Zhuang Yan, how could you trust only Lu Yan's words? Look at her. It's evident she is pretending. She is scheming against you, attempting to seduce you into responsibility. Can't you see her ulterior motives? Xiao Wan was not foolish. After a brief moment of confusion, clarity dawned upon her. Why was Zhuang Yan here last night? It was undoubtedly Lu Yan's orchestration. Lu Yan was far too cunning. She must have arranged for many accomplices within the hotel, or else how could she have escaped unscathed? Perhaps she had known about the drug in the wine and had intentionally consumed it. Upon realizing this, fear washed over Xiao Wan's face, confirming that Lu Yin had secured leverage over them. Just as she pieced this together, Zhuang Yan spoke up. I do not trust her. Do you believe her? Do you know what your actions amount to? You're an accomplice, and they are the culprits. Your silence will not absolve you of blame. Zhuang Yan's fury ignited, his eyes fierce as a beast, veins bulging from his arms, and if Lu Yu were present, he would surely dismantle him limb by limb. Lu Yin stood behind him, her arms entwined with his, gently caressing his prominent veins. Truly, he was the man she had chosen. Even in anger, he exuded charm, making her yearn to kiss him. Without hesitation, Lu Yin stood on her toes and planted a kiss on the corner of Zhuang Yan's lips, then leaned against him, languidly saying, Xiao Wan, instead of concerning yourself with my boyfriend, perhaps you should attend to your own husband. By the way, where is my dear uncle? I recall he was here last night. Why isn't he with you? If he saw you knocking on another man's door so early, he might not take it lightly. You should find him and clear up any misunderstandings. Xiao Wan's eyes burned with hatred. She ought to resent Lu Yin for stealing her most treasured possession. But who could she blame? It was her own failure to cherish her treasure, mistaking it for refuse. The hatred she bore now was just the beginning. There would be more to come. Her animosity toward Lu Yin was matched only by Zhuang Yan's disdain for her. After warning Xiao Wan, Lu Yin disregarded her. Turning to Zhuang Yin, I feel so tired. I wish to sleep, but my body aches, making it difficult to rest. Could you possibly give me a massage later? Of course, Zhuang Yin replied, while Xiao Wan stood before them, swaying like a fragile flower in a storm, ready to break. Chapter 176. Live broadcast despite her discomfort. Lu Yin still delighted in teasing him. After a night of tumult, Zhuang Yin, eager to soothe Lu Yan's fragile emotions, called the hotel service to request a clean set of clothes. He relayed Lu Yan's measurements while she gazed at him with a playful glint in her eyes. After he hung up the phone, she suddenly lunged at Zhuang Yin, pushing him onto the bed. Mr. Zhuang, quite the technique you've got there. Knowing my clothing size after just one night. Stop fooling around, Zhuang Yin replied, patting her back. Do you need my help with washing up? He had already assisted her with a quick wash the previous night, ensuring she was comfortable enough to sleep. I can manage on my own, Lu Yin said, resting her head against his chest. I'm not helpless. You must be tired doing everything for me. I know you aren't tired. You're a young man with boundless energy. She teased, and he sensed that her praise was more than mere flattery. I'll call Director Wang. You go freshen up first. By the time Lu Yin emerged, the hotel staff had delivered her clothes along with breakfast. In front of Zhuang Yin, she slipped out of her bathrobe and donned her clothes, asking, Did you finish your call with Director Wang? Yes. What did you discuss? Those who wronged him in the past are now suffering more than ever. Netizens claim Zhuang Yin possesses a touch of the mystical, leading many to share his story. Whenever faced with misfortune, they would simply forward Zhuang Yin's tale, believing it would disperse bad luck and detract romance. The couple, Zhuang Yin and Lu Yin, frequently topped trending lists, even surpassing the popularity of many celebrities. The production team released numerous behind-the-scenes clips based on audience votes, and 2 episodes of the main show had already been edited. Participating in this variety show was a stroke of luck for Zhuang Yin, as it led him to a lifelong companion in Lu Yin. Had he not joined the show, he might never have realized Lu Yin's feelings for him. Sitting on the bed, he watched as Lu Yin stood before him, gently stroking the back of his head. What did Director Wang say about you? Chapter 177. Regretful Reflections. Gu Qian had no time to shield his body and, in his naked state, sought to explain himself to Xiao Wan. Stay away, Xiao Wan retorted, her face pale with disgust. You're revolting, she instinctively blurted out, covering her mouth tightly to suppress her nausea. What was Xiao Wan repulsed by? Surely, he was the one who should feel disgusted. After all, he had merely attended a party, had a few too many drinks, and rested briefly. How did he end up in bed with Lu Yuguang? His body was a painful reminder of the previous night's events, and for the first time, Gu Qian felt an overwhelming urge to vanish. Especially now that Xiao Wan had caught him in such a compromising position. His thoughts were a chaotic jumble when an even more frightening occurrence unfolded. Voices echoed from outside. And before he could conceal himself, a crowd gathered at the door. The commotion roused Lu Yuguang, who was equally disoriented and injured. As he struggled to comprehend his surroundings, he was taken aback by the throng at the door. Preparing to admonish them, he suddenly realized he was without clothing. Quickly wrapping himself in a blanket, he pressed the hotel service button to summon security. Experience dictated that he remain calm in such situations, for only composure could lead to a viable solution. But why was his niece in his room so early, and why was Gu Qian kneeling there unclothed? He recalled drinking too much the night before. Having been escorted to the lounge by staff, the room had been dark, and he had felt a hint of confusion about why the lights were off until he touched someone in bed with him. Overcome by heat and intoxication, he sought something thrilling, momentarily forgetting the appropriateness of the situation. This was not the first time he found someone in his bed. He had been known to invite guests in. When hunger gnawed at him, who could resist a succulent piece of roasted meat placed before him? Now that he was sober, Li regretted his actions more than ever. He should have shown restraint. What a disgrace. To make matters worse, he was exposed to Xiao Wan and all those onlookers. A singular thought occupied Lu Yu's mind. This scandal must not leak. If it did, the Lu family's reputation would be irreparably damaged. Wan, close the door. It was too late. Almost instantaneously, a surge of people rushed toward them, outpacing hotel security. Liu caught sight of familiar faces, their expressions a mix of shock and amusement, while onlookers brandished their phones, eager to capture the spectacle. Journalists arrived, their intentions malicious, their gazes filled with disgust, akin to witnessing repulsive maggots. It was over, completely over. Lu Yu felt as if he were being roasted alive, trapped with no escape. If only it had been hotel staff witnessing the scene, it would have been manageable. But why had reporters appeared so swiftly? Lu Yu was no fool. He quickly understood this was no accident, but a deliberate trap. Someone was scheming against him. What did I just witness this early in the morning? Oh, my eyes. Isn't that Gu Qian? Didn't he just marry Xiao Wan last month? Gu Qian has such diverse tastes. Is he really into both men and women? Isn't that a bit excessive? Chapter 178. Time to end the marriage. Everything that transpired today felt like a slap to her face. Her hopes had been dashed completely, and the reality had rebounded onto her, leaving her in agony and disgust. Xiao Wan could only continually pinch herself to maintain her composure. Lu Yu, growing impatient, interjected. I've already stated this was an accident. Why are you still creating a scene? This is my room. If there is blame, it lies with Gu Qian and you. Why weren't you with him last night? Aren't you married? If you were together, how could this have happened? As an uncle, I have done right by you. I've always considered your interests. Speak honestly. Xia Qinshan rubbed his temples. We need to think of a solution. This news has already spread. You must believe me, brother-in-law. Both my niece and I were set up. Someone must have drugged me last night. He would never behave so disgracefully in such an important setting. If it were merely drunkenness, he wouldn't have been able to stand. But both he and Gu Qian had been acting strangely. Moreover, what about the reporters this morning? Where did they come from? Xia Qishan knew it was a trap, and instinctively sensed it was tied to either Lu Yin or Zhuang Yin. There was no doubt they were involved. The reporters claimed they were there to photograph the CEO of Eon and that they had been directed to the location. People were drawn to crowds. Their curiosity piqued in the face of such an assembly. For days, Xia Qingshan had felt unsettled. Whenever he anticipated something good, nothing came to fruition. Yet when he expected something bad, it always materialized. Call President Zhou and ask about his association with Lu Yan. Lu Yan wasn't with him last night. Xiao Wan interrupted. Xia Qingshan paused, bewildered. Then who was she with? Zhuang Yan. How could she be with Zhuang Yan? I distinctly saw her in Zhou Quan's room last night. She had taken so many medications. Suddenly, Lu Yu recalled something. How do you know this? Xiao Wan hesitated, but under their scrutinizing gazes, she reluctantly spoke. Because this morning, I saw Lu Yan leaving Zhuang Yan's room. Which floor were they on? The 8th floor. On the 8th floor, how did you see them? Xia Qishan, well acquainted with his daughter's tendencies, quickly caught on. You knew Zhuang Yan was staying at the hotel, didn't you? Xiao Wan bit her lip, accepting the implication. Why didn't you tell us? Xia Qingshan exclaimed, exasperated. What were you thinking? You know Zhuang Yan has a vendetta against our family. Why would you allow him to linger under our noses? Were you hoping to witness the chaos firsthand? Lu Yu, now fully alert, chimed in, brother-in-law. It was Zhuang Yan and Lu Yan who set us up. Call Zhou Quan. Lu Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions as he dialed the phone. After several rings, the other party finally answered. Zhou, did you sleep well last night? Not bad, came the reply. Chapter 179, a clean break. As if they had never married, Gu Qian indeed had not wronged her. The incident with her uncle was not his intention, as he had stated, he was the victim. And she should not disdain him. Yet, she found herself unable to continue this marriage. The moment she saw Gu Qian, her mind would involuntarily conjure images of him with her uncle in bed, too filthy, inciting a wave of nausea within her. But I cannot overcome this hurdle. I cannot face you. Gu Qian interrupted her, his eyes blazing with anger. Xiao Wan, if you had endured what I have, I would never abandon you. You know full well that what happened is not my fault. Yet you look at me with such revulsion. Why? You sought out Zhuang Yan this morning, didn't you? You can't let him go, can you? You think Zhuang Yan will abandon Lu Yan just because he sees her in distress? Gu Qian struck at the darkest, ugliest parts of Xiao Wan's heart. He knew her better than anyone. She was more hypocritical than she cared to admit, having long desired to divorce him. This incident had merely provided her a convenient excuse to propose a separation. Realizing this, a mocking expression crept onto Gu Qian's face. Xiao Wan's countenance stiffened, and she blurted, "What nonsense are you spouting? You know full well whether I'm speaking nonsense or not. Why didn't you tell us about Zhuang Yan yesterday? It's because you're restless. When you're with him, you can't forget me, and when you're with me, you can't let go of him. You want it all. Don't you think you're selfish and greedy, Xiao Wan? I could have lived a smooth life, but now, you have ruined me." Gu Qian's voice was hoarse with rage, his gaze filled with loathing. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have married Xiao Wan. A woman as selfish as her did not deserve to be cherished. How dare she find him disgusting? The truly disgusting one was herself. A person with such a sordid and vile heart. No wonder Zhuang Yan chose to break off the engagement and pursue her younger aunt. The words he had been thinking came out, striking her like a blow to her very soul. Gu Qian issued a chilling threat. If you divorce me, I will commit suicide, jump from here, and let the reporters below witness how you drive a victim to death. Lu Yu immediately turned anxious, fearing Gu Qian might leap out the window. It was surprising to hear Gu Qian speak such words, though effective against Xiao Wan. They would not hold weight before Xia Qingshan. Xia Qingshan patted Xiao Wan's hand, a gesture of both comfort and warning. His gaze sharp and his tone dripping with sarcasm. Then jump. Open the window and go ahead. We won't stop you. If you think the height isn't sufficient, feel free to jump from the 30th floor. Gu Qian was inherently timid and feared trouble. He could not believe Gu Qian would actually jump. His threat was merely a manipulative tactic to evoke guilt in Xiao Wan, hoping to soften her resolve. Crying, throwing tantrums, or threatening to hang oneself are tactics indifferent to gender. The difference lies in how men exploit women's compassion. Since Xiao Wan could not harden her heart, he would take matters into his own hands, convinced Gu Qian would not dare to leap. So what if you jumped? You would be the one to do it. Not as forcing you. If you die, it would merely turn to ashes, simplifying matters for me. I can claim you committed suicide out of desperation over debts. As for your incident with Xiao Wan's uncle, it was merely an accident. No one has evidence. Once you are gone, the narrative can be shaped by the living. I could easily present it as you seducing someone, especially since this room belongs to Xiao Wan's uncle. If anyone was truly ruthless, it was Xia Qingshan. For him, any matter could be resolved with money. Chapter 180, the Xiao family in disarray. Gu Qian spoke calmly, without shouting. Xiao Wan felt a twist in her heart. Unable to confront Gu Qian's resentful gaze, apart from repeatedly apologizing, she found herself at a loss for words. After enduring a day full of blows, her mind was not functioning normally. She felt like a turtle, retreating into her shell at the first sign of discomfort. It was not until Xia Qingshan had the divorce agreement printed that she emerged from her stupor. He had prepared the document long ago, and it had merely awaited printing, a task that took little time. Each clause was clearly written in black and white. Gu Qian was accustomed to signing contracts at work, so he could comprehend them. If you're uneasy, you can have a trusted lawyer review it. You have an hour. Once you're certain, sign it. Gu Qian was indeed apprehensive. It was wise to be cautious around an old fox like Xia Qingshan. In their presence, he made a call to send the divorce agreement. The agreement was straightforward, devoid of complexities. He had signed a prenuptial agreement, indicating no shared marital assets. Xia Qingshan's offer of 50 million was quite generous under the circumstances. As Xia Qingshan sipped water while waiting, he thought that if Gu Qian continued to hesitate, he might alter the financial terms of the agreement. Gu Qian grasped the pen, stating, "I have one more request. I wish to temporarily reside in the Xia home for this month. It is safer there." This was understandable. Given the chaos following the Zhuang family's bankruptcy and the debts incurred, the Xia home would provide a refuge from the potential violent repercussions. Xia Wan's heart softened. Gu Qian's words had touched her deeply, stirring her conscience. Compared to Zhuang Yan, she had shown far more compassion towards Gu Qian. Now, she seemed to grasp how to treat someone well. If Zhuang Yan were to return to her, she would treat him even better than she had Gu Qian, provided he offered her a chance. "Dad, I will go with Gu Qian to obtain the divorce certificate in a month," she stated, seeking Xia Qingshan's consent. Such a modest request seemed reasonable to her. It would alleviate some of her guilt. Xia Qingshan sensed that Gu Qian posed no threat under his watch. Very well. After Gu Qian signed, it was Xia Wan's turn. In contrast to Gu Qian's hesitation, she swiftly signed the pages without pause. As she observed the red seals beside each other, it felt surreal, married for just a month, now announcing their divorce. Gu Qian's scandal had prompted his management company to seek a swift severance, and when his agent failed to reach him by phone, they opted for a text message indicating the company's cold treatment, essentially a ban and confinement, seizing all his social media accounts. With ties to the Xia family, his debts were already substantial. Pursuing him would yield little. It was better to grant Xia family a favor. After finalizing the divorce proceedings with Xia Wan, Xia Qingshan made a call to convene an emergency meeting at the company, heading straight from the hotel. Liu had initially accompanied him, but upon exiting the hotel, a group of uniformed police officers apprehended him. In a panic, Liu could only cry out, pleading for Xia Qingshan to save him. Chapter 181. Tell me, where am I impressive? Whether it was heartfelt sincerity or not, both knew the truth. Adults must maintain appearances. There was no need to lay it bare. In the past, she would have shown concern for Gu Qian, inquiring about his well-being, but now it seemed unnecessary. She could easily discern that he had lost weight. Xia Wan, feeling weary, remarked, "I have divorced Gu Qian, and I will collect the divorce certificate in a month." With that, she ascended the stairs. Gu Qian lingered in the doorway. Sensing the hostile gazes surrounding him, even a casual glance from the servants felt laden with ill intent. He had no time to observe, bowing his head. He entered the guest room where he once resided and hastily dialed Su Tian. As soon as the call connected, he exclaimed, "Su Tian, listen to me. I am broke. You have seen the news online. The Zhuang family has gone bankrupt, and I am burdened with debts exceeding 10 billion. Every day, debt collectors are hounding me. Xia Wan is still proceeding with the divorce. If you leak anything about the child, forget about money. I might as well lose my life. Do you understand?" After a moment of silence, the other end responded, "The child has been born for quite some time. I merely want you to see him." Child, damn that child. Gu Qian fumed. "This child is not what I desire. The ones meant to be born never come, while the ones that shoot and tea are here. Why must I be so unfortunate, entangled with a detestable woman and subjected to a loathsome man? Why don't they just disappear?" He regretted ever indulging his physical desires with Su Tian. He had once perceived her as simple, but in truth, she was a deranged mistress. He had told her he had no money, yet she still insisted on being with him. What a delusional person. Gu Qian had already envisioned the worst outcome, divorcing Xia Wan and absconding with the money, the farther, the better, ideally abroad. The thought of living such a humiliated existence filled him with rage, and in frustration, he smashed his phone. The online scandal escalated rapidly, soon trending on social media. Initially, the Xia family's public relations team attempted to suppress it, but just as it seemed to be fading, by noon it sprang to the top of the trending list. Liu Yu was arrested, and the Liu group faced liquidation, mirroring the fate of the Zhuang family. Last night, hotel surveillance footage was hacked. Though it was claimed the videos had been deleted, the incident involving Liu Yu attempting to drug Liu Yin for human trafficking had leaked. "I have won," Liu Yin declared, her hand hovering over the black chess piece as she completed a game, leaving Zhuang Yin utterly defeated. Winning the match brought her joy. Even as a slight pain tugged at her abdomen, Liu Yin possessed formidable willpower and could endure pain. But that did not mean she was immune to it. She had simply grown accustomed to it in an environment where no one cared. Yet now, Zhuang Yin would care. A mere furrow of his brow alerted him to her discomfort. "Let us pause for now," Zhuang Yin suggested, opening a thermos and offering her the red sugar fruit tea he had prepared. The warm drink soothed her body with its sweet and tangy flavor. Leaning against him, she sipped the tea while he gently massaged her, alleviating her discomfort. With the Liu family down, the Xia family was next in line. Liu Yin inquired, "Are you capable of taking action?" Chapter 182. Cohabitation. Liu Yin rested her head on Zhuang Yan's lap, fully aware of his reactions. Unable to resist, he pulled her into his embrace, his voice husky. "Yin Yin, do not provoke me." Although Liu Yin felt unwell, she delighted in teasing him. Eager to witness his struggle against her antics, the more he resisted, the more exhilarated she became. Ultimately, Zhuang Yin could only look at her helplessly before awkwardly changing the subject. "Guess what Xia Qingshan is doing now?" He is likely anxious to sell the West City to raise funds. For Xia Qishan, this would undoubtedly be akin to severing an arm. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the $5 billion he invested to purchase West City had devolved into a disaster. It was impossible to sell it off without incurring losses. He would either be left with a worthless asset or have to sell it at a mere $2 billion, insufficient to cover his losses. Zhuang Yan and Lu Yin exchanged knowing smiles. While Lu Yin struggled with her discomfort, Zhuang Yin diligently prepared nourishing soup. After she finished her meal and retired to rest, he took over her tasks, managing various documents and identifying problematic projects based on his past experiences, marking those companies that had previously failed. Once, he believed there was nothing wrong with living alone, cooking for himself and taking care of his own needs, despite the loneliness. Lu Yin needed to do nothing but lie before him, and that moment felt profoundly beautiful. After organizing the files, darkness enveloped the outside world. Zhuang Yin reheated dinner and gently roused Lu Yin from her slumber deed. Though he intended to wake her, he approached with utmost care, whispering, "Yin Yin, it is time to eat." Rubbing her eyes, Lu Yin transformed from the decisive female executive into a playful, reluctant girl in his presence. She curled up against him, clinging to his waist. Zhuang Yin allowed her to indulge for a while, only lifting her when she had fully awakened. He then took her hand, guiding her to the bathroom to wash her hands and face, as if he were tending to a daughter. "I want to sleep here from now on." "All right. I will move my things over. I will help with that." After moving in, "Shall we take a bath together?" "Yes, sounds good." After resting at home for 2 days, Lu Yin received a call from Zhou Quan, summoning her for work. However, she unexpectedly encountered Xia Wan upon their meeting. Xia Wan was on her way to resign from the company, and, upon seeing Lu Yin with Zhou Quan, became convinced that they were in cahoots, believing they had deliberately laid a trap for both families following the hotel incident a few days prior. Seeing their closeness, Xia Wan couldn't help but wonder what their true relationship was. Her perception of Lu Yin remained that of a useless individual. At least she had held a job. But what had Lu Yin accomplished? Had she been secretly involved with Zhou Quan? The Xia family had recently faced numerous issues. Xia Qinshan was now working late into the night, his hair graying and his figure dwindling. If the Yin group could extend a helping hand, the Xia family would not be in such disarray. Ultimately, Lu Yin bore some responsibility, having caused her uncle and father troubles. Chapter 183. Surprise and shock. Xia Wan was finally struck by the realization of why Zhou Quan appeared familiar. She had indeed seen Lu Yin entering a hotel with a man, and her previous assumptions were not unfounded, given that Lu Yu always spoke ill of her. Her impression of Lu Yin had been persistently negative, viewing her as a promiscuous woman with little regard for her conduct. Thus, when she witnessed Lu Yin entering a hotel with a man, she instinctively drew her conclusions. Upon reflection, it dawned on her that she had never truly understood Lu Yin. Just as she had failed to comprehend Zhuang Yin, she scrutinized the woman before her, her aunt, who was 4 years her senior. Was Lu Yin academically accomplished? It appeared rather average. She had never heard her grandfather commend her. The most frequent remark from her grandfather was that Lu Yin resembled her mother, who had been a mistress and disrupted her grandmother's marriage. Lu Yin's indifference only fueled others' disdain, leading to malicious gossip behind her back. After middle school, when boarding became an option, Lu Yin moved out, only appearing during family gatherings at the Lunar New Year. Until adulthood, she remained hidden in the shadows. Eventually, she made a bold entrance in a red dress, capturing the public's attention. She still occupied the corners but no longer lacked a sense of presence. She leaned on her hand, her gaze indifferent, the corners of her lips turned up like a ruler seated atop a high throne, exuding an air of disdain. At this moment, as shock engulfed her, Xia Wan's mind felt numb, akin to a phone overheating and freezing on a single page, leaving her no choice but to force a reboot. "No, you're lying to me. You are deceiving me. How could you possibly be the owner of Yin Group? The owner is a man. How could a woman like you achieve that?" Xia Wan had always believed Lu Yin to be a mere decorative vase, even reveling in the thought that Lu Yin was unworthy of Zhuang Yin, convinced he would eventually abandon her. Yet now, to learn that Lu Yin was the enigmatic owner of Yin Group shattered her worldview. "You cannot do it does not imply that I am incapable." Lu Yin gazed into Xia Wan's eyes, which were filled with uncontainable terror and despair, and smiled as she remarked, "I had previously informed you that I am acquainted with the owner of Yin. I could have facilitated an introduction for you, if you chose not to believe it. Whose fault is that?" "Lu Yin, you did this on purpose." Lu Yin retorted with a mocking smile. "What exactly have I done on purpose? Have I intentionally provoked you with my words? Or have I deliberately led you to drug me? It is you who are malicious and foolish. Now you attempt to shift the blame onto me. Do you understand what it means to kick someone when they are down? If you do not fall, how can I throw stones at you? Individuals like you deserve to be crushed. Do you still consider me a worthless face?" Xia Wan stepped back, twisting her ankle in her high heels. She yearned to flee, yet her legs trembled, rendering her powerless. If only Xia Qinshan could die suddenly. "Father, I do not wish to believe it, but the truth is evident before me. Many of the things I could not comprehend are now clear." Lu Yin assisted Zhuang Yin in addressing the online slanders because she holds influence as the owner of Yin, and Zhou Quan dares not confront her. When it comes to Lu Yin, apart from coldness, there is only hatred, a fury that spills from her eyes. Father, do you know why Lu Yan harbors such animosity towards the Lu family? She grew up within the Lu family, enduring a miserable childhood after losing her mother, treated worse than the pets in the household. Xia Qingshan recalled Lu Yan as a filthy, scrawny child, lacking the beauty of her mother. No one cared for her, especially Lu Yu, who bullied and abused her, conspiring with others to ostracize her, spreading rumors that she was the daughter of a mistress, even attempting to abandon her multiple times. In the bitter winter, they shoved her into the water. In the summer, they cast her out of the house, withholding living expenses and new clothes for the new year. She bore no resemblance to the daughter of a wealthy family. The elder Xia paid her no attention, even attributing her mother's death to her, claiming her worthlessness led to her mother's suicide. How could such a wretched creature, who could scarcely afford clothing or jewelry, amass the wealth to establish a company? How could she possess such strength as to pose a threat to both the Xia and Lu families? Xia Qingshan found it impossible to articulate these matters over the phone and ultimately hung up. If what Xia once said were true, then Lu Yan indeed had every reason to seek revenge against Lu Yu, with the Xia family merely collateral damage. Lu Yan's intentions toward her were far from simple. Upon realizing this, Xia Qingshan felt a subtle relief wash over him. He absorbed Xia Wan's words, acknowledging that the connection to Ian Group had been severed, prompting him to convene a meeting. He observed as Gu Qian emerged from the kitchen, asking, "What are you doing in there?" "I had some free time at home, so I helped Aunt Wang and the others prepare some meals." "Have you been cooking these past few days?" Xia Qingshan inquired casually, his mental strain evident. If one looked closely, they would notice Gu Qian's nervous expression upon hearing this. Gu Qian stiffly replied, "I was merely assisting, keeping an eye on the cooking." It was uncertain whether Xia Qingshan absorbed his words. After a brief nod, he ascended the stairs. As Gu Qian stood behind him, he exhaled, his eyes harboring a shadow. The property management in the villa district had been exterminating pests, and the air was thick with the scent of chemicals. He gazed at the lifeless insects hanging from the trees, wishing fervently that Xia Qingshan would meet a swift demise, a sudden death. The relationship between him and Xia Wan had not improved over the past few days. She continued to work at the company, returning home only by 7 in the evening. Unlike before, when she took the subway or a taxi, now she had a dedicated driver, carrying different bags and wearing a variety of outfits. Gu Qian remained at home, hoping that by preparing meals, he could ease the tension between himself and Xia Wan. In the ensuing chapter, Xia Qingshan could have confronted Gu Qian directly, yet he refrained, knowing that extremes often lead to backlash. He had only one daughter, and he did not wish for her to harbor hatred towards him. Purchasing her affection with 50 million to awaken her to reality could be considered a positive outcome, while keeping Gu Qian close was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. Given his debts exceeding 1 billion, life's 3 most foolish endeavors are attempting to reason with the confused, striving to conduct serious matters with the unreliable, and engaging in romance with the heartless. Everyone must commit some folly to grow and learn. And he could only hope that Xia Wan would not fall into any of these categories. Observing Xia Wan's expression, he noted that this time she appeared to heed his words. As he stood, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to sway slightly. "Father, are you all right?" Xia Wan inquired. Her expression filled with concern as she steadied him. Xia Qingshan leaned against the desk, the dizziness subsiding after a while. "I am fine. Shall I accompany you to the hospital for a checkup?" "No need. I'm merely a bit fatigued. Once this period passes, I will go for a physical examination." It had been nearly 2 years since his last checkup, and recently, he had been acutely aware of various ailments, dizziness from high blood pressure, stomach pain, and chest tightness. After they exited, they found Gu Qian serving soup, first filling Xia Qingshan's bowl, then Xia Wan's, and finally his own. He dared not sit beside Xia Wan, opting instead to sit at a distance. Seeing Gu Qian's dutiful demeanor, Xia Qingshan chose not to comment. While Gu Qian appeared to sip his soup, he discreetly raised his gaze, watching as Xia Qingshan consumed his portion. The following morning, Xia Qingshan rose to have breakfast, finding his driver and assistant waiting at the door. The butler brought him his blood pressure medication as Gu Qian stood by the window, watching the car depart. Su Tian called, expressing concern for her baby's health and requesting his company at the hospital. Gu Qian agreed, deciding to accompany her that day. On the way to the auction, the assistant reviewed documents, explaining the attendees and their psychological bidding ranges. Xia Qingshan listened intently but found his mind wandering, distracted by the foggy weather outside, feeling a heaviness in his chest. Upon arrival, he noted several luxury cars parked at the entrance, with a few elderly gentlemen chatting, seemingly new arrivals. Upon spotting Xia Qingshan exiting the car, they raised their hands in greeting. "Mr. Xia, it has been a while. How have you been?" The question carried a hint of sarcasm. It was evident that Xia Qingshan's recent troubles were common knowledge. Both the Zhuang and Lu families had implicated him in their scandals, leading to extensive investigations of his company and a plummeting stock price, leaving employees in a state of anxiety over the fate of the Xia family. Xia Qingshan greeted each of them with a handshake, smiling as he asked, "I am well. Shall we proceed inside together?" As they prepared to enter, several executives simultaneously received phone calls, causing Xia Qingshan's heart to tighten as he observed them pulling out their phones. Xia Qingshan could no longer withstand the mounting pressure. His complexion turned pale, His hands trembled incessantly, and his dilated pupils had lost focus. He heard his assistant call out, "Mr. Xia," before a deafening buzz filled his ears. He leaned back against the wall and collapsed onto the ground. At that very moment, Lu Yan's identity as the founder of Ian was exposed by the media. At a gala, she made a stunning entrance, arm in arm with Zhuang Yan. No one anticipated that Lu Yan would be the owner of Ian, a woman with a less than stellar reputation, one who had evoked pity throughout her life. How could she possibly be a formidable business leader? Those who once looked down upon her now averted their gazes, taking a moment to greet her. Gradually coming to terms with this newfound reality. Today, Lu Yan was different from her usual self. Previously, she exuded a languid charm, merely serving as a beautiful backdrop that everyone desired to tease. But now, she was the main attraction, a queen, radiating confidence and an air of superiority with every gesture. Her cold gaze betraying no emotion. The executives who had just attended the auction were momentarily stunned upon encountering Lu Yan. Although they had heard from Xia Qingshan that Lu Yan sought revenge against them and that her brother, Lu Yu, had been imprisoned due to her machinations, they could not help but question the credibility of such claims. After all, Xia Qingshan himself had stated it, indicating a level of reliability. Rumors suggested that Lu Yan's mother had been driven to her death by Xia Qingshan's wife, making her animosity towards the Xia family entirely justifiable given her difficult past. Who could have imagined that the person who once suffered the most would now wield the greatest power? Fortunately, they had not offended her. They only needed to look at the misfortunes of those who had. She had shown no mercy even to her own brother, and now the Xia family was in turmoil. From now on, it was wise to maintain a distance from Xia Qingshan, lest they become entangled in his downfall. The Xia family was in disarray, and it was prudent to prepare for the worst and choose sides. Thus, today's banquet served as a reminder for them to take a stand. Chapter 187. Xia Wan signs the critical condition notice, Zhuang Yan, the unending feud over the woman. You are indeed fortunate to have such a stunning beauty pursuing you. And a hidden wealthy one at that. Initially, I thought the two were quite compatible. Now I feel Zhuang Yan is unworthy of Lu Yan. Must it be Zhuang Yan? Shouldn't Tian be allowed to choose again? How about a woman? I would gladly be Yan's little wife. In this case, Zhuang Yan has clearly overreached. Lu Yan is not only beautiful but also incredibly wealthy. What doors has God closed for her? How can she be so perfect? Lu Yan has already captured Zhuang Yan's heart, as they are frequently seen together. It's rumored they are living together, and now they are attending events together. Just shy of making an official announcement. Did Zhuang Yan know that Ian was Lu Yan all along? Is he perhaps only attracted to her wealth? Someone upstairs has discovered the truth. Among the 3 female guests, it seems they were all after Zhuang Yan. Does he possess such charm? He appears quite ordinary. After Lu Yan's identity was revealed, an uproar ensued online, with many asserting that Zhuang Yan was unworthy of her, as the disparity between them was too vast. Firstly, Zhuang Yan was no longer the young master of the Zhuang family. He had lost his greatest advantage, wealth and power. In comparison to Lu Yan, he was significantly lacking. Zhuang Yan gazed at Lu Yan on stage, her brilliance under the spotlight blindingly captivating. How did you and President Lu meet? Why does she like you? With her impressive capabilities, do you not feel pressured, thinking you are unworthy of her? If you were to be together, would she take the lead in public and you in private? Would you become a house husband? The onlookers, initially whispering among themselves, grew bold enough to approach him directly. Zhuang Yan cast a cold glance at them, catching a hint of provocation in their eyes. To Zhuang Yan, love was not a mere calculation of pros and cons. It was a mutual journey, a magnetic attraction between two souls. True love should unite against the world. Since Lu Yan had resolutely chosen him, he would not waver in the face of such remarks. After Xia Qingshan collapsed, he was rushed to the hospital's emergency room. Xia Wan received a call and hurried over, her expression frantic. In her haste, her hair had become disheveled, and she panted as she inquired about her father's condition. Assistant Zhang, how is my father? She asked anxiously, her eyes reddened and glistening with tears. The assistant wished to offer some comforting words to ease her worry, but Xia Qingshan's condition was dire, too grave for any deceitful reassurances. Chapter 188. Xia Qingshan, paralyzed, the rain outside felt as if it were pelting her, chilling her to the bone. The surgery had lasted an eternity, and Xia Wan waited anxiously outside, having missed lunch entirely. Even if offered food, she would be unable to eat, and forcing it down would only lead to nausea. She clutched her head, pulling at her hair in silent agony, and in that moment, she thought of Zhuang Yan. If only he were here with her. What was he doing now? Was he with Lu Yan? The assistant returned from outside, handing Xia Wan a cup of hot milk tea. Miss Xia, please have some tea to warm yourself. Xia Wan stared stiffly at the milk tea in the assistant's hand, only reaching out to accept it after he shook it gently. The warmth from the cup seeped into her palms, slightly alleviating her chill. Thank you, she murmured. The assistant felt uneasy leaving her alone, but as her aide, it was his duty to care for her. Yet considering the day's events, he was uncertain how the Xia family would navigate this impending crisis. With Xia Qingshan's life hanging in the balance, the Xia family was in jeopardy. And Xia Wan was still so young, lacking experience and skills. The weight of responsibility placed upon her could be suffocating. He had watched the live stream of the events online, where Lu Yan announced 2 significant matters at the banquet, undoubtedly pushing Xia Qingshan further toward ruin. It was a fitting embodiment of the saying, take advantage of a man's misfortune. It was understandable. In this industry, when disaster strikes, partners scatter, and even biological sons can be abandoned. So-called friends often thrived on self-interest. And in such situations, it was commendable if one refrained from kicking someone when they were down. Choosing to assist Xia Qingshan would mean opposing Lu Yan. Not to mention her collaboration with the enigmatic Mr. Yan, whom no one dared to offend. What kind of person was this Mr. Yan? Within the industry, he was dubbed the god of stocks, having driven this year's real estate prices upward, reportedly reaping billions in profits in just a couple of months. This Mr. Yan was both mysterious and discreet, akin to the once invisible Ian Group, suddenly emerging with bolder ventures than Lu Yan had ever undertaken, unafraid to gamble. No one knew his name or even his gender. There were suspicions that Mr. Yin was merely Lu Yan's alter ego, but she swiftly denied such claims, asserting that she greatly admired him. To be revered by Lu Yan, the head of Ian Group, was akin to achieving divinity. The myths he created remained unchallenged. When mentioned, admiration for his prowess was the only response. The more elusive he was, the more it underscored his strength. Take Lu Yan, for example. Who would have imagined she founded Ian after all these years of mystery? Such individuals were best left unoffended, especially now that the two were collaborating, a formidable alliance. Who would dare to provoke them? Those who once maintained close ties with Xia Qingshan now sought to avoid him at all costs. The assistant refrained from discussing these matters, knowing Xia Wan was fragile and lacked resilience. He wished to remain silent, yet Xia Wan insisted on knowing, much like one who, aware of a knife's edge, still charged ahead. Assistant Zhang, can you explain to me what transpired today? Why did my father suddenly collapse? He seemed perfectly fine this morning, Xia Wan asked, observing the assistant's expression, where she detected a flicker of reluctance. Chapter 189. Revelation 1. The doctor's words fell like a bombshell, leaving Xia Wan momentarily speechless, her eyes becoming vacant like a pool of stagnant water. With a trembling voice, she asked, is there no hope for recovery? The doctor shook his head, stating that while mild cases might gradually improve, her father was injured in the ventricle, and the likelihood of recovery was minimal. The doctor spoke delicately. But Xia Wan was not naive. She understood that Xia Qingshan's condition was akin to her grandfather's, categorized as severe paralysis, with no chance of rehabilitation. Your father's hypertension is quite severe. Had he come to the hospital sooner for an examination and controlled his diet, it could have been stabilized. Furthermore, we detected non-steroidal substances in his blood, the doctor continued. Xia Wan, anxious, interjected, what do you mean? The entire Xia family was aware of Xia Qingshan's hypertension, and they had been cautious with his diet. Lately, he had been working overtime, taking medication daily due to stress, and it was inconceivable that he would misuse any drugs. Diet control? Our family knows my father has hypertension. We would never give him anything harmful, Xia Wan thought. Her heart racing with dread as a part of her began to suspect the truth, though she dared not dwell on it. The doctor remarked, perhaps you haven't noticed. We only trust the results of blood tests. Xia Qingshan's condition had deteriorated due to recent late nights and emotional turmoil. He had previously fainted from high blood pressure and even vomited blood. He should have been resting but felt compelled to shoulder the burden after the incident with Lu Yu, hoping to resolve matters quickly to rest. The second reason was the medication, which exacerbated his already fragile condition, leading to a cerebral hemorrhage. During Xia Qingshan's examination, these issues were noted, and since Xia Wan was absent, the doctor had relayed the findings to his assistant. Upon her arrival, Xia Wan was in a daze, signing documents without fully comprehending their content, and the nurse's words barely registered. Never before had she felt such fear. She rarely broke down, but now she wept in despair, recalling the day her mother died in a car accident, grasping the doctor's white coat as if it were a lifeline. The once proud heiress of the Xia family now knelt on the floor, pleading, Doctor, I beg you, save my father. He is only 50. He is still so young. She could not bear the thought of her father lying in a hospital bed, unable to care for himself. A fate worse than death for a man who had always been so resilient. In the hospital, where life and death were commonplace, prayers were abundant, with more sincere supplications outside the operating room than in any church. Powerless, she placed her hopes in divine intervention, praying for her father's recovery. For years, Xia Qingshan had sailed smoothly through life, but now he faced a catastrophic downfall, dragging the entire Xia family down with him. The doctor, accustomed to such situations, felt a pang of sympathy but maintained a stoic expression, unable to offer any guarantees to Xia Wan, only urging her to remain hopeful. Take it one step at a time. As long as he is alive, there remains the possibility of a miracle. The assistant gently forced Xia Wan to her feet, her hoarse sobs echoing through the corridor as her face flushed and she struggled to breathe, on the verge of fainting. The assistant patted her shoulder. Miss, you must be strong. Chairman Xia needs you. The only thing Xia Wan could do was remain by Xia Qingshan's side. Everything else was secondary. Leaning against the assistant, her cries gradually subsided, and she choked out, Assistant Zhang, my father was harmed. He was drugged. Although he has been unwell from overtime work, he wouldn't misuse medication. Chapter 190. Revelation 2. Xia Wan heard the hospital's call for patients over the phone. Gu Qian, where are you now? I'm not feeling well, and came to the hospital today. Gu Qian remained calm, Wan, is there something you need? Nothing specific. I just wanted to ask if you added anything unusual to the soup you made yesterday. I'm feeling unwell. It was just a regular nourishing soup. Gu Qian's voice grew noticeably tense. You're not feeling well? Is it serious? Should I accompany you to the hospital? Aunt Wang was with me while I cooked. There shouldn't be any issues. The ingredients were all health supplements that would only be beneficial, not harmful. If you're really worried, let us go to the hospital together. I'm there too. His words contained no apparent faults. Xiaowan hoped it was not Gu Qian. If he were responsible for her father's condition, it would be no different than if she herself had caused it. She desperately wished that the person who harmed her father was not Gu Qian. All right. With a resounding thud, Xiaowan clenched her teeth, her eyes brimming with hatred. This is not the medication Chairman Xia would take. The substances within are precisely those detrimental to hypertensive patients. Xiaowan felt her blood boil, and a metallic taste filled her throat. After the assistant spoke, he looked at her with a complex expression, as if he hesitated to share more. Xiaowan sensed this. Is there more? Speak, I can handle it. Even if I can't, I must. The assistant hesitated, organizing his thoughts, realizing that no matter how he phrased it, it would be difficult to say. Finally, he took a deep breath. Miss, I saw Gu Qian downstairs. I'm not certain, but he was wearing a mask and sunglasses, with a woman and a child, appearing quite intimate. It's possible I might have misjudged. At that hour, the area was sparsely populated. An assistant Zhang had only caught a glimpse of them in passing. Gu Qian had even briefly held the child, departing through the back door. The assistant suspected that the child might be Gu Qian's illegitimate offspring, a notion that was not unfounded given Xia Qingshan's current predicament and the suspicion surrounding Gu Qian. Once trust is broken, one's perception inevitably shifts. For instance, if a thief is caught, they become the prime suspect in future thefts due to their history. The assistant worried Xiaowan might not be able to bear the truth, yet to his surprise, she remained composed, her eyes merely reddening with resentment. I just called Gu Qian. He said he is at the hospital. You must have seen him. Where did you spot him? Assistant Zhang. Is he still there? He shouldn't have left yet. I want to see him. Please investigate that woman accompanying him. Of course. Go ahead. I'll handle things here. Xiaowan was already in a pitiable state. Without support, her father gravely ill, and Gu Qian, her indifferent husband, not only failing to support her but possibly being the culprit behind her father's suffering. She felt utterly desolate and hoped the assistant could assist her as much as possible. With Assistant Zhang keeping watch, Xiaowan felt somewhat reassured. She hurried downstairs, and as she stepped outside, a gust of cold wind hit her, causing her to shiver uncontrollably. Following the assistant's directions, she searched for Gu Qian and finally spotted him in the parking lot. Among the myriad of cars, her eyes were drawn to his. As he was driving her vehicle, Xiaowan had never suspected Gu Qian of infidelity. He had always professed his love for her, and they had once been close friends. He had promised to do anything for her sake. Chapter 191. Revelation 3. Gu Qian had betrayed her. Are you certain? Assistant Zhang observed Xiaowan, noticing her spirit shatter a little more. How could she not? In just one day, so much had transpired. If it had happened to someone else, they might have fainted from the psychological strain. Perhaps he was with a friend. Let us not jump to conclusions until we have more information. Xiaowan's expression was numb. She had witnessed Gu Qian's tenderness towards the child, understanding the affectionate gaze of a father. The way Gu Qian looked at the child mirrored how Xia Qingshan had looked at her. Human gestures and expressions are often truthful. If there were no connection, that woman would not lean against Gu Qian. They truly resemble a family of three, while she feels like an unnecessary third party. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Burning with pain, she covered her face, her gaze vacant, as if half her soul had been drawn away. How skilled must one be to utter such words without a change in countenance? Had she not witnessed that scene in the parking lot? She would have genuinely believed that Gu Qian still loved and cared for her. I understand now. You all can eat without waiting for me. What about Uncle Xia? Xiaowan glanced toward the room, said nothing, and abruptly ended the call. Just after hanging up, Assistant Zhang approached her with a document. Miss, the investigation results are in. She was taken aback by the speed. She had anticipated a longer wait. Having already reviewed the findings, Assistant Zhang was incensed as an observer, let alone Xiaowan. Hand it over. Xiaowan took the document from Assistant Zhang, which contained images, text, and the truth. Su Tian, Gu Qian's former assistant, frequently appeared in leaked photos of him online. No wonder she found Su Tian somewhat familiar. Xiaowan continued to peruse the document, discovering that they had been entangled for over a year, and that Su Tian had resigned due to pregnancy, re-establishing contact with Gu Qian just 3 months prior. When she was nearly due, while she and Gu Qian were discussing marriage, he was secretly contacting Su Tian, meeting her, arranging her hospital visits, finding her accommodation, accompanying her to medical appointments, and even transferring her 10 million. He had covered every detail. In that moment, Xiaowan finally comprehended the anguish of betrayal that Zhuang Yin had once endured. Indeed, it was betrayal, the very thing she despised most in life. She could not bear the thought of those close to her betraying her, yet she had repeatedly betrayed and hurt Zhuang Yin. Gu Qian, her husband, had caused her father's paralysis. He betrayed her by fathering an illegitimate child while married to her. On the very day they registered their marriage, his illegitimate child was born in a nearby hospital. How revolting. How could such a vile thing exist in this world? Chapter 192. The pain of hitting a wall. Gu Qian's actions mirrored his name. He was heedless of the past, possessing a modicum of cleverness, yet riddled with flaws that rendered him incapable of achieving success. Yet, he was inexplicably confident, believing that everything was within his control, while in reality, he failed in every endeavor. Upon seeing the police and the soup they brought, Gu Qian realized his fate was sealed. They were coming for him. He wanted to adamantly deny everything, but he overestimated his endurance. Confined in the interrogation room, he broke down before any physical confrontation could begin, trembling like a leaf. Where did you buy the drugs? I had someone buy them for me. Who? Su Tian. And who is Su Tian? What is your relationship? She was my assistant. Did she know you intended to harm someone with the drugs? I never intended to harm anyone. Gu Qian was aware of what to say and what not to say. Even when the police had already deduced much, he refused to admit to anything. Why did you drug Xia Qi Shan? I want to see my lawyer. From that point on, regardless of the police's inquiries, Gu Qian only repeated one phrase. He wanted to call his lawyer. Nervously clutching his phone, he hesitated to dial, mentally preparing his words before finally making the call. The first attempt went unanswered. On the second attempt, the call was disconnected. Just as he was about to dial a third time, footsteps echoed outside. Gu Qian slowly lifted his head and, upon seeing Xiao Wan, sprang to his feet. Wan, are you here to take me out? You must believe me, I didn't drug Uncle Xia. I love you so much, how could I hurt your father? I would never want to see you sad. Xiao Wan's pupils, illuminated by the harsh lights, resembled two black chess pieces, empty and still, akin to a bottomless well, evoking a sense of desolation. Chapter 193. Destruction is the easiest. Destruction is the simplest act. Much like now, as Gu Qian effortlessly shattered the beautiful facade, Xiao Wan's ears buzzed. She thought she was hallucinating, staring at Gu Qian's mocking expression. What do you mean? What do you mean my mother seduced your father and caused his death? Gu Qian, clarify your words. Gu Qian wiped the blood from the corner of his eye, tauntingly replying, isn't what I said clear enough? The nature of a mother reflects upon her daughter. Infidelity is inherited. Your mother cheated on my father with Xia Qi Shan. And you, with Zhuang Yan. Don't try to deny it. From Zhuang Yan's perspective, you betrayed him. So many witnessed you fleeing from the wedding. Do you think you can wash your hands clean? My mother would never cheat. You're lying. Xiao Wan, infuriated, raised her hand to slap Gu Qian. But he seized her wrist mid-air. Clenching her wrist tightly, he smirked cruelly. Whether I lie or not, you know the truth in your heart. You just refuse to accept it. Do you know why you are both cheap and foolish? Because you inherited your mother's traits. She enjoys seducing men. Seeing my father's robust physique, she eagerly climbed into his bed. Xiao Wan's eyes widened, filled with hatred for Gu Qian, yet she struggled to accept his words. How could she believe him? Believing Gu Qian meant denying her mother, an act of betrayal. In her memories, her mother had always spoken to her gently, cradling her to sleep, telling her stories. Their family photos still hung on the bedroom wall, and another graced her father's desk. She had seen her mother tie her father's tie and kiss him goodbye at the door. She recalled her mother's blissful smile and candlelight. But now, someone told her all of that was a lie, as if the faith she had held for years shattered in an instant. She could not believe Gu Qian's words. She dared not. Gu Qian was merely an outsider. How could she doubt her own mother based on his mere words? Don't believe me? Think I'm deceiving you? He looked at her with disdain, coldly releasing her hand. Why would your mother, Li Mubai, cheat? It's not difficult to guess. Chapter 194. A one-sided affection. With a thud, her phone fell to the ground. The bloody reality laid bare before her. The family she believed to be perfect was merely an illusion. Now do you believe it? You and your mother are both shameless harlots, promiscuous and without dignity. You accuse me of infidelity and find me disgusting, yet the true disgust lies with you. If you truly loved Zhuang Yan, would you have fallen for my petty tricks? If you cared for him so much, how could you flee from the wedding and smear his name online first? And your father? The drug I gave him was just a common one. Had it been in the past, nothing would have gone wrong. The troubles now stem from your anger. He fell ill and was hospitalized, and you didn't even bother to call him. Now you pretend to be a dutiful daughter. Who are you trying to impress? A daughter who brings disgrace, a wife who cheats. What a failure of a man he has become. Everyone connected to you faces misfortune. Zhuang Yan has left you and is living well now. Had you married him, he would have followed in your father's footsteps. I must say, you and your mother are truly detrimental individuals, a person whose essence is repugnant through and through. Were it not for your wealth, I would refuse you even if it were offered freely. At this juncture, you have brought this upon yourself. As for this matter, Gu Qian feels no remorse whatsoever. He initially believed his actions were shameful, yet when compared to Xiao Wan, he sees little difference. One is willing to strike and the other is willing to endure. Why should he apologize when she resorts to violence against him, when both parties bear guilt? Gu Qian's disdain for Xiao Wan is unmasked at this moment. Had her mother not seduced his father in pursuit of excitement, his father would not have perished. If Xiao Wan had not given him any semblance of hope, he would not have clung to her, ultimately leading himself to a dead end. He acknowledges his greed, yet it was Xiao Wan who nurtured it. Why should she instill desires within him and then refuse to satiate them? She flits between two men, relishing the benefits each provides, one offering a comfortable lifestyle, the other emotional solace. while she reaps all the rewards without giving anything in return. How is that just? Gu Qian is disgusted by her. He wishes nothing more than to obliterate her. Xiao Wan, if I end up in prison, I shall not spare you upon my return. He gazes at the phone lying on the ground, a venomous grin spreading across his face. In a hushed tone, he states, I'm not the only one aware of these photographs. Should I find myself in trouble, they will be exposed, revealing your mother's infidelity to the entire internet. Even landing on adult sites for public amusement. His father died before utilizing them, but thankfully, they were preserved intact for his current use. Gu Qian admits his shamelessness and his cunning nature. If Xiao Wan is so enraged, she should just kill him. He is willing to drag her down to hell with him. With righteous indignation, he hurls verbal daggers at her, each word a wound, and under his taunting gaze. Xiao Wan's moral foundations crumble entirely. A surge of hatred blooms within her, not only towards Gu Qian but also towards herself. Just as she prepares to draw a knife from her bag, the police, observing the escalating situation, rush in to intervene. Upon seeing the officers, Xiao Wan feels as though she has been submerged in icy water. Despite the warmth of the room, she cannot sense any comfort, only a chilling cold. A sudden wave of agony grips her stomach, causing her to bend over, pressing her palm against her abdomen. She retches, expelling not only bile but also a mouthful of blood. A ringing in her ears echoes like a tolling bell as she bites her lip, collapsing just as a female officer catches her. When she regains consciousness, she finds herself in a hospital, the first person she sees being the butler. Miss, you have finally awakened. You truly frightened me. Xiao Wan offers a feeble smile, wishing fervently that this were merely a nightmare. Yet, the relentless images in her mind serve as a grim reminder that it is no dream. She attempts to rise from the bed but is halted by the butler. Chapter 195, The Price of Arrogance. When Xia Qingshan awakens, he discovers his body to be exceedingly stiff and heavy. He struggles to turn over and rise, but it feels as though he is glued to the bed, immobile. He attempts to move his neck and wiggle his numb fingers. Upon waking, his mind is clouded. But soon he becomes acutely aware of something amiss with his body. The caregiver, noticing he has regained consciousness, summons the doctor. When the doctor enters to examine him, he opens his mouth to speak, but only garbled sounds escape. Doctor, He cannot even articulate that short phrase. His body is unresponsive, and his mind feels sluggish. He recalls witnessing his father-in-law, Xiao Wan's grandfather, suffer a stroke and become paralyzed. This is a complication of hypertension, a condition he has long endured. Recently, he had been taking medication, intending to endure this phase before visiting the hospital for a thorough checkup and to lower his blood pressure. However, this ailment struck unexpectedly, entirely outside his plans. Xia Qingshan struggles to hear their conversation, his blurred vision taking in the faces around him, some familiar, others not, each regarding him with pitying eyes. He refuses to accept his paralysis, attempting to prove his ability to move, even if just to lift an arm or a leg. His chest heaves with labored breaths. This is merely the beginning. Later, his consciousness may blur, his mouth and eyes may droop, and he will emit an unpleasant odor as his muscles atrophy and he becomes unable to perform basic bodily functions. This is not the version of himself Xia Qingshan wishes to see. If he must live the latter half of his life in such a state, he would rather die. Who could have foreseen that the once decisive chairman Xia Qingshan would end up like this, his eyes blank and tears streaming from his bloodshot orbs? People move about the room, the light dimming as shadows envelop him. Sensing someone beside him, Xia Qingshan sluggishly turns his gaze. It is his daughter, Xiao Wan, kneeling by his bedside, grasping his hand as she sobs. Dad, I'm so sorry. I should have listened to you. I was wrong. Xia Qingshan yearns to raise his hand to comfort Xiao Wan, but he can only twitch his fingertips. Xiao Wan's grief is overwhelming, escalating from quiet sobs to wailing as if she were draining every last tear from her being. In his memory, she had only cried this hard before her mother's remains. She weeps so pitifully, yet as a father, he can offer no consolation. How has he become so powerless? Xia Qingshan contemplates death, his only act of rebellion being to refuse food and water. Having just awakened, he dares to put himself through such torment. He grows increasingly frail. Xiao Wan, I no longer wish to live. Take me abroad and give me a shot for euthanasia. Dad, if you choose to die, I shall follow you. Please think of me. You are my only family. If you leave, what purpose is there for me to live? Can you not endure a little longer for my sake? Medical advancements have improved. Your grandfather's incurable illness does not imply yours is beyond treatment. You are in better health than he was. The doctors say you still have a chance at recovery. It's natural to be immobile right now since you've just undergone surgery. Once you regain your strength and follow the prescribed treatment and rehabilitation, you will gradually be able to walk again. Once you're well, we can travel together. I will accompany you abroad. Fearing Xia Qingshan's disbelief, Xiao Wan resorts to seeking help from the doctors, with the guidance of the attending physician and a psychologist. Xia Qingshan's emotions stabilize, allowing him to drink water and eat. What about the company? He inquires. Assistant Zhang is handling it. You need not worry about work. Your focus should be on rest. The thoughts swirling in his mind are beyond his control. Often, the more one tries to suppress them, the more they proliferate. Xia Qingshan may be paralyzed, but his mind remains intact. He is aware of the company's situation, having known it before his unconsciousness. The thought of Shiqing ignites a surge of anger within him. How can he save the Xiao family? Seek assistance? But who possesses such capability? If he could move, he would plead with Lu Yan, hoping she might aid the Xia family in overcoming this crisis, even if it meant begging on his knees or relinquishing his authority. Now, rendered immobile, he can no longer consider the company as fate. His only wish is for Xia Wan to live in comfort and never face hardship. To maintain their current lifestyle. Please, Lu Yan, help us. Do not eradicate us completely. Leave something for Xia Wan. Xia Wan's heart sinks at the thought of Lu Yan's disdainful expression. She has deliberately targeted the Xia family. How could she possibly assist them? Chapter 196. Confirming the dream as Xia Wan gazed closely at the child in Su Tian's arms. It was her first encounter with the offspring of Su Tian and Gu Qian. The child bore a striking resemblance to Su Tian and simultaneously evoked memories of the son she had envisioned in her dreams. Once could be deemed a coincidence, but how many times had this occurred? Xia Wan fixed her gaze intently on the child. Does your son have a birthmark on his arm? Su Tian was taken aback. Her expression one of shock as she regarded Xia Wan, unable to fathom how she knew. Yes, there is a birthmark. May I see it? After a moment's hesitation, Su Tian carefully rolled up the child's sleeve, revealing the mark on his right arm. Upon seeing it, Xia Wan's pupils constricted further. As the elevator reached the ground floor, Su Tian stepped out first, while Xia Wan, still in a daze, followed her. Once outside the hospital, they settled at a nearby milk tea shop. Miss Xia, do you love Gu Qian? Su Tian began, but Xia Wan interrupted, her gaze piercing. If he sought to kill you, would you still love him? If the dream she had experienced was indeed a reflection of reality, why had she never encountered Su Tian in her previous life? The most plausible explanation was that Su Tian had perished, potentially at the hands of Gu Qian. All I desire is to provide the child with a complete family, with both a mother and a father. Miss Xia, you cannot comprehend the feelings of a woman who has become a mother, a father who is a murderer, or one burdened with $1 billion in debt. I will not let Gu Qian go unpunished. If I could, I would take matters into my own hands and end his life myself. He has deceived me too many times. Xia Wan's voice remained steady as she observed Su Tian's pallid complexion, a mocking smile gracing her lips. I truly do not understand your maternal sentiments, yet likewise, you fail to grasp mine. If you believe I should forgive him, then I curse you. May every man you encounter be unfaithful, may mistresses arrive with illegitimate children, and may your son be poisoned, rendered immobile upon his bed. Before she could finish, Su Tian, flustered, tightened her embrace around the child, and stood abruptly. How can you be so venomous? You deem my words malevolent. Yet Gu Qian has committed true atrocities. You can barely withstand a fraction of the pain I endure. How can you expect me to forgive him? Xia Wan's gaze fell upon the child in Su Tian's arms, and the wave of nausea returned. She clenched her fists tightly, striving to suppress the turbulent violence boiling within her. Chapter 197. A meeting with Xia Wan. The urgency to see Zhuang Yan consumed her thoughts. What would she even say upon their meeting? Throughout her journey, Xia Wan meticulously organized her words. She resolved to speak calmly, maintaining her composure without raising her voice, and to treat Lu Yan with respect. The Xia family was no longer the formidable entity it once was, and she was no longer the esteemed Miss Xia. Humility and awareness were essential. In the past, her fortitude had been bolstered by her father's influence, but with his downfall, self-awareness and wisdom became paramount. Xia Wan learned from Assistant Zhang that Lu Yan had gone to the company today, and a prior appointment was necessary to meet her. However, the influx of requests for appointments had surged recently, and if Xia Wan wished to schedule one, she would find herself in a long queue. She called Lu Yan, but the call went unanswered. Sending a text message, she proceeded to the headquarters of Ian Group, only to be halted by the security at the entrance. Unauthorized personnel cannot enter freely, the guard stated. Xia Wan explained her identity, claiming to be Lu Yan's niece in an attempt to appeal to her emotions. But the guard remained unmoved. Our boss has stated that she has no relations with the Xia family, meaning there is no such niece. The notion of leveraging emotional ties to gain entry was futile. The number of visitors to President Lu daily is overwhelming. If everyone were like you, there would be a perpetual queue outside our doors. If you wish to see her, you must make an appointment at the front desk. Once scheduled, the front desk will contact you. Even making an appointment did not guarantee a meeting. Lu Yan's attitude toward her was colder than that of a stranger. They shared no emotional connection, and the nostalgia she felt could not bridge the gap. Due to the death of Lu Yan's mother, she harbored a deep-seated disdain for anyone associated with the Lu family. While she did not entirely loathe Xia Wan, she regarded her with contempt, never deeming her worthy of consideration. Xia Wan was acutely aware of this dynamic, uncertain if Lu Yan would even emerge to meet her. She chose to wait quietly at the entrance. If she did not succeed today, she would return tomorrow. She refused to believe she could never meet Lu Yan. Given the circumstances, the front desk, recognizing Xia Wan's persistence, relayed her situation to the secretary. The secretary conveyed the message to Lu Yan. Taking a sip of water, Lu Yan inquired, "Is there a disturbance?" "No disturbance. The guard would not allow her inside, so she is merely standing outside." "Then let her stand there. Do not concern yourself with her." The secretary understood instantly. Lu Yan was not interested in meeting her at present. Yet the decision not to dismiss her indicated that a meeting might still occur later. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Lu Yan stretched lazily and glanced at the clock. Aware that her workday was nearing its conclusion, she tidied her desk, counting down the moments. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As she recited the numbers, she approached the door. And just as she reached one, a knock echoed through the room. Lu Yin opened the door to find Zhuang Yin standing there. Zhuang Yin had a strong sense of time. Whenever he came to pick up Lu Yin, he would send her a text or call in advance, and he almost always arrived at this precise moment. Lu Yin had come to recognize this pattern, knowing he would be waiting at the door at the designated time. One was waiting to knock, the other to open the door. Zhuang Yin never arrived empty-handed. Sometimes he brought flowers, other times a cup of milk tea. Yesterday, upon hearing Lu Yin express a desire for the chestnut cakes from the North Street, he had set out early, taking a detour to procure them. The chestnut cakes from that shop were indeed renowned, with the proprietor having provided for his family and educated his 3 children through the sale of these delicacies. Though the location was rather remote, it took an hour to drive there, and if one arrived late, they risked finding them sold out and facing a queue. Zhuang Yin had made a reservation over the phone prior to his visit to ensure he could buy them. In his previous life, Zhuang Yin had also been fond of those chestnut cakes, but once the owner's children went off to college out of town, the entire family relocated. Knowing Lu Yin's fondness for the treat, Zhuang Yin had purchased the recipe with great effort. This recipe was not easily obtainable. He had made multiple visits, signing agreements to guarantee that he would not share it with others or open his own shop, after which the owner had generously sold it to him. Perhaps recognizing his sincerity or perhaps acknowledging Zhuang Yin's status, the owner deemed it unnecessary for him to rely on selling chestnut cakes for a living, especially given the substantial amount he had offered. Chapter 198. I have a temper. I am not to be trifled with. Let us see what she intends to say. It resembled a pastime, an idle pursuit to pass the time. To put it bluntly, Lu Yin had never regarded Xiaowan with any seriousness. She had not even considered Xia Qingshan worthy of her attention, so how could she possibly care for Xiaowan? When teasing Xiaowan, it was akin to playing with an ant. Whenever the name Xiaowan came to mind, Zhuang Yin instinctively thought of Xia Qingshan. The information was interconnected. He had heard about Xia Qingshan's hospitalization the moment it occurred. Xia Qingshan had suffered a stroke and became paralyzed. Upon receiving this news, Zhuang Yin was somewhat taken aback. He knew Xia Qingshan had high blood pressure. In his previous life, Xia Qingshan had managed it well, only experiencing complications at the age of 60, resulting in partial paralysis. Under careful care, he was still able to move gradually. After marrying Xiaowan, Zhuang Yin had devoted himself entirely to work. The union was publicly proclaimed as a marriage of convenience, but in reality, he had become an integral part of the Xia family. Not only did he bear the responsibility of the Zhuang family's business, but he was also accountable for the Xia family's affairs. Thus, in his previous life, he had lived a burdensome existence. Despite amassing considerable wealth, he felt no sense of accomplishment, though he could manage the Xia family's operations. The real power was not within his grasp, as most of the shares resided with Xiaowan. They had signed a prenuptial agreement before marriage, which meant he was essentially a high-paid employee in the family business. In his previous life, Zhuang Yin had felt like a mere brick, moved wherever needed. Why would Xia Qingshan, a man who placed such importance on power, agree to Xiaowan adopting a child? Initially, Zhuang Yin had found it perplexing until Xia Qingshan's stroke revealed the truth. Xiaowan was unable to bear children. He hoped that Zhuang Yin would not disdain Xiaowan and would treat her well, for the adopted son had grown to be just as dear as a biological child. Xiaowan was diagnosed with infertility many years ago. To spare her feelings, Xia Qingshan never informed her, maintaining the secret for 2 to 3 decades. While he worried about Xiaowan, he never considered Zhuang Yin's feelings. In his eyes, Zhuang Yin was fortunate to marry Xiaowan. It was not until he fell gravely ill, watching Zhuang Yin tirelessly care for him, that he began to feel remorse. This is why, when selecting a son-in-law, Xia Qingshan did not prioritize wealth, but rather sought someone who would genuinely treat Xiaowan with sincerity. Beyond that, capability was essential, and Zhuang Yin fulfilled all his criteria in every aspect. As a father, Xia Qingshan had done remarkably well, leaving Zhuang Yin envious of Xiaowan for having such a thoughtful father. In this lifetime, Xia Qingshan's illness progressed more severely than in the previous one, deteriorating from partial paralysis to complete paralysis. Beyond the pressures of work, there was also Xiaowan's lack of understanding and Gu Qian's underhanded actions, which led to his condition worsening prematurely. With high blood pressure, he could not withstand such stress. Even an ordinary person would struggle, let alone him. Gu Qian's willingness to drug Xia Qingshan caught Zhuang Yin off guard, yet upon reflection, it seemed consistent with Gu Qian's greedy nature. Xiaowan's visit to meet Lu Yin was merely an appeal for assistance for the Xia family. The Xia family was on the verge of collapse, barely holding on. Was it feasible to expect Lu Yin to extend a helping hand? It was unlikely. To Xiaowan, Xia Qingshan was a good father, but to Lu Yin, he was not a good man, especially considering his recent collusion with Lu Yu to harm Lu Yin, intending to sell her out. Chapter 199. Being with you makes me short-lived. Zhuang Yin furrowed his brow, his gaze sharp, lips tightly pressed, his eyes dark and filled with a dangerous aura. As Xiaowan spoke, she observed the expressions of Zhuang Yin and Lu Yin. When she mentioned the name of their adopted child, Zhuang Zixin, she noticed a flicker in Zhuang Yin's pupils. He was no longer as composed as before. From Zhuang Yin, she uncovered the truth, in a parallel reality. They truly had married. Zhuang Yin had not called off their engagement. On the day of their engagement banquet, he had single-handedly controlled the situation, enduring all the humiliation and scorn without a fuss. Her memories were chaotic, marked by fragmented dreams that felt like disjointed slideshows lingering in her mind. Lu Yin suddenly interjected, suggesting they have their private conversation, expressing her lack of interest in dreams. She discreetly squeezed Zhuang Yan's hand, declaring her craving for lamb hot pot and instructing him to meet her at their favorite restaurant within 20 minutes. Zhuang Yin agreed to join her shortly, as the restaurant was merely across the street. After Lu Yin had crossed over, he turned back to Xiao Wan. They did not require a special place for a brief 10-minute conversation. What else did you dream about? Xiao Wan suddenly found it difficult to read the man before her. After a moment of silence, she continued in a hoarse voice. I dreamt that on our engagement day, I met Gu Qian. You did not call off our engagement. You gave me a ring you had made with your own hands, engraved with the initials of our names on the inner band. That ring had long been lost. She searched everywhere, from her home to hotels, and even scoured her car, inquiring if anyone had seen it. The lost ring represented her relationship with Zhuang Yin, vanishing suddenly. No matter how hard she tried to find it, unwilling to accept this, she secretly crafted a replica based on her memories, which was no easy feat, as it required selecting materials, polishing, and engraving. She even injured her fingers in the process. The resulting ring resembled the original, yet it was never quite the same. Fearing it might be lost again, she kept it in a safe, bringing it with her today. She showed it to Zhuang Yin, hoping to evoke his memories. This ring is like the one you made. You wore it all the time. A few months after our engagement, we married and adopted Zhuang Zixin, a name you chose. Zhuang Yin remained unmoved, listening to her with calm detachment. You have always been so kind to me, accepting my flaws and tolerating my temper. From the initial gratitude to later complacency, I took your kindness for granted, like a glass of lukewarm water, seemingly bland and easily overlooked. Until your departure made me realize how significant you were to me. Chapter 200. Xiao Wan will do anything for love. Being with you has made me endure so much humiliation. Too much resentment can lead to illness, transforming minor ailments into major ones, making me a short-lived individual, unable even to collect a pension. Zhuang Yin exhaled deeply, then smiled. Fortunately, I ended our engagement. I'm not with you. His words, though simple, carried a heavy impact. Xiao Wan listened in silence, her demeanor turning rigid as if carved from stone. The wind that brushed against her felt less like a breeze and more akin to countless needles piercing her, each one painful. Zhuang Yin, I am sorry. I was wrong. I truly was. She reached out to grasp his hand, but he recoiled, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Though the fall seemed minor, she was unable to rise, kneeling with a wounded expression as she looked up at Zhuang Yin. Passers-by noticed the commotion and turned to look. Some recognized Zhuang Yin and Xiao Wan, discreetly pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Xiao Wan knelt in the street, pleading, Zhuang Yin, I do not ask for you to stay by my side. I only ask for a chance to be near you, to make amends. If you wish, I will remain by your side, willing to do anything. I will not obstruct your relationship with Lu Yin. Those who heard her words were taken aback. Was she truly willing to share him for love? Zhuang Yin never imagined Xiao Wan would go to such lengths. Once a proud young lady, now she knelt, as if she would bow her head to him without hesitation. Zhuang Yin's expression remained unchanged, as if covered by a layer of ice. Even if you beg, it is pointless. To me, you are nothing. What you offer is the very thing I do not need. I harbor no feelings for you, neither as the current me nor the one in your dreams. From the moment you fled on the day of our engagement, my heart turned to ash. In his eyes, both emotional and physical infidelity were inexcusable. It was all betrayal, regardless of status. The past had already left him disgusted. And now to resurrect it felt like presenting him with a basin of filth and demanding he smell it, purely repugnant. Zhuang Yin could not fathom why Xiao Wan would bring up their past life. Was she attempting to validate their former marriage? To assert their intimacy? If a marriage brought happiness, that would be one thing, but revealing unhappiness was simply irritating. Xiao Wan lifted her head, despair written across her face, tears streaming uncontrollably. Zhuang Yin, do you hate me? Zhuang Yin shook his head. You are not worth my emotions. Everything I have done today is not revenge, it is self-preservation. I know all too well the type of people you and Xia Qingshan are. If I do not strike back, it will be my demise. I refuse to gamble my life on another's whim. The state of the Xia family is entirely Xia Qingshan's doing. Do not waste your time seeking Lu Yan's help, nor kneel before me for forgiveness. If I were to forgive everything, then all that has transpired would be my fault. Furthermore, your dreams are repulsive. Everything is merely a cycle of cause and effect. Those who wish to harm him either end up in prison or suffer severe illness. Chapter 201. The vastness of the world and the pride of being treated kindly at this moment, Xiao Wan could no longer endure. Her body slumped to the ground like a lifeless corpse. With half-closed eyes, she gazed at Zhuang Yan's indifferent silhouette as gentle raindrops fell upon her face, alternating between warmth and chill. The mingling of tears and rainwater tasted bitter, salty, and metallic upon her lips. It seemed that when the heart becomes numb, it feels no pain, as if one's senses are frozen. The transition from dull ache to complete numbness resembles the surreal sensation following a major surgery when the anesthesia has yet to wear off. She once believed that her dreams were divine warnings, offering her a chance to return to the path of love for Zhuang Yin. Yet, unbeknownst to her. They were merely the heavens punishing her for the mistakes she made when love eluded her grasp. Zhuang Yin, did you ever love me? In our past life. After 30 years of marriage, did you still love me? Love is a subjective awareness if one cannot even recognize their own feelings as love. How can they expect the other to understand? Zhuang Yin was correct. She was indeed greedy, desiring without effort, wanting everything. Greed is the root of all evils. And those who are greedy ultimately possess nothing. As her consciousness began to fade, someone approached her. It was the onlookers from earlier. Rather than offering assistance, they brandished their phones, capturing the spectacle on video, and only after they had enough footage did they call for help. Xiao Wan was taken to the hospital, where she was diagnosed with gastric bleeding, a condition she had never encountered before. In both her previous life and prior to this, her stomach had always been robust. Young people often take their health for granted. They relish spicy food and icy treats, initially without consequence, but over time, such indulgences lead to stomach ailments. What began as mild discomfort escalated into a severe condition. The agony of gastric pain was unbearable, akin to being pierced by needles, often accompanied by nausea and acid reflux. Despite merely suffering from gastric bleeding, she was drenched in cold sweat. Zhuang Yin had endured gastric cancer in the past. How excruciating must that have been? Why did he not confide in her? He tended to her needs meticulously, yet neglected his own well-being. Perhaps it was not neglect, but rather a weariness of life. He had long desired to escape. Lying on her side, curled up in pain, tears streamed from her left eye to her right, ultimately soaking into the pillow. November skies were frequently shrouded in rain, and this winter was particularly frigid. Zhuang Yin, rummaging through his memories, vaguely recalled that it had snowed this year. He arrived at a lamb hot pot restaurant and called Lu Yin to locate a private room. The establishment was bustling with patrons at this hour. The outside was already filled to capacity. Fortunately for Lu Yin, when she arrived, there were few people, allowing her to reserve a small private room. Noticing the droplets on Zhuang Yan's hair, Lu Yin asked, "Did it rain?" "Just a light drizzle. It shouldn't last long," he replied. She tore off several sheets of tissue to dry his face and hair, while Zhuang Yin obediently bowed his head before her. "Are you cold, darling?" The endearment made Zhuang Yan's heart flutter. He found it unbearable. "Please don't call me that. But I enjoy it, and it's not incorrect. You are my most precious treasure." Zhuang Yin felt a rush of warmth. In moments of embarrassment or shyness, one often seeks distractions to appear busy. He fanned himself and glanced around at the ceiling, asking, "Is the heating on? Are you cold?" Lu Yin had already removed the scarf from around her neck. Discarding the tissue, she stood on her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around Zhuang Yan's neck. "You feel warm. Being with you keeps me from feeling cold." He had expected her to inquire about what Xiao Wan had said to him. Chapter 202, The Fallen Xiao Wan. The video of Xiao Wan kneeling in the street, pleading for Zhuang Yan's forgiveness, quickly ascended to trending status. Many onlookers mocked her. None could have anticipated that such a proud and haughty individual would one day kneel before a man, especially when she had once jilted at the altar. Where was she all this time? Right after the divorce, she seeks Zhuang Yin, hoping to become a mistress. Lu Yin would never approve. However, many speculated that the Xia family was in dire straits, and Xiao Wan did not aspire to be a mistress. Rather, she sought to join this family. As Lu Yin was the owner of Yin Group, Lu Yin would not assist Xiao Wan out of familial obligation but might offer help due to Zhuang Yin, provided he still harbored feelings for her. Upon realizing that this avenue was closed, Xia Qingshan resigned himself to fate. With Xia Qingshan's reluctant nod, the company began to liquidate its assets, offloading its real estate holdings. The land in the West City had been put on hold and was ultimately sold at a low price. Zhuang Yin was the buyer. The land did not transform into a new urban center and remained desolate, devoid of life. After Zhuang Yin acquired it, he overturned the Xia family's original plans, transforming the area into a high-end resort for dining and entertainment. Unknown to many, beneath its surface lay the potential for natural hot springs. This place allowed one to escape the city's clamor. Under Zhuang Yan's stewardship, what was once wasteland became a treasure trove with first-rate services and top-notch amenities, all shrouded in subtle exclusivity. The property Xia Qingshan was unloading appeared to have potential for appreciation, and Zhuang Yin eagerly acquired them at bargain prices, relishing the windfall. Recently, he had easily financed these purchases with profits from stock trading. The Xia family was thoroughly finished. The entire group leaned solely on Xia Qingshan for support. Once he faltered, it would be as if the house had lost its main pillar, collapsing without the need for further effort. This outcome was anticipated by Zhuang Yin. In the span of a month, Xiao Wan had experienced dramatic upheavals in her life, witnessing the repossession of the home she had known since childhood. The furnishings were stripped bare, not even a chair remained, leaving the space vast and unfamiliar. As people moved in and out of her home, Xiao Wan traversed the premises, ascending from the lower levels to the upper, exploring every corner. In her childhood, she had adored playing in the stairwell, sliding down the banister despite her father's repeated warnings of its dangers. She had never heeded his advice until one fateful slip resulted in a painful fall, leaving her in tears. From that moment on, she refrained from sliding down the stairs. Throughout her life, she had never learned her lessons well, ignoring good counsel until she faced the consequences, both in her actions and with others. Her bedroom was also emptied. Her vanity, desk, and television lay covered in dust and shoe prints. On the floor rested her unfinished books and the stuffed toy she cherished for comfort. Picking up the toy, she brushed off the dust and placed it on the windowsill. Farewell. Chapter 203. Seeing you suffer brings me comfort. She still considered herself a young lady of privilege. Without the Xia family, she was inferior to us. To call her a failure would be an understatement. Finally, we have rid ourselves of this aristocratic burden. No longer must one person manage 2 jobs. Stop talking. She is looking over here. Let her look. I'm not afraid of her. I speak the truth, not falsehoods. I'll say it to her face. Let us see if she dares to refute me. The ones speaking ill of her were the same 3 who had previously whispered behind her back. Now they dared to speak openly. Incompetence at work is an original sin. Zhuang Yin checked his phone and saw a similar message from the director, evidently a group message. Perfect. I haven't had much to do lately. This will serve as a refreshing getaway. He inquired, when do we leave? I'll pack my bags. The day after tomorrow, but before that, I need to visit the prison. Liu was unaware of the events unfolding outside. He endured torment within, clinging to the hope that Xia Qingshan would rescue him. That flicker of hope must be extinguished. I'll accompany you. I'd like to see him too. Zhuang Zhengming had long wished to meet Zhuang Yin. The prison had also contacted Zhuang Yin, but he had ignored their calls. Learning that Zhuang Zhengming was faring poorly brought him a sense of relief. Zhuang Yin was packing for 2 people, while Liu Yin took out the items she intended to bring. Zhuang Yin was responsible for fitting them into the suitcase. The necessities were few, primarily consisting of winter clothing. Thick garments such as 2 or 3 down jackets filled the suitcase. Fortunately, their trip would not be prolonged. And given the short distance, they could drive. Zhuang Yin also took into account Liu Yan's illness, packing various medicines along with items she would need during her menstrual period. Currently, it was known that Liu Yin and Zhuang Yin had developed a bond. In the main storyline, Jiang Ning clearly harbored feelings for Zhuang Yin, while Xinrong appeared to have been on 2 dates with Fang Chun, both times establishing a connection. As netizens were engrossed in the budding romance of Chun and An, those who had watched the live broadcast stepped forward to voice their opinions. I agree with the previous comment. Fang Chun is quite capable, earning a substantial salary and owning his gaming company. Yet compared to Xinrong's family background, he falls short. Their social classes do not align. What era are we in to still be discussing class? As long as Fang Chun possesses the ability, that is sufficient. And Xinrong needs a wise husband, with her intelligence. She could easily be deceived. For the sake of future generations, she could invite Fang Chun to marry into her family. Fang Chun would likely be more than willing to do so. His family background is poor, hailing from a rural area, and his parents still cultivate vegetables in the village. Chapter 204. Forgiveness is divine. Zhuang Zhengming, his eyes bloodshot with rage, pounded on the window. Zhuang Yin, I am your father. How could you treat me this way? Without me, there would be no you. You must find a way to rescue me. The notion of rescue seemed ludicrous, having been confined for so long. He had yet to grasp his fate. Why should I treat you differently? Was it you who treated Grandma this way? Where were you when she was gravely ill? When she wanted to see you one last time from the hospital, where were you? Only after her death did you pretend to be filial. I learned from you. Your suffering is just beginning. Consider that you have over 20 years of prison life ahead of you. Whether you survive to see the outside world is a matter of luck, and if fortune does not favor you, I will be there to collect your remains. Zhuang Zhengming, consumed by wrath, realized that this was his sole opportunity. It was only after entering prison that he recognized the reality of his situation and acknowledged that his son was not ordinary. He was his only hope. Zhuang Yin, do not impose moral obligations on me. I owe you no ethics. Being imprisoned and subjected to abuse is your destiny. You cannot escape it. The bullet that Zhuang Zhengming had fired 3 years prior now struck him squarely in the forehead. The color drained from his face as he stared blankly at the son who was entirely different from him. Do not go, do not leave, son. I truly know my mistakes. I will not leave here. As long as you can come to see me more often, that is enough. Please have them change my cell. I do not wish to be bullied. Zhuang Zhengming cried out in anguish, pounding on the glass with clenched fists, his fervent reaction prompting warnings from the guards. In this moment of clarity, he regretted deeply. He pondered if he had shown Zhuang Yin more care and affection. Even accompanying him during his illness or standing up for him when Tang Jing berated him. Would the outcome have been different? There was nothing left to discuss between Zhuang Yin and Zhuang Zhengming. Everything that needed to be said had already been expressed. Witnessing his father's current plight brought Zhuang Yin a sense of inner joy. Online, some labeled him as ungrateful for abandoning his family, while others deemed him cold-hearted. Ultimately, no one cared who he truly was. Netizens leaned towards whatever narrative they preferred. On another front, Liu Yin encountered Liu Yu. Similar to Zhuang Zhengming, Liu Yu initially believed it was Xia Qingshan visiting him, offering a glimmer of hope, only to discover it was Liu Yin instead. Upon seeing her, a wave of fury surged within him. Had it not been for her, he would not have faced such a calamity. The Liu family would not have gone bankrupt, and he would not be enduring imprisonment. Since he had been warned in advance, Liu Yu's existence in prison was particularly grim, previously boasting a beer belly. The mere month inside had stripped him of it, an ordeal akin to a slow death for someone accustomed to a lavish lifestyle. Through the glass, he regarded Liu Yin as though she were a sworn enemy. If looks could kill, she would have been mercilessly slain. Had he known it would come to this, he would have eliminated her when she was 4 or 5 years old. There were countless methods to rid himself of a young girl, such as pushing her down the stairs or into a swimming pool. Why had he not summoned the resolve to act back then? Why you? What about Xia Qingshan? Lu Yin succinctly replied, he suffered a stroke and is paralyzed. Lu Yu immediately retorted, impossible. Xia Qingshan could never be paralyzed. In Lu Yu's mind, aside from his father, Xia Qingshan was the most formidable individual. He relied on Xia Qingshan for salvation, so how could he fall ill? Chapter 205. I shall accompany you to meet the divine. Lu Yu was 11 years older than Lu Yin when Lu Yin lost her mother at 4. Lu Yu was 15, his character already marked by rebellion and malice. He took pleasure in tormenting Lu Yin, even dragging her to the cemetery to abandon her. During her school years, he would dampen her books, tear her homework, and bully her into submission, deriding her as the daughter of a mistress and accusing her family of theft. Lu Yin, possessing beauty from a young age, found that her looks were a curse among the weak. The more attractive she was, the more susceptible she became to bullying. To mask her appearance, she intentionally made herself unattractive. During her middle school entrance examinations, Liu cornered her in an alley and broke her right hand, had someone not fortuitously passed by. Both hands might have been shattered. Enduring the pain, she grit her teeth and made her way to the examination venue, swallowing painkillers and writing with her left hand, only attending to her injury afterward. Even after all these years, the cold weather would evoke a dull ache in her broken bone. She applied for accommodation, and due to her excellent academic performance, the school held her in high regard. Here, she would not face false accusations. Everyone was focused on striving for a good university, with no time for bullying. Her high school years were the most peaceful of her life. Having learned from her past experiences, she arranged for bodyguards ahead of the college entrance examinations, successfully navigating the ordeal. Her results secured her a place in her dream university, after which she began to disguise herself, secretly strengthening her resolve. Those from the Lu family perceived her as a mere decorative ornament, oblivious to the fact that she had ranked first in both her middle and high school entrance examinations. Liu wept in remorse, repeatedly uttering apologies and confessions of guilt. Unsure how many times he had said those 6 words. What else? Lu Yu, having exhausted his words, could not recall any other offenses he had committed against Lu Yin. Lu Yin, I have said what I needed to. I am sorry I was wrong. You may hit me or berate me as you wish. When I am released, you may repay me in kind for all I have done to you. Being overpowered and beaten by Lu Yin alone was preferable to being bullied by dozens in prison. You think you can win my forgiveness with mere words? Lu Yin remarked, observing Lu Yu's indifferent and contemptuous gaze. He gritted his teeth and knelt, bowing his head in her direction. Lu Yin could not see him, only hearing the sound of his forehead striking the ground, the force evident in each thud. Not sufficient. Lu Yu abruptly raised his head. You? Lu Yin scoffed. Do you truly believe that a simple apology and a few bowing gestures will earn my forgiveness and lead to your rescue? On what grounds? You owe me a debt. But more so, you owe my mother. When she was alive, she devoted herself entirely to caring for you 2 siblings, yet how did you treat her? You called her a vixen, a mistress. Each word was like a knife, tearing at her flesh and heart. Whether my mother was a mistress or not, your family knows better than anyone, especially you, Lu Yu. Can you still deceive yourself with the lies you've spun? Lu Yin's mother bore the beautiful name Lin Jixue, and she passed away on a snowy day. Lu Yu's mother is Lin Jixue's elder sister. Since childhood, she has suffered from poor health. After giving birth to Lu Mei, her condition deteriorated, and the doctors advised her against having more children. However, she longed for a son. And after 10 years, she became pregnant with Lu Yu. Given her frail health and advanced maternal age, this pregnancy was destined to be perilous, prompting her to prepare for the worst outcome. If she were to perish during childbirth, what would become of her beloved children? They needed their mother's presence. And the thought of her husband remarrying, potentially leading to mistreatment by a stepmother, was unbearable. Rather than leaving it to chance, she decided to choose her children's guardian herself. Setting her sights on her sister, Lin Jixue, beautiful and gentle in temperament, had just graduated and was still young enough to be easily influenced. With her presence, Lu Yu and Lu Mei would not suffer from a lack of care. Lin Jixue, having always heeded her sister's words, had been raised under her care due to their age difference, but she never anticipated that her sister would betray her in such a manner. Why would she refuse? The youthful girl, brimming with collagen, was more attractive than his wife, wrinkle-free and devoid of the unsightly stretch marks that marred her sister's figure. Chapter 206. Perhaps Zhuang Yan prefers the na-ve and sweet. Lu Yin founded Yin, a name she chose for both herself and Zhuang Yan. Their destinies were intertwined, with the final character of their names being the same, symbolizing their connection. Lu Yin observed Lu Yu's pale face. He was known for his verbal assaults and psychological torment, so she resolved to let him taste his own medicine. The mistakes he had committed must be repaid tenfold. She was not magnanimous. Her grudges could linger for 20 years. She firmly believed that her fate was within her control, a fate that also encompassed others. Lu Yin spent money to ensure that Lu Yu would not experience a moment of peace, instructing that he should not enjoy even a single hour. He should be made to suffer without respite. As she left, Zhuang Yin was already waiting for her outside. Do you find it appealing? Zhuang Yin inquired. I too find it quite appealing, she replied. A passing prison guard overheard their conversation, bewildered by their exchange. To those in the know, this was a prison, while those unaware might have thought they had just emerged from a cinema, discussing the plot of a film. Since they were already there, Zhuang Yin decided to visit the neighboring psychiatric hospital. Tang Jing, who had once feigned madness, had succumbed to true insanity since her arrival. Lu Yin accompanied Zhuang Yin, and they stood at the entrance, peering through a small window. Tang Jing was no longer youthful, her short hair had turned nearly white. She sat by the window, gazing outside, residing in a crowded ward filled with 8 other patients, some singing, others dancing, their mental states unstable, occasionally resorting to violence. In contrast, Tang Jing appeared remarkably calm, sitting quietly with a pillow in her arms, humming a tuneless song, swaying gently as if soothing an imaginary child. Little Ku, you are Mommy's little darling. Mommy will sing you to sleep. Be good and don't make noise, and later, Mommy will braid your hair. Chapter 207. The resemblance of a married couple grew stronger. This journey, initially expected to take 6 hours, extended to 8. They had set off in the morning. And by the time they arrived, darkness had fallen. After a brief rest, Zhuang Yin awakened Lu Yin upon their arrival. The small house was bustling with activity, filled with people. The director, clad in a black down jacket, was directing staff to set up equipment and clean. Zhuang Yin and his companions were the last to arrive. On the way, Zhuang Yin first noticed Jiang Ming, followed by Xin Rong and Fang Chen. Upon seeing Zhuang Yin approach with his suitcase, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up momentarily but then dimmed as she caught sight of Lu Yin trailing behind him. Lu Yin carried a backpack, a bag of snacks, and a bottle of water, clearly just awakened, her hair tousled, and looking somewhat dazed as she obediently followed Zhuang Yin. Be careful, there's a puddle here. Don't step in it, Zhuang Yin advised, glancing down. Lu Yin yawned and nodded, stepping in sync with Zhuang Yin's footprints. They did not hold hands or engage in any overt displays of affection, yet something about their dynamic felt remarkably harmonious. They were there to participate in a dating reality show, while Zhuang Yin and Lu Yin seemed more like a couple on a journey together. She had thought that after all this time, seeing Zhuang Yin would no longer evoke such discomfort, but her heart still ached, clenching her hands at her sides. Jiang Ning struggled to suppress her emotions. In contrast to her restraint, and Xin Rong had fewer reservations. Their differing upbringings allowed her to express herself more freely, thus. She rushed over and directly asked, "Why did you arrive so late? When I called you this morning, you were already on your way. How did it take so long?" And Xin Rong frowned, her eyes fixed on Zhuang Yin as if interrogating him. "It was a slow drive," Zhuang Yin replied. "That's still too slow. Even a turtle would have been faster." Zhuang Yin changed the subject. "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. We were waiting for you. The ingredients are all washed and just waiting to be cooked. I'll take care of it." Zhuang Yin set down his luggage and rolled up his sleeves, ready to work. Fang Chun and Ling Xian also approached to greet him. Ling Xian, "Zhuang Yin, you've become handsomer after a few months." Fang Chun echoed, "Yes? You seem to have grown stronger too." Zhuang Yin had always had a good foundation, but he had not focused on his appearance until he began dating Lu Yin, who now selected his outfits. The coat he wore was custom-made, with Lu Yin taking measurements herself. He recalled that day when they were merely measuring his size. But as the process went on, Lu Yin had playfully led him to bed. Chapter 208. My excellence deserves his affection. Lu Yin coldly asked, "If you don't believe in us, then who do you believe in? Yourself?" Provoked by her words, and Xin Rong retorted, "Why can't I be good enough? Although I may not be as impressive as you, I can provide Zhuang Yin with emotional value. Do you know how precious emotional value is? If Zhuang Yin were with me, he would appear more capable, while you are too dominant. Being with you would lead people to accuse him of living off your success, which would hurt his pride. It's not that I don't believe in you, the netizens don't either. If you don't go online, you wouldn't know how harsh their words are. Would you want Zhuang Yin to live under that kind of scrutiny?" Lu Yin crossed her arms, her gaze unwavering. "So, your belief is that whoever the netizens support is more suitable? The public's judgment cannot be wrong." And Xinrong's demeanor shifted, momentarily silenced. "Have you forgotten your previous support for Xiaowan against Zhuang Yin?" And Xinrong quickly replied, "I haven't forgotten. I know I was wrong, and I've changed." The smile faded from Lu Yin's face as she countered, "Can change erase what has happened? If I were to stab you, and then claim the knife acted on its own, would that be acceptable? Your inability to discern right from wrong means you simply accept whatever others say. It is difficult to guarantee that such incidents won't recur. If you believe Zhuang Yin is living off you, then wouldn't he face the same accusations with you? I am well aware of the circumstances surrounding your family. And given your timid nature, can you guarantee that you would stand by him when he faces humiliation from your parents? Can you assure me that you would be there for him when he is looked down upon by everyone?" With each question, Lu Yin advanced closer, causing Xin Rong to retreat, her previous confidence waning, her face filled with anxiety. She weakly protested, "I never said he was living off me. That's what the netizens say. You claim we are not suited, but isn't that truly how you feel?" Lu Yin's lips curled into a confident smile. "Zhuang Yan's affection for me stems from my admirable qualities. I am independent and self-assured, possessing a free and autonomous spirit. To him, I am uniquely special. I understand him and trust him, willing to stand by his side regardless of the circumstances. From a young age, I have been aware of my desires and the type of person I am suited for. Akin to the perfect lid for a pot or the appropriate shoes for a specific foot size, I possess self-awareness and discernment. recognizing that it is indeed my excellence that makes me worthy of his affection. In summary, Zhuang Yin is drawn to someone like me, whether one is in agreement or not. And Xinrong found herself at a loss, her inner turmoil evident. It took immense courage for her to confront Lu Yin. Yet a mere few words from Lu Yin shattered her resolve. Her upbringing taught her that relationships filled with disparities often lead to pain, whether among friends, lovers, or even family. At home, she frequently faced comparisons with her siblings, leaving her feeling utterly diminished. The greater the disparity, the less secure she felt. Aware of the internal strife such gaps create, she believed that even if Zhuang Yin and Lu Yin were to be together, it would not endure. Zhuang Yin emerged, having finished tidying up, and called out to Lu Yin. Yin Yin, are you ready? Yes, Lu Yin replied, rushing out. Had it not been for the presence of others, she would have undoubtedly leapt into Zhuang Yin's embrace. And Xinrong stood motionless as if in a punishment, while Zhuang Yin glanced at her, inquiring, what were you discussing just now? Chapter 209. The return of the battleground. Zhuang Yin took the spatula from Jiang Ning and skillfully prepared several dishes in no time. All eyes were fixed on his movements. Lu Yin cast a glance before returning to the dishes, arranging the utensils outside. Upon noticing Xinrong's arrival, Fangchen slowly approached her, his intentions unchanged, for among all the female guests, Xinrong appeared the easiest to deceive. The director, observing the harmonious scene before him, suddenly felt the urge to stir the pot. Ling Xian promptly reminded him, Director, we have all signed agreements and will not breach them. Fangchen turned to Xinrong, stating, we have been in contact, but we are definitely not in a relationship. The director called out, Fangchen, whom have you met? Fearing misunderstandings, Xinrong interjected, it wasn't a private meal, my father was also present. As she spoke, she cautiously stole a glance at Zhuang Yin, who seemed entirely indifferent to her. Ling Xian, like a spectator in a live broadcast, chimed in hastily, wait, you two have even met parents? No, don't spread rumors, and Xinrong frowned, explaining. Fangchen asked my dad to introduce his gaming project. This was less about introducing a game and more about introducing himself. And Ling Xian was well aware of Min's little tricks. The Fang family had no ventures in gaming if Fangchen truly sought investment. He would do better to approach Ling Xian, who had far more connections in that realm. Fangchen smiled, a hint of restraint in his demeanor. Please, don't overthink it. It was purely a work-related discussion. I never expected to run into Xinrong. His words, however, seemed to raise suspicions among the others. And Xinrong, oblivious, nodded sincerely. He was indeed discussing work with my dad. I frequently meet with Zhuang Yin. We even made it to trending topics, Lu Yin added. Why do you see each other so often? Lu Yin responded. I moved and asked Zhuang Yin for help, and as fate would have it, I ended up right next door. Relieved to learn it wasn't cohabitation, and Xinrong sighed with relief. Once the explanations were complete, the director departed. Zhuang Yin inquired of everyone, shall we drink? I brought a few bottles. They are not too strong and will warm you up. At his invitation, all the girls eagerly agreed. With Fangchen and Ling Xian offering no objections, Zhuang Yin retrieved the bottles from the trunk of his car and began pouring for each person. Chapter 210. Hostility on the table. Months had passed since they last convened, and the reunion was unexpectedly cheerful, yet beneath the surface, competition simmered. Jiang Ning and Xinrong sought opportunities to converse with Zhuang Yin, while among the male guests, Ling Xian maintained a facade of enthusiasm. Having come to terms with the situation, while Fangchen's attention remained fixated on Xinrong. Despite her clear disinterest in him, he persisted in his attempts to engage her. Xinrong radiated warmth, while Jiang Ning remained reserved. In that moment, it felt as though they were still basking in summer. It was remarkable how quickly the weather had shifted. Once, dining outdoors was just right, but now, one had to hurry through their meal or risk settling for cold dishes. Initially, Xinrong had reciprocated his interest, but now she ignored him entirely. Had Zhuang Yin not appeared, it was likely that Fangchen would have grown closer to Xinrong over the past 2 months. During dinner, Xinrong's attention was solely on Zhuang Yin, orbiting him like a satellite. If Fangchen wished to capture Xinrong's gaze, he would need to unmask Zhuang Yin, shattering the idealized image she held of him. Zhuang Yin chuckled. I am not concerned. However, it seems you were quite invested. After all, he was a friend of Xinrong's. He believed this would endear him to her. Yet Xinrong frowned. Why bring this up now? You don't understand Zhuang Yin's situation, so it's best not to pry. Following the incident with the Xia family, her father had sternly cautioned her against any association with them, yet she still reached out to Xiaowan privately to stay informed of her circumstances. I merely feel that Zhuang Yin has been rather heartless. After all, they shared a long history. How can he distance himself so completely when the Xia family faces turmoil? At the very least, he could express some concern. As for your parents, while they may have erred, it has been many years. They were first-time parents. As their child, one should strive to be forgiving. They provided for you, ensuring you were born into a life of comfort and afforded you the best opportunities. Fangchen adopted a condescending stance, delivering a lecture to Zhuang Yin as if from a position of superiority.